Born into the illustrious Zhao family, Zhao Che unexpectedly awakened a sign-in system, which came with a fragment of memory. Out of funds? $100 million. Short again, $1 billion. Luxurious cars obtained through sign-ins. Opulent mansions garnered through sign-ins. Towering buildings acquired via sign-ins. And even cruise ships obtained through the same method. Chapter 1. The Zhao family of Jinling. In July 2017, mid-month, the college entrance examination season had concluded, and many students received their desired admission letters. Zhao Che also received an acceptance letter from the finance department of the prestigious Mo City University. However, on that very day, chaos erupted within a grand villa at the foot of Zhongshan Mountain in Jinling City. This uproar stemmed from the news that Zhao Che had been accepted into the finance program at Mo City University. News that reached his grandfather, Zhao Hanlin. Zhao Hanlin, a state councilor and the Minister of Justice of the Great Xia, held a position of considerable power and influence. It was precisely for this reason that Zhao Che's father, Zhao Huilong, could manage the vast enterprise of Huatian Group, valued at over 25 trillion. A veritable titan in the realm of Great Xia. Zhao Hanlin had 2 sons and a daughter. His eldest son, Zhao Huiyao, had inherited his mantle and now occupied the position of vice governor. His second son, Zhao Huilong, was the head of a corporation worth over 20 trillion. The youngest daughter, Zhao Huilin, founded the Qingsu law firm, which was flourishing nationally, ranking among the best. Even Zhao Che's mother, Liaolin, held substantial shares in Mingyang International Trade Company. This family was undoubtedly a true elite lineage within Great Xia, renowned not just in Jinling but across the entire nation, with the Zhao name in Jinling carrying significant weight. Zhao Che grew up in such an illustrious household. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Hanlin summoned Zhao Huiyao and Zhao Huilin and hastily made his way to Zhao Che's residence. Zhao Huiyao and Zhao Huilin could only acquiesce helplessly. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, they arrived at a grand villa situated at the foot of Jinshan. "Father, what brings you here?" Zhao Huilong inquired, observing the furious expression on Zhao Hanlin's face. "What brings me here? Are you trying to turn the world upside down if I don't return?" Zhao Hanlin berated Zhao Huilong without hesitation. Zhao Huiyao and Zhao Huilin, who followed closely behind, exchanged glances, urging Zhao Huilong silently to refrain from speaking. Zhao Huilong, bewildered, could only respond, "Father, what on earth is going on?" "What's going on? You dare to ask? What kind of dreadful school has Zhao Che enrolled in? Didn't I tell you I wanted him to pursue a political career? Why is he studying finance instead?" Zhao Hanlin's face flushed with indignation. "Alas, father, it's a new era. The child has his own aspirations. We must respect his choices," Zhao Huilong explained quietly, lowering his head. "His own aspirations? What are his aspirations? You simply want Zhao Che to inherit your failing business. I can hear your intentions all the way in the capital." Zhao Hanlin pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Huilong while seated on the sofa. At this remark, Zhao Huiyao and Zhao Huilin couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing their reaction only fueled Zhao Hanlin's ire further, as he turned to Zhao Huiyao and exclaimed, "And you, how dare you laugh? At least he has given me a grandson. What about you? If it weren't for Zhao Che, our Zhao family would be at its end. That I shudder to think how you would face our ancestors, and I can't fathom how you find the audacity to laugh." Zhao Huiyao, caught in the crossfire, appeared bewildered. "How am I lacking in dignity before our ancestors? Why can't I laugh? Just because you're a minister doesn't give you the right to be so tyrannical." Of course, he could only think this but not voice it. However, Zhao Huiyao still retorted, "Aren't you quite fond of Xiaoxi? Why do you berate me now?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Hanlin replied, "You ungrateful wretch. How do you talk back? Yes, I like Xiaoxi, what of it? Just because I admire Xiao, she doesn't mean I must adore you too." Zhao Hanlin scolded Zhao Huiyao vehemently. What could Zhao Huiyao do? After all, it was his own father chastising him, so he endured in silence. At that moment, Liaolin returned from outside and was taken aback upon witnessing the gathering. Such family gatherings were typically reserved for the new year. Why was everyone assembled today? Nonetheless, she quickly greeted everyone. "Yaolin, where is Zhao Che?" Zhao Hanlin inquired upon seeing Liaolin. "Father, Zhao Che is still asleep and hasn't woken up yet. He'll go fetch him," Liaolin responded, looking somewhat perplexed. "Ah, very well. This." Zhao Huilong and Zhao Huiyao exchanged grateful glances with Liaolin. If she hadn't intervened, who knew how long they would have endured the scolding. Before long, Liaolin arrived at Zhao Che's room and knocked on the door, but there was no response. With no other choice, she continued to knock, her voice growing increasingly insistent. At that moment, Zhao Che was lost in a dream, though calling it a dream felt inadequate. Typically, dreams fade upon waking, but Zhao Che vividly recalled this one. It was unremarkable, devoid of fantastical elements or melodrama, merely depicting a mundane passage of time that felt as if he had lived through it. Yet, just as the new year transitioned from 2023 to 2024 in his dream, the persistent knocking jolted him awake his mother, Li Yalan, calling him to rise. Zhao Che regarded this as an ordinary dream, unaware of the monumental changes it would soon usher into his life. Lying in his bed, Zhao Che groggily opened his eyes and sat up. The knocking continued. Aunt son, am not having breakfast, Zhao Che replied resignedly, sinking back into his pillow. Outside, Li Yalan, perplexed, knocked a few more times before saying, hurry up, get up and open the door. Hearing his mother's voice, Zhao Che relented and obediently got up to answer the door. Mom, what's the matter? Why are you calling me so early? Zhao Che rubbed his eyes and inquired. It's hardly early, it's 10:30. Hurry up and get out of bed. Li Yalan feigned annoyance. All right, Zhao Che mumbled, sluggishly making his way to wash up, appearing rather lackluster. Quickly, your grandfather, uncle, and aunt are all downstairs waiting for you, Li Yalan urged helplessly. At the mention of this, Zhao Che's excitement surged. Perhaps many believe that Zhao Che, born into such an illustrious family, lacks for nothing financially. However, the reality is quite the opposite. From a young age, Zhao Che had little pocket money, and even his living expenses while attending school were modest, comparable to those of an ordinary household. His allowance was only sufficient to place him in the middle tier among his peers. Consequently, he cherished the visits from his grandparents, uncles, and aunts, as they would often bestow upon him a small sum, typically ranging from several hundred to 1,000 yuan. Any more than that would not be his to keep, and they frequently took him out shopping. Thus, Zhao Che shared a profound bond with them. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Che swiftly completed his morning routine in just a few minutes, dashing downstairs still clad in his pajamas. Grandfather, uncle, aunt, Zhao Che greeted them with utmost politeness. Ha! My dear grandson, come let grandpa have a look at you, Zhao Hanlin exclaimed, waving eagerly upon seeing Zhao Che. Zhao Che, feeling at ease, promptly rushed to sit beside Zhao Hanlin. The two engaged in lively conversation. Then, Zhao Che turned to Zhao Huiyao and inquired, Uncle, isn't my sister here? Before Zhao Huiyao could respond, Zhao Hanlin interjected, Indeed, where is Xiaoxi? It has been several months since I last saw her. Why hasn't she come with you? Xiaoxi is in the Magic City and hasn't returned. She took a part-time job during the summer vacation, Zhao Che replied. Zhao Hanlin widened his eyes in disbelief and slapped his thigh. Zhao Huiyao, what on earth are you thinking? What kind of part-time job is Xiaoxi doing? Can't you support her? She hasn't even graduated yet, and you allow her to work part-time in this sweltering heat? How can she endure it? At that moment, Zhao Huiyao felt both aggrieved and speechless. It wasn't his decision for her to take the job. She had chosen to do so of her own accord, leaving him with no recourse. Chapter 2. Activation of the system. Seated upon the sofa, the group engaged in casual conversation, exchanging words intermittently. However, as the dialogue flowed, Zhao Hanlin turned to Zhao Che and inquired, Little Che, which university are you planning to attend? Zhao Huiyao, Zhao Huilong, and Zhao Huilin exchanged knowing glances. Sensing a test was at hand, Zhao Che, munching on an apple, replied without much thought, Anywhere is fine. Shanghai is quite good too. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hanlin's eyes lit up with opportunity, and he continued, How about not staying in Shanghai? Instead, let us consider Kyoto. Your grandfather is there and can look after you. Besides, I have a bit of rapport with the president of Qingbei University. A word from me should suffice. With that, Zhao Hanlin looked at Zhao Che with eager anticipation. Zhao Che, oblivious to the implications of Zhao Hanlin's words, immediately responded, Grandfather, please, you're a minister. How could you possibly have time to take care of me? Moreover, because of your position, we absolutely cannot resort to any backdoor dealings. Zhao Che spoke with utmost seriousness. At these words, laughter erupted in the living room. The old man is being schooled by his grandson, was the unspoken sentiment among the others present. Zhao Hanlin, feeling slightly embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, this awareness is commendable. You truly are my grandson. Zhao Che took another bite of his apple and beamed with pride. Little Che, do you have any desire to study abroad? Studying overseas isn't a bad option these days, Zhao Hanlin ventured again. Upon hearing this, Zhao Che shook his head once more, saying, I don't wish to go. Shanghai is quite good, and it's close to home. I can return whenever I want. You have an interest in finance, Zhao Hanlin remarked, looking at Zhao Che. However, Zhao Che merely shook his head in response. Then why do you want to study finance? Zhao Hanlin asked, somewhat perplexed. His confusion mirrored that of the others in the room. Because I like money, luxury cars, and grand houses, Zhao Che replied, rather nonchalantly. After this statement, he quickly shifted to a more serious demeanor, adding, Grandfather, I understand that you wish for me to follow in uncle's footsteps into public service. But that is not what I desire. I yearn for a carefree and liberated life. Do you understand? Upon hearing Zhao Che's words, Zhao Hanlin sighed softly. Oh well, I initially thought you were being coerced. Since this is your own decision, your grandfather will support you. Zhao Che, not feeling particularly surprised by this, recognized his grandfather's open-mindedness and promptly said, Thank you, grandfather. All right, you rascal, no need for thanks. After all, you are the only hope of the Zhao family. If blame is to be placed, it should fall on your uncle and your father for their lack of ambition, Zhao Hanlin said, ruffling Zhao Che's hair before casting a stern glance at Zhao Huiyao and Zhao Huilong. The group then enjoyed a hurried lunch before departing, for each of them was busier than the last, making an extended stay impractical. In the afternoon, Zhao Che sought out Li Yalan, saying, Mom, I need some money. Li Yalan's countenance darkened as she replied, Didn't I just give you 500 yesterday? Have you spent it all already? Hee, it went quickly. But I really am out of money now, Zhao Che said, hands raised in surrender. Reluctantly, Li Yalan withdrew 1,000 yuan from her bag and handed it to Zhao Che. Mom, you're the best. By the way, I borrowed 5,000 from Uncle Zhao yesterday. Could you help me repay him? With that, Zhao Che dashed out the door in a flash. Li Yalan watched him run off, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement, but still called out, Remember to come back early. Yet, her reminders seemed futile. As Zhao Che returned home in the early hours of the morning, having reveled late into the night. After 3 years of high school, the weight of repression had lifted, leaving him feeling invigorated. Thus, Zhao Che spent his days indulging in carefree revelry, facing reprimands daily and returning home at dawn. Observing this behavior, Li Yalan decided to cut off his funds, leaving Zhao Che feeling as though the sky had fallen. He resolved to behave, thinking, school is starting soon. Once I'm in Shanghai, I won't have to face daily scoldings. Time swiftly passed, and mid-August arrived. One day, Zhao Che rose early, and the family of 3 gathered around the table for breakfast. After wolfing down his meal, Zhao Che looked at Li Yalan and Zhao Huilong, declaring, Dad, Mom, I want to go to Shanghai tomorrow. Tomorrow? Why so early? Li Yalan and Zhao Huilong asked, puzzled. I need to go ahead of time. I don't want to stay in a dorm. I want to find a place to live and buy a car, making commuting easier. Don't you agree? Zhao Che explained. Zhao Huilong, appearing serious, nodded in agreement. Li Yalan, sensing Zhao Che's intentions, smiled slightly and replied, You don't need to rush. We have ample properties in Shanghai for you to stay. As for the car, there's no need to hurry. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huilong nodded in concurrence. This left Zhao Che momentarily taken aback, but he quickly composed himself, saying, Mom, I want a place closer to the school. Li Yalan, not wanting to entertain Zhao Che's tangents, merely said, Just tell me how much you need. Stop rambling. It's better for me to have some peace. Zhao Che remained silent, holding up 3 fingers and gazing at Li Yalan with pleading eyes. Seeing his expression, Li Yalan chuckled, 3 million? Zhao Che shook his head. Oh, right, property in Shanghai is expensive. 3 million won't suffice, Li Yalan mused. How about 30 million? She suggested. Once again, Zhao Che shook his head. 3 billion will do, he said, adopting a pitiful expression. 3 billion. Even Li Yalan raised her eyebrows in disbelief. Come on, Mom. What is wrong with wanting to live well and drive a nice car? Besides, our Zhao family can afford it, Zhao Che said somewhat defiantly. All right, but remember, this is for your house and car, not for frivolous spending. Do you understand? Understood. You know me well enough, Zhao Che replied promptly. Li Yalan then transferred the funds to Zhao Che, offering a cautionary glance as she said, Once you're in Shanghai, don't think you can run wild just because no one is watching. Okay, money in hand, Zhao Che exclaimed, resuming his previous exuberance. Before Li Yalan and Zhao Huilong had finished their meal, he dashed back to his room. Zhao Huilong turned to Li Yalan and asked, Why were you so generous this time, giving him 3 billion? Li Yalan rolled her eyes and replied, He is going to Shanghai alone. He needs to have some money on him. Although I've given him less before, he has already spent quite a lot on his clothes, each outfit costing tens of thousands. Now that we want to be there to supervise him, he'll need to manage his own expenses. Just as Zhao Che leaped onto his bed, he exclaimed, Finally, I have some money. Haha, Shanghai, here I come. But before he could fully revel in his excitement, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your savings have exceeded 100 million. The sign-in system has been automatically activated. Ding. The host has activated the first-time gift package. Please proceed to open it. Chapter 3. 68 billion. At this moment, Zhao Che was utterly bewildered, muttering, "What is this?" The system's notification continued to resonate in his mind as he tentatively said, "Open." Ding. "Congratulations, host, for opening the first-time activation gift package. You have received $10 billion. Ding. The system will transfer $10 billion to the host's account through legitimate channels. Please feel free to use it. Ding. System task, spend $1 billion US. As the system's prompt sound faded, Zhao Che's phone chimed once more, notifying him of funds received. Upon glancing at his phone, Zhao Che was taken aback. Indeed, the funds had arrived. Spending money counts as a task. Skeptical yet intrigued, Zhao Che swiftly dialed the industrial and commercial bank to inquire about his balance. Shortly thereafter, the bank representative responded, her voice trembling slightly as she addressed him. "Mr. Zhao, your current account balance is 6,812 billion yuan." Hearing this astonishing news left Zhao Che in a state of disbelief. The system was indeed functional. Confirming the information ignited an overwhelming excitement within him. "System, are there rewards as well?" Ding. "There are daily sign-in rewards. May I inquire if the host has signed in today?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Che promptly recited sign-in in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have received 1 million yuan. As the system's voice echoed, Zhao Che's phone chimed again with another notification. However, this time, he felt little excitement. While he had previously lacked funds, he was no stranger to wealth. 1 million yuan was merely the cost of a few outfits. Perhaps if this sum had been presented to him yesterday, he would have rejoiced, but today it felt trivial. Especially following his acquisition of 3 billion, then 65 billion, 1 million was but a drop in the ocean. While Zhao Che's emotions settled, the industrial and commercial bank in Jinling was in an uproar. Possessing over 60 billion in cash suggested that one must be the head of a 100 billion yuan conglomerate. As Zhao Che lounged in bed, engrossed in his phone, it rang again. "Mr. Zhao, hello, I am Zhang Xian, the manager of the Jinling branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank." Zhao Che, hearing the somewhat respectful tone on the other end, responded, "Hello, how may I assist you?" "Mr. Zhao, you have a substantial sum of 6.8 billion in your account. Are you interested in any investment or wealth management products? Rest assured, we will maximize your profits." Zhang Xian's voice was tinged with apprehension. Zhao Che simply replied, "Sorry, I don't need anything at the moment." "Ah, Mr. Zhao, I apologize for the interruption. Do you have any plans for this fund?" Zhao Che discerned the underlying intentions in Zhang Xian's words and replied, "Rest assured, if your bank provides good service, we can consider a long-term partnership." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's anxiety began to dissipate. "Mr. Zhao, when might you be available? I would be delighted to treat you to a meal." "No, thank you. I'll be heading to the Magic City tomorrow. School is starting soon." "Oh, school? Yes. It's almost time. All right then, I shall invite you to dinner when I have the opportunity to visit the Magic City." "Certainly, I would be pleased to join." The two concluded their conversation, and Zhao Che understood that the bank manager's invitation was aimed at securing his funds. Although aware of this motive, Zhao Che saw no need to be blunt. Declining the invitation sufficed, as there was no reason to offend someone with such influential connections. That night, Zhao Che went to bed early, eagerly anticipating his journey to the Magic City the following day. Upon waking early the next morning, he had breakfast with Zhao Huilong and Li Yalan before a driver took him to the high-speed train station. After dropping him off, the driver returned. Looking at the 2 suitcases and a backpack on the ground, Zhao Che felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. It was as if he were leaving home with a fortune of 6.8 billion yuan. Who packed all this? He wondered, feeling a headache coming on just from the sight of the luggage. It was Li Yalan who had meticulously packed, intending to ensure Zhao Che had everything he might need for his first foray into independent living. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly filled 2 suitcases and a backpack to the brim. Zhao Che decided to check in his luggage. Traveling light was the best approach. Soon, he boarded the high-speed train in business class, a ticket that cost 3 to 4 times that of a standard seat. However, for Zhao Che, this expense was negligible. The journey from Jinling to the Magic City took just over an hour. Bored on the train, Zhao Che contemplated the system and silently recited sign-in in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have received 3 million yuan. Hearing this reward prompted Zhao Che to sigh softly. Well, it's better than nothing, he reassured himself. Before long, the train arrived in the Magic City without any dramatic incidents, a stark contrast to the novels he had previously read. Zhao Che quickly hailed a taxi and made his way to the hotel. Arriving at the Hyatt Hotel located in the global center of the Magic City, Zhao Che had booked a suite for 30,000 yuan per day, securing it for an entire week. However, upon reaching the hotel, he found himself at a loss for what to do next, contemplating the purpose of his visit. Was it to buy property? How does one even go about purchasing a house? Zhao Che felt utterly unprepared. Alas, I, a young man, am leaving home, he mused. In the next moment, he pulled out his phone and made a call to his sister, Zhao Che, who was studying in the Magic City and working part-time during the summer. Zhao Che was the daughter of Zhao Huiyao, making her Zhao Che's cousin. The two had grown up together, as Zhao Huiyao was often away from Jinling, leading Zhao Che to live with them for a significant time, fostering a close bond. When Zhao Che called, it rang a few times before connecting. However, the first words from Zhao Che left him feeling a bit awkward. Before he could speak, she declared, "I have no money, don't even think about it." "Sister, I'm not calling to ask for money," Zhao Che replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "Oh, that's a relief. What is it then?" Zhao Che asked directly. "I heard you didn't go to our uncle's this summer and are in the Magic City, so I came to see you," Zhao Che explained. Zhao Che, surprised, immediately inquired, "You're in the Magic City?" "Yes, just to visit you," Zhao Che said cheerfully. "Who did you come with?" Zhao Che asked, concerned. "I came alone. If I had someone with me, I wouldn't need to find you. If someone were with me, I would have gone straight to you." Zhao Che quickly corrected himself. Zhao Che, sensing the humor, asked for his location. "Okay, sister, how are you getting here? Do you have a car?" Zhao Che asked. A bit worried. "Don't worry, I have a car." Zhao Che sent her his location. Chapter 4, Auctioning Poison. After roughly 40 minutes, Zhao Che arrived downstairs and called. Zhao Che hurriedly rushed down. Upon arriving, he spotted a young woman sitting on the living room couch, her hair tied in a ponytail, appearing like a neighborly girl. It was his sister, Zhao Che. From a distance, Zhao Che greeted Zhao Che and then jogged over. "Take it slow, what do you want from me?" Zhao Che looked at Zhao Che with a somewhat displeased expression. "Sister, have you eaten? I'm treating you to a meal," Zhao Che declared with an air of someone who is affluent. "Treating me to a meal?" Zhao Che regarded Zhao Che with a puzzled expression, sensing something amiss. She scrutinized him and remarked, "Wow, who would have thought? You've struck it rich, staying in such a fine hotel now." Zhao Che responded playfully, "See, the first person I thought of when I came into money was you. Look how generous I am." Soon, they arrived at the parking lot. And as Zhao Che approached an Audi RS7, Zhao Che quickly exclaimed, "Sister, is that your car?" Zhao Che nodded in affirmation. "Wow, sister, you have quite the taste." Zhao Che teased while admiring the vehicle. "Don't mention it. I initially had my eyes set on a Porsche. But my dad insisted that I should be discreet and not too ostentatious, so I ended up with this Audi," Zhao Che lamented. "Well, both are great choices," Zhao Che replied, unsure of what else to say in light of the situation. "How about I drive?" Zhao Che asked eagerly. "Your family has plenty of cars. Haven't you had enough of driving?" Zhao Che questioned, aware of the number of vehicles in Zhao Che's household. "Sister, I'm the poor little brother here. I'm not allowed to drive any of them. The only one my mom lets me drive is an old Passat that's probably over 10 years old. She said I could practice with it since they plan to get rid of it anyway," Zhao Che replied while dramatically covering his head. "So you're only here in Shanghai because life at home is tough?" Zhao Che retorted with a hint of annoyance. "All right, sister, let us get in the car." "I'll drive," Zhao Che said resolutely. As Zhao Che drove them toward a restaurant, they casually ordered some food. Zhao Che turned to Zhao Che and asked, "I really can't fathom how much Aunt Air has given you. You're quite extravagant now." Zhao Che chuckled, "You'd be surprised. I didn't expect to receive this much either." He continued, "Sister, after we finish eating, can you accompany me to buy a car? Not having one is rather inconvenient." "What kind of car do you want to buy?" Zhao Che inquired. "Which is more appealing, the Lamborghini Veneno or the LaFerrari?" Zhao Che asked with utmost seriousness. Zhao Che suddenly choked on her food, coughing a few times before exclaiming, "Wow, you've really made it big. You're casually talking about a Veneno and a LaFerrari?" Zhao Che said, visibly displeased. "Well, school is starting soon. I need a bit of flair." Zhao Che replied earnestly. Zhao Che looked bewildered, but after some thought, she said, "I think the Veneno looks better." Zhao Che nodded in agreement. Great minds think alike. After finishing their meal, they headed to the Lamborghini dealership. Upon entering, a sales representative approached them. "Hello, sir and madam. Which model are you interested in?" "Hello, do you have the Veneno?" Zhao Che asked politely. The sales representative was momentarily taken aback, but managed to respond, "Sir, we don't have any in stock. If you're really interested, we can place an order for you, but it will take about 6 months to a year." Zhao Che felt uncomfortable upon hearing this. What? 6 months to a year? That is far too long. Having never bought a car before, he was unaware of such lengthy wait times. "If you find that too long, we have other excellent models available," the sales representative patiently suggested. "All right, is there any way to get the Veneno sooner?" "Ideally within 10 days, Zhao Che asked, still hopeful. "Sir, there's an auction in Hong Kong the day after tomorrow featuring a Veneno. However, the auction price will be significantly higher than the usual price. If you're interested, we could arrange for someone to bid for you," the sales representative explained, her expression apologetic. "An auction, huh? How much will it cost?" Zhao Che inquired. The Veneno being auctioned is the top model, normally priced around 60 million, but at auction, It will likely exceed 80 million, she replied patiently. That's acceptable. Just bid for me within 100 million. How soon can I get it? Zhao Che asked again. If you win the bid the day after tomorrow, you can pick it up in 3 to 5 days, the sales representative smiled. Great, can I pay now? Zhao Che wondered. You'll need to pay a deposit and half of the bidding fee first, the sales representative informed him. Zhao Che nodded in agreement. Soon, the sales representative returned with a manager. Hello, I'm the manager. My name is Wu Bin. He introduced himself. Hello, we're here to bid on the Lamborghini Veneno. Zhao Che responded with a smile. The manager assessed Zhao Che and Zhao Shi, then said, Right, let us see how much we need to pay up front. Quickly, the sales representative brought over a contract detailing that half of the bidding funds and a 5 million deposit were required. Without hesitation, Zhao Che transferred the money. After exiting the dealership, Zhao Shi remarked, You're really something, casually dropping 100 million on a car. Let us swing by the Rolls-Royce dealership. The Veneno has a low ground clearance. I can only drive it in the city or on highways. I need a Rolls for outings, Zhao Che suggested. Zhao Shi complied and drove them to the Rolls-Royce dealership, where Zhao Che picked up a fully equipped Cullinan. After visiting both dealerships, the sky had nearly darkened, and they decided to have dinner. Sister, do you have time tomorrow? Zhao Che asked earnestly. No time. I have work, Zhao Shi replied disdainfully. Come on, sister. How can you be like this? I've traveled all this way to see you. Zhao Che feigned sorrow. What do you want from me? You know perfectly well. I've spent the whole day with you and just had 2 meals together, Zhao Shi retorted, still unhappy. All right, let us go shopping tomorrow. We can buy whatever you like. How does that sound? Zhao Che quickly suggested. Now that sounds more reasonable. Chapter 5, Chun Shue's livestream. That evening, Zhao Che returned to the hotel alone. What a tiring day, he complained while lying on the bed. Habitually, he opened Kuaishou to scroll through videos. In 2017, Kuaishou was the most popular short video platform, so Zhao Che would naturally browse it when bored. Before long, he found himself in a girl's livestream. Just as he was about to exit, he caught a glimpse and thought, Hey, this person looks familiar. It took him a moment, but he suddenly recalled, No way. That's Chun Shui. Chun Shui was a former high school classmate of Zhao Che. They had known each other since elementary school, attended the same middle school, and were in the same class during their first 2 years of high school. Although they were not in the same class during their senior year, their bond remained strong. And Zhao Che had even shared meals at her home several times during their childhood. Due to Zhao Che's striking appearance, he enjoyed cordial relationships with numerous girls during his school days. However, only a handful could truly be considered his friends, and Chun Shui was one of them. It was precisely because of the beauty filter in the live stream that Zhao Che was momentarily taken aback, taking several seconds to react. Soon, he sent a message in the chat, exclaiming, Haha, with that beauty filter, you almost went unrecognized. At that moment, Chun Shui was genuinely engaged in conversation with the viewers in the live stream when she suddenly noticed Zhao Che's comment. With her large, sparkling eyes blinking twice, she inquired, Who are you? Before Zhao Che could respond, a viewer in the chat chimed in, Hey dude, your flirting technique is so glitch. Zhao Che hastily typed back, Hey, I'm a serious person. Zhao Che then continued in the live stream, Zhao Shui, you've changed. I've even met your parents, and you say you've forgotten me? He accompanied his message with a sad emoji. This revelation sent the chat into a frenzy, filled with astonished reactions. Wait, you said you just turned 18. How could you have introduced a partner to your parents before? Not only did the chat explode, but Chun Shui, who was live streaming, wore a bewildered expression. When did I ever bring a partner to meet my parents? She exclaimed, quickly adding, I didn't. Yan Huan, stop talking nonsense. I don't even know you. Yan Huan was Zhao Che's online alias on Kuaishou. Seeing Chun Shui's expression, Zhao Che couldn't help but chuckle, typing, It seems our feelings have faded. You've already forgotten me. Chun Shui retorted with indignation, Yan Huan, stop your nonsense. If you keep this up, I'll mute you. Feeling genuinely hurt, Zhao Che typed, I still remember when you pulled me home, saying, Don't worry, my family is your family. Now you've completely forgotten me. On the other side of the screen, Chun Shui, upon reading this, seemed to have a moment of realization. Suddenly, she exclaimed, Wait, you are Zhao Che? Finally, you remember me. Zhao Che teased. Meanwhile, the real Chun Shui glared at the screen, stating, You better explain yourself in the chat. Otherwise, when I see you next, you're finished. Explain what? I'm merely speaking the truth, Zhao Che replied, adamantly refusing to back down. Oh dear, it seems they really do know each other. Could this all be true? Are they really this flirtatious? Speculated other viewers in the chat. As Chun Shui read Zhao Che's messages, her head began to ache from the confusion. Rolling her eyes at the screen, she finally explained, So that is how it is. Zhao Che, are you just watching your old friend's stream without showing any support? Chun Shui began to joke. In truth, Zhao Che's identity was well guarded. Very few were aware of who he truly was. Not even the principals and teachers from his previous school, let alone the students, who merely assumed he was a typical child from a regular family. If his status as a wealthy heir or a child of officials were to leak, it could lead to significant complications. Noticing Chen Shui's request for gifts, Zhao Che felt it was only fitting to show his appreciation, especially since she had often helped him with his homework and treated him to snacks. He promptly topped up his account with 100,000 yuan and began showering her with the most expensive gifts on Kuaishou, the Chuan Yunjian, which cost 288 yuan each. On the other side of the phone, Chen Shui was momentarily stunned. Her intention in live streaming was merely to chat, not to make money. Thus, when the Chuan Yunjian flooded the screen, she was taken aback. That's enough, you don't need to send anymore. She quickly called out in the stream. Zhao Che paused, then typed back, I haven't finished sending the coins I just topped up, so I might as well finish it up. Otherwise, if I see another streamer receiving gifts later, it would all be for nothing. He resumed sending the gifts. At this point, Chen Shui was utterly confused, wondering why she had said that. All right, I'll send you back the money later, she said, addressing the screen. The viewer count in the live stream had surged from dozens to over 1,000, all drawn in by the Chuan Yunjian. Within 2 to 3 minutes, Zhao Che had exhausted the entire 100,000 yuan, losing count of how many Chuan Yunjian he had sent. Damn, good thing I only topped up 100,000. If I had topped up 1,000,000, my hands would be exhausted. Zhao Che mused. He had heard Chen Shui mention sending the money back, so he typed, keep it. Gifts aren't meant to be returned. Wouldn't that be slapping me in the face? But this is too much. Chen Shui replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Just accept it. If it's too much, treat me to dinner next time, Zhao Che typed. Seeing Zhao Che's insistence, Chen Shui nodded and said, all right then, thank you. They exchanged a few more words before she ended the live stream. Afterward, Zhao Che noticed a message on WeChat. It was from Chen Shui, asking for his bank card number. Zhao Che chuckled at the situation, realizing that she had only said she would accept it during the live stream to save face. Now that they were off the stream, she was insisting on returning it. This is a gift for you. How could you return it? After some back and forth, Chen Shui finally agreed to accept it. Zhao Che, have you struck it rich lately? Chen Shui messaged. In response, Zhao Che candidly admitted, no more pretending. I'm a rich second-generation heir. A rich heir? And yet you still fight me for snacks? Chen Shui teased, clearly thinking he was joking. She then asked, which university are you attending? Modi University, and you? Zhao Che replied honestly. Well, we're quite far apart then. I'm at Shuangdan University, Chen Shui responded with a laugh. That's really far. It would probably take an hour to walk there. My legs would be exhausted. Zhao Che joked. Both Modi University and Shuangdan University are located in Modu, where Zhao Shi also attends Shuangdan University. After chatting a bit longer, they both decided to get some sleep. Chapter 6. Buying property in Modu. The next day, around 10 o'clock, Zhao Che was still sound asleep in bed when suddenly his phone rang. It was a call from Zhao Shi. Half asleep, he answered, hello? Have you gotten up yet? Zhao Shi inquired. Big sister, I'm up. Are you here yet? Zhao Che rubbed his eyes and replied, I'm on my way. Just wait a moment, Zhao Shi said before hanging up. Still holding the phone, Zhao Che was momentarily puzzled, thinking, am I really that unwelcomed? Reluctantly, he got out of bed to wash up. After freshening up, Zhao Che noticed that Zhao Shi had not yet arrived. So he thought he might as well check in for the day. He mentally recited, check in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have checked in and received a Richard Mille RM 50-03. Whoa, can you really receive tangible items through check-in? Zhao Che thought in astonishment. He then asked, system, how do I obtain this? Ding. Does the host wish to extract the Richard Mille RM 50-03? Zhao Che did not ponder for long before responding. Suddenly, a gift box appeared on the table before him, startling him. With a sense of caution, Zhao Che carefully opened the gift box, revealing a Richard Mille watch inside, along with all the accompanying invoices and certificates. He took out the watch and examined it closely. After conducting a brief online search, he discovered that this particular Richard Mille watch was priced at approximately 10 million yuan. Upon meticulous comparison, Zhao Che realized it was indeed authentic. Wow, this is absolutely astonishing, he exclaimed. This works out well. I want to need to purchase a watch now. With a grin, he fastened the watch around his wrist. In truth, Zhao Che owned several watches, the least expensive among them costing hundreds of thousands, with a couple priced in the millions. However, he had never worn a watch valued at 10 million before, making this acquisition quite delightful for him. Nonetheless, to Zhao Che, a watch was merely a consumable item, rather than a collectible. Before long, Zhao Shi arrived, and the two set off for lunch. We agreed last night that you would accompany me to the mall, Zhao Shi remarked. I promised to go with you, and I certainly wouldn't deceive you. Zhao Che retorted with a hint of annoyance. Let us finish our meal first, and then you can accompany me to book an apartment. He casually suggested as he continued to eat. Zhao Che, what did we say yesterday? Zhao Shi replied, feigning displeasure immediately. Sis, don't be impatient. Look, if you accompany me to book the apartment first, once that's done, we can wander freely and shop for as long as we like. Otherwise, if we're preoccupied with apartment matters while shopping, how can we enjoy ourselves? Zhao Che began to reason with her persuasively. After considerable coaxing, Zhao Che finally relented. Where do you want to look for an apartment? Zhao Che inquired. Zhao Che pondered for a moment, replying. I saw that Tang Chini Pin is quite popular on Kuaishou. A flat? Why not buy a villa? Zhao Che asked, puzzled. A flat offers a better view. How could a villa compete with such scenery? Plus, I would need to hire someone to manage it, Zhao Che explained, shaking his head. Tang Chini Pin sounds good. After all, you only need a place to stay during your school years. No need for a villa, Zhao Che agreed with a nod. After finishing their meal, they continued their journey in Zhao Che's Audi RS7 towards Tang Chini Pin. It was located in Lujiazui, just a short drive of 10 minutes to the sales office. As soon as they stepped out of the car, a client manager approached them. Good day, sir and madam. How may I assist you? The manager greeted them directly. I would like to see an apartment, Zhao Che replied without hesitation. Certainly, please follow me, the manager said, leading them into the sales hall. The manager then spoke. Thank you for choosing Tang Chini Pin. However, since you do not have an appointment, you will need to undergo a financial verification if you wish to view the properties today. Is that convenient for you? Upon hearing this, Zhao Che furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of displeasure. What did this mean? Did they look down on him? Nevertheless, having grown up in a prominent family, Zhao Che maintained his composure. Though irritated, he recognized this was merely their policy, so he replied affirmatively. He then produced his China Merchant's bank card and handed it to the manager. In a matter of minutes, the sales manager rushed back, appearing more respectful. Sir, madam, I apologize for the wait. What size apartment are you interested in purchasing? The manager inquired. Zhao Che, unsure, asked. What sizes do you have available? The sales manager replied. We currently have apartments of 300 square meters, 500 square meters, and 700 square meters. Which size appeals to you? 700 square meters sounds quite good, Zhao Che nodded. Zhao Che looked at him and asked, Isn't that too large for just you? How do you know I will definitely be living alone? Zhao Che teased. Zhao Che rolled her eyes at him, but said nothing further. The client manager then queried, Do you have any preferences regarding the floor level? Without hesitation, Zhao Che answered, I prefer high floors. Very well, we have a unit on the 39th floor. Would you like to take a look? Zhao Che and Zhao Che followed the manager to view the property. The apartment boasted 5 suites and 2 maids' rooms, offering ample space. The balcony provided an expansive view, creating a sense of tranquility, while Zhao Che was indifferent to the other details. The client manager turned to him and asked, What do you think of this unit? Zhao Che nodded, Not bad. What is the price? Currently, our average price is 230,000 per square meter. The total area of this unit is 712 square meters, making the total price 163,760,000. If you decide to proceed, we can offer you a discount, bringing it down to 163,300,000, the manager said with a smile. Zhao Che nodded and said, Let us use the card. The sales manager was taken aback, having never encountered such a straightforward client. Hurry up, I still need to accompany my sister to the mall, Zhao Che said casually. Of course, sir, the manager responded, somewhat shaken. They returned to the sales hall, completed the payment, and handled all necessary paperwork, with Tang Chini Pin assisting with the rest. Zhao Che then added, by the way, please replace all the furnishings in the apartment and arrange for a complete custom design. As a premier luxury residence, Tang Chini Pin had its own team for full home customization. Zhao Che nearly revamped all the soft furnishings, spending over 10 million on the selections. How long will it take to complete? I'm currently living in a hotel, and I need all the soft furnishings replaced quickly, Zhao Che inquired. A home design engineer replied, If you are eager to move in, we can have everything ready in about 5 days. Nodding, Zhao Che responded, Thank you. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Che and Zhao Che departed. Chapter 7, Enrollment Day. After leaving, they headed directly to the largest mall in the magical city, Hang Lung Plaza. Sis, you didn't say you'd take me out to play when I came to the magical city, Zhao Che complained. Zhao Che glanced at him and replied, Hang Lung Plaza is rather enjoyable, you know? Enjoyable? It's just a shopping center. I came to the magical city hoping to visit places like Disneyland, Happy Valley, and other fun spots, Zhao Che exclaimed. Zhao Che rolled her eyes at him, saying, Aren't you a bit too old to just be thinking about fun? Isn't wandering around the mall enjoyable? Fine. If you want to buy something, go ahead. I'll cover it all today. Zhao Che waved his hand grandly. Sis, you surely haven't treated me badly, Zhao Che said with a smile. They then entered the mall and indulged in a shopping spree. Zhao Che's hands were laden with numerous bags, while Zhao Che also carried a considerable load. Sis, just how much do you intend to buy? Can't we save some for next time? Zhao Che called after her. It wasn't that Zhao Che was worried about money. Purchasing these items was not a burden for him. It was simply that carrying so much was exhausting. Looking back at him, Zhao Che noticed he was indeed struggling under the weight. All right, let us stop here for now, she suggested. Sis, how long has it been since you last shopped? Buying so much stuff? Zhao Che, with an expression of innocence, spoke up. Ah, don't mention it. Ever since I arrived in the Magic City and enrolled in this university, I haven't had the chance to explore much. Zhao Che, with a look of grievance, replied. Are you really that busy? Zhao Che queried, puzzled. Busy with what? It's just my father. He doesn't allow my mother to transfer me more money, saying I need to be mindful of my influence in the Magic City. Mindful of influence, they say. Which is why I still have to take on a part-time job during the summer vacation. Zhao Che shook her head in exasperation. Zhao Che chuckled upon hearing this, recognizing it as indicative of his uncle's character. But with my aunt's financial capabilities, there's really no need to worry about such influences. Mingyang International Trade, founded by Zhao Che's mother, had shares held by both Zhao Che's mother and aunt, and the trading company was exceedingly profitable, valued at over 200 billion. Thus, Zhao Che's family was not lacking in wealth. However, due to Zhao Huiyao being a public servant, they had to be cautious about their public image, which inevitably left Zhao Che short of funds. I feel like my dad is even more old-fashioned than my grandfather, Zhao Che lamented. I'll transfer you some money later. Zhao Che offered. No, it's all right. I've bought almost everything I wanted, and the remaining money will suffice. Zhao Che waved her hand dismissively. All right, but if you're ever short, do let me know, Zhao Che acquiesced. Zhao Che nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two departed from Hang Lung Plaza. The Cullinan that Zhao Che had purchased the previous day was now adorned with its license plate, and after dropping Zhao Che off at the Rolls-Royce dealership, Zhao Che returned home. Zhao Che then drove the Cullinan back to the hotel. Meanwhile, Zhao Che shared a rented 3-bedroom apartment with 2 friends. Upon seeing Zhao Che lugging multiple bags, her roommates became quite agitated, requiring 2 trips to transport all the items purchased from the mall. One tall roommate, Su Qian, looked at Zhao Che and exclaimed, Shi, did you rob a mall or win the lottery? How could you buy so many things? This was Su Qian, Zhao Che's first roommate. At that moment, the second roommate, Gao Ying, approached, and upon seeing the bags, she opened one and her eyes widened in disbelief. Wow. Shi, this Hermes bag costs 230,000. I wouldn't even dare to dream of it, and you actually bought it? Shi, I've seen this Cartier watch online. It's worth 200,000, and you got one too? The 2 roommates continued to express their astonishment. It was no wonder they were surprised, as they had spent 2 to 3 million at the mall that day. Zhao Che wore a beaming smile. Shi, are you sure you didn't hit the jackpot? Be honest, Su Qian teased. I'm not that lucky. Zhao Che waved her hand dismissively. Then where did all this come from? Su Qian pressed. My brother came to the Magic City, and he bought these for me. Zhao Che replied casually. Wow, Shi, your brother is quite the spender. Gao Ying exclaimed. By the way, does your brother have a girlfriend? Su Qian joked. Yeah, does he? Gao Ying chimed in. Hey, what are you 2 doing? I consider you my sisters, and now you're trying to set your sights on my brother? Zhao Che said, eyeing them suspiciously. Shi, don't you think it's a waste for such a good catch to go to someone else? If you introduce me to your brother, I promise to treat him well, Su Qian bantered. Introduce him to you? I would treat him best. Gao Ying added playfully from the side. All right. Just don't get any ideas. He is not just anyone, Zhao Che said seriously. She then pulled out 2 gift boxes from the pile of items and handed them to Su Qian and Gao Ying, which were gifts she had brought for them. Subsequently, she carried her purchases to her bedroom. Zhao Che returned to the hotel and went straight to bed, as he was exhausted from several hours of shopping. He slept soundly until dawn, and upon awakening, he remembered to check in. Thus, he silently recited his intent to sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have signed in for 10 million Korean won. Damn it, Korean won. Even a dog would shake its head at that. Zhao Che grumbled inwardly. 10 million Korean won sounded substantial, but when converted to renminbi, it amounted to just over 50,000. Zhao Che then summoned the hotel butler to bring him breakfast. After finishing his meal, he lay idly on the bed, feeling bored. Zhao Che hadn't come over today, leaving him alone. Around noon, he received a call from a Lamborghini dealership, notifying him that the poison he had bid on at the Hong Kong Lamborghini auction had been successfully acquired. However, it was slightly more expensive than the expected 80 million, coming in at a total of 88 million. Zhao Che remained indifferent to the matter, viewing it as inconsequential. Thus, the days passed, and over the course of these weeks, Zhao Che would occasionally come to visit Zhao Che, while he also ventured out on his own. The Lamborghini poison he had purchased had been delivered, and he frequently practiced his driving skills at the racetrack. He had now moved into a luxury apartment at Tangchini Pin. Today marked the day of enrollment at Magic City University, and Zhao Che, for once, did not linger in bed, rising around 8 o'clock. By around 9, he set off for the university in his poison. As he drove, all the other vehicles kept a significant distance from him, fearing a collision. If they were to bump into him, the cost of their cars would hardly cover the damages. Thus, whenever Zhao Che attempted to overtake, the cars ahead would instinctively yield. Although many did not recognize the vehicle, its opulence was unmistakable. After approximately 20 minutes, Zhao Che arrived at Magic City University. Chapter 8. Zhao Che becomes notorious. As it was the day for new students to enroll, the entrance of Magic City University was teeming with people. Since Zhao Che had driven, he was unable to enter the campus and parked his car by the roadside instead. After all, the fine was just 200, which was comparable to parking fees in some areas. As the crowd gathered at the campus entrance, their attention was instantly drawn to the Lamborghini Poison parked there. What kind of car is that? Some attendees whispered. It's a Lamborghini, someone knowledgeable responded. Many began to pull out their phones to capture photos, eagerly speculating about the identity of the car's driver. Zhao Che stepped out of the vehicle, only to realize that numerous eyes were fixated on him, particularly from the female students, some of whom were snapping pictures. Zhao Che's striking looks were undeniable. Even in the entertainment industry, he would be regarded as exceptionally handsome, standing at an impressive height of 183 centimeters, making him quite popular among the ladies. He was the epitome of a tall, rich, and handsome young man. Some students even posted his pictures on the school S forum. Faced with such attention, Zhao Che could only sigh in bemusement. He soon located the registration area for the finance department and approached it directly. Hello, I'm Zhao Che, here to register. He greeted politely. Hello, Before the senior student could finish, a senior girl named Zhang Yan, who was responsible for new student registrations, pushed him aside. Hello, I'm Zhang Yan, a sophomore, and I'm in charge of new student registrations, she said warmly. Nearby, others observed the scene, one grumbling. Why wasn't he the senior so enthusiastic when I registered? What are you complaining about? He has a poison, do you? Another retorted. Look at that watch on his wrist. A Richard Mille worth $1 million. Do you have that? Without delving into other matters, it is undeniable that even without certain attributes, one's striking appearance can command attention. At the very least, they belong to the echelon of campus heartthrobs. What do you possess? Someone jested. At this moment, Zhao Che felt a twinge of awkwardness but mustered the courage to speak. Hello, senior. I am here to report for duty. I am aware. Please fill out this form first, Zhang Yan replied with a smile, handing Zhao Che a pen. Zhao Che accepted the pen and began to complete the form. Before long, he had filled it out and returned it to Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan glanced at the form and asked, Your name is Zhao Che? Zhao Che nodded in affirmation. Do you require accommodation? If so, I can show you to the dormitory. Zhang Yan continued with her characteristic warmth. After a moment's consideration, Zhao Che concluded that having a dormitory would be preferable and replied, Thank you, senior. No need for formality, just call me by my name. Zhang Yan said with a smile. Zhao Che had brought nothing with him except for his admission notice and identification card, along with a mobile phone and a bank card at most. Thus, neither of them needed to carry much. As they headed toward the dormitory, the atmosphere around them erupted. Who is he? Someone inquired. Do you know him? Another responded. I don't, but when he just got off the car, I thought he was a star invited by the school. Yet another remarked. Damn it, Zhang Yan went too far. She stole my chance. I should have acted faster. Many who had missed the opportunity lamented. Soon, someone exclaimed, Quick, let me see the form that guy filled out. It should have his phone number. Ah, yes. Hurry and show it to me. Another chimed in. No, that would be an invasion of privacy. I cannot allow that. The senior responsible for organizing the reports replied helplessly. After a prolonged standoff, the senior remained resolute, and the crowd had no choice but to relent. Meanwhile, the forum of Magic City University was ablaze with activity. The headline read, New student reports with a luxury car worth over 80 million. What identity does this new student possess? Who knows Zhao Che? Please share your WeChat or QQ. Zhao Che is the campus heartthrob of Magic City University. Does anyone have any objections? Does Zhao Che have a partner? The forum was predominantly filled with discussions about Zhao Che, even piquing the curiosity of the school's higher-ups. However, they could only uncover basic information about him, with no further details accessible due to insufficient clearance. At this moment, Zhao Che was blissfully unaware of the commotion he had inadvertently caused. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yan led Zhao Che to purchase bedding and daily necessities before arriving at the dormitory. A 4-person room where 3 of the beds were already occupied. Zhao Che was not particular, as any bed would suffice. Upon entering the dormitory, he politely greeted the others. Hello. The other 3 responded in kind. Before long, one of them stared at Zhao Che for 4 or 5 seconds before suddenly exclaiming, You are Zhao Che? Now it was Zhao Che's turn to be bewildered. You know me? He asked, puzzled. The other 2 roommates quickly caught on and scrutinized Zhao Che intently. Dude, you arrived in that luxury car, right? Another roommate quickly chimed in. Zhao Che nodded in confirmation. Bro, you are already famous at school. The forum is going wild about you, and many are searching for your contact information, the roommate explained. Zhao Che felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this, but managed to smile, saying, since you all know my name, I won't bother with an introduction. At that moment, a robust roommate spoke up. I'm Zhou Jingsong. Nice to meet you, Zhao Che replied, shaking Zhou Jingsong's hand. The other two introduced themselves as Deng Kai and Yang Qiming, and Zhao Che shook hands with them as well. Zhang Yan, standing aside, prepared to help Zhao Che arrange his bedding, but he felt a bit uncomfortable and quickly interjected, Senior, I can manage this myself. Oh, all right, Zhang Yan conceded. Feeling somewhat awkward, she contemplated leaving but wanted to add Zhao Che on WeChat, so she asked, Zhao Che, would it be convenient to add you on WeChat? If you need any assistance in the future, feel free to reach out. Before she finished speaking, her face began to flush. Zhao Che noticed her embarrassment. He was no novice, having had 2 or 3 relationships prior, so he recognized her intentions. Nevertheless, adding her on WeChat seemed harmless, so he replied, Sure. Thank you for today, Senior. Just call me by my name, Zhang Yan said with a smile. In no time, Zhao Che added Zhang Yan on WeChat, along with the WeChat accounts of his 3 roommates. Afterward, Zhang Yan took her leave. With her departure, the dormitories seemed to become even more lively. Zhao Che, how does that luxury car drive? One roommate asked. Wow, that watch of yours is incredibly stylish. Another exclaimed. What do you think of Senior Zhang Yan? Where are you all from? Do you have partners? The 4 engaged in a lively discussion as they got to know one another. As noon approached, the conversation continued. Shall we head for lunch? Someone suggested. Let's go. I'm hungry, another agreed. Zhao Che, feeling a bit peckish himself, joined the group as they made their way to the cafeteria. During their conversations, they discovered that Zhao Che was quite amiable and had a pleasant demeanor, gradually dispelling the initial awkwardness. On their way to the cafeteria, Zhou Jingsong remarked, This dreadful weather is nearly unbearable. As it was midday, the sun blazed down, and Zhao Che felt the discomfort of the heat, quickly beginning to sweat. I just heard in the group that students should not leave. There is a new student meeting this afternoon. What a nuisance, Yang Qiming said, looking disgruntled. Zhao Che was taken aback. There is a new student meeting? He asked. Yes. I'm not sure when it will end. Isn't it uncomfortable to just sit in the dorm with the air conditioning? Zhou Jingsong complained. As they walked and talked, they soon arrived at the cafeteria. The space was nearly filled to capacity, and the 4 of them grabbed some food casually. Seeing that Zhao Che's meal was similar to theirs, Zhou Jingsong remarked, Are you accustomed to this kind of food? Even rich folks eat this. Zhao Che was unsure whether they were genuinely inquiring or teasing, so he shot Zhou Jingsong a look and retorted, What else can a wealthy person eat? Glucose every day? Ha ha ha. I was just curious, Zhou Jingsong replied. Do you eat this at home as well? The others asked. Zhao Che shook his head, joking, I drink glucose at home. The 4 continued to chat and eat. A couple of times, girls approached Zhao Che asking for his WeChat, but he politely declined each time. After finishing their meal, they returned to the dormitory to enjoy the air conditioning, engaging in banter and playing games until 4:30. At which point they needed to head to the welcome party at 5. The auditorium was crowded, with people jostling for space, and the 4 friends struggled to find a spot. The welcome ceremony commenced with the usual speeches from the leaders, which were exceedingly dull. Zhao Che felt himself nearly drifting off to sleep, and the others seemed equally bored. Once the speeches concluded, performances began, one after another. Goodness gracious, Zhao. Look over there. Zhou Jingsong exclaimed, shaking Zhao Che awake. With bleary eyes, Zhao Che murmured, What is going on? They're dancing on stage. That's our school's belle, Su Lele. What do you think? Zhou Jingsong replied excitedly. Zhao Che rubbed his eyes and squinted at the stage. Which one is Su Lele? He was unfamiliar with her among the group dancing. That one, Zhou Jingsong pointed. Upon looking again, Zhao Che indeed found Su Lele captivating, slender figure, large eyes, skin as fair as snow, and a cascade of lustrous black hair, delicate like a porcelain doll. He nodded, conceding, she is quite beautiful. Exactly. So Zhao, you need to make an effort. Zhou Jingsong patted Zhao Che's shoulder. Effort? What do you mean? Zhao Che asked, perplexed. To pursue Su Lele. Zhou Jingsong stated matter-of-factly. Are you out of your mind? Why would I even consider that? Zhao Che retorted, irritated. Don't you like her? Zhou Jingsong countered. Zhao Che, disinterested, closed his eyes to return to slumber. Hey Zhao, don't sleep. I truly believe you're worthy of her. Zhou Jingsong continued to mutter. Zhao Che felt exasperated, thinking, what nonsense. Worthy of her? And you think so? The orientation event lasted about 3 hours before concluding. However, the real embarrassment awaited at the class introduction session, where each student would take the stage for self-introductions. Zhao Che and Zhou Jingsong quickly found their class, which was already bustling with students. Upon Zhao Che's entrance, an immediate hush fell over the room. With a resigned sigh, Zhao Che greeted, Hello, everyone. Zhou Jingsong waved to acknowledge the crowd. Soon, they found seats among the 50 students present. Before long, a girl entered, and everyone assumed she was a new student. To their surprise, her first words were, "Hello everyone. I am your counselor." The class collectively blinked in confusion before greeting her. "Hello, counselor." She introduced herself as Li Xian. Then came the moment of utmost awkwardness, self-introductions. "I've already introduced myself, so now I invite each of you to share your name, hometown, personality, hobbies, or anything else." Li Xian smiled. She pointed to a student at the front. "You start." The chosen freshman nervously approached the front. "Hello, everyone," they stammered, followed by a series of similar introductions from others. Finally, it was Zhao Che's turn. He felt relatively calm. "Next, please," Li Xian announced, as the previous student stepped down. Zhao Che stood and walked to the front. "Hello. I am Zhao Che, from Jinling. I'm quite laid back, and I have many hobbies, though I tend to lose interest quickly. I hope to get along well with everyone." Laughter erupted from the students, including Li Xian, who chuckled. "Well done, but perhaps losing interest quickly should be noted as part of your personality," she remarked with a grin. "Next, please." Zhao Che nodded and returned to his seat. Soon, it was Zhou Jingsong's turn. He boldly approached the stage, declaring, "Hello. I am Zhou Jingsong from my city. My personality is also fleeting, and I have many hobbies. I look forward to your camaraderie." Is he really just repeating what I said? The audience thought, bewildered. Li Xian simply nodded. Next, all was relatively normal until a female student took the stage, whose introduction took an unexpected turn. "Hello, I am Lin Momo, from Gusu. I am cheerful, gentle, caring, lively, and generous. My hobby is Zhao Che. Please take care of me," she concluded with a bow. The classroom erupted in chaos, all eyes on Zhao Che, who was momentarily taken aback. Is she bold, or what? He thought, awkwardly nodding at Lin Momo. The class introduction session stretched on until after 9 o'clock. Afterward, Zhao Che decided not to linger at school and drove back to his residence at Tangshaniping. Upon returning, he opened his phone. In WeChat, Li Xian had created a group for all students. They were chatting, and Zhao Che contributed a few comments before heading off to shower and sleep. The next morning, Zhao Che awoke early, the first order of business being his daily check-in. After several days of receiving various currencies, he was eager to see what awaited him today. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Ferrari LaFerrari hardtop, top configuration." Wow, a LaFerrari? One of the 3 divine cars. Zhao Che felt a surge of excitement. It wasn't merely the value of the luxury vehicle that thrilled him, but the rarity of the LaFerrari. Purchasing one was a challenge, often requiring a 6-month wait due to its limited availability. Retrieve, Zhao Che thought. Ding. "Large items will arrive through other channels. Please await a call," came the response. "Looks like I have to wait," Zhao Che sighed. That morning, he requested the property manager at Tangshaniping to send up some breakfast. After eating, he drove his sports car to Modi University. Although the orientation had taken place yesterday, classes had not yet commenced. Today was merely for familiarizing oneself with the campus and listening to some introductory talks from teachers. Upon arriving at the classroom, Zhao Che found most of his classmates already present. As he entered, several greeted him, including Zhou Jingsong, who had arrived early. "Hey Zhao, want to go out for lunch together?" Zhou Jingsong asked. "Sure. Who else is coming?" Zhao Che inquired. "Just a few from Lin Momo's dorm," Zhou Jingsong replied. "Wow, you're selling me out after just one day of knowing them?" Zhao Che thought, bemused. However, he had to admit that Lin Momo was indeed attractive, fitting his preferences. Yet, he hadn't considered a romantic relationship, feeling her personality was a bit too bold for that. Friendship seemed more suitable in his view. "Zhao Che, why didn't you accept my WeChat request yesterday?" Lin Momo approached him. "Oh, my apologies, I must have overlooked it." Zhao Che offered a casual excuse. He then pulled out his phone and scrolled through his friend requests, asking, "Which one are you?" Lin Momo swiftly snatched his phone and searched for a moment before tapping to accept. Since Zhao Che had joined the group, his WeChat ID had been exposed, leading to numerous friend requests flooding in that he had ignored. "Wow, it seems I have quite the competition," Lin Momo observed the list of friend requests, feeling the pressure mount. At that moment, another graceful figure entered the classroom. It was Counselor Li Xian. "Everyone, please quiet down, I have something to say," Li Xian announced as he entered the room. He spoke for about half an hour, mainly discussing the upcoming military training starting tomorrow, followed by instructions to collect the training uniforms. Shortly after, a crowd surged downstairs to retrieve their uniforms, and Zhao Che was no exception. Once they had received their military attire, everyone was free to leave. Zhao Che and a few others returned the uniforms to their classroom before heading to their dormitory. Upon returning, Zhou Jingsong and Deng Kaiyong discussed going out for a meal. To their surprise, they discovered that the others had already made plans. Thus, only Zhao Che and Zhou Jingsong went out to dine with Lin Momo and her companions. The four spent some time gaming in the dormitory when Zhao Che suddenly received a message from Lin Momo inviting him to join for dinner. He promptly replied. As Zhao Che and Zhou Zhengsong descended the stairs, they spotted Lin Momo and her two friends waiting at the dormitory entrance. One was named Zhang Ming, and the other, Sun Jiayan, was also Lin Momo's roommate and a classmate of theirs. You finally made it. What about your other two roommates? Lin Momo inquired, puzzled. They have other plans. Don't worry about them. Zhao Che waved dismissively. Lin Momo nodded and asked, where shall we go for dinner then? I'm not familiar with the area, Zhao Che admitted hastily. As he truly wasn't. If they were in Lujiazui, he would have felt more at ease. Oh, you're all unfamiliar with the place? Sun Jiayan echoed in surprise. Zhou Zhengsong stood by, seemingly indifferent. Never mind, let us just find a random place to eat, Zhao Che suggested with resignation. Everyone nodded in agreement. However, once they stepped outside, they were taken aback. Every restaurant was packed, teeming with people, primarily those out for dinner. Zhao Che was at a loss for words upon witnessing the scene. What now? Lin Momo turned to Zhao Che and asked. Zhao Che was tempted to respond. Why are you asking me? Wasn't it your idea to go out for dinner? Instead, he proposed, how about we head to Lujiazui? All right, everyone nodded. As they had little choice. What else could they do? Dine at the cafeteria. Seeing the circumstances, Zhao Che decided to drive, and Lin Momo hurriedly asked, can I ride with you? She gazed at Zhao Che with her large, pleading eyes. Of course, Zhao Che replied without hesitation. What is the point of having a sports car if not to take someone along? He thought, as long as one has the looks, anyone could join him. Observing this, Zhou Zhengsong chimed in, Brother Che, can I join too? Without a second thought, Zhao Che retorted, scram. Old Zhao, you prioritize looks over friendship. Zhou Qisong complained from the side. Subsequently, Zhou Qisong and the two girls opted to take a taxi to Lujiazui, while Zhao Che drove Lin Momo in his vehicle. As soon as they got into the car, Zhao Che noticed that Lin Momo didn't seem as carefree as before. She appeared slightly nervous. To lighten the mood, he teased, I heard the air conditioning in luxury cars isn't that great. What do you think? Lin Momo, quick to respond, said, I think the air conditioning in this car is quite good. All right then, I was worried it wouldn't be sufficient, Zhao Che chuckled. At that moment, Lin Momo realized the implication of his words, and her face flushed a deeper shade of red. Zhao Che drove back to Tangchini Pin. Upon arrival, Lin Momo asked, what are we doing here? I live here, Zhao Che explained. I isn't it a bit early? Besides, they are still waiting for us. How can we? Lin Momo's expression was one of embarrassment and indignation, but she was interrupted by Zhao Che. Wait. What on earth are you thinking? I'm just here to switch cars. It would be uncomfortable with so many people, Zhao Che clarified with exasperation. Oh, is that so? Lin Momo finally understood. Zhao Che shook his head in disbelief. He parked his car in the garage, switched to another vehicle, and then headed to the global center to pick up Zhou Zhengsong and the others before casually finding a restaurant for dinner. Chapter 11, System Memory. Zhao Che chose a well-regarded restaurant, Hongji Private Kitchen, and parked the car. The five of them entered directly. Old Zhao, nice ride. Is that a Rolls Royce? Zhou Zhengsong remarked, examining the Cullinan as he got out. Zhao Che nodded, this is the Cullinan. Indeed, it's quite impressive. The price must not be as outrageous as that previous car of yours, Zhou Zhengsong inquired seriously. The price is reasonable, not as exaggerated, Zhao Che responded patiently. I think this car has ample space, is comfortable to sit in, and looks stable. When I have money in the future, I'll definitely get one. Zhou Zhengsong remarked as they walked towards the restaurant. How much did you spend on this car? Zhou Zhengsong asked again. About $1 million, Zhao Che replied straightforwardly. What? How much? Zhou Zhengsong exclaimed in disbelief, looking at Yin Huan. About 10 million, Zhao Che reiterated calmly. 10 million? This isn't just a Cullinan. This is a family's fortune. Zhou Zhengsong exclaimed, bewildered. I only knew Rolls-Royce was a luxury brand, but I didn't realize it was this extravagant. 2 to 3 million was the limit of my imagination, Zhou Zhengsong mused, reflecting on the disparity between people. Once inside the restaurant, they immediately requested a private room and had the waiter bring the menu. Zhao Che opened the menu and ordered a couple of dishes before passing it to Lin Momo. She glanced at the menu and was taken aback by the prices. Oil-fried shrimp, 588, sweet and sour pork ribs, 558, 8 treasure duck, 628. Seeing these prices left Lin Momo speechless. It felt like a black market. So she quietly passed the menu to her roommate, Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming took a glance and then handed it to Sun Jiayan. Zhao Che, oblivious to the prices and forgetting that they were still students, realized that this might be too extravagant for them. This oversight was his fault. Zhao Che joked, what's wrong? Are you all not ordering because you want to save money for me? It was clear he meant for them to feel free to order, as he would cover the bill. Yet, despite his encouragement, the three girls remained fixated on the menu, seemingly lost in thought. Zhao Che, noticing this, took the menus from their hands and said with a smile, You've been given the chance to feast at my expense, and yet you still hesitate? He then asked, shall we have fish? The four nodded in unison. Zhao Che added a grilled fish to their order. Do you like it spicy? The three girls nodded again. While Zhou Jingsong shook his head adamantly. No, I don't eat spicy. Well, I do. If you can't handle it, just order some tea to cool off. Zhao Che teased. Soon, their dishes arrived, and they were beautifully presented and delicious. Wow, it seems this restaurant isn't cheap. We want to leave without spending at least 1,000 today, Zhou Jingsong remarked while eating. 1,000? At this moment, everyone remembered that he hadn't even looked at the menu. After finishing their meal, Zhao Che voluntarily paid the bill, which totaled over 4,000 for 7 dishes. Old Zhao, how much is it? I should cover my share. Zhou Jingsong wiped his mouth. No need. You can treat me next time. Zhao Che waved his hand dismissively. At this moment, Lin Momo also spoke to Zhao Che, suggesting they go Dutch, acknowledging the exorbitant cost. Really, there's no need for that. Sharing a meal is just slapping me in the face. Zhao Che replied with a hint of resignation. Oh dear. Zhou Jingsong exclaimed as he snatched the bill from Zhao Che's hand. 4,000 for a single meal. Even Lin Momo and her friends, who had perused the menu beforehand, were taken aback by the staggering price, as it's likely more than a typical university student's monthly allowance. All right. I already said I would treat you all. There's no need to persist. Zhao Che waved his hand dismissively. Seeing that Zhao Che had made his stance clear, the group fell silent. What shall we do now? Head back to school? Zhou Jingsong inquired, looking at Zhao Che. Why would we go back to school? Is there something happening this afternoon? Lin Momo interjected quickly. How about I treat you to a movie instead? Lin Momo suggested, turning her gaze toward Yin Huan. Sounds great. What movie are we watching? Zhou Jingsong eagerly chimed in before Zhao Che could respond. Lin Momo seemed not to hear Zhou Jingsong's answer. Her large eyes fixed on Zhao Che, eagerly awaiting his reply. Sure, what movie shall we see? Zhao Che echoed. I heard that Wolf Warrior 2 is quite good. Let's check it out. Zhou Jingsong hurriedly added. Wolf Warrior 2? Zhao Che pondered, a sense of confusion washing over him. He felt he had seen the film before, but the specifics eluded him. When was Wolf Warrior 2 released? Zhao Che asked, perplexed. Just a couple of days ago. It's all the rage online right now, Zhou Jingsong excitedly explained. A couple of days ago? Zhao Che could vaguely recall the plot of Wolf Warrior 2, wondering if he had encountered clips of it online previously. Meanwhile, Lin Momo cast a sharp glance at Zhou Jingsong, silently muttering to herself that she had hoped for a sweet romantic film, not Wolf Warrior 2. All right then, let's go watch it. Zhao Che nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, they exited the restaurant, with Zhao Che driving his Cullinan toward the nearby cinema. Lin Momo purchased a ticket for Zhao Che and a bucket of popcorn, while the others bought their own snacks. Once they entered the theater, Zhao Che realized that he and Lin Momo were seated together, while the others were in a row in front of them. Lin Momo noticed Zhao Che's realization and let out a playful chuckle. Zhao Che chose not to comment. Before long, the film commenced. After about half an hour, Zhao Che became increasingly certain that he had indeed seen this movie before, intensifying his curiosity about when it had been. He racked his brain for an answer, suddenly recalling a chilling realization. It was from the dream he had that morning. Despite the time elapsed, the dream remained vivid in his memory. Not for its content, but for the societal trajectory it depicted, as he had felt like an observer within it. System, was that dream orchestrated by you? Zhao Che mentally inquired. Beep. Upon selecting a host, this system provides a segment of memory, which is a simulation of future trajectories based on global information, the system responded. Hearing this, Zhao Che felt a wave of relief wash over him. System, is the future trajectory you predicted entirely accurate? Zhao Che asked again in his mind. Beep. The future trajectory is solely based on this system's projections. Accuracy cannot be quantified, but the correctness of societal trends will not fall below 95%. Chapter 12, Military Training Commences. With the system's reply, Zhao Che's spirits soared. If I know the societal trends for the next few years, could I potentially make a fortune? He mused internally. Suddenly, Lin Momo turned to Zhao Che, noticing his eyes were closed. She gently shook his arm and asked, Zhao Che, if you're tired, why not head back to rest? Hearing her concern, Zhao Che opened his eyes. I'm fine, I was just pondering some things. This movie is quite good, let's keep watching. He replied with a smile. Satisfied that Zhao Che was all right, Lin Momo nodded and resumed watching the film, though she occasionally stole glances at him. He's so handsome. How can someone be so attractive, have such a good temperament, be gentle, polite, and caring? How on earth can I win his heart? Lin Momo thought to herself. She had initially assumed Zhao Che would be aloof, but after today's meal, she realized he was nothing of the sort. He was humorous and easygoing, never getting upset at playful banter, and always treated others with grace. Even during lunch, when she and her friends expressed concern over the expensive dishes, he graciously offered to pay. Lin Momo's admiration for him grew with each passing thought. However, The realization that so many others were vying for Zhao Che's attention dampened her spirits, causing her brows to furrow. Meanwhile, Zhao Che noticed Lin Momo frowning and staring at him. "What's wrong?" he asked. Startled from her reverie, Lin Momo quickly replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Just lost in thought. Yes. Thinking about some things." Zhao Che chose not to press further and continued watching the film. Undoubtedly, Wolf Warrior 2 was an exceptional film. Even though Zhao Che felt he had seen it in his dream, it still stirred his blood. After the movie concluded, the group strolled around Lujiazui for a while before finding a barbecue restaurant to grab a bite. The sky had darkened by then, and Lin Momo and her friends prepared to head back to school. Just then, Zhou Zhengsong, patting his full belly, suggested, "Old Zhao, what do you say we hit a bar? Aren't you going back to school?" Zhao Che inquired. "We have military training tomorrow. You all should enjoy the bar tonight, and be alert for training tomorrow." Lin Momo shot Zhou Zhengsong a disapproving glance. However, her inner thoughts were, "No way. Don't take my Zhao Che to those kinds of places. They're filled with temptations. Never mind. It's getting late. You all should head back to school." Zhao Che declined. Lin Momo's gaze toward Zhao Che grew warmer. Indeed, her Zhao Che had no interest in such places, she thought. Meanwhile, Zhao Che pondered that going to a bar would require a different kind of vehicle. Why take the Cullinan? "All right, fine," Zhou Zhengsong relented. Afterward, Zhao Che drove them back to school. "I've been your chauffeur all day," Zhao Che joked, prompting expressions of gratitude from his friends. Once alone, Zhao Che returned to his residence at Tang Cheni Pin. Just as he arrived, his phone buzzed. It was his old classmate, Chen Shi, casually chatting and suggesting they hang out sometime. Zhao Che readily agreed, as he and Chen Shi had been childhood friends. The next day, Zhao Che had the butler prepare some simple meals for him. After eating, he drove his vehicle to school. Today's attendance was once again a matter of currency. Zhao Che eagerly anticipated the arrival of his Ferrari LaFerrari. The school was less crowded today, allowing Zhao Che to park his car directly in the school lot. Shortly thereafter, the entire class gathered on the playground, and Zhao Che was naturally among them. Soon, a tall instructor, approximately 1.8 meters in height and possessing a well-proportioned physique, approached. "Greetings, I am Qian Bin. From this day forth, I shall be your coach. Here, you are required to adhere to only 2 directives. The first is to obey commands, and the second is to resolutely obey commands. I treat all of you equally. Do not presume that your identities or backgrounds outside this realm grant you any distinction. Here, you are solely my trainees. Stand at attention." Qian Bin commanded. All promptly complied. "At ease, right turn. Today, we shall commence with a warm-up. A 2,000-meter run, beginning now." Suddenly, Qian Bin blew the whistle. Some were still processing the command, while others had already sprinted several meters ahead. Zhao Che was no exception, joining the throng. With his robust stamina, cultivated from regular workouts in his family's home gym, the 2,000-meter run posed little challenge for him, unlike for many of his peers. Zhao Che finished among the first, while others gradually completed the distance, most panting heavily, with some collapsing onto the playground. For those unaccustomed to running, a 2,000-meter dash could indeed feel like a near-death experience. However, mere moments after a brief respite, they plunged into further training. When the break finally arrived, a throng of girls surged onto the field, all bringing water for Zhao Che. Bewildered, he thought, "Do I possess such charm?" Yet, the overwhelming attention was somewhat burdensome. Nearby, other boys gnashed their teeth in envy. Zhao Che could only manage an awkward smile and nod at the water bearers, saying, "Thank you all, but there is too much for me to drink. You may keep some for yourselves." It wasn't just the boys who were seething. Even the first-year female trainees seemed to share that sentiment, their jealousy palpable as they glared at the group delivering water. Unbeknownst to Zhao Che, Lin Momo, among them, silently seethed at the sight of the girls vying for his attention. Many others on the field mirrored her disdainful gaze. Amidst the crowd, Zhao Che spotted a familiar face, Zhang Yan, who had escorted him to his dormitory on the day of enrollment. With a resigned sigh, he accepted the milk tea she offered. "Thank you, Senior Zhang Yan," he said. "No need to mention it." She replied, a hint of shyness in her smile. "Everyone, please head back. There is no need to bring me water anymore," Zhao Che stated, his tone tinged with exasperation. As the crowd dispersed, their eyes lingered on Zhang Yan. Resembling wolves eyeing a prophet, their intentions unmistakable. Days rolled by, and the same scene repeated itself. At every break, girls came rushing to deliver water, leaving Zhao Che speechless. Chapter 13. Withdrawal from military training. Having endured 3 consecutive days of military training, Zhao Che could no longer bear the incessant attention. Thus, he sought out his counselor, Li Xian, and directly expressed his desire to withdraw from the training. As Zhao Che's counselor, Li Xian was well aware of the recent happenings and was taken aback by Zhao Che's unexpected popularity. "But why?" she inquired. Zhao Che concocted a casual excuse. "My hometown is undergoing demolition, and I must return to divide the land. This rationale elicited a chuckle from Li Xian, who retorted, be serious. Come on, Li teacher. How could you not know what's going on? Zhao Che replied, slightly exasperated. Li Xian, neither agreeing nor refusing, stated, you're speaking with me. I can't grant leave on my own. If you wish to take sick leave, I can approve that, but wanting to withdraw from military training is beyond my authority. Then who should I approach? Zhao Che asked, perplexed. Li Xian responded, follow me. You can't blame me if there's no leave. Subsequently, Zhao Che accompanied Li Xian to the office of the department head. Upon entering, they encountered an elderly gentleman, approximately 50 years of age. This man was Wang Yihai, the dean of the financial department at Modi University. Upon hearing their entrance, Li Xian spoke first, Dean. Zhao Che followed suit with a greeting. Wang Yihai nodded. What brings you here? Before Li Xian could respond, Zhao Che interjected, I wish to withdraw from military training. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yihai, who had been engrossed in work, lifted his gaze and asked, why? What is your reason? His tone remained neutral. Li Xian then recounted the events of the past few days to the dean. Oh, you are Zhao Che? Wang Yihai's interest peaked slightly. Zhao Che nodded. However, your reasoning is insufficient to warrant withdrawal from military training, Wang Yihai replied, shaking his head. Dean, I have heard that the school's finances are currently strained. Personally, I would like to contribute a donation of 10 million to the university as a token of my support, Zhao Che stated after careful consideration. Li Xian, standing nearby, was taken aback. Wasn't he just here to request leave? How did the conversation shift to donations, and for a sum as substantial as 10 million? Wang Yihai, seated at his desk, scrutinized Zhao Che and inquired, are you attempting to buy your leave with 10 million? Zhao Che shook his head, clarifying. This is merely a student wishing to make a contribution to the university. Whether or not I receive leave is inconsequential. Making a contribution is what truly matters. Wang Yihai chuckled heartily at Zhao Che's response, impressed by his demeanor. What an extraordinary young man, well-spoken and composed. Who are your parents? I may know your father or grandfather, Wang Yihai inquired with curiosity. Li Xian, standing nearby, felt a mix of understanding and confusion. Was this conversation about leave or about family ties? Zhao Che, grasping the underlying implications, decided to be forthright. Knowing he would be at this institution for 4 years, if they were aware of his background, it might facilitate his journey. My father, Zhao Huilong, is the current chairman of Huatian Heavy Industry. My mother, Li Yalan, serves on the board of Mingyang International Trade. My aunt, Zhao Huilin, is the chairperson of the Qing Su law firm. My uncle, Zhao Huiyao, is the deputy committee member of Jiangxi province. And my grandfather, Zhao Hanlin, is the minister of the Ministry of Justice of Xia. Do you happen to know any of them, Dean Wang? Zhao Che stated with a smile. By revealing such a lineage, Zhao Che aimed to assert a subtle dominance, implying that should he require assistance, these individuals would be inclined to help, thereby suggesting a mutually beneficial relationship. Wang Yihai's expression shifted as he processed the names, eventually responding, Ah, so you are from the Zhao family. No wonder you possess such remarkable qualities. However, his tone indicated that he likely did not recognize any of them, merely offering a flattering remark. Li Xian stood in stunned silence, having initially believed Zhao Che's family might possess some wealth, but never imagined he hailed from such an illustrious lineage. With a background like that, even the dean would be compelled to treat him with utmost respect. His grandfather, Zhao Hanlin, was a true power broker in the Daxia dynasty, presiding over national legal affairs and serving as a state counselor. In contrast, the position of principal was merely a nominal title, with authority limited to the school itself. The Minister of Justice, even if of the same rank as a provincial governor or other ministers, was someone no one dared to offend, as who could guarantee that they had never engaged in any unlawful activities. In response to Wang Yihai's praise, Zhao Che merely smiled and remarked that the dean was overstating things. However, he still intended to make the donation, as it represented the heartfelt intentions of a student. At that moment, Wang Yihai thought to himself that this Zhao family lad was indeed a cunning little fox, insisting on making a donation to avoid owing him a favor. Yet, he could not voice these thoughts and instead smiled, expressing gratitude on behalf of the school for Zhao Che's generous intent. However, he continued to shake his head, citing Zhao Lao's dedication to the nation, thus making it difficult for them to accept the money. Li Xian, puzzled, remarked that Zhao Che had not displayed this kind of reluctance when others had offered donations, and he had seemed quite pleased when Zhao Che first proposed his contribution. Zhao Che, naturally, could not acquiesce to her expectations and replied, Dean Wang, as I mentioned upon my arrival, I am making this 10 million donation on my own behalf. With no connection to my grandfather, I simply wish to see the school flourish. Indeed, a little fox, Wang Yihai mused internally, realizing that Zhao Che had set the stage perfectly. With no other choice, Wang Yihai reluctantly provided the school's account details to Zhao Che. who promptly transferred the 10 million into the school's account. Zhao Che understood that monetary transactions could settle matters without the necessity of favors, while avoiding expenditure often incurred the obligation of such. After completing the transfer, Zhao Che bid farewell to Wang Yihai and departed, with Li Xian following closely behind. What is going on? Did you manage to get your leave or not? Li Xian queried, baffled. Rest assured, I did manage to get my leave. Zhao Che replied with a smile. As they walked, Li Xian whispered to Zhao Che, I feel like something is amiss with Dean Wang today. What seems off? Zhao Che inquired with curiosity. In the past, whenever someone donated to the school, he was always elated. Yet today, despite your generous 10 million contribution, he displayed no signs of happiness, Li Xian explained. Indeed, it would be strange if he were happy, Zhao Che responded casually. What do you mean by that? Li Xian pressed. Without answering, Zhao Che simply waved goodbye and headed towards the parking lot, prompting Li Xian to glare at him in exasperation. Don't forget about class after military training. Chapter 14, Registering a Company. After leaving the school, Zhao Che returned to Tangshan Yiping. His decision to withdraw from military training stemmed not only from the awkwardness of receiving too much water from the girls, but also from the insights granted by the memories bestowed by the system, which revealed the trends of the era. In 2017, numerous opportunities for investment and growth existed, while others may have been dabbling in various industries. They were limited by a lack of substantial financial backing. Zhao Che, however, possessed the means to seize these opportunities. Upon returning, Zhao Che called his aunt, Zhao Huilin. The call connected swiftly. Hello, Annie, do you know of any reliable headhunting firms or talented management professionals? He inquired as soon as she answered. What are you up to? Zhao Huilin asked. I want to start a company, Zhao Che stated candidly. Start a company? Do you have the funds? Zhao Huilin pressed. Oh, Auntie, don't worry about that. Just help me out, Zhao Che replied in a somewhat playful tone. All right, but does your mother know? Zhao Huilin questioned. She doesn't know? You're the first I'm telling about my plans to start a company. You must keep it a secret, Zhao Che insisted with a smile. Enough of this nonsense. Focus on your studies first. You can think about starting a company after graduation. If your father wants to invest in one for you, I can help, Zhao Huilin advised. Auntie, don't you trust me? Zhao Che countered. I do trust you, but your priority now should be your education, she gently admonished. Please, just help me find a reliable headhunting firm, and I promise I will make you proud, Zhao Che assured her earnestly. Fine, Zhao Huilin relented after some persuasion. And remember, don't tell my parents. I'm reaching out to you because I want to keep this under wraps, Zhao Che reminded her once more. Okay, I won't tell them, Zhao Huilin agreed before hanging up. About 5 minutes later, Zhao Che received a text from Zhao Huilin, providing the contact information for a headhunting firm in Modu. He promptly called them, outlining his requirements. When asked for the name of his company, Zhao Che hesitated and responded. It hasn't been registered yet. The line fell silent, as the headhunting firm likely perceived this as an unusual circumstance. Zhao Che quickly reassured them, rest assured. The company will be registered soon, and I can transfer the fees to you now. Additionally, I require only management-level talents. We can discuss professional talents later. I intend to have a registered capital of 5 billion, he elaborated. The conversation resumed, and the firm agreed to his terms. Zhao Che finally let out a sigh of relief. The following morning, Zhao Che arrived at the financial building in Modu, where he proceeded to rent 3 floors, each measuring 1,000 square meters at a cost of 6 million, totaling 16 million for floors 36, 37, and 38. Subsequently, he visited a company that assists with business registrations and named his venture Juxing Investment Holdings Limited. What would usually take over a month to process was completed in just 3 days, though the declaration of 5 billion in capital astonished them. As Zhao Che retained 100% ownership, news of Juxing Investment's 5 billion capital quickly spread. After wrapping up these affairs, Zhao Che felt an unexpected lightness. Just then, his phone rang. It was the Ferrari dealership, notifying him that his LaFerrari had arrived and was ready for pickup. Zhao Che hailed a taxi to the Ferrari dealership, where he signed a few contracts and prepared to drive away with his new car. At that moment, a man entered the dealership, calling out for Mr. Huang. This individual appeared to be in his mid-30s, looking somewhat disheveled. Manager Gua, Mr. Huang is not here and won't be coming. You should leave, otherwise I'll have to call security, an employee interjected. Zhao Che, puzzled, glanced at the nearby salesperson and inquired, Who is that? The salesperson whispered discreetly, Mr. Zhao, please don't take offense. That man is our former general manager, Gua Xiong. He was let go by our boss and frequently comes here to cause trouble. Zhao Che nodded, realizing the situation. Do you know why he was dismissed? Upon hearing Zhao Che's inquiry, the salesperson appeared to possess some knowledge, yet chose to remain reticent, merely shaking his head and stating, Mr. Zhao, the truth of the matter eludes us as well. What we know is largely based on hearsay. We are unaware of the actual reasons. Zhao Che pressed further, inquiring, "What about Manager Gua?" The salesperson replied, "I'm not quite sure. I haven't had any direct interactions with him, but I have heard that he is quite competent." Taking this into consideration, Zhao Che refrained from further questioning and proceeded directly towards Guoxiong, extending his hand in greeting. "Hello," he said. Guoxiong, taken aback by the sudden approach, responded by shaking Zhao Che's hand and saying, "Hello, who might you be?" Zhao Che responded candidly, "I was wondering if Manager Guo would be interested in sitting down for a chat." His interest in Guoxiong stemmed from the latter's impressive capabilities. After all, he had previously held the position of general manager. It is worth noting that this general manager was not merely overseeing a single dealership. The Ferrari 4S store belonged to a company called Tianluan, which had secured the dealership rights for numerous automobile brands in the bustling metropolis, boasting a market value in the hundreds of billions. It was evident that anyone capable of leading such an enterprise was not to be underestimated. Hence Zhao Che's desire to recruit him. However, upon hearing Zhao Che's proposition, Guoxiong's brow furrowed. "Did Huang Jijun send you?" he asked, his tone tinged with displeasure. Unfazed by Guoxiong's demeanor, Zhao Che replied candidly, "I came here today to pick up my car. As for Huang Jijun, I do not know him." He added with a smile, gesturing towards the LaFerrari parked nearby. It was then that Guoxiong noticed the striking LaFerrari. "My apologies. I mistook you for someone sent by Huang Jijun," he admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "Would you be interested in discussing matters with me now, Manager Gua?" Zhao Che inquired directly. "Well, all right," Guoxiong sighed, eventually acquiescing. Following this, Zhao Che drove off in the LaFerrari, with Guoxiong trailing in his somewhat weathered Mercedes. Zhao Che located a restaurant where they both parked and alighted from their vehicles. Chapter 15, Guoxiong joins. Recognizing the need for sustenance during their discussions, Zhao Che chose a restaurant where they reserved a private room and ordered a selection of dishes. Zhao Che initiated the conversation. "May I ask, Manager Gua, what brings you here today?" Upon hearing this, Guoxiong's demeanor visibly shifted to one of despondency. "Alas, Mr. Zhao, to be candid, I was indeed the general manager of Tianluan, but I have recently been dismissed. Please refrain from calling me Manager Gua. Just call me Guoxiong," he responded. Zhao Che smiled and said, "You may call me Zhao Che." Guoxiong nodded and continued, "I spent 7 years at Tianluan, eventually ascending to the position of general manager. By last year, I had amassed over 5 million, planning to purchase a home. However, Huang Jijun suggested I forego that and instead offered me a company-owned residence. Subsequently, he presented an enticing investment opportunity, and given our amicable relationship at the time, I was unwittingly persuaded to trust him. I thought it would be a lucrative venture and managed to gather a total of 7 million, investing alongside him. Initially, we were promised a stake in an automotive modification factory, which we visited together and found promising, leading me to invest my funds. Yet, in less than a month, he vanished, and all lines of communication were severed," Guoxiong lamented. Zhao Che was taken aback and inquired, "And who exactly is Huang Jijun?" "Huang Jijun is the brother of Huang Jigang, the chairman of Tianluan. Yet, who would have known that he would abscond with the funds?" Guoxiong replied, "I placed too much trust in him. I lost my job and my marriage," Guoxiong said, tears beginning to well in his eyes. "May I ask why you were dismissed? Did Huang Jigang not provide you with any compensation?" Zhao Che asked, puzzled. "Compensation? After I inquired about Huang Jijun's whereabouts 2 or 3 times, I was summarily dismissed. Not only was there no compensation, but I was also met with a barrage of excuses and received no severance pay," Guoxiong explained with a bitter smile. Feeling sympathy for his plight, Zhao Che asked, "Do you have a resume?" Guoxiong, taken aback, responded, "A resume?" Zhao Che nodded. "My apologies, I didn't bring a physical copy. Would a digital version suffice?" Guoxiong asked, somewhat apprehensively. "Of course," Zhao Che affirmed. The two exchanged WeChat information, and Guoxiong promptly sent over his digital resume. "A master's degree in business administration from Kyoto University?" Zhao Che exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. As he perused the rest of the resume, he noted its impressive quality. "Your resume is quite remarkable. May I ask why you have been unable to secure employment for such an extended period?" Zhao Che asked directly. "Alas, family matters have taken a toll. Upon learning of my financial loss and subsequent dismissal, my ex-wife insisted on filing for divorce. I had hoped to find a job that matched my previous salary to win her back. I interviewed with several companies, but they were not in need of senior management. They already had plenty of candidates for promotion and saw no need to bring in an outsider. Ultimately, we divorced, and when my mother learned of my situation, she fell ill and passed away last month. I have lost everything and am now burdened with debt," Guoxiong said, self-deprecatingly. Zhao Che, moved by his story, remarked, "Misfortunes often befall those already suffering." "My condolences," Zhao Che said sincerely. "Haha, it's nothing. I have grown accustomed to it. Thank you for treating me to this meal. I should take my leave now," Guoxiong said with a wry smile, preparing to stand. Wait a moment. Would you be interested in working for my company? Zhao Che asked directly. At this, Guoxiong paused in his tracks. Observing his reaction, Zhao Che continued, my company has just been registered and has yet to commence operations. The registered capital is 5 billion. If you are willing to join, I can offer you the position of interim general manager. Should you meet the targets I set within the stipulated time frame, the position of general manager will be yours. Would you be interested in learning more? Guoxiong was momentarily taken aback. Are you serious? His evident astonishment did not escape Zhao Che's notice, though he remained unfazed. If Guoxiong truly possessed the requisite skills, Zhao Che was keen to lend a hand and act as a patron. Absolutely. Why would I deceive you? If you search online, you should be able to find information about it. The company is named Jushing Investment Holdings Limited, Zhao Che said with a smile. Realizing he had momentarily lost his composure, Guoxiong quickly apologized. I didn't mean to imply otherwise. Not a problem. Shall we discuss this further? Zhao Che suggested. The two then settled into a conversation. What type of business is the company planning to undertake? Guoxiong inquired directly. Jushing will focus solely on investment and holdings. I will establish other subsidiaries to manage operations. As for the specific business ventures, I cannot disclose that just yet, but you will learn soon enough once you join, Zhao Che explained. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. I am eager to join Jushing, Guoxiong replied promptly. Seeing this, Zhao Che felt a surge of joy, having finally secured his first recruit. Please send me your bank account details, Zhao Che instructed Guoxiong. After all, you are now the general manager of Jushing. We cannot allow things to remain as they are. Guoxiong appeared somewhat embarrassed. Consider it in advance on your salary. You are preparing to join Jushing after all. Zhao Che teased. Soon, Guoxiong sent his account information, and Zhao Che promptly transferred 5 million to him. Guoxiong stared at the notification of 5 million arriving in his bank account, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Dong, this is an excessive amount, isn't it? Not at all. First, let's replace your car. You shouldn't continue driving that one. Then, procure a new wardrobe, take some well-deserved rest, and adjust your state of mind. At 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow, at the financial tower in Magic City, I've arranged for a few candidates through a headhunter for us to meet, Zhao Che advised. Guoxiong nodded in agreement and departed. Zhao Che then drove his LaFerrari back to the Tangshan Yiping. Upon his return, he felt an immense sense of relief. The past few days had been exhausting, filled with renting office space and establishing the company, leading to a great deal of fatigue. Thus, after a quick shower, Zhao Che went to bed. The following morning, Zhao Che rose early, quickly signed in, and received yet another unremarkable sum, this time 10 million euros, though he found it somewhat acceptable. In the afternoon, he drove his LaFerrari to the racetrack. To be honest, Zhao Che's driving skills had significantly improved, placing him among the top amateurs. He thoroughly enjoyed his day, growing increasingly eager for the interview scheduled for the next day. Chapter 16, Company Operations. At 8 o'clock, the sky outside had brightened considerably. Zhao Che's phone chimed, indicating that it was time to rise, as today was the day he had arranged for interviews with the headhunting firm. After preparing himself and having a simple breakfast, he made his way to the office. Today, Zhao Che drove the Poison, alternating with the LaFerrari from the previous day. While driving, he suddenly remembered he hadn't signed in yet, and hastily recited the sign-in mantra in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a villa in Huazhou Jun Court, Magic City, measuring 500 square meters. That's quite an impressive reward, Zhao Che mused internally. He recalled that this villa was not inexpensive, typically valued at around 7 to 800 million. Given the substantial rewards he had accumulated from signing in over time, this was undoubtedly the most valuable one yet. A good omen indeed. It seemed fortune was on his side today. Soon, Zhao Che arrived at the financial tower and, upon entering the underground parking garage, spotted Guoxiong, who had just finished parking his car. Guoxiong noticed the Poison but, not recognizing Zhao Che inside, merely glanced at it before heading toward the elevator. Zhao Che parked swiftly and followed suit. As he arrived, the elevator doors opened, and Guoxiong finally recognized Zhao Che, greeting him with a good morning. Zhao Che reciprocated, and they entered the elevator together. In no time, they reached the 38th floor. The office supplies were all set up, but they were still awaiting personnel. Zhao Che turned to Guoxiong and said, "We need to expedite the hiring process. The company must commence operations promptly. Salaries can be adjusted upwards by 5 to 10%. As for senior management and specialized personnel, I'll provide you with the headhunter's contact number shortly. You can discuss it with him." He promptly delegated the task to Guoxiong, who confidently accepted the responsibility. Zhao Che then arranged an office for Guoxiong, the second largest, with the largest reserved for himself. Even in Zhao Che's absence, that office would remain his. Once Guoxiong was settled, he immediately turned on his computer and began posting job advertisements on several platforms. By around 9:30, candidates began to arrive for interviews. Each one engaged in brief conversations. And since Zhao Che had entrusted the headhunter with sourcing high-end talent, all the candidates were capable individuals. A total of 10 candidates arrived, and Zhao Che retained 7 of them, including Zhao Che and Guoxiong. The company now comprised 9 members. At noon, Zhao Che treated them to lunch to foster camaraderie. He had prepared contracts in advance, and everyone signed them without hesitation. They agreed to commence work the following day, marking the official launch of the company's operations. Everyone was eager, recognizing this as a golden opportunity, as platforms with a registered capital of 5 billion were rare. Zhao Che then returned to Tangshan, having yet to find time to visit the villa at Huazhou Court. Once back, he hurriedly prepared 5 PowerPoint presentations, albeit in a rather rudimentary manner, focusing only on the essentials due to time constraints. If he aimed for more detailed presentations, completing just one would take an entire day. He toiled away until past 2 in the morning, finally finishing. The next morning at 8, Zhao Che rose early again, had a light breakfast, and headed to the office. Upon arrival, he discovered that everyone else was already present. Seeing their enthusiasm filled him with satisfaction. He promptly sent a message in the WeChat group, calling for a meeting in the conference room. In no time, everyone gathered in the conference room. Zhao Che sat at the head of the table, with Guoxiong beside him, while the others took their seats. Thank you all for joining our family at Juxing. When I named this company Juxing, my intention was to gather brilliant stars, both individuals and enterprises, reflecting our ambition. I hope we can all strive together to live up to our aspirations, Zhao Che proclaimed passionately from his elevated position. Now, I won't elaborate further on that. You're all curious about how we plan to utilize our substantial registered capital. Last night, I hastily prepared 5 PowerPoint presentations, which are quite basic. The content within them outlines our initial steps, but please hold off on reviewing them for now. Let me first introduce the company's operational direction, Zhao Che continued earnestly. Our primary focus will be online ventures, including investments in short videos, television series, films, live broadcasts, variety shows, and advertising. However, we must also consider offline initiatives. Therefore, I've prepared another set of 5 presentations. While offline development can proceed with available funds, online growth necessitates strong channels, so I urge everyone to put in their utmost effort. Zhao Che concluded, feeling parched after his lengthy speech, realizing why teachers often kept a glass of water nearby during lectures. After finishing, he scanned the room and addressed a 27 or 28-year-old woman. Lu Jinhua, you previously worked at a digital company. Would you be willing to assume the role of online department manager at Juxing? Zhao Che inquired directly. Lu Jinhua, taken aback, quickly responded, rest assured, Zhao Dong. I will give it my all, nodding emphatically. Very well, Zhao Che acknowledged with a nod. He then turned to another candidate, asking, Lu Chao, you have experience in brand promotion. Would you like to take on the position of offline department manager at Juxing? Lu Chao did not hesitate and readily accepted. Now that we have established department managers for both online and offline sectors, it's time for me to present the PowerPoint presentations I painstakingly prepared last night, Zhao Che joked. He opened the first presentation, which focused on a milk tea project. Can anyone name some popular milk tea brands? Zhao Che prompted. Quickly, responses came from the audience. Xiangpiao Piao, Yulamai, Assam, among others. Zhao Che simply smiled and shook his head, continuing, what else? Soon, a girl initiated the conversation, saying Cocoa, just a little. At this moment, Zhao Che nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was indeed the milk tea brand we were here to discuss today. Our task is to seize the market. Perhaps you are all familiar with milk tea, yet may not be well acquainted with its brands. Currently, the majority of milk tea brands in our country originate from Taiwan, while the mainland's establishments predominantly feature individual brands. Thus, this presents us with an opportune moment. Chapter 17, Project Introduction. While there are already numerous branded milk tea shops in the country, many have yet to gain traction. Our mission is to swiftly capture the market, embedding our brand in the hearts of the public so that whenever they think of milk tea, our brand comes to mind. Furthermore, we hold significant advantages in comparison to them. We possess ample financial resources to rapidly expand our market presence, Zhao Che passionately articulated. Do you truly know what is most crucial in establishing a milk tea brand? Zhao Che inquired. The audience momentarily fell silent, and seizing the opportunity, Zhao Che poured himself a glass of water and took a hefty sip, muttering to himself about the exhaustion of meetings, his throat parched. After finishing his drink, he returned and asked, do you know what is most important? In unison, the crowd responded, flavor. Zhao Che shook his head, stating, the most vital aspect of milk tea is hygiene, followed by marketing, then packaging, and only lastly, flavor. Hygiene is currently paramount in the entire food and beverage industry. Should any issues arise, they could jeopardize the entire brand. Thus, hygiene must remain our top priority. Secondly, marketing is crucial. Consider how foreign bottled water commands such high prices, yet continues to sell well. It is due to effective marketing. As for the third point, packaging, you may find it perplexing, but I believe it to be extremely important. The appearance of the milk tea cup must be appealing, as the primary consumer base consists of women. In recent years, with the rise of smartphones, taking photos and sharing them has become paramount, with some women purchasing milk tea solely for the sake of capturing the moment. And as for flavor, it goes without saying that deliciousness will undoubtedly attract more customers, Zhao Che elaborated, as the audience diligently took notes. Zhao Che glanced at the crowd and continued, although I have ranked their importance, I hope to excel in all these aspects. Hygiene will be overseen by a newly established department dedicated to unannounced inspections. As for marketing, we shall discuss that later. Regarding packaging, we will establish a design department within the milk tea brand company to periodically refresh our packaging, ideally incorporating local scenic designs from each region. As for the fourth point, we will also create a research and development department within the company. Do you all understand? Zhao Che looked towards the crowd. Understood, understood, understood. The murmurs of agreement echoed back to Zhao Che. Next, we shall address the matter you are most concerned about, investment. Take a guess at how much I am willing to invest in this milk tea brand, Zhao Che prompted, looking down at the audience. 1 million, someone ventured. Are you even listening? Chairman Zhao has stated we will be making a substantial investment to swiftly capture the market. Another voice chimed in. I guess 5 million. The crowd continued to speculate in the millions, but Zhao Che shook his head, teasing, it seems my definition of a substantial investment differs from yours. I am prepared to invest 500 million. Zhao Che declared firmly. The room fell silent, as if everyone had turned to stone, processing the fact that a single milk tea brand would receive such a vast investment. Zhao Che, unfazed by their astonished expressions, turned to Li Guangyuan. Are you willing to take charge of this milk tea brand? Rest assured, Chairman Zhao, if you entrust me with 500 million and I still cannot succeed, then I have no place in this industry, Li Guangyuan replied without hesitation. All right, here are my requirements. The milk tea ingredients and machinery must be produced by us to avoid dependency on others. Any store that sells less than 200 cups of milk tea per day during the trial operation will be abandoned to ensure quick recovery. By New Year's, I want to see over 500 stores in Shanghai with a unified renovation style and storefront design. Ideally, we should collaborate with a renovation company. Are these conditions feasible? Zhao Che articulated each requirement clearly. Chairman Zhao, you can count on it. We will achieve this, Li Guangyuan confidently assured. In truth, Zhao Che's conditions, while appearing numerous, essentially boiled down to 2 key points, self-sufficiency and the establishment of 500 stores. The investment for 500 stores would only amount to around 200 million, considering it is our own brand, devoid of franchise fees or deposits. Producing our own equipment would also minimize costs, and partnering with a renovation company would not impose substantial expenses. The main expenditure would be rent. Thus, the brand will be named CHYX and Xiying, and our office will be located on the 36th floor. Please arrange for registration with a company this afternoon or tomorrow, Zhao Che concluded with satisfaction. After presenting the milk tea project, Zhao Che unveiled the next PowerPoint presentation for a snack shop, which closely mirrored the milk tea venture, primarily focusing on fried chicken, chicken tenders, chicken legs, and various fried skewers. He named this venture Fragrant Hall. Zhao Che assigned this project to Yu Xingqing, who had also interviewed the previous day. With an identical investment of 500 million and similar conditions, 500 stores must be established in Shanghai before New Year's, with self-sufficiency in products. Yu Xingqing took on the responsibility wholeheartedly. Next, Zhao Che introduced a clothing project, aiming to create a unique brand that could surpass international competitors. His presentation echoed with fervor, culminating in another 500 million investment. He named this brand Jinshang and entrusted it to Han Rui. Then, he presented a PowerPoint on Hanfu, which would encompass not only Hanfu, but also various forms of cosplay. Zhao Che, fully aware of its future popularity, invested 500 million again, assigning the project to Zhang Yu, another candidate from the previous day's interviews. Zhang Yu was thrilled to receive this opportunity, and Zhao Che named the project Qianyun. Finally, Zhao Che opened the last PowerPoint presentation, focusing on an online venture. Taking a few deep breaths, he began to explain, this is an online project. In this era, live streaming and short videos have begun to rise, even surpassing television in popularity. Thus, I believe this is a significant opportunity. Our goal is to sign influencers en masse. We want to secure contracts with influencers from any platform. Unlike smaller agencies that can only operate on a single platform, our financial capacity allows us to expand across all mainstream platforms. Our signed streamers will not have to share their earnings with us. They will receive the full amount from the platform, and we will also provide them with a base salary, assist them with live streaming, and help them create videos. Their sole responsibility will be to promote the brands we discussed earlier, ensuring that our brand names resonate in the minds of every customer. Additionally, we can help them secure advertisements and offer them commissions. While this project may not yield significant profits in the short term, its importance to our company is undeniable. Thus, my initial investment will also be 500 million. Fan Wenxuan, are you willing to take this project? Zhao Che inquired, once again directing his attention to a female candidate, who, like the others, had interviewed the previous day. Thank you, Chairman Zhao, for this opportunity. I will certainly work hard, Fan Wenxuan responded excitedly. All right. Everyone who has been assigned a project can contact the registration company this afternoon to help register the brands. I hope each of you can soar to great heights. Zhao Che encouraged from his position. I have shared the headhunter's contact information in the group. Feel free to reach out for any talent you need. Zhao Che added with a smile. Subsequently, Zhao Che turned to Guoxiong and inquired, have any candidates come for interviews today? Guoxiong nodded affirmatively, responding, indeed. A considerable number, 132 individuals have made appointments for interviews, all scheduled for the afternoon. Zhao Che then addressed the group, saying, you all have worked hard this morning. It would be beneficial if you could assist with the afternoon interviews and select some suitable candidates. The others replied in unison, understood, Chairman Zhao. After a tiresome morning, Zhao Che decided to drive home for a brief respite. Chapter 18. A visit from neighbors a few days later. 5 subsidiaries had already emerged beneath the umbrella of Zhu Xing, each establishing its own distinct brand and gradually commencing operations. During this period, Zhao Che merely focused on approving investments, refraining from further involvement, confident that should any issues arise, he would be informed via a call. He preferred to maintain a hands-off approach. One day, he awoke around 10 o'clock and immediately recalled the necessity to check in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a McLaren P1. Zhao Che thought to himself, not bad at all. He then remembered that he had also signed in for a villa that he had yet to visit. Without pausing for breakfast, he took his car, Poison, and headed to Huazhou Junting. Though Huazhou Junting was a villa community, it was not far from Lujiazui. After a drive of over half an hour, he arrived. The security personnel at the entrance were diligent, stopping Zhao Che despite his driving poison. He understood that their vigilance was for the best. So he presented the property deed from the system, which allowed him entry. Once inside, Zhao Che surveyed the community, noting its impressive size, appealing architectural style, and beautiful surroundings. One might mistakenly believe they had entered a scenic area. He proceeded directly to villa number 6, and upon entry, he realized that although it was termed a villa, it resembled more of an estate due to its expansive yard. The interiors felt somewhat empty, as they were devoid of furnishings. After exploring the villa, he found it quite satisfactory. Quickly, Zhao Che contacted the property manager of Huazhou Junting to arrange for a few individuals to assist in maintaining the villa. He also placed a substantial order for household items, all to be delivered promptly. Zhao Che decided to reside at Tangchun Yipin for the time being, as it was closer to both the school and his company, making commuting more convenient. Just as Zhao Che was preparing to depart, a group of individuals arrived at the entrance. Mr. Zhao, hello. We heard you just moved in, and we wanted to come by to meet you, spoke a middle-aged man in his 50s. Zhao Che, realizing the situation, quickly extended his hand and replied, hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. May I ask your name? Haha, my surname is Zhu, and I am engaged in energy development, he said, taking a gift box from one of his companions and handing it along with a business card to Zhao Che. Since we will be neighbors, this small gift is merely a token of goodwill. Please, do not decline. We may find opportunities to collaborate in the future, Mr. Zhu added with a smile. Zhao Che graciously accepted the gift, feigning modesty as he replied, haha, I just moved in, and I should be the one bringing gifts to visit you. How could I trouble you to come all this way? He shook his head slightly as he spoke. How can you say that? We are neighbors. It is only natural to see one another, Mr. Zhu replied, feigning a displeased expression. Zhao Che accepted the gift and casually glanced at the business card. Zhu Feng, Yuhao Energy Development Company, Limited. He then remarked, haha, while it seems our opportunities for collaboration may be limited, Mr. Zhu's line of work does align somewhat with my family's interests. Oh, your family is also involved in energy projects? Zhu Feng inquired with curiosity. Not precisely. My family operates a heavy industry enterprise, so we do possess equipment related to energy development, Zhao Che explained with a smile. I see. If our company requires assistance in the future, I may need to trouble you, Zhu Feng remarked with a grin. Not at all. If you need anything, just let me know, Zhao Che replied directly. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he added, I truly apologize. I left in such a rush today that I did not bring any business cards. Alas, not a problem. Business cards are a relic of our generation. You young folks hardly carry them these days, Zhu Feng chuckled. How remiss of me. I haven't introduced myself properly. I am Zhao Che, still a university student. And my company has just been established, Zhu Xing, primarily focused on investments. Zhao Che briefly introduced himself, having completely forgotten about business cards, which he had yet to print. Haha, so you are Mr. Zhao. Truly, the younger generation is pushing the older generation forward. I have heard of Zhu Xing. A capital commitment of 50 billion is quite audacious. Zhu Feng praised with a smile. At that moment, Zhu Feng felt somewhat perplexed. He had expected that someone capable of producing 50 billion to establish a company would be a seasoned businessman, not a university student. While 50 billion in assets might not seem extravagant, 50 billion in cash certainly was. Zhu Feng contemplated what kind of family could afford to invest such a sum in a young entrepreneur. He found himself unable to fathom it. As his own energy company was valued at 6 or 700 million, and while he could muster 50 billion in cash, he lacked the courage to entrust it to a child for entrepreneurial ventures. Thus, he began to ponder Zhao Che's background but refrained from asking too many questions, as doing so might seem intrusive. In response to Zhu Feng's compliments, Zhao Che smiled and said, "You flatter me." He then exchanged contact information with him. And just as Zhu Feng and his companions were about to leave, a young man who had been standing behind Zhu Feng stepped forward and said, "Hello. May I take a look at your poison?" The youth spoke with sincerity. "Of course, please feel free," Zhao Che replied, not wishing to deny someone the joy of admiring his car. However, Zhu Feng, preparing to depart, shot a disapproving glance at the youth, unsure whether the young man was genuinely oblivious or simply ignoring him. "Mr. Zhao, would you like to take a few laps on the racetrack with my 918? The young man said, surveying the poison. "Haha, that sounds great. It will be an excellent opportunity to test my driving skills," Zhao Che readily agreed. Having practiced at the racetrack for some time without competing against anyone, he saw no reason to hesitate. "All right, I'll head back to get my car. Please wait for me," the young man said, nonchalantly departing. Through their earlier conversation, Zhao Che learned that the young man's name was Zhu Yunfei, the son of Zhu Feng. Noticing his son's demeanor, Zhu Feng sighed and said, "Mr. Zhao, please excuse him. He tends to be this way." "Not at all. It's perfectly fine," Zhao Che assured him, dismissing any concerns. Shortly thereafter, a Porsche 918 arrived, driven by Zhu Yunfei. Zhao Che started his poison and followed him toward the racetrack. Chapter 19. Who will treat? The two high-performance sports cars roared down the road, their thunderous engines attracting many curious gazes. In no time, they arrived at a nearby racetrack. Neither of the two exited their vehicles. Instead, they unleashed their prowess on the runway, racing fiercely with one another. Zhao Che's driving skills ranked among the elite in the amateur realm, and Zhu Yunfei was no slouch either. Initially, he took the lead, as he was the one who had entered the track first. However, within a fleeting second or two, Zhao Che's speed surged dramatically. He soon pulled ahead by half a car length. Yet, Zhu Yunfei showed no signs of trepidation. He quickly accelerated in response. Both driving high-performance supercars, the acceleration capabilities of the Lamborghini Veneno were comparable to that of the Porsche 918, though the Lamborghini boasted a superior peak speed. Indeed, just a few seconds later, Zhao Che's Veneno had left the 918, which had once trailed by a mere half-length, far behind. Observing this, Zhu Yunfei couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. After all, it was no fault of his that he could only afford a 918 while Zhao Che owned a Veneno. In truth, Zhu Yunfei's driving skills were not inferior to Zhao Che's. He simply suffered from the limitations of his vehicle. The 918 was formidable, yet it lacked the sheer speed of the Veneno. However, this alone did not guarantee Zhao Che's victory. The track was circular and devoid of excessive twists and turns, and its considerable length meant that a higher peak speed would secure a significant advantage. Thus, they completed 2 laps, not out of a lack of desire to continue, but because their vehicles had overheated after such prolonged high-speed driving. Continuing would be detrimental, especially since these cars were not inexpensive and were limited editions, even with ample funds. They were hard to procure. If repairs were needed, they could take at least 3 months, so those who cherished supercars, like them, were particularly cautious. Zhao Che, however, held a different perspective. He regarded supercars merely as consumables, uninterested in the practice of collecting vintage models like others did. After disembarking, Zhu Yunfei approached Zhao Che, remarking, "The Veneno truly lives up to its name. I feel as if I've been poisoned by it," glancing at the vehicle. Zhao Che chuckled in response. "Well then, why not buy one? Your father's company isn't lacking in funds." Zhu Yunfei waved his hand dismissively. "Let's not go there. When I bought this 918, I nearly faced a barrage of criticism. If I were to spend 800 million or even a billion on a Veneno, my father would surely flay me alive. Isn't this car the one you auctioned last month in Hong Kong?" Zhu Yunfei inquired, peering at Zhao Che. Zhao Che nodded, revealing no intent to conceal the truth. Indeed. At this, Zhu Yunfei burst into laughter. "During that auction in Hong Kong, a friend of mine participated. He thought he could secure it for around 80 million, but it ended up selling for 88 million, exceeding his budget. Haha, then I suppose I've snatched away someone else's treasure." Zhao Che jested. Zhu Yunfei then pulled out his phone to snap several photos of the Veneno, sending them to an unknown friend. The two continued to chat casually for a while until, within less than an hour, a LaFerrari arrived. Zhu Yunfei stood and waved. Hey, over here. The newcomer approached. Let me introduce you. This is Qin Fun, the friend I mentioned who went to Hong Kong to bid on the Veneno, Zhu Yunfei cheerfully introduced. Enough about that. At least I had the courage to bid. You didn't even muster the bravery to participate, Qin Fun retorted, casting an incredulous glance at Zhu Yunfei. His eyes then gleamed with excitement as he surveyed the Veneno. I never expected to see this beauty again in the Magic City. Haha, let me introduce you again. This is Zhao Che, the one who secured the Veneno. Zhu Yunfei continued. So, it's Mr. Zhao who won it, Qin Fun remarked, extending his hand to shake Zhao Che's. Just call me Zhao Che. I've often heard of the title Emperor of Shanghai, Zhao Che teased. Qin Fun chuckled awkwardly. That's just a moniker conjured by some people online. I can't possibly live up to that name. The trio settled down to chat further, quickly becoming familiar with one another. Such is the simplicity of male camaraderie. Shared interests foster friendships effortlessly. I'm starving. Shall we go out for a meal? Qin Fun suggested. At that moment, Zhao Che realized. Oh dear, you invited me for racing. And here I am, nearly 2 to 3 hours later, without breakfast or lunch. He cast a reproachful glance at Zhu Yunfei. What? How can you blame me? I haven't eaten lunch either. Besides, isn't there someone treating us? Zhu Yunfei replied with a grin directed at Qin Fun. All right, let's go. I'll treat you. I don't expect either of you to foot the bill, Qin Fun said, feigning annoyance. The three then set off to dine. The roar of the Veneno, LaFerrari, and 918 echoed through the streets. Such a sight was a rarity in the Magic City except during races. Even any one of these vehicles was a rare find, let alone their combined presence. Consequently, numerous passers-by captured photos and videos, sharing them online. Soon, some internet users began to dig into the license plate numbers. Qin Fun's LaFerrari was quickly identified, followed closely by Zhu Yunfei's 918, while Zhao Che was the last to be uncovered, as a student from Magic City University had leaked his identity. The revelation of Zhao Che's identity sent the online community into a frenzy, particularly given that he was just 18, still in university, yet able to afford a car worth nearly $1 million. This prompted further inquiries, but ultimately, no substantial information was unearthed. The three then visited a decent restaurant for a meal, naturally with Qin Fun treating them. For individuals of their stature, the cost of the meal was negligible, affordable by any of them. After their meal, which concluded shortly after 5, Zhu Yunfei casually suggested, Hey, how about we hit a bar tonight? Sure, but you'll be treating since I already covered the meal, Qin Fun replied nonchalantly. No way. You and Zhao both have LaFerraris. I want to get one too. Who knows how much tonight at the bar will cost? Zhu Yunfei waved his hand dismissively. Come on. Old Zhu, don't worry. We won't drink much, Qin Fun reassured him. Old Zhu, Qin's right. We won't drink excessively, Zhao Che added. Then it's settled. Old Zhao will treat tonight, Zhu Yunfei declared. I'm still a student. How can you expect me to treat? If I do, can you even drink what I buy? Zhao Che turned to Qin Fun. Me? I certainly can't drink that much. Qin Fun played along. See, old Zhu, even Qin can't handle it. How could you let a student treat? If word got out, how would you show your face later? Zhao Che teased Zhu Yunfei. All right. I shouldn't have brought up the bar. I'll treat, Zhu Yunfei conceded with a sigh. Chapter 20. The Burden of Handsomeness. After their meal, the group headed straight to the bar, named Night Feast, one of the finest in the Magic City. As the 3 supercars pulled up to the entrance, a throng of waitstaff rushed to greet them. Zhao Che had never set foot in a bar before, and he could hardly fathom the scene unfolding before him. Did the car truly come to a halt right at the entrance? Zhao Che pondered to himself. What he was unaware of was that the no parking rule at the bar's entrance applied only to ordinary vehicles. In fact, the more luxurious cars parked outside, the more exclusive the bar appeared to onlookers. Nevertheless, Zhao Che paid no heed to such details. Upon seeing his companions stop, he parked his car there as well. The trio quickly exited the vehicle and were promptly welcomed inside by a group of waitstaff. Without uttering a word, they were swiftly ushered to a lavish VIP booth. It was still just past 9 o'clock, so the bar was not yet bustling with patrons. They casually ordered a selection of drinks, sipping and chatting, when a flurry of female marketing representatives soon approached. Each one possessed an alluring figure and striking beauty, prompting Zhao Che to reflect on the extravagant lifestyle that surrounded him. While Qin Fun and Zhu Yunfei seemed accustomed to such attention, Zhao Che appeared somewhat flustered. Noticing his discomfort, Qin Fun and Zhu Yunfei burst into laughter. Old Zhao, is this your first time in a bar? Zhao Che could only nod helplessly, admitting, I'm still a student. I never had the chance to come here before. He took a sip of his drink as one of the marketing representatives flashed a teasing smile, saying, Don't worry, you'll get used to it quickly. To this, Zhao Che remained noncommittal, sensing that he might not adapt at all. An hour later, a circle of women had gathered around Zhao Che, and he had shed his earlier uncertainty, now exuding the demeanor of a seasoned bar patron, completely forgetting his initial thoughts. Meanwhile, Qin Fun and Zhu Yunfei felt a twinge of envy. Am I not wealthy enough, or not handsome enough? Why are all the girls surrounding Zhao Che? In truth, they were not alone in their jealousy. Many men in the bar cast envious glances at Zhao Che. With his exceptional looks and the luxury of a high-end vehicle, he naturally became the object of desire for numerous women, all of whom were eager to win him over. Zhao Che hardly needed to order drinks. They were brought to him instead. As the night wore on and the bar reached its peak of excitement, a certain boorish individual approached their booth. The group of women encircling Zhao Che fell silent, parting to make way for him. The man cast a dismissive glance at Qin Fun and Zhu Yunfei before fixing his gaze on Zhao Che. Brother, you look unfamiliar. You're not from the Magic City, are you? He sneered, motioning for the woman seated beside Zhao Che to vacate her spot, then plopping down unceremoniously and pouring himself a drink. Zhao Che met his gaze and replied, Indeed, I am not from the Magic City. What of it? The man's demeanor shifted to one of derision. Since you're not from around here, I won't hold it against you for being ignorant of the rules. But you ought to be more mindful. With all these women surrounding you, how are we supposed to enjoy ourselves? His tone was casual, yet his words dripped with arrogance. Qin Fun and Zhu Yunfei exchanged glances, displeased with the man's insolence. This was an affront to their dignity in broad daylight. Qin Fun spoke up, Lu Tao, what exactly do you want? Lu Tao, lacking any significant family business, was the son of the deputy director of the local police station. Although his father held only a deputy-level position, Lu Tao had built a reputation for himself, controlling the local scene, and thus had developed an insufferably arrogant attitude. He responded to Qin Fun's inquiry without making eye contact, merely stating, I'm just teaching you how to conduct yourselves. With that, he directed a mocking smile at Qin Fun. Huh, to be so ugly and yet blame others for their good looks, Zhao Che retorted, raising his glass for a drink. Indeed, you're merely a jester, Qin Fun added. Huh. He struts around, thinking he's something special, driving that old Audi. One might think he is a government official, Zhu Yunfei chimed in. However, no sooner had Zhu Yunfei spoken than a bottle smashed against his head with a resounding crack. The crowd around them was taken aback. What had just transpired? Zhao Che and Qin Fun were momentarily stunned as well. Zhu Yunfei, still processing the situation, felt a warm trickle on his head. Blood? Damn it, Lu Tao. I'm going to settle this with you, he shouted, grabbing a bottle and hurling it at Lu Tao's head, striking him solidly. How dare he? Lu Tao thought, clutching his head as blood began to flow. Zhu Yunfei, undeterred by the first confrontation, picked up another bottle, preparing to strike again. Zhao Che and Qin Fun quickly intervened, urging him, enough, enough. One hit each is sufficient, and your bottle was thicker than his. Zhao Che pleaded, how's your head? Do you need to go to the hospital? Qin Fun inquired, concerned. Before Zhu Yunfei could respond, Lu Tao, having endured a bottle strike, could no longer contain his fury. How dare you hit me? He seethed, brandishing a bottle himself to retaliate against Zhu Yunfei. Seeing this, Zhao Che swiftly kicked Lu Tao, sending him stumbling backward, though the blow was not full force. Zhao Che had trained in Taekwondo and karate as a child, and his fitness regime had left him in excellent shape. Lu Tao, pushed back by Zhao Che's kick, crashed into several objects, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Though the earlier commotion had gone largely unnoticed in the noisy bar, the scene now attracted a significant crowd, all eager to witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 21, The Resolution Plan. Lu Tao, acutely aware of the many eyes upon him, could hardly tolerate the humiliation. He charged toward Zhao Che and his companions, intent on settling the score. Meanwhile, Lu Tao's entourage had noticed the commotion and rushed over to join the fray. With 5 on one side and 3 on the other, chaos erupted as the two groups clashed. It took a minute or two, but eventually, security personnel arrived to separate the two factions. Unfortunately for Zhao Che, he had endured a few punches and a bottle to the head, as had Qin Fun and Zhu Yunfei. Notably, however, the trio showed no signs of weakness against the 5 adversaries. In fact, they seemed to hold the upper hand, with Zhao Che having shattered 3 bottles alone. Shortly thereafter, the manager arrived, visibly distressed by the sight of the two groups. However, since Zhao Che and his companions were the patrons, he naturally sided with them. The scene was quite amusing, with all 8 individuals nursing wounds on their heads, hands clasped to their injuries. Numerous bystanders pulled out their phones to capture the spectacle. The manager, of course, did not wish for them to be photographed. But with the crowd being so large, he found it impossible to intervene. Hence, he opted for a swift resolution and signaled the security personnel to escort Lu Tao and his companions out. Lu Tao, unable to endure such treatment, was quickly enraged, How could they force us out while allowing others to remain? He promptly called the police, thinking to himself, just wait. How long can you withstand the consequences of striking me? Zhao Che, noticing Lu Tao's call to the authorities, chose to remain silent, believing it necessary for Lu Tao to comprehend the essence of true power. Meanwhile, the bar manager was overwhelmed with anxiety. Such a significant incident occurring and involving the police meant he would undoubtedly face a hefty deduction from his bonus. Given the early hour and the sparse traffic, the police arrived swiftly. All were taken not to the police station, but rather to the hospital, as 8 individuals had sustained injuries with blood still oozing from their heads. After examinations, Zhao Che and Qin Fun were found to have minor injuries, receiving only basic treatment and some medication, while Zhu Yunfei was less fortunate, requiring 4 stitches on his head, but facing no further complications. Once the hospital visit concluded, the police transported them back to the precinct. The 5 individuals opposing them had suffered no significant injuries, with Lu Tao being the only one requiring a few stitches. Upon their return to the police station, interrogations commenced. Zhao Che recounted the events truthfully, clarifying that it was Lu Tao who instigated the altercation and initiated the violence, while his own kick had merely been a protective measure. The officer in charge of the interrogation listened impassively before departing, leaving their intentions unclear. The same situation unfolded for Qin Fun and Zhu Yunfei. Soon after, the officer who had left sought out Lu Tao's father, Lu Jian, who happened to be the deputy chief of the police department, responsible for public security. The officer reported the interrogation findings to Lu Jian, who was already aware of the situation after reviewing the bar's surveillance footage. Lu Jian's expression was one of deep discontent when Lu Tao entered, immediately whining, "Dad, you must stand up for me. Look at what they did to me." Lu Jian's anger surged. "Isn't it you who instigated this mess? You constantly embroil me in trouble. It's only a matter of time before you drag me down with you." He scolded Lu Tao, regardless of any onlookers, possibly intending for the reprimand to be witnessed. Lu Tao retorted, "Dad, I merely approached them to chat. How was I to know they would insult me? I lost my temper and struck back. You must help me," he pleaded, tears in his eyes. Lu Jian pinched the bridge of his nose and responded, "You must guarantee this is the last time. Rest assured." "I promise it will be the last time," Lu Tao quickly assured him, sensing victory was within reach. "Shaolin, how should we resolve this matter?" Lu Jian inquired of the officer who had just conducted the interrogation. "Director, I believe since Xiao Tao was the one to strike first, the blame certainly lies with him. Perhaps you should consider a compensation for the other party," Officer Lin suggested. However, upon hearing this, Lu Tao immediately objected, "No way. Dad, look at what they did to me. Why should we compensate them?" Lu Jian's disappointment was palpable at Lu Tao's remark. He then turned to Officer Lin, stating, "Shaolin, they are merely a bunch of spoiled rich kids who won't miss a bit of money. Furthermore, it was indeed their side that kicked Xiao Tao first before the brawl began. Thus, I think your earlier suggestion is inappropriate. Let us just have them offer a modest compensation to Xiao Tao and his group, along with an apology, and we can put this behind us." "Your prompt response in getting them to the hospital was commendable. Keep up the good work," Lu Jian articulated, emphasizing his protective stance over his son, while subtly hinting at future commendation for Officer Lin if he handled the situation well. Lu Jian's rationale was that these affluent individuals would not be concerned with such a trivial compensation. They merely wished to exit expeditiously. Officer Lin, grappling with Lu Jian's directive, reluctantly agreed. "All right, I will see what I can do." "Yes, please accompany Officer Lin to discuss the compensation," Lu Jian instructed Lu Tao. "Sure," Lu Tao replied with a smile. Under Officer Lin's guidance, the 8 individuals convened at a table to negotiate. Lu Tao cast a mocking grin at Zhao Che and his companions, declaring, "Each of us will take 500,000, and you must apologize. Then this matter will be settled." Zhao Che was nearly incredulous with anger, while Qin Fun and Zhu Yunfei felt a tinge of temptation, reluctant to involve their families over such a trivial matter, thus contemplating the idea of paying to avert further trouble. However, Zhao Che turned to Officer Lin and asked, "Officer Lin, is this the position of the police department? Or is this your personal stance? Perhaps it is Director Lu's directive?" Zhao Che directly questioned Officer Lin, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. "What do you mean by that? Are you dissatisfied with our handling of the case?" Officer Lin attempted to maintain his composure. With a faint smile, Zhao Che replied, "The reason I ask is that I intend to hold accountable whoever proposed this resolution. Extortion by assailants in a police station against the victims could yield quite a sensational story for the media." Zhao Che's confidence remained unshaken, even in the precinct, bolstered by his conviction. Chapter 22, The Theatrical Zhao Che. Even Qin Fun and Zhu Yunfei were taken aback by Zhao Che's audacity. As he had just begun his university journey, Lu Tao frowned upon hearing Zhao Che's words. Officer Lin continued to strive for calmness, stating, Am I to interpret this as a threat against the police? Misunderstanding Zhao Che's intent, he clarified, I will adhere to the compensation proposal set forth by the police. But my compliance does not imply endorsement. I merely wish to ascertain the origin of this proposal, as I may seek accountability later. Zhao Che maintained his courteous demeanor. After a considerable pause, Officer Lin, now visibly displeased, addressed Lu Tao. 500,000 is indeed excessive. You should reconsider your demands. He suspected Zhao Che might not have the means to afford such a sum, given his age of only 18. Lu Tao's frustration boiled over in his father's presence. How could he be challenged? After deliberation, he declared, since Officer Lin has spoken, I must extend you some courtesy. We will settle for 300,000 each, along with an apology, and we shall let bygones be bygones. He retained his infuriating grin. Zhao Che remained silent, merely retrieving his phone. Seeing this, Qin Fun and Zhu Yunfei assumed Zhao Che was conceding and preparing to transfer funds. Forget it, it's not worth arguing with such a person. 30,000 is just a cost of doing business, Qin Fun murmured. Hold on, I'm calling a lawyer, Zhao Che quietly replied. Baffled, Zhu Yunfei questioned, at this hour. Where will you find a lawyer? Zhao Che, pulling out his phone, stepped aside to make the call. Officer Lin, noticing, quickly interjected, what are you doing? Calling someone? This is merely a civil dispute. Surely you can make a call. Zhao Che smiled gently. Of course, I am merely making a phone call. Officer Lin abruptly seized the phone, questioning whom he intended to call. His countenance was one of composure, yet it was evident that fear had gripped him. Apprehensive that Zhao Che might contact the media or a newspaper, regret coursed through Officer Lin's mind, realizing he had unwittingly embarked on an irreversible path. Meanwhile, Zhao Che felt a surge of indignation. Was it truly the case that the police station forbade him from making a phone call? Furrowing his brow, he inquired. Across from him, Lu Tao interjected, instructing Officer Lin not to allow the call, asserting that Zhao Che merely sought a means to manipulate the situation. Officer Lin, overwhelmed, couldn't he fathom that a mere civil dispute had escalated to such an extent that he had snatched away Zhao Che's phone. And with Lu Tao's incessant chatter, the situation became increasingly untenable. Ignoring Lu Tao, Officer Lin attempted to clarify to Zhao Che that their dispute remained unresolved. And while it was customary to wait until daylight to discuss a resolution, he had permitted an early discussion. Thus, technically, they were still within the interrogation time frame, during which Zhao Che would require permission to make a call. This explanation, albeit feeble, was merely a means to avoid appearing excessively passive. Zhao Che, stifling his anger, managed to regain some composure before addressing Officer Lin, inquiring if he could apply to make a call. Officer Lin maintained his stern demeanor, questioning who he intended to contact and why. The officer was genuinely at a loss, never anticipating that a simple civil matter would spiral into this. He found himself trapped. Allowing the call could have dire consequences, while forbidding it was equally untenable. He hadn't expected Zhao Che to be so obstinate. What could have been resolved with a mere financial settlement had devolved into chaos. Officer Lin had assumed that Zhao Che, driving a car worth millions, would dismiss a few 100,000 as a triviality, opting instead for a peaceful resolution. Yet, the situation had escalated beyond his control. Call my aunt and have her send money, Zhao Che asserted directly. Officer Lin was left bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. He faced a dilemma: permit the call for funds or allow Zhao Che to leave. However, if word of today's events got out, his own uniform would become a liability, leaving him in a state of despair. Meanwhile, Lu Tao appeared oblivious to the gravity of the situation, believing they were still resolving the fight. He chimed in, suggesting that if things could be settled so easily, they ought to expedite the process, as they needed to return home to rest. Officer Lin, just give him the phone, he urged. With little choice, Officer Lin hoped that if things went awry, his superior, Lu Jian, might protect him. Lu Tao then asked if they would use WeChat or a phone call. A video call, Zhao Che replied decisively. Why a video? Officer Lin queried, perplexed. Zhao Che, wishing to convey his predicament to his aunt, fabricated a reason, claiming that without a video, she might think he was jesting. Officer Lin, skeptical yet compliant, opened Zhao Che's WeChat, located the contact labeled aunt, and initiated the video call, ultimately handing the phone to Zhao Che. After several seconds, the call connected. Hello, Zhao Che. Why are you calling me at such a late hour? Zhao Huilan's voice resonated, sounding as if she had just awakened. Zhao Che's image filled the screen, and upon noticing the medical cap atop his head, Zhao Huilan immediately expressed concern. Zhao Che, what happened to you? Are you all right? Displaying his flair for dramatics, Zhao Che conjured tears and cried, Aunt, someone attacked me with a bottle, and now they want me to compensate them. He dabbed at his tears as he spoke. Zhao Huilan, having experienced marriage and subsequent divorce without children, regarded Zhao Che and Zhao Shi as her own. Witnessing Zhao Che's distress, she felt a surge of maternal instinct, despite knowing it was partly an act. Don't cry. You're a young man now. Tell your aunt where you are, she urged. Zhao Che disclosed the police station's location and beseeched, Aunt, please bring several people with you, and don't inform my parents or grandpa just yet. We can tell them later if necessary, he added, wiping his tears. All right, don't worry. Are you safe? Zhao Huilin inquired, her concern palpable. Hearing her question, Zhao Che feigned a look of distress towards Officer Lin, then wiped away his tears, adopting a demeanor of someone threatened. I'm fine, Aunt. Just remember to bring someone formidable, he suggested. Zhao Huilin nodded in agreement before ending the call. Once the call was disconnected, Zhao Che wiped his face dry with his sleeve and resumed his nonchalant pose as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 23, The Arrival of the Lawyer. Everyone stared in astonishment as Zhao Che returned to his seat, utterly taken aback by his performance. Officer Lin, equally bewildered, regarded Zhao Che, who had appeared genuinely abused during the call. Lu Tao, indifferent to the nuances of Zhao Che's theatrics, was solely focused on securing payment and gaining the upper hand. As soon as Zhao Che hung up, Lu Tao demanded, when will the money arrive? Are we negotiating a settlement or engaging in extortion? It's always about money. Zhao Che retorted, and I never agreed to this resolution. However, if this is the police's decision, I will comply immediately, he added, casting a glance at Officer Lin. Faced with mounting pressure, Officer Lin tentatively asked, how much compensation are you willing to accept? Zhao Che merely smiled, responding, if it's a solution proposed by your department, I would pay 10 billion without hesitation. But if you're inquiring about what I personally would accept, I'm uncertain. We can wait for my lawyer to arrive. He maintained his cheerful demeanor, his words flawlessly crafted. A lawyer? At this hour, where will you find one? Do you have a personal lawyer? Lu Tao jested skeptically. Zhao Che remained silent in response. Meanwhile, Qin Fun and Zhu Yunfei, visibly anxious, whispered, is there really a lawyer? If not, we can always call home and face the consequences. We refuse to bow down, they declared resolutely. Don't worry, we'll be fine, even if the lawyer proves ineffective. I have other strategies. Today, I intend to stand my ground, Zhao Che whispered back. Approximately half an hour later, an Audi RS7 came to a halt outside the police station, from which Zhao She emerged. She had received Zhao Huilin's urgent call, as only the two of them remained in the city, and others couldn't arrive in time. Although she sometimes feigned disdain for Zhao Che, she still regarded him as a beloved younger brother. Upon reaching the mediation room where Zhao Che was, she knocked on the door. Hearing his voice from within, she pushed the door open and entered. The sight of 8 individuals wearing medical caps left her momentarily bewildered. What on earth is happening here? Where am I? She wondered aloud. Spotting Zhao Che, she rushed over, concern etched on her face. What is going on? As Lu Tao observed Zhao She's entrance, he mistakenly identified her as Zhao Che's lawyer upon noticing her companionship with him, and thus he derisively remarked, what kind of lawyer is this? Not even dressed in a suit, it appears rather unprofessional. Similarly, Qin Fun and Zhu Yunfeng harbored akin sentiments, pondering the reliability of a lawyer who appeared without formal attire. However, they couldn't help but notice Zhao Che's appealing appearance, and a nagging thought crept into their minds. Had old Zhao been deceived? In response to Zhao She's concern, Zhao Che theatrically shed a few tears, lamenting, sister, look at what they did to me. They even cracked my head open with a bottle. He wiped his eyes as though they were tears. Confronted with Lu Tao's mockery, Zhao Che merely retorted with a curt shut up. Meanwhile, Zhao Shi, brimming with concern, gently urged, don't cry, let your sister take a look. She examined the wound on Zhao Che's head. Although he had already received medical attention and the bleeding had been staunched, the injury still oozed considerable blood, with the gauze under the medical headgear thoroughly soaked. The size of the wound was alarming. Zhao Shi's anger intensified. Her brother had only ever been playfully harmed by her in their childhood. When had he ever suffered such a serious injury? Nevertheless, she comforted him, saying, it's all right. It will heal in a few days. Zhao Che, feigning a wounded demeanor, nodded in agreement. Turning to Officer Lin, Zhao Shi inquired, Officer, how is this matter being handled? Officer Lin hesitated, stammering, I suggested they negotiate the compensation directly. We have not provided a compensation plan. Compensation? Is that all that matters after my brother has been beaten so severely? We will pursue their criminal liability, Zhao Shi asserted coldly. Hearing this, Zhao Che tugged at Zhao Shi's sleeve and whispered, sister, what is it? Zhao Shi asked, puzzled. You misunderstood. What he means by negotiating compensation is that we should compensate them. This officer is in cahoots with them, Zhao Che quietly explained. What? Zhao Shi's anger flared anew. My brother is in this condition, and they expect compensation? On what grounds? She coldly interrogated Officer Lin. The officer, faced with her scrutiny, merely stated, they initiated the altercation. Zhao Shi glanced at Zhao Che, who simply shook his head. They were the ones seeking trouble. They intended to resort to violence, Zhao Che clarified. Zhao Che nodded and reassured him, "Do not worry, we will address this with our lawyers soon." About 10 minutes later, the door to the mediation room swung open once more, and a multitude of 7 individuals, all impeccably dressed, entered. One of them introduced himself. "Greetings. We are lawyers from Qingsu Law Firm." Instantly, the eyes of everyone in the mediation room widened in disbelief. What on earth? How could so many lawyers be summoned at this hour? Moreover, Qingsu was renowned as one of the leading law firms in the country. The atmosphere in the room became charged, leaving Officer Lin and Lu Tao's group in a state of shock. Zhao Che and Zhao Che approached the group and exchanged greetings. "Hello, I am Zhao Che. I am grateful for your presence," he said politely. "It's our duty. There's no need for thanks," they replied with smiles. The lawyers then turned to Officer Lin, requesting, "Officer, we would like to speak with our clients privately." Officer Lin hesitated, refraining from a response. Citing Article 12 of Volume 7 of the Great Xia Civil Code, one lawyer asserted, "Every citizen of Great Xia has the right to consult a lawyer. No institution may obstruct this." Officer Lin's face darkened, yet he reluctantly nodded, leading Lu Tao and the others out of the mediation room. Once seated, the 7 lawyers inquired about the events that transpired. Zhao Che and the others recounted the details truthfully. After narrating the account, Zhao Che added, "Earlier, while Officer Lin was present, Lu Tao and his associates demanded a compensation of 500,000 each from us, and Officer Lin offered no counsel against this." The lawyers nodded in acknowledgement. "I attempted to call my aunt to bring a lawyer, but Officer Lin confiscated my phone, asserting it was interrogation time, and I needed his permission to contact anyone. I had to claim I was asking my aunt for money before he returned my phone," Zhao Che recounted. The 7 lawyers noted this down, nodding in unison. Also, it's worth mentioning that the deputy director of the police station, responsible for public safety, is the father of Lu Tao, the ringleader of the conflict, Zhao Che added. The lawyers continued to probe for further details, which Zhao Che provided honestly. "The information you have provided is highly advantageous for us. We are now prepared to negotiate with them," the lead lawyer declared with a smile. Chapter 24, A Deadly Standoff. After Officer Lin and Lu Tao's departure, they promptly sought out Lu Jian to discuss how to proceed. They recounted the events to him, and Lu Jian's expression darkened with each passing word. He slammed his hand on the table in frustration and exclaimed, "You turned such a trivial matter into this?" He pointed an accusatory finger at Officer Lin. "Dad, what should we do now?" Lu Tao anxiously asked. "What should we do? They have already sought legal representation, clearly indicating their intent to sue us. This is all you're doing," Lu Jian shouted, his voice rising in anger. Taking a moment to compose himself, he finally suggested, "I will accompany you to handle this," after a brief pause. Moments later, both parties reconvened in a larger mediation room, accommodating the increased number of participants. As they settled in, the lead lawyer for Zhao Che's side addressed Lu Tao's group, stating, "My clients have informed me that your proposed compensation was initially 500,000 each, later revised to 300,000 each. Could you clarify the basis for these amounts?" The lawyer maintained his professional demeanor, accompanied by a cordial smile. "I had 5 stitches in my head. Isn't 10,000 per stitch reasonable?" Lu Tao interjected. "Silence." Lu Jian snapped at his son. Reluctantly, Lu Tao lowered his head, subdued. Lu Jian then added, "This compensation amount was merely a proposal. It doesn't mean they must pay that much. It could end up being just a couple of thousand." Another lawyer from Zhao Che's side interjected, "Could you clarify the stance of your police department regarding the demand for 500,000 or 300,000 per individual?" Officer Lin hesitated momentarily before responding. "We merely suggested they negotiate the compensation amount. How much they agree upon is not my concern." The lawyer smiled and remarked, "May we interpret this as a lack of action on your part, or perhaps as someone shielding them?" He maintained his cheerful demeanor, awaiting Officer Lin's reply. "Shielding? That is certainly not the case. If there has been any inaction, it may be my own, as I was on the night shift and rather fatigued. I gathered them together hoping they would resolve the matter among themselves, but I never anticipated it escalating to this extent." Officer Lin feigned innocence. "Pray tell, who was the arbiter behind the verdict mandating our apology and compensation?" One attorney inquired, their tone exuding an air of intimidation. "Indeed, that was my decision," Officer Lin replied. His countenance darkened. "It was Zhao Che who first kicked Lu Tao, hence they are obliged to compensate. In that case, we request access to the surveillance footage," the lawyer stated calmly. Reluctantly, Officer Lin acquiesced, knowing he dared not destroy or tamper with the evidence, and thus presented the video. After reviewing it, the lawyer remarked, "The footage clearly depicts Lu Tao assaulting one of our clients with a bottle, prompting a retaliatory response. This appears to be the crux of the incident, and it was Lu Tao who instigated the confrontation. As for Zhao Che's kick directed at Lu Tao, it was evidently an act of self-defense, a protective measure for another individual." What grounds do you have for asserting that our client initiated the altercation? The officer found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Lu Jian interjected. The original conflict was personal between the two, and Zhao Che's involvement escalated it into a brawl. Our assessment, therefore, is based on the nature of the group altercation. His words revealed a seasoned understanding of the situation. However, the questioning attorney smiled and countered. Is this your judgment or the collective judgment? Are you mediating in the capacity of Lu Tao's family or as deputy director? Furthermore, is this a tripartite mediation or a bipartite one? The lawyer's retort was a decisive blow. Indeed, it should be a tripartite matter. Why has it devolved into a bipartite situation? This is irrefutable evidence of collusion. Zhao Che and the others began to grasp the implications. The expressions of Lu Jian and Officer Lin soured at this revelation. If you remain steadfast in your assertion that we must compensate, we can settle the payment immediately. But I hope to escort my client away, the attorney declared, rising from his seat. Lu Jian and Officer Lin fell silent, while Lu Tao and his associates appeared increasingly uneasy, resembling inexperienced thugs, utterly clueless. Very well, I concede this round. Speak freely about your demands. Lu Jian stated with a composed demeanor. We seek nothing unreasonable. Your inaction speaks volumes. Zhao Che replied straightforwardly. What sum do you propose? Name your price. And I will have Lu Tao apologize, Lu Jian pressed, maintaining his composure. Money? You dare to mention money in front of him? Do you truly comprehend how affluent the Zhao family is? Zhao Shi interjected quietly, though her words resonated throughout the still mediation room. I desire no monetary compensation. If I am not required to pay, I would rather return home for some rest, Zhao Che retorted dismissively. Do you genuinely wish for mutual destruction? Do you dare to sue me? Are you not concerned about the repercussions for your family? Lu Jian hissed, his demeanor growing increasingly hostile, as the stakes of the situation escalated. Hearing this, Zhao Che chuckled. You are but a mere deputy. You wouldn't even secure a seat at my family's table. Yet you threaten me? His words prompted laughter from those who had previously worn serious expressions. Let me see just how formidable your family is, Lu Jian replied, his face darkening. Zhao Che then turned to Zhao Shi. Sister, grandfather should be awake by now. Zhao Shi checked the time on her phone. It's 6:20. He should be up. Zhao Che promptly initiated a video call to Zhao Hanlin, which was quickly answered. Hello, grandfather. Grandson. What brings you to seek me at this early hour? Zhao Hanlin's voice resonated from the device. Wah, grandfather, I've been assaulted. Look, such a deep wound. It still hurts, and I've bled profusely. Zhao Che theatrically lamented, feigning tears. Who did this? Did you inform him that your grandfather is Zhao Hanlin? Who dares lay a hand on my grandson? Do not cry, my dear. Tell me who did this. Zhao Hanlin was incensed, genuinely appalled that someone had the audacity to harm his grandson. Zhao Che relayed the details of the incident, to which Zhao Hanlin responded, All right, my grandson, I understand. He then ended the call. Ah, it seems your grandfather is even more audacious than you, Lu Jian mocked. Is there truly such a figure in Shanghai? Zhao Che chose not to engage with him. Father, remain calm. I will conduct some research, Lu Tao chimed in supportively. Zhao Hanlin, aged 65, was indeed a figure of considerable stature. Lu Tao's astonishment grew as he scrolled further. The eldest son, Zhao Huiyao. The second son, Zhao Huilong, aged 42, from Jinling. Chairman of Huatian Group, holding 63% of shares. Huatian Group encompasses Huatian Heavy Industry Company, Huatian Light Industry Company, Huatian Electronics Company, and has established Huatian Research Institute in collaboration with the Daxia Academy, as well as Huatian Military Industry in cooperation with the State Council. By 2015, Huatian Group boasted over 50 companies and a representative in the Daxia National People's Congress. The eldest daughter, Zhao Huilin, aged 35, from Jinling, founder of Qingsu Law Firm, a shareholder in Huatian Group with 5%, and in Mingyang International Trade with 22%, also a representative in the Daxia National People's Congress. The depth of the Zhao family's affluence was staggering. How grand is the Jinling Zhao family? What must one do to marry into the Jinling Zhao family? Lu Tao was left aghast. Father, could it be that Zhao Hanlin is genuinely formidable? Is there truly such a person in Shanghai? Could he have just been transferred here? Lu Jian pondered aloud. No, he isn't in Shanghai, Lu Tao replied, his voice trembling. If he is not in Shanghai, how could he possibly influence matters here? Lu Jian grumbled. Father, you must see this. It appears I have truly encountered a formidable opponent, Lu Tao urged, alarmed. Let me see, Lu Jian responded promptly. Good heavens. His position is so elevated. This is indeed a true heavyweight. Lu Jian gasped upon glancing at the phone, which slipped from his grasp. Hey, Dad. That phone cost several thousand. Lu Tao hurriedly retrieved it. The others overheard Lu Jian reading from the phone and were equally taken aback. Good gracious, old Zhao. Is your grandfather really that impressive? Zhu Yunfei exclaimed in astonishment. Old Zhao, does your grandfather need another grandson? Qinfen chimed in eagerly. Zhao Che rolled his eyes at their incessant repetition of your grandfather, finding it somewhat insulting. Meanwhile, Lu Jian and his associates were increasingly unsettled. It must be a mere coincidence. Our luck couldn't possibly be this unfortunate, they thought, clinging to the hope that it was merely a case of shared names. Yet, fate had other plans. Within 10 minutes, Lu Jian's phone rang. It was the director. Upon answering, a torrent of wrath erupted from the other end. Lu Jian, what manner of ancestral trouble have you brought upon me? Have you lost your mind? I was jolted awake this morning by irate calls from above, berating me for this calamity. The director's voice was laced with fury, unleashing a barrage of invective that echoed through the room. The sound on Lu Jian's phone was not particularly loud, yet within the tranquil mediation room, his words resonated clearly among the crowd. Director, I implore you to assist me this time. I have done my part as well, Lu Jian beseeched fervently. However, before he could finish, the director on the other end interrupted. Do you not comprehend the gravity of your situation? The Ministry of Justice, in conjunction with the Supreme Procuratorate, is set to conduct a thorough investigation into you, me, and even the entire Public Security Bureau. You may wish for your transgressions to be fewer, otherwise, your very life may hang in the balance. You have truly implicated me in this matter. Effective immediately, you are suspended. Return home and await the arrival of the judicial and prosecutorial authorities. With that, the director abruptly terminated the call, wishing to sever any further ties with him. After receiving such a disheartening phone call from the director, Lu Jian slumped down, utterly defeated. Zhao Che, witnessing this, promptly suggested, "All right, let us depart. The remaining matters are no longer our concern," he said with a smile. He then turned to the lawyers present and added, "I would appreciate it if you could relay today as proceedings and the evidence obtained during the mediation to the judicial authorities." The lawyer maintained a professional smile and assured, "Rest assured, Mr. Zhao." Subsequently, they paid no further heed to Lu Jian, Lu Tao, or Officer Lin, and left the premises. As for the eventual verdict from the Procuratorate regarding them, it was of no concern to Zhao Che. "Ah, finally out," Qinfen exclaimed with a smile. "Haha, ouch." Zhu Yunfei chuckled momentarily before clutching his head in pain. Once outside, the group of lawyers also departed, leaving only Zhao Che and his 3 companions standing at the entrance. "I overindulged last night. Now not only is my head throbbing, but my stomach is also uneasy," Zhao Che lamented as he emerged. "Well, who told you to frequent those places?" Zhao Shi retorted, relieved that Zhao Che was unscathed, yet unable to resist rolling her eyes at his complaints. "Sister, you cannot truly blame me. It was those 2 who dragged me along." Zhao Che pointed at Qinfen and Zhu Yunfei, attempting to shift the blame. "Old Zhao, you can't do this to us. You weren't complaining like this while we were out having fun." Qinfen and Zhu Yunfei protested in unison. Zhao Shi, naturally, held no fondness for the 2, especially since they had led her brother to a bar and resulted in his injury. Soon after, the 4 found a restaurant to have breakfast, knowing that a night of drinking necessitated some food to ease their stomachs. While dining, Qinfen took out his phone, and the trio snapped a photo together, which they shared on Weibo. With all 3 sporting medical headgear due to their injuries, they appeared quite comical, resembling a gathering of patients, which quickly trended online. Headlines read, 3 tycoons suffer severe injuries. 3 millionaires were seen cruising in luxury cars yesterday, only to be injured today. And who dares to attack 3 millionaires? The internet erupted with discussions surrounding the incident. After finishing their meal, Zhao Shi escorted Zhao Che back to his residence at Tangchuni Pin, while the other 2 took a taxi home. Following this, Zhao Che requested Zhao Shi to retrieve his medication. Thus, Zhao Che slumbered soundly from 8 in the morning until after 5 in the afternoon. Upon waking, he discovered numerous missed calls from his grandparents, parents, aunt, uncle, and even his aunt-in-law. Zhao Che patiently returned each call one by one. Chapter 26. Return to the company. By this time, Zhao Che had been resting at home for 2 days. The military training at school was nearly concluded, signaling that he would soon resume his classes. Therefore, Zhao Che decided to visit the company today. He had previously informed the senior management group of a meeting, as the company had been operational for over a week. However, he had remained a hands-off manager. Thus it was time to ascertain how things were progressing, especially considering the substantial investment of 5 billion had already been made. Before long, Zhao Che arrived at the company in his LaFerrari. Upon entering, he realized that the company had developed a commendable structure with a reception area already established. As Zhao Che approached, the front desk staff promptly stopped him. "Good day, sir. May I ask whom you are here to see? Do you have an appointment?" The receptionist inquired with a warm smile. Her name was Lu Ying, a recent university graduate. Zhao Che had no intention of making things difficult for the young woman. So he smiled back and replied, "I am here to see General Manager Guo Xiong." Do you have an appointment with Mr. Gua? Lu Ying continued, still smiling. Yes. I mentioned it to him via WeChat. Zhao Che nodded affirmatively. What is your name? I will verify your appointment, Lu Ying asked. As she had only been employed there for a few days and was keen to perform her duties well. She was determined not to let anyone in without an appointment to avoid jeopardizing her job. My name is Zhao Che. Is there an appointment? Zhao Che queried, uncertain if his WeChat message constituted a formal appointment. Lu Ying perused a sheet of A4 paper, searching multiple times before apologetically stating, I am sorry, but I cannot find your appointment, so I cannot allow you to enter. If you plan to visit again, please make sure to schedule an appointment in advance. Actually, I am the owner of Juxing. I have not been here before, so I came today to hold a meeting. If you doubt my word, feel free to call General Manager Gua and confirm, Zhao Che explained earnestly. You say you are the owner? Lu Ying exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. Do I not appear to be? Zhao Che teased lightly. At that moment, Lu Ying found herself in a quandary. What should she do? If she called General Gua and he confirmed that Zhao Che was not the owner, she would face the consequences. Conversely, if she did not allow him in and he truly was the owner, she could lose her job as well. Zhao Che was unaware that a dramatic internal conflict was unfolding in Lu Ying's mind. Clearing his throat, Zhao Che coughed twice to draw her attention. Oh right. Lu Ying finally decided to call Gua Xiong. Hello, Mr. Gua. There is a gentleman named Zhao Che outside. Should I let him in? She asked, her heart racing with trepidation. Oh, all right. I will be right out. Gua Xiong responded without directly answering her question before hanging up. Approximately a minute later, Gua Xiong emerged and quickly greeted Director Zhao. Zhao Che nodded in acknowledgement. Gua Xiong then addressed the receptionist. Director Zhao is the owner of the company. You should not have stopped him. Make sure it doesn't happen again. Lu Ying, feeling like an ostrich with her head buried, nodded fervently, thinking to herself, oh my, just like a scene from a novel. I actually blocked the owner from entering the company. Will he fire me? Though he is quite handsome. This was a whirlwind of thoughts racing through Lu Ying's mind. Zhao Che glanced at Lu Ying and remarked, you are quite responsible. At that moment, Lu Ying was unsure whether to interpret his comment as praise or sarcasm. Zhao Che then proceeded to the conference room, where he waited for about 10 minutes until the attendees arrived. Present were the general manager of Juxing, Gua Xiong, the online department manager, Lu Jinwei, the offline department manager, Lu Chao, and representatives from the first wave of Juxing's investment projects, including Li Guangyuan, general manager of Modu Chiyu Xuanxiang Brand Management Company, Limited, Yu Xingqing, general manager of Modu Zhangmintang Brand Management Company, Limited, Han Rui, general manager of Modu Jinshan Clothing Company, Limited, and Jiangyu, general manager of Modu Qianyun Hanfu and Formal Attire Cultural Management Company, Limited, Shanghai Xinguang Media Company, Limited, Fan Wenxuan. A total of 8 individuals were seated on either side, with Zhao Che occupying the prominent position at the head of the table. Zhao Che was the first to inquire of Gua Xiong regarding the current status of personnel recruitment within the company. Without hesitation, Gua Xiong responded, stating that all departments within the company had achieved a satisfactory level of hierarchy. The legal department had sourced its personnel from Qingsu, while the finance department had recruited an entire team through headhunters. For the mid-level management positions, a portion had been filled internally, while others were still being sought through headhunters. At present, the staffing was deemed adequate. Gua Xiong succinctly reported on the situation regarding recruitment. Indeed, it would be prudent to consider increasing our recruitment by 10 to 15%. This will alleviate the workload for everyone. If the pressure becomes too great, some employees may resort to cutting corners, so we should ensure that no one is overburdened, Zhao Che advised after hearing Gua Xiong's report. Gua Xiong nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Zhao Che turned to Li Guangyuan and inquired, what progress have we made with Cha Yu Xiang? Li Guangyuan respectfully replied, currently, we have signed contracts with 263 stores in Shanghai, distributed across various locations, predominantly in high-foot traffic areas such as schools, pedestrian streets, parks, and shopping malls. We have also secured a food factory capable of producing milk powder and various additives that can be incorporated into bubble tea. However, we are not yet in mass production as we are still fine-tuning our flavors, which should take about another week. We aim to establish 5 prototype stores within 10 days for public operation. As for the equipment manufacturing plant, we have partnered with Mantang Xiang and are already able to commence mass production. Very well, the efficiency is commendable. However, it is imperative that we maintain hygiene standards in our stores and ensure food safety. On the opening day, we should attract ample media coverage. If attendance is low, we may need to engage some actors to create a buzz. It is human nature to follow trends, Zhao Che advised Li Guangyuan. He then inquired about Yu Xingqing Xiang Mantang, which, overall, was progressing similarly to Cha Yu Xiang. What is the current status of Jinshan? Zhao Che asked Han Rui. Han Rui responded, as for Jinshan, We have established contact with over 500 shopping malls across cities including Shanghai, Suzhou, Nanjing, Linan, and Kyoto. Ultimately, we have selected 200 malls to open our exclusive stores, each with a minimum area of 200 square meters. The contracts have been signed through the Spring Festival, a duration of 5 months, and we hold the right of first refusal for renewal. Nevertheless, the rental costs have reached approximately 1.4 billion. We have also opted for upscale renovations, leading to an estimated expenditure of 400,000 per store, totaling around 80 million for 200 stores. Therefore, upon opening, the investment required, excluding inventory, will be around 2 billion. Although Han Rui spoke with conviction, he felt a twinge of anxiety, concerned that Zhao Che might disapprove of the rapid financial commitment. Chapter 27, New Projects. Zhao Che nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "You are quite audacious. I admire that. Please, continue." Han Rui, encouraged, continued, "We have also invested 50 million in acquiring a large garment factory, capable of producing everything from fabric to finished clothing. We have recruited numerous designers through headhunters, and they are diligently working, resulting in over 30 designs for garments, a dozen for pants, and 7 for shoes, all currently undergoing optimization. A few designs are set to enter production, and we aim to have all stores in Shanghai operational by National Day. In the meantime, I plan to generate some buzz online. I believe merely relying on Xinguang's influencers is insufficient. It would be ideal to enlist some celebrities." Han Rui glanced at Zhao Che, uncertain of his approval for this proposal. Upon hearing Han Rui's words, Zhao Che broke into applause, prompting the others to join in. "Indeed, with you at the helm, Jin Shang is bound to succeed," Zhao Che praised. He then turned to Zhang Yu and inquired about Xianyun's progress. Zhang Yu reviewed a document in hand before responding. "Although we have recruited several designers, the workload for designing hanfu and formal attire is considerable. Therefore, we have begun acquiring licenses from other companies to produce initial designs. However, the market for hanfu remains relatively small, and there is limited demand for formal wear. I believe our first step should be to penetrate the market and gain recognition for hanfu before promoting our brand." Zhang Yu earnestly reported these matters. "You are correct. The hanfu market is not particularly large at present. Thus, I suggest you reach out to film studios and those in the media industry, proposing that we lease hanfu to them. They provide the designs, and we handle the production, renting the finished garments for a nominal fee of 1 yuan. The condition is that our brand name must appear in the opening and closing credits, effectively serving as an advertisement. Once the filming concludes, the costumes can be returned to us, allowing us to create an exhibition. We may also distribute some free tickets to our target clientele, thereby expanding both the market and our brand," Zhao Che advised Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu promptly took notes on Zhao Che's suggestions. Finally, Zhao Che turned to Fan Wenxuan and asked, "What of Xinguang Media?" "Director Zhao, currently we have signed contracts with 6 influencers boasting over 5 million followers, 17 with over 4 million, 41 with over 3 million, 135 with over 2 million, and 320 with over 1 million. We have not signed anyone with fewer than 1 million followers, as these individuals are primarily from other agencies, which I have directly acquired. I believe we should establish a strong presence in the influencer community to ensure others recognize our value, encouraging them to join Xinguang. Furthermore,
we have negotiated a 20 rebate with Tiger and Xiaoyu live streaming, while Kuaishou and Weibo are offering us only 15.
Our promotional efforts will account for approximately 10 to 15 of their platforms, and we plan to focus solely on these 4 platforms. As for the contracted streamers, I have arranged for them to promote some advertisements, primarily through short videos, as live promotions are indeed limited. Indeed, while Xinguang Media may not yield substantial profits, it is indispensable for our overarching goals. Our other brands are counting on Xinguang for their advertising needs. The burden on you is significant, so do strive diligently." Zhao Che encouraged Fan Wenxuan. "Rest assured, Director Zhao, I will ensure Xinguang Media thrives," Fan Wenxuan assured Zhao Che. After Zhao Che had reviewed these 5 projects, the respective project leaders prepared to depart. Zhao Che then turned to Lu Jinyue and Lu Chao, asking, "Have you received any investment inquiries for both online and offline operations?" "Yes, and quite a few," they replied in unison. They then presented numerous proposals to Zhao Che. Zhao Che accepted them. "These have been meticulously filtered based on current market prospects," Lu Jinyue explained to Zhao Che. Zhao Che began to peruse the documents. Zhao Che glanced at the figures: 5 million, 8 million, 50 million, 2 million, 30 million. They were all insignificant investments that failed to ignite any interest within him. He turned to Lu Jinyue and Lu Chao and said, "Please sift through these and present only those proposals exceeding 100 million for my review. From now on, I will allocate 100 million each month for investments. As for how many companies to invest in and the amounts for each, That asks for you two departments to negotiate with General Manager Gua. Ultimately, all that is required is his signature. The two listened, somewhat bewildered, and nodded in agreement. They then proceeded to filter through the proposals and brought forth those exceeding 100 million for Zhao Che's perusal. In truth, there were quite a few proposals over 100 million, more than 20, to be precise. Zhao Che meticulously examined each one. Soon, he became intrigued by a company named Zhiahongshu Technology Company, Limited, which sought a $200 million investment in exchange for a 25% stake. This piqued Zhao Che's interest, as he recalled that the software from this company was quite renowned in the dream bestowed upon him by the system. Although the exact valuation was unknown, Zhao Che was confident that it would not result in a loss. He then inquired of Guo Xiong, "How much is left in the Juxing account?" Guo Xiong pondered for a moment before replying, "Currently, there is approximately 2,700 million available." Zhao Che was not surprised. His expectations were aligned with Guo Xiong's estimate. He instructed, "Invest in Zhiahongshu Technology Company, Limited. Invite them to our company for discussions. The 200 million for a 25% stake seems rather low. Aim to negotiate for 30% or more. You can also offer to have the streamers from Shuangguang Media join their platform to help them attract traffic." Zhao Che emphasized to Guo Xiong. Zhao Che was akin to a mentor, a benefactor throughout his life, so he would never hesitate to follow Zhao Che's directives. Guo Xiong promptly agreed, but then raised a concern. What if they refuse to budge? Should we still proceed with the investment? Zhao Che replied decisively, "Yes, we should." Guo Xiong understood that this indicated Zhao Che held a very favorable view of the company. Zhao Che continued to peruse the proposals and came across Pinduoduo, which had also entered the fray, requesting $300 million for a 20% stake. He instructed Guo Xiong, "Proceed with this investment as well, and similarly, strive to secure as much equity as possible." Guo Xiong nodded in agreement, but then suddenly realized, "Chairman Zhao, with 200 million and 300 million. That totals approximately 3.2 billion RMB. Our company account does not hold that much." He spoke apologetically. "Is that so?" Zhao Che scratched his head. Then he waved his hand dismissively. "No problem. Just get a loan agreement from the finance department. I will personally lend the company 2 billion. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiong felt reassured. Otherwise, he would be at a loss to cover such an amount. Having signed for several $10 million and €10 million transactions, Zhao Che still had over 2 billion in his account. Even after lending 2 billion to the company, he would retain over 200 million. And he was never worried about running out of funds, as his family was wealthy, and the system provided daily sign-in rewards. Before long, Zhao Che had finished reviewing the remaining proposals and found nothing else that piqued his interest. He and Guo Xiong then headed straight to the finance department, where they signed a series of loan agreements. Afterward, Zhao Che transferred the 2 billion into the company's account. Just as the transfer was completed, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system's first task, spending $10 billion. Task complete. The system will upgrade shortly, expected to take 24 hours. Please be patient." Wow, I almost forgot. Spending this 10 billion allows for an upgrade of the system. I wonder what it will become after the upgrade. Zhao Che mused with anticipation. Meanwhile, Guo Xiong, observing Zhao Che lost in thought, called out, "Chairman Zhao, what's wrong?" Hearing Guo Xiong's voice snapped Zhao Che back to reality. "Nothing, I just had a thought," he offered casually. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was a message from his old classmate, Chen Shui. "Do you have time tomorrow? I'll buy you spicy strips." They had started school a day earlier than Zhao Che, so their military training concluded before his. Since Chen Shui only arrived in Modu on the day of registration, they had yet to meet. Zhao Che replied humorously, "If you're buying spicy strips, I have time. If not, I want tea, huh? If you call me sister, I'll buy you spicy strips," Chen Shui teased in her message. "Call me brother, and I'll pick you up tomorrow," Zhao Che responded. "Wow, you bought a car?" Chen Shui exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, call me brother, and I'll definitely pick you up with style," Zhao Che quickly typed back. "What car? With style? Don't try to fool me," Chen Shui replied skeptically. Zhao Che pondered for a moment and then texted, "Call me brother, and I'll drive whatever car you want." "Do you have a BMW?" "No." "A Mercedes?" "No." "An Audi?" "No." "I knew you were a fraud. You've been deceiving me since childhood. You can't just say you'll drive whatever car I want," Chen Shui replied, feigning annoyance. "Shui, can't you have a bit more ambition? Given the chance, you still can't come up with anything beyond BMW, Audi, or Mercedes." Zhao Che lamented. "Oh, how about a Land Rover?" "No." "What about a Maserati?" "Neither." "Then what do you have?" "A Wuling Hongguang." BMW and Audi lack ambition, but a Wuling Hongguang is ambitious?" Chen Shui replied, utterly speechless. "Of course, the God car is no joke." Zhao Che asserted matter-of-factly. "All right then, let me take a ride in your God car tomorrow," Chen Shui replied directly. "If you don't call me brother, I'll make you regret it," Chen Shui added after a while. How can you expect to ride in my god car without calling me brother? What are you thinking? Zhao Che teased. Go away. Chen Shui shot back. Their banter had always been this way. Perhaps due to the long time apart, their dynamic remained unchanged. The next morning, Zhao Che drove his LaFerrari to Shuangdan University. The sight of a LaFerrari parked at the school entrance drew considerable attention. Zhao Che exited the vehicle and casually found a spot to sit within the campus. After waiting for about 4 to 5 minutes, he spotted Chen Shui approaching. Wow, she has gotten a bit tanned. Good thing I didn't join military training. Otherwise, what would become of my exquisite beauty? Although Zhao Che saw Chen Shui, she did not see him. She likely thought he was still outside the school. Fixated on the entrance, Zhao Che stealthily approached Chen Shui and gently tapped her shoulder, saying, "Little cold ball, who are you looking for?" Startled by the voice, Chen Shui turned around. Zhao Che, you're the little cold ball. You're the big cold ball. Hey, how come you didn't get tanned? Chen Shui asked, puzzled. There's nothing I can do. My skin is just so good that no amount of sun can darken it, Zhao Che boasted. Upon hearing this, Chen Shui was immediately incensed and raised her hand to deliver a sharp slap to Zhao Che's head. Zhao Che, accustomed to their playful antics from their previous outings, initially did not think to dodge. However, he suddenly recalled that the wound on his head had yet to heal. Realizing this, he attempted to evade. But it was already too late. Chen Shui's hand landed squarely on his scalp. Goodness! Zhao Che exclaimed, unable to suppress his surprise. All right, enough with the theatrics. Has no one ever told you that your acting skills leave much to be desired? Chen Shui, believing Zhao Che was merely pretending, noted that she hadn't even exerted much force. After all, he had often played the role of the Joker, making her comfort him. Zhao Shui, your strikes are truly devastating. Why must you strike my head? Zhao Che complained with a look of feigned grievance. Although Zhao Che's injury did not require stitches, it still left a considerable gash, and the sizable bump had yet to subside. That slap nearly brought tears to his eyes. He gingerly touched the wound on his head, and indeed, blood began to trickle down. Chen Shui noticed the crimson stain on Zhao Che's hand and quickly approached him, alarmed. How did this happen? I didn't hit you hard, she exclaimed, anxiety creeping into her voice. Ugh, just a few days ago, someone smashed a bottle over my head, and now you've added to my woes. Zhao Che lamented. I'm so sorry. I truly had no idea. Had I known, I certainly wouldn't have struck you, Chen Shui replied, her expression filled with concern. Ugh, it hurts. Zhao Che, now fully embracing his role as the dramatic victim, pretended to collapse into her arms. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, Chen Shui's maternal instincts surged forth, and she immediately embraced him, saying, it's all right. I'll take you to the infirmary. Zhao Che was taken aback by her unexpected tenderness. However, noticing Zhao Che's prolonged silence, Chen Shui sensed something was amiss and gently pushed him away. Zhao Che, still in character, whined, ugh, my head hurts. Then go to the infirmary. Why are you trying to burrow into my arms? Chen Shui replied, her expression stern, understanding that his ruse had been discovered. Zhao Che dropped the act. Chapter 29, Billions of Dollars. Wow, Zhao Shui, it seems that becoming a coal ball has also sharpened your wits, Zhao Che teased. Who could possibly match your intelligence? You can't even copy homework correctly, Chen Shui retorted, rolling her eyes at him. The two continued their playful banter, each unwilling to yield. Why don't we head to the infirmary for some treatment? Chen Shui suggested, still somewhat worried about Zhao Che. That's unnecessary. It should heal soon. It really hurts to apply medicine on the wound. Zhao Che waved his hand dismissively. Seeing his determination, Chen Shui refrained from pressing further. Let us go outside. I've always hated school, Zhao Che stated. Chen Shui smiled at his words. All right, let's go. As they walked toward the school gates, Zhao Che suddenly spotted a familiar figure. It was Zhao Xi. Zhao Xi, noticing Zhao Che and the girl beside him, whom she did not recognize, made her way over. Just as Zhao Che was about to speak, Zhao Xi chimed in. You've been in Magic City for so long without visiting me at school. What brings you here now? Sis, don't say that. We were just together a couple of days ago, Zhao Che replied, feeling slightly embarrassed. His feelings resembled those of a middle schooler caught in a romantic moment by their parents, but he quickly reminded himself that he wasn't in a relationship with her. How can you say that? You only come to me when you need something. You've been in Magic City for so long and have only taken me to the mall once. I'm the one always running around for you. And you still haven't thought to come see me, Zhao Xi chided. Turning to Chen Shui, she asked, and who is this? Chen Shui, a classmate from elementary, middle, and high school, Zhao Che introduced casually. Zhao Xi greeted Chen Shui, who responded with a sweet smile. Hello. Zhao Che continued. Zhao Xi, she is my cousin. All right. You two go have fun. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave, Zhao Xi said before departing. Wow, Zhao Xi is actually your sister? She is a campus beauty and drives a luxury Audi worth over $1 million. Beautiful and wealthy. Chen Shui exclaimed in astonishment after Zhao Xi left. Am I not good looking? Zhao Che countered. But you're not rich. Chen Shui remarked bluntly, still viewing Zhao Che through the lens of their childhood. Who says I'm not wealthy? Today, I'll show you what it truly means to be rich. Zhao Che feigned indignation. All right, I want to see what true wealth looks like. Chen Shui agreed without hesitation. They exited the school grounds, with Zhao Che guiding Chen Shui toward a LaFerrari. Chen Shui could hardly fathom that the boy who once fought her for spicy strips had acquired such a luxurious car. As they approached the LaFerrari, Zhao Che halted. While Chen Shui unknowingly walked a few steps ahead, Zhao Che retrieved his keys and unlocked the car, leaving Chen Shui momentarily stunned. After a long pause, she finally exclaimed, "Is this a Ferrari?" Zhao Che nodded yes. "Is it yours?" Chen Shui asked again, incredulous. Zhao Che affirmed with another nod. "Come on, get in." Without hesitation, Chen Shui climbed into the car. As Zhao Che drove the LaFerrari, Chen Shui suddenly blurted out, "This Ferrari must cost millions." Zhao Che replied, "In China, it's about 60 million. In an instant, Chen Shui felt as if the world had turned upside down. It was just as the saying goes, one fears their friends living in hardship, yet here she was, riding in a LaFerrari. Zhao Che, you really ought to be ashamed. Your family is so wealthy, yet you deceived me about snacks." Tears streamed down her cheeks. During their elementary years, Chen Shui had witnessed other classmates buying snacks, while Zhao Che never did, leading her to believe his family was impoverished. She had shared her snacks with him, worried he might go hungry. Only later did she realize that the treats she had scrimped and saved for had been given to someone who lacked for nothing. How infuriating. "Hey, what's the matter? I didn't bully you. Please don't cry." Zhao Che panicked, as he was most fearful of girls crying. "I'm fine. It's just that seeing you live so well makes me want to cry," Chen Shui said, wiping her tears. Zhao Che was taken aback. "What do you mean? You want to cry because I'm doing well? You've gone too far, deceiving me for so many years." Chen Shui pouted. "When did I ever deceive you?" Zhao Che pondered, unable to recall a time he had misled her. I. Chen Shui hesitated, realizing Zhao Che had never actually claimed his family was poor. However, she was unwilling to concede, quickly retorting, "You lied to me about driving a Wuling Hongguang." Zhao Che was momentarily stunned. "I was just joking. I don't care, you deceived me." Chen Shui insisted adamantly. All right. What can I do to earn your forgiveness?" Zhao Che sighed in resignation. "Please take me out for a meal. I desire something exquisite, and do not think to placate me with street food." Chen Shui huffed. "Very well, what would you like to eat?" Zhao Che inquired patiently. "I want seafood," Chen Shui asserted with determination. Subsequently, Zhao Che opted for a reasonably good seafood restaurant. However, when the menu was presented to Chen Shui, she hesitated to place her order. Zhao Che, with a sigh of resignation, made a few selections on her behalf. After their meal, the two ventured to a scenic spot for some leisure. At this moment, Chen Shui had completely forgotten the tears she shed in the car. Following that, Zhao Che took Chen Shui for a stroll in the mall, contemplating purchasing her a gift. Yet after much deliberation, they ended up acquiring only 2 garments. Despite Zhao Che encouraging her to browse further, she refused. Their shopping excursion totaled over 1,000, which was a mere trifle for Zhao Che. After their outing, he returned Chen Shui to her school. Just as Zhao Che was preparing to head back to his residence, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. The system upgrade was successful. You have received an upgrade gift package. Would you like to open it? Zhao Che silently affirmed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired $10 billion. Ding. The system will deposit the $10 billion into your account through legitimate channels. Please use it freely. Ding. System tasks. 1. Accumulate assets exceeding 1 trillion. 2. Possess a publicly listed company with absolute controlling interest. At this moment, even Zhao Che felt numbed, having just utilized $1 billion. He now found himself with an additional $10 billion. To be candid, $10 billion, approximately 65 billion renminbi, was no trivial sum even in Zhao Che's household. Shortly after, his phone buzzed with a notification confirming the funds had been deposited. Chapter 30, An Undercurrent of Security. Unbeknownst to Zhao Che, chaos had erupted within the bank regarding the sudden influx of such a substantial amount of funds. Who exactly is this Zhao Che? How did such a large sum suddenly arrive? We've traced the origins, and all funds are legitimate, with no signs of illicit speculation. Very well, let us not disturb Mr. Zhao Che. Please assist in applying for an American Express Centurion Black Card for him as a small gift. Once the Black Card is ready, we shall visit him. Understood. What credit limit should we apply for? After a moment of contemplation, the person replied, let us set it at 2 billion. Agreed. Meanwhile, Zhao Che was striving to calm his emotions, having noticed the 2 new tasks presented by the system. However, he deemed them inevitable and lacking in challenge. He then turned to the system, inquiring, aside from this gift package, what else has been upgraded? Ding. Level 1 system sign-in now allows for various currencies, real estate, and vehicles. Level 2 system sign-in has newly included enterprises, shares, and other assets. Oh wow, Zhao Che exclaimed in astonishment. If only I could sign in for the Huatian group. That would be entertaining, getting the old man to work for me, haha. At that moment, far away in Jinling, Zhao Huilong sneezed twice. Achoo, achoo. It seems my son is thinking of me, and he has done so twice, Zhao Huilong mused, rubbing his nose. After the system's introduction, Zhao Che immediately focused on signing in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have signed in and acquired in Chao International Security Company. What the hell? I really signed in for a company? Zhao Che thought in astonishment. Though, it seems this company isn't particularly impressive. I've never even heard of it. Just as Zhao Che pondered this, his phone rang. To his surprise, the call was from abroad. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. Hello, Zhao Che tentatively said. Director Zhao. It's wonderful. You finally answered your phone. Came an excited voice from the other end. Who are you? Zhao Che asked directly. Director Zhao, it's Li Yong. Don't you remember me? The middle-aged man on the line responded. Li Yong, I don't recall anything. I've never even heard of you, Zhao Che replied, feigning recollection. Oh, Li Yong, what brings you to call me? Zhao Che asked, pretending to remember. Director Zhao, I thought that having come to Africa, you might have forgotten about me. The man lamented. How could that be? Just tell me what you need, Zhao Che replied straightforwardly. Li Yong adjusted his demeanor and began, Director Zhao. I called to report on our progress. Currently, we have absorbed several smaller armed groups here in Africa. Our numbers have exceeded 30,000, with 20 armored vehicles, 15 tanks, and 7 fighter jets. We also possess a significant stockpile of other artillery, mortars, grenades, and firearms, and we've established security companies in over 40 major countries worldwide. Upon hearing Li Yong's report, Zhao Che felt a chill run down his spine. This company is mine. Indeed, Director Zhao. Who else would it belong to? Li Yong teased. No, I believe this company could very well be yours, Zhao Che stated bluntly. Oh, Director Zhao, please don't jest. The brothers below hold you in high regard and are eager to meet you, Li Yong said, unaware that Zhao Che truly did not desire it. Initially thinking it was just a security company, Zhao Che now realized it resembled an illegal armed organization. He worried that this affiliation might lead to his arrest. Cautiously, he asked, Old Li, is this company legitimate? Oh, Director Zhao, are you doubting me? Who would dare claim we are not legitimate? Li Yong joked. Old Li, I'm serious. Is this legal in Daxiao? Zhao Che asked earnestly. Rest assured, Director Zhao, all our paperwork is in order. We are registered as an international security company. It's just that Africa is so chaotic, private armed groups are permitted. In other regions, our security companies operate strictly by the rules, according to Daxiao's laws. As long as we do not maintain private armed forces within Daxiao, we are in the clear. Oh, that's a relief, Zhao Che said, feeling reassured. You've worked hard during this time, Zhao Che consoled. It's no trouble, Li Yong replied directly. After a while of conversation, Zhao Che learned that, in Li Yong's memory, and Chao was established with funds Zhao Che provided, meaning Li Yong's memories had been altered by the system. Damn it, this system really is deceptive. 12 years ago, I gave him the funds to venture into Africa. 3 years ago, and Chao International Security Company was founded, and within 3 years, they established security companies in various regions. I was only 6 years old 12 years ago. Shouldn't the system provide me with an explanation? Zhao Che raged internally. However, the system remained unresponsive. After a brief pause, Zhao Che picked up his phone again and searched for Chao International Security Company. Chao International Security Company, Chairman, Zhao Che. 100 Ownership, General Manager, Li Yong, followed by a lengthy introduction, though Zhao Che was disinclined to read it. Then he reconsidered. Realizing having such a company provided him with a sense of security, he then drove back to his residence. That night, Zhao Che found it difficult to sleep, contemplating how to spend the $10 billion. Thus, the following morning, Zhao Che returned to the company and sought out Guoxiong, Lu Jinyue, and Lu Chao. Zhao Che inquired, have we contacted Zai Hongshu and Pinduoduo? Guoxiong nodded and stated that he had already made the contacts. Zai Hongshu was scheduled for tomorrow, and Pinduoduo for the day after. Indeed, it is essential to secure as many shares as possible, Zhao Che reiterated earnestly. Recently, please keep an eye out for substantial investments. Ideally those exceeding 500 million. If any such opportunities arise, ensure their proposals are sent to me, as I will soon resume my studies and may not have much time to come to the office. Henceforth, for any matters, please reach out to me via mobile, Zhao Che declared with a serious demeanor. However, the three of them thought to themselves, even when you weren't attending school, you hardly visited. Zhao Che had merely convened a brief meeting at the company today before returning home. Upon his return, Qin Fun and Zhu Yunfei sought him out, insisting he accompany them for a fishing trip. What on earth is wrong with you two? You expect me to fish under this scorching sun, with temperatures soaring above 30 degrees? Zhao Che complained while seated beneath a sunshade, holding a fishing rod. Hey, Lao Zhao, young people must cultivate their character and maintain composure. Don't be so rash, Zhu Yunfei commented, wiping sweat from his brow with a towel. Yes, patience is key. Only then can we catch fish. Qin Fan added in agreement. You both must be seriously unwell, Zhao Che continued to grumble. Yet, in the next moment, the float of Zhao Che's fishing rod suddenly dipped. Engrossed in his complaints, he failed to notice it. However, Qin Fan and Zhu Yunfei did, and exclaimed, Look, Lao Zhao has a bite. Quick, reel it in. Zhao Che snapped to attention, tugging the rod sharply, and it bent dramatically in response. To his surprise, the fish exhibited considerable strength, and the trio spent several minutes before finally landing it. A hefty carp weighing around 10 pounds. Damn it, why can Lao Zhao catch fish while we can't? Zhu Yunfei protested. After 2 hours, Zhao Che had caught over a dozen fish, varying in size, while Zhu Yunfei and Qin Fan managed only 4 or 5. None as large as Zhao Che's. Lao Zhao, let us call it a day. We can fish another time, Qin Fan suggested. What's the rush? Let us fish a bit longer. I sense another bite coming, Zhao Che retorted, having forgotten his earlier complaints. Lao Zhao, we should go. It's almost dark, Qin Fan urged. Young people must cultivate themselves and not be hasty, Zhao Che countered with their earlier advice. Ultimately, however, he was persuaded to leave. The three then found a casual spot to dine before Zhao Che returned to his residence at Tangshan. He sighed to himself, knowing he would soon have to return to class. That night, Zhao Che retired early. Upon awakening, he dutifully logged in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 10 million yen. How delightful, the familiar sensation returned. Zhao Che had initially thought the system would be more generous with its upgrades, but it remained the same. He then requested the butler at Tangshan to bring up breakfast. After his meal, he drove his McLaren P1 to school, although not as expensive as a Bugatti. The McLaren P1 was still one of the top 3 supercars, with a price tag exceeding 10 million. Thus, upon entering the school, he attracted considerable attention. Everyone eagerly speculated about who would emerge from the car, and soon someone recognized Zhao Che. Paying little heed to the crowd, he made his way to his classroom. The moment he entered, he was taken aback. The atmosphere had darkened significantly. He felt grateful that he had not participated in military training. Wow, Lao Zhao, you finally made it. I thought you had been expelled, Zhou Jingsong exclaimed, his face lighting up at Zhao Che's return. Zhao Che could only smile awkwardly, explaining, I had some matters to attend to recently. Before long, Lin Momo approached him, asking, Zhao Che, have you eaten? I have some food. Would you like some? Not only Lin Momo, but many others also eagerly gathered around him. I'm not hungry. I've already eaten, Zhao Che politely declined. Shortly after, the group settled down to chat. Lin Momo instinctively took the seat beside Zhao Che, which had originally belonged to Zhou Jingsong. As a result, Zhou Jingsong had to relocate. Zhao Che thought little of it. Sitting next to a young lady was certainly preferable to being beside a boorish man. Before long, a teacher entered, and they proceeded to endure 4 grueling classes in the morning. Zhao Che felt overwhelmed and spent the entire time chatting with Lin Momo. During lunch, they ate together, and the afternoon brought another 3 classes, which left Zhao Che feeling quite fatigued. Following the final class, he drove back to Tangshan. Thus, time passed slowly, and a week went by. The stores Chayu Xuanxiang and Xiangmentang had opened over a dozen branches, thanks to the unintentional promotions by hundreds of influencers. Coupled with substantial traffic from Shuangguang, their grand opening day was extraordinarily successful, especially for Chayu Xuanxiang. The visually appealing cups from Chayu Xuanxiang attracted many customers, who would buy a drink merely for a photo opportunity. The influencers' promotions, along with the girls sharing their photos on social media platforms, served as effective advertising. Now, purchasing a cup of milk tea from Chayu Xuanxiang required standing in line, and even scalpers emerged. Originally, Li Guangyuan and the others had planned for 3 staff members per store, but now, several locations had increased their workforce to 5, yet they remained busily engaged without pause. Zhao Che was quite pleased with this development, but refrained from intervening. During this period, he focused diligently on his studies. Even if he occasionally arrived late, left early, conversed with others, or even dozed off, he was still a good student. Gradually, the eve of National Day arrived, marking the last day before the holiday, which, combined with the Mid-Autumn Festival, provided an extended break of 8 days. After the afternoon classes concluded, Zhao Che was preparing to leave when Lin Momo approached him again. As they shared a desk and chatted during class, they had grown quite familiar. Zhao Che, what are your plans for National Day? Where will you go to have fun? Lin Momo asked nonchalantly. I'm not quite sure. I might head home, Zhao Che replied thoughtfully. Oh, you're going home? Lin Momo said, slightly dejected. Zhao Che nodded, inquiring, what's wrong? Do you want to come home with me? He teased with a smile. Lin Momo's face flushed instantly. I'm not. You're talking nonsense. I never said that. She quickly retorted. Seeing Lin Momo flustered amused Zhao Che, prompting him to ask, if you have something to say, just say it. Are you really considering coming home with me? No, I was just asking, Lin Momo replied shyly. Zhao Che then said nothing further and left. While on his way back to Tangshaniping, he received a call from Chen Shui, inquiring if he was returning home. Zhao Che truthfully answered that he would return on the 3rd. They arranged to go back together on that date, and feeling a bit bored, Chen Shui invited Zhao Che to visit her the following day, to which he readily agreed. Subsequently, Zhao Che called Zhao Shi, asking when she would return to Jinling, as he couldn't leave his sister alone in Shanghai. In the end, Zhao Shi planned to return with Zhao Che on the 3rd as well. However, Zhao Che himself could not go back tomorrow, as he had matters to attend to. On National Day, 47 Jinshang stores would simultaneously open in Shanghai, and Zhao Che needed to be present at the company to oversee the event. That evening, Zhao Che retired early for the night. At the break of dawn, precisely at 7 o'clock, he rose from his slumber, drove his car, and directly sought out Chen Shui to share breakfast together. Zhao Che, are you out of your mind? I didn't ask you to come this early. I haven't even had enough sleep. Chen Shui complained. You insisted that I come find you. What choice did I have? I have matters to attend to later, Zhao Che retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Shui. What matters do you have? Chen Shui inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Zhao Che offered no explanation, merely stating, a project worth several hundred million. Is that for real? Chen Shui responded, still somewhat skeptical. Why would I lie to you? Otherwise, why would I wake up so early? Zhao Che countered. Then why did you come to find me? Chen Shui questioned, her confusion evident. Zhao Che replied, somewhat exasperated. Wasn't it you who asked me to find you? I thought you were free. So I invited you out for some fun, Chen Shui clarified. Subsequently, Zhao Che took Chen Shui with him to Juxing Wow. Is this company yours, Zhao Che? Chen Shui exclaimed upon entering. How do you find it? Not too shabby, I hope, Zhao Che replied with a grin. I've made up my mind, from now on. You shall support me. Your company is already sustaining so many people. One more won't make a difference, Chen Shui proclaimed with utmost seriousness. Zhao Che burst into laughter at her declaration, saying, Shui, could you not aspire for more? Why should I? My ultimate goal is to live off others. Chen Shui shot back, rolling her eyes at Zhao Che. Zhao Che, weary of bantering, sought out Guo Xiong, and the trio descended to the 37th floor, where Jinshang was located. Upon learning of Zhao Che's arrival, Han Rui promptly came out to greet him. Director Zhao, Han Rui acknowledged. Zhao Che nodded and inquired, how is the store preparation coming along? Han Rui, visibly anxious, replied, currently, all 47 stores in Magic City are ready. We have 64 styles of tops for both genders, 39 styles of pants, and 26 styles of outerwear. As for shoes, we only have 9 styles. The inventory across all stores is uniform, and we are hiring 1 employee for every 30 square meters, plus 1 cashier. We are just waiting for the doors to open promptly at 10. Zhao Che nodded. How's the pre-launch marketing going? We started the pre-launch efforts when Jinshang was established, gradually building momentum. Just a couple of days ago, we intensified our promotional activities, and hundreds of influencers have been spreading the word, intentionally or otherwise, Han Rui elaborated. Initially bewildered, Chen Shui finally grasped the situation upon hearing the name Jinshang. You established Jinshang? She asked Zhao Che. Zhao Che nodded. Are you familiar with Jinshang? I am. It's incredibly popular now. I had actually wanted you to come find me today, so we could visit their store together, Chen Shui explained. Zhao Che chuckled and remarked to Han Rui. Your promotional efforts have certainly been effective. Upon receiving Zhao Che's praise, Han Rui smiled. Albeit his anxiety lingered, he feared that if the promotions failed, the opening might see no customers at all, which would spell disaster. Guo Xiong teased Han Rui. Chen Shui seems to have a penchant for your clothing. Why don't you take her to select some? Ah yes indeed. Chen Shui, we may not have much else, but we certainly have an abundance of apparel. Just pick whatever catches your eye, Han Rui responded, realizing the opportunity. Feeling a bit bashful from their remarks, Chen Shui glanced at Zhao Che, noticing her gaze. Zhao Che encouraged, go ahead and choose. Feel free to take as much as you can carry if you're up for it, he teased, delighted by Zhao Che's words. Chen Shui was promptly led by an attendant to the clothing display. In truth, the selection at Jinshang was limited. They had only sent a few pieces of each design for inspection upon production. Chen Shui spent quite some time selecting 2 outfits, blissfully unaware of their price, which would undoubtedly astonish her if she found out. After her selections, she returned to where Zhao Che, Guo Xiong, and Han Rui were seated in a room adorned with numerous monitors displaying live feeds from each store. At that moment, the screen showed a flurry of activity. Sales associates were still preparing for the opening, as it was merely a few minutes past 9 o'clock, and no customers had yet entered. As the clock struck 10, the tension in the room heightened. 1, 2, 3 minutes passed, yet only a handful of customers had entered the stores. Han Rue's palms began to sweat from anxiety. Suddenly, the monitors captured a surge of customers flooding into one store, then another, and soon several stores were inundated with eager shoppers. Relieved, Han Rue exhaled. Thank goodness. The marketing efforts have paid off. However, Zhao Che observed something crucial. While many were entering, most merely browsed without making purchases. He surmised that they were likely comparing prices with other renowned brands and thus hesitated to purchase from Jinxiang, which offered similar pricing. Zhao Che articulated his thoughts, prompting Han Rue to display a conflicted expression before suggesting, "Shall we consider a promotion?" Zhao Che shook his head, replying, "Is it that customers lack funds? Or do they perceive our brand as overpriced?" After some contemplation, Han Rue concluded, "They probably think our brand is too expensive." Zhao Che nodded, then shook his head again, stating firmly, "Customers do not find our brand expensive, they perceive it as not worth the price." Guo Xiong, Han Rue, and Chen Shui exchanged puzzled glances. "Stop keeping us in suspense, just tell us," Chen Shui urged, rolling her eyes at Zhao Che. Guo Xiong and Han Rue shared the same sentiment. Zhao Che, slightly annoyed at being interrupted, glanced at Chen Shui before elaborating, "If they believe Jinxiang is not worth the price, we shall make it worthy of that price." With that, he turned to Han Rue and instructed, "Reduce the inventory by 2/3, leaving only 1/3 available for sale. Then arrange for people to post online about purchasing Jinxiang's new products at a premium, increasing the price by 15 to 25%, before reselling them at a 50% markup. Additionally, issue a statement on Jinxiang's official website condemning these resellers and scalpers. Gradually release limited stock to appease those who wish to buy, but couldn't, all under the guise of combating scalpers, offering discounts like 90 or 88. After about a week, we will release more stock, and in the minds of these customers, Jinxiang will become worthy of that price." Brilliant, simply brilliant. Everyone thought in unison. "I'll get right on controlling the inventory," Han Rue eagerly responded. He promptly made a call to reduce the inventory to 1/3, arranged for high-priced buybacks of Jinxiang's new products, and instructed others to pose as scalpers online. Chapter 33, The Scheme Commences. Following a seamless execution by Han Rue, the orders were systematically disseminated. Subsequently, Zhao Che inquired of Guo Xiong about the current status of Cha Yusun Xiang. Guo Xiong pondered briefly before responding that as of yesterday, a total of 76 stores had been established for Cha Yusun Xiang, which is currently thriving. Each outlet sells over 650 cups on average, and they can reach around 800 cups daily. In comparison, Mantang Xiang is slightly less successful. "What? Both Cha Yusun Xiang and Mantang Xiang are your ventures?" Chen Shui exclaimed in surprise. "Is there a problem? If you wish to try it, you can head to the 37th floor," Zhao Che said with a smile, his vanity momentarily satisfied. He then turned to Guo Xiong and stated that since sales were promising, rapid expansion was essential. Popularity is fleeting, and once the excitement fades, daily sales might dwindle to 200 or 300 cups, he advised. Guo Xiong nodded in agreement. In truth, even Zhao Che had not anticipated the meteoric rise of Cha Yusun Xiang, which had only emerged less than a month ago, yet had already become a staple in the city. There were even online claims suggesting that a visit to the metropolis without experiencing Cha Yusun Xiang was akin to not visiting at all. Meanwhile, Chen Shui gazed at Zhao Che with eager anticipation, hoping he would take her to enjoy Cha Yusun Xiang and dine at Mantang Xiang. Zhao Che, noticing her enthusiasm, agreed to her wishes. "Have we finalized discussions with Zai Hongshu and Pinduoduo?" Zhao Che inquired again, directing his attention to Guo Xiong. Guo Xiong nodded affirmatively, stating that they secured a 200 million deal with Zai Hongshu for a 32 stake and 300 million with Pinduoduo for a 28 stake. The notice for the share transfer should be arriving soon. "Well done, indeed," Zhao Che replied with a smile. After some thought, Guo Xiong said, "Chairman Zhao, we have received an invitation to the Pingqing Technology Investment Conference on the 7th, where many tech enterprises are seeking investments. Should we attend?" "The Pingqing Technology Investment Conference?" Zhao Che repeated, somewhat perplexed. Guo Xiong nodded affirmatively. "Never mind, it's too far. I shall not attend." "You go," Zhao Che replied decisively. "Chairman Zhao, that might not be appropriate." Guo Xiong hesitated. "Not to worry, I trust you. Attend and, if possible, send me the project proposals from those companies. Should any interest me, I will let you know," Zhao Che instructed. The Technology Investment Conference is a vital venue for networking. Even those without immediate needs often attend, presenting an opportunity for everyone. Guo Xiong was not one to shy away from such prospects. Since Zhao Che bestowed his trust upon him, he was determined to execute this task diligently. However, unbeknownst to Guo Xiong, Zhao Che did not require these connections, for if they were aware of his true identity, they would be eager to curry favor with him. After their discussion, Zhao Che escorted Chen Shui to the 36th floor, where the offices of Cha Yusun Xiang and Man Tang Xiang were located. Chen Shui remarked, "You should have told me earlier that Cha Yusun Xiang was your venture. I saw online how highly praised it is, and I wanted to buy a cup to try. Yet, the store next to our school has been perpetually crowded, and I've waited in line twice without success." "Well, you never asked me, did you? Today, indulge yourself in whatever you wish. It's all on me," Zhao Che teased. In truth, Zhao Che had yet to sample either Cha Yusun Xiang or Man Tang Xiang himself. They first visited the Cha Yusun Xiang office, where Li Guangyuan welcomed them warmly. The company featured a water bar, where staff experimented with milk tea ratios and new flavors. Zhao Che and Chen Shui ordered a cup of milk foam tea. Zhao Che examined the exquisite cup and remarked, "Indeed, this cup is exquisite. It makes me want to buy one myself," he said with a smile. Li Guangyuan chuckled, explaining that without the cost of the cup, their profit margin could reach around 80, but due to the cup's expense, it was limited to 72 to 73. Chen Shui, sipping her milk tea, suddenly spat it out in astonishment. "I'm so sorry," she exclaimed, hurriedly reaching for some napkins to clean up her mess. She was utterly taken aback, realizing that the profit margins for the milk tea were so high, and yet customers were lining up to buy it. "What is this? It's practically giving money away. They don't even need to sell." At that moment, the phrase wicked capitalist flashed through Chen Shui's mind. Zhao Che glanced at her, asking, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just choked a bit." Chen Shui quickly fabricated an excuse. "Then drink slowly. No one is competing with you," Zhao Che bantered. Afterward, Zhao Che led her to the Man Tang Xiang office, where they ordered some boneless chicken bites, chicken legs, and chicken strips. Zhao Che found the flavors quite delightful. They feasted on the delectable combination of milk tea and fried chicken, a perfect remedy for their midday hunger. In the afternoon, Zhao Che returned with Chen Shui to the 37th floor, guiding her to Qianyun. For what girl could resist beautiful clothing, particularly traditional Han attire and elegant dresses? Chen Shui tried on numerous outfits, while Zhao Che captured countless photographs, each one radiating an ethereal charm. He then arranged for the photos to be printed. By the end of the day, Chen Shui was undeniably elated, and as evening approached, Zhao Che escorted her home. On the same day that Han Rui had arranged for the high-priced acquisition of Jinshang's new clothing, the stores of Jinshang were overflowing with customers eager to profit from this opportunity. That evening, 1/3 of the inventory from the 47 Jinshang stores in the metropolis was sold out, and they all tacitly refrained from restocking. Online, the prices for Jinshang's clothing and shoes began to rise. Items originally priced at 1,000 surged to 1,500, and those at 2,000 climbed to 3,000. At that moment, Han Rui logged onto Jinshang's official website to announce, "Today marks the opening of our 47 stores in the metropolis. It should be a day of celebration." However, due to the actions of certain resellers and scalpers maliciously purchasing our products en masse, many customers have faced long waits without securing their desired clothing. On behalf of Jinshang, I apologize to those who came today hoping to purchase our products but were unable to do so. We strongly condemn those scalpers hoarding our products to sell at inflated prices. To make amends for today as shortcomings, all Jinshang products will be sold at an 88% discount tomorrow. Let us unite against scalpers. Han Rui swiftly published this statement on Jinshang's official website. Chapter 34, The Phenomenon of Jinshang. However, Han Rui was also curious, as the announcement of the high-priced acquisition led to the clearing of 1/3 of Jinshang's inventory within half a day. Yet, they had only managed to reclaim about a quarter of what was sold. The whereabouts of the remaining 3/4 of the clothing and shoes remained a mystery. Unbeknownst to Han Rui, when he released the news of the high-priced acquisition of Jinshang's products, a pack of scalpers in the metropolis had descended upon the opportunity like wolves sensing blood. They believed that someone offering such exorbitant prices must be expecting a profit, perhaps privy to some insider information. Otherwise, who would dare to raise prices so significantly for bulk acquisitions? Thus, it is only natural that they wish to jump on the bandwagon and reap substantial profits. Furthermore, having observed that the prices of Jinshang's products had already surged by 50% online, they were even less inclined to sell these garments to Han Rui at a mere 15% markup. The scalpers, upon seeing Jinshang's official announcement, could hardly suppress their amusement. "You think you can resist us? Offering a discount of 12? Just wait and see how we clear out your stock tomorrow," they boasted with glee. Simultaneously, the online community erupted with fervent reactions. A live streamer lamented, "I had intended to purchase an outfit from Jinshang today, but it was all snatched up by those scalpers. Now, the prices online are exorbitantly inflated. It's truly outrageous." The chat was soon filled with comments from fans echoing similar sentiments. "I wanted to buy too, but they took everything. I stood in line for ages, only to find it all sold out." Of course, it was uncertain whether these individuals had genuinely attempted to purchase the items. Their remarks seemed more like casual conversation with the streamer. Among the viewers, There were undoubtedly some planted supporters, for without them, the streamer's initiation of this topic would have felt forced. Additionally, some streamers showcased their own Jinxiang attire during the live broadcasts, prompting comments from supporters like, "Wow, you managed to get a Jinxiang outfit? Haha, I waited in line for so long to buy mine, and it was almost sold out." I must say, their clothes are not only stunning but also exceptionally comfortable. It's no wonder the scalpers are after them. In response, others lamented, "I stood in line for what felt like an eternity and ended up with nothing. Me too. My legs are sore from standing, and all of it was taken by scalpers." Some streamers even confessed to purchasing their garments at exorbitant prices from scalpers, paying an additional 50%. As the night progressed, the Jinxiang brand experienced an unprecedented surge in popularity. A significant number of individuals began to buy the overpriced garments. Han Rui, witnessing this frenzy, was left utterly astounded. However, he had no choice but to arrange for delivery of the clothing that night. Some of his out-of-town associates even arranged for express shipments. As he jotted down addresses, he muttered in frustration, "You all refused to buy during the day when the store was open, and now you insist on paying these inflated prices? Do you really think they can rise any further?" Even people from outside the metropolis are eager to purchase a few pieces, all wishing for a dedicated Jinxiang store in their locality. At 10 o'clock the next morning, all 47 Jinxiang specialty stores in the metropolis opened their doors to a throng of eager customers. Within half an hour, the stores were once again sold out, resulting in employees clocking out after just 30 minutes of work. This time, however, there were fewer scalpers. The majority of people were merely following the trend, buying for themselves. The incident quickly made headlines. Many on Weibo tagged Jinxiang's official account, pleading for more stock, as it was virtually impossible to make a purchase. Numerous individuals who successfully snagged Jinxiang clothing posted photos on Weibo and Kuaishou to flaunt their finds, while many streamers recorded videos as well. Amidst this, Han Rui logged onto the Jinxiang website to address the public. "Every piece of clothing we produce at Jinxiang undergoes over 20 meticulous manufacturing processes to ensure its completion. Each garment represents our finest craftsmanship, and such artistry cannot be achieved simply or swiftly. Due to the intricate processes involved, our output is limited, and we currently cannot meet the surging demand. This is our commitment to our customers and a safeguard for our brand. We are diligently working on a solution and hope that every customer will soon find garments they adore at Jinxiang. We appreciate your understanding." As the fervor surrounding Jinxiang persisted, discussions online intensified. "I heard Jinxiang is opening a specialty store in Kyoto." "You're mistaken. It's set to open in our Jinling." "You're all mistaken. They clearly stated it would be in Linen." "Oh please, they specifically mentioned Suzhou. How did it become your city? You folks from Suzhou are so close to the metropolis. Just go there to shop. Let the store come to our mountain city instead, since you all can fly to the metropolis anyway." The online debates escalated, while Zhao Che remained oblivious to the commotion. He had once again sought out Chen Shui, and the two were enjoying a day out at the sights of the metropolis. Chen Shui turned to Zhao Che and said, "Did you know? When I returned to the dorm last night, my roommate asked where I got my Jinxiang outfit, wondering if I had rushed to get it. They said the price for this same style online has already skyrocketed to over 6,000. Chen Shui chuckled as she shared this with Zhao Che. "Really? It appears my strategy is indeed effective," Zhao Che replied, grinning. "Yes, this morning. My roommate even tried to drag me along to get more." Chen Shui laughed as she spoke. "If you want more, just head to the Jinxiang company. They have plenty. You could wear a different outfit every day," Zhao Che suggested playfully. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Che's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Zhao Shi. "Hello sister, what's up?" He answered promptly. "Little Che, I bought you 2 outfits. Where are you?" "I'll bring them to you." Zhao Shi's voice came through the line. "Outfits? What outfits? Why did you buy me clothes?" Zhao Che inquired, puzzled. "From Jinxiang. It's been incredibly popular lately. I intended to buy 2 for myself this morning, but I arrived a bit late, and only the men's clothing was left. I thought you might like them, so I bought them," Zhao Shi explained. Instantaneously, Zhao Che felt disheartened. "Sister, if you wanted clothes, you could just tell me. No need to buy them yourself." He responded, "You don't understand. Those clothes are so hard to get. The store opened at 10, and I arrived at 10:20. And only the men's clothing remained. It's incredibly competitive." Zhao Shi assumed Zhao Che was unaware of the situation. "It might not be that difficult to get." Zhao Che muttered under his breath. "What?" Zhao Shi didn't catch what he said. "Oh, it's nothing. Sister, I'll be waiting for you at the financial tower." Zhao Che replied, and Zhao Shi agreed. Chapter 35. Does he like me? What's wrong? Chen Shui asked upon noticing Zhao Che's furrowed brow. "My sister went to Jinxiang early this morning to queue for clothes, but couldn't get any women's items, so she bought me 2 instead." Zhao Che explained with a wry smile. "Doesn't your sister know you run this company?" Chen Shui queried, puzzled. "They don't know," Zhao Che replied. Reluctantly, Zhao Che led Chen Shui back to the financial tower. Before long, Zhao Shi arrived. Upon seeing Zhao Che and Chen Shui together, she asked, "What is the situation between you two?" "Sister, don't jump to conclusions. There is nothing going on between us," Zhao Che quickly retorted. Chen Shui nodded in agreement with Zhao Che's words. Zhao Shi then handed the shopping bag to Zhao Che, saying, "These clothes are quite nice." Zhao Che could only awkwardly nod in response and suggest, "Sister, let us head upstairs." Zhao Shi paid no heed to Zhao Che, instead turning her gaze towards Chen Shui and inquired, "Did you acquire that outfit from Jinshang? I've seen it online." Chen Shui, taken aback by the question, could only respond, "I got it from upstairs." "Upstairs? What do you mean?" Zhao Shi asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Dear sister, don't overthink it. Jinshang's office is right above. You can choose any attire you desire," Zhao Che interjected promptly. "Really?" Zhao Shi's excitement was palpable upon hearing this. Soon after, Zhao Che led her to Jinshang. As they entered, several voices greeted them in unison. "Hello, Director Zhao." The repeated salutation left Zhao Shi momentarily stunned. She stared at Zhao Che, then asked, "You own Jinshang?" Zhao Che could only nod awkwardly in affirmation. "When did you open it? How come I didn't know?" Zhao Shi inquired, her brow knitting in concern. "It was just last month," Zhao Che replied candidly. "Ah, so you started your own clothing business. Letting your sister compete with others in the store, is that it? Here I was, buying clothes for you, and you didn't even think of your sister." Zhao Shi lamented. "Sister, that is not true. I intended to get you something tomorrow, but since you're here today, I'll let you choose for yourself." Zhao Che earnestly defended himself. Zhao Shi merely rolled her eyes at his excuse. "Shui, quickly take my sister to pick out more," Zhao Che urged Chen Shui, who promptly led Zhao Shi to select more garments. Zhao Che sighed inwardly. What a calamity. Zhao Shi was unabashed, selecting over a dozen items, while Chen Shui added a couple more. Yet, to Jinshang, this was hardly significant. Once they emerged, Chen Shui remarked, "Senior, over there are all traditional costumes and formal wear. They're particularly eye-catching, and you can take photos. There is also bubble tea and fried chicken downstairs, which are quite good. Shall we give them a try?" Intrigued, Zhao Shi readily agreed, and Zhao Che retraced the previous day's itinerary. First bubble tea, then fried chicken, followed by trying on hanfu and taking photos. Zhao Che felt utterly overwhelmed. "Wow, without a word, you've established such a substantial business, and I was completely in the dark," Zhao Shi remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Zhao Che. "Sister, don't put it that way. Whatever I have is yours. Just ask, and the company can be yours." Zhao Che feigned generosity. "All right then, let us revisit in 2 days. Tomorrow we'll arrange a share transfer," Zhao Shi quipped. "Sure thing," Zhao Che replied with a smile, fully aware she was jesting. After all, Zhao Shi's family had no dire need for another company. Moreover, Zhao Che had confidence in his ability to establish another such enterprise at any moment, given his substantial resources. "You're so generous," Zhao Shi retorted, rolling her eyes at him again. "As long as you're not upset, I can afford to be generous," Zhao Che replied casually. "Well then, I want to take your company. I'll just come to you whenever I need clothes. That is not too much to ask, right?" Zhao Shi teased. "Not a problem at all. Just tell me what style you desire, and I can design something just for you," Zhao Che readily agreed. As evening approached, Zhao Che took both women to a restaurant for dinner before returning to Tangshanipin. Chen Shui accompanied Zhao Shi home, as it was conveniently along the way. On the road, Zhao Shi, feeling a bit curious, asked, "Shui, do you like Zhao Che?" "Ah, what?" Chen Shui was taken aback by the unexpected question, her cheeks flushing crimson. "I am just an ordinary friend of Zhao Che," she mumbled softly. "Let me tell you, Zhao Che is quite remarkable, innocent, and devoted. Just look at him. He has established such a substantial company while still in school, which speaks volumes about his capabilities. Plus, he has yet to experience a romantic relationship," Zhao Shi asserted. "Ah," Chen Shui felt flustered, as she remembered having 3 crushes in middle school. What? He had 3 girlfriends in middle school? How could he deceive me? Zhao Shi felt embarrassed, yet held back her laughter. "At least he is single now." Chen Shui, unsure of how to respond, hesitated before saying, "But your family seems quite wealthy. I wouldn't want Zhao Che to think I'm only interested in him for his money. Our backgrounds are just too different. It's better to remain ordinary friends." "Oh, so that is what you're worried about? You needn't fret. There are hardly any families that can match his. He can't remain single forever, can he?" Zhao Shi teased. "Ah, well," Chen Shui began to speak, but Zhao Shi interrupted, "Don't worry. His parents have good personalities and are easy to get along with." "That is not what I meant to say," Chen Shui thought, wanting to voice her true concerns. "Even if they were difficult, they're busy. Not only you, but even Zhao Che doesn't have time to manage them. I used to be the one handling everything." Zhao Shi said with a hint of pride. "But if he doesn't like me, wouldn't that mean I can't even be friends?" Chen Shui expressed her worries. "He must like you. Since arriving in Modu, he only seeks me out when he has matters to discuss. Otherwise, he is with you. Can't you see that? The moment he speaks, I can discern his intentions, Zhao Che complained. But I've been the one reaching out to him, Chen Shui murmured softly. Oh, is that so? Zhao Che felt exasperated, lamenting how he managed to secure 3 relationships in middle school. You see, the reason he only meets up with you is that he clearly likes you. If he didn't, why would he join you for outings? Does he really like me? Chen Shui pondered quietly to herself. Chapter 36, Arrival in Jinling. At that moment, 2 conflicting voices battled within Chen Shui's heart, one asserting he likes you, the other doubting it. Zhao Che was undeniably handsome. If a perfect score for looks were 100, he would surely earn at least 98. His character was equally commendable. Unlike many wealthy heirs, he bore no air of superiority. Throughout their interactions, he displayed respect for others' opinions, often displaying humor and playfulness, making their exchanges delightful. To be enchanted by someone who is not only strikingly handsome but also caring, humorous, and capable of lifting one's spirits during gloomy times is a feat. Even if Zhao Che's background were modest, it would be easy for any girl in his company to develop feelings for him. Let alone considering his affluent background and formidable talents. How could one not be captivated? In truth, Chen Shui had harbored feelings for Zhao Che since middle school. Yet she feared that confessing would jeopardize their friendship. She felt that middle school was too early for such matters, perhaps leading to no fruitful outcomes. Later, as they both attended a prestigious high school, the immense academic pressure pushed such thoughts to the back of their minds. When they both ended up in university in Modu, Chen Shui thought perhaps the timing was right. However, upon discovering Zhao Che's affluent background, she hesitated, feeling unworthy of him, burying her feelings deep within, yet unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. Thus, the reason why Chen Shui suddenly broke down in tears in Zhao Che's car last time was that she felt he had become so distant, as if belonging to an entirely different echelon. The belief she had held since middle school shattered in an instant, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. From elementary school to middle school, and now to high school, perhaps it was fate giving them repeated chances, yet they had failed to seize them. Now that they had reached university, if they let this opportunity slip away, who could say whether they would ever meet again? Perhaps there would be another chance. But by then both might have started families of their own. For Zhao Che, Chen Shui was like the purest moonlight in his heart. In elementary school, when others indulged in snacks, he was left without any. Though he never voiced it, he undoubtedly longed for them. During this time, an angelic little girl would always share her treats with him, and when he hadn't completed his homework, she would willingly offer hers for him to copy. When the workload became overwhelming, she would even assist him in copying to spare him from the teacher's scolding. This wasn't just a fleeting moment, but rather a bond that had developed over many years. The downside, their friendship was cherished by both, lingering on the precipice of something more. Yet neither dared to speak first, fearing that the other might not reciprocate their feelings, leaving them unable to even remain friends. Zhao Che had dated 3 girls in middle school, hoping to see if Chen Shui would show signs of jealousy. Few knew that he had been dating in middle school. And when this reached Chen Shui's ears, it was clear that Zhao Che was doing it intentionally. Yet, when he noticed that Chen Shui showed no signs of jealousy, he, rather stubbornly, proceeded to date 3 girls in succession, each relationship lasting no longer than 2 weeks. Meanwhile, Chen Shui was tormented by her own conflicting emotions. Before long, Zhao Che's car came to a halt at the school entrance. As the vehicle came to a stop, Chen Shui gathered her thoughts, preparing to exit, only to hear Zhao Che remark, "You are the first girl I've seen spend time alone with Zhao Che. I've never seen him hang out with other girls like this. I doubt his parents have either," followed by a gentle smile. Chen Shui certainly heard this, yet while she understood the first part, the latter left her puzzled. "Thank you, Senior." Chen Shui managed to smile back at Zhao Che before stepping out of the car. Even she was unsure whether her gratitude was for Zhao Che driving her back to school or for the other conversations they had shared. "Get some rest. Tomorrow I'll pick you up to go to the high-speed rail station," Zhao Che advised. Chen Shui nodded, thinking to herself that if Zhao Che's family was anything like his sister, perhaps she still had a chance. Meanwhile, Zhao Che was contemplating, "Little brother, I can only assist you up to this point." As Zhao Che had mentioned, the moment Zhao Che opened his mouth, she could predict his words. Both their parents were busy. Zhao Che's father was a civil servant often on loan, while his mother managed a trading company, frequently traveling abroad. Thus, Zhao Che spent considerable time at Zhao Che's home, where she had come to understand him well and recognized his affections for Chen Shui. On the other hand, Zhao Che was oblivious to Zhao Che and Chen Shui's conversation. Upon returning to Tang Chenyi Pin, he took a shower and then browsed online for reactions to Jin Shang before retiring for the night. The next morning at 8:30, Zhao Che was jolted awake by the ringing of his phone. It was Zhao Che, urging him to get up quickly. By that time, Zhao Che was already up, preparing to pick up Chen Shui for their trip to the high-speed rail station. Upon hearing her, Zhao Che sprang from bed, skipping breakfast, and after grooming himself, set off towards the station in a colonnade. The reason for not taking his sports car was simple. He was uneasy about leaving it parked outside for too long. As for the Cullinan, if it got scratched or stolen, it was no matter. He could simply buy another. However, the sports car was another story altogether. Acquiring one was not guaranteed. After about 30 minutes, Zhao Che arrived at the station, waiting only 3 to 5 minutes before Zhao Shi and Chen Shui arrived. However, Zhao Che noticed that Chen Shui's gaze towards him seemed somewhat evasive. Thus, he inquired, "Little Shui, did my sister say something bad about me?" Chen Shui quickly shook her head. "No?" Zhao Shi rolled her eyes at Zhao Che, retorting, "You're barking up the wrong tree." Zhao Che, momentarily baffled, could only suggest they move on. Having already purchased the tickets in advance, they entered the station with their IDs. The three soon boarded the high-speed train, settling into the business class seats. Noticing Chen Shui's lingering avoidance, Zhao Che teased, "Little Shui, are you developing a squint?" "You're the one with a squint," Chen Shui shot back, irritated. Zhao Shi, caught off guard by Zhao Che's comment, was unsure whether to laugh or cry. Yet, before long, Zhao Che and Chen Shui fell back into their previous rhythm. The high-speed train sped swiftly, with the journey from Mo due to Jinling taking just over an hour. And soon they arrived at their destination. Upon disembarking, the air felt fragrant and sweet. This was home. The three exited the station together. Strange. Why hasn't he, my old man, sent anyone to pick me up? Zhao Che wondered aloud. What old man? That's your dad, Zhao Shi retorted. He didn't come to pick me up when I returned to Jinling, yet expects me to call him dad? He should be grateful I'm even calling him that. Zhao Che joked. Didn't you inform your dad? Zhao Shi asked. No, I assumed you would. Zhao Che replied directly. I thought you said you would, Zhao Shi shot back. Zhao Che then pulled out his phone and called Uncle Zhao, the family driver. Huatian Group surely had business vehicles at the high-speed rail station, as clients would frequently visit. After completing the call, a business vehicle arrived within 2 to 3 minutes. The three of them promptly got in, first dropping off Chen Shui before Zhao Che and Zhao Shi returned home. Chapter 37, A Family Reunion. Before long, Zhao Che and Zhao Shi arrived at the Zhao family villa beneath Zhongshan. Upon entering, Zhao Che felt a wave of comfort wash over him. As they returned, they were soon greeted by someone. Aunt Sun, Zhao Che and Zhao Shi called out in unison. Little Che, little Shi, welcome back, Aunt Sun replied, smiling warmly. Aunt Sun had been the one taking care of Zhao Che and Zhao Shi for some time, and she usually prepared meals for them at home. Thus, their bond with her was strong, akin to family. Aunt Sun, are my parents and uncle still not back? Zhao Che inquired with curiosity. They might be a bit busy lately, but they'll be back tonight. They even called earlier, asking me to prepare more dishes for dinner. Aunt Sun explained with a smile. Zhao Che nodded in understanding, then glanced at Zhao Shi, suggesting, Sister, why don't we go out for a bit? Who knows when they'll be back? Zhao Shi readily agreed. The two then headed to the garage, intending to choose a car, when suddenly Uncle Zhao, the family driver, appeared. Little Shi, you're here. Uncle Zhao greeted them. The two exchanged pleasantries with him before Zhao Che began selecting a vehicle. However, the truth was that the Zhao family did not own a sports car, as no one besides Zhao Che drove that kind of vehicle. Uncle Zhao, could you hand me the keys to the Range Rover? My sister and I are heading out, Zhao Che remarked, glancing towards Uncle Zhao. Ah, Zhao Che, your mother previously mentioned that you are only allowed to drive that Passat. Uncle Zhao hesitated before responding. Upon hearing this, Zhao Che turned his gaze to the aging Passat, which had seen at least a decade of service, and his spirits plummeted. This was indeed the car Zhao Che had previously driven at home. Fearing that he might venture out in a luxury vehicle, Li Yalan had insisted on this decade-old Passat, claiming it was merely a means of transportation. Uncle Zhao? That was ages ago. Why do you still remember it? You might as well get rid of that car, Zhao Che retorted, his tone laced with annoyance. Even if it was a long time ago, it was still said. Uncle Zhao stammered defensively. Sis, look at him. He thinks I should drive that thing. Zhao Che complained to Zhao Shi, who could only shrug in resignation. Well, Uncle Zhao, could you please give me the keys to the Range Rover? Zhao Shi interjected. Acknowledging her request, Uncle Zhao nodded and swiftly made his way to a room in the garage, retrieving the keys and handing them to Zhao Shi. Zhao Che cast a resentful glance at Uncle Zhao, feeling a mix of confusion and frustration. What's the deal? I can't drive, but she can? Zhao Che seethed internally. Zhao Shi then passed the keys to Zhao Che, who accepted them without hesitation, while Uncle Zhao feigned ignorance, as if it hadn't been him who had handed them over. Soon, Zhao Che was behind the wheel, taking Zhao Shi to the bustling Zinjiku. They indulged in a leisurely afternoon of shopping and snacking, filling the ample space of the Range Rover with their purchases. For the first time in Jinling, Zhao Che experienced a taste of financial freedom. Previously, he had only been allotted a meager allowance, tightly controlled by his family. Today, however, he reveled in the liberation of spending. As they enjoyed their time out, Zhao Che felt a sense of pride, akin to a triumphant return home. The duo remained out until after 6, when a call from Li Yalan urged them to return promptly. Upon arriving home, they found Li Yalan and Zhao Huilin had already arrived, though the others were still absent. Zhao Shi, you've become even more beautiful. Li Yalan greeted Zhao Shi warmly, seemingly ignoring Zhao Che's presence. Unfazed, Zhao Che retreated to Zhao Huilin's side. Zhao Che, is your head all right? Let your aunt take a look, Zhao Huilin said with genuine concern. Gently, she parted Zhao Che's hair to reveal a scar, which, while healed, would likely remain a lasting reminder. It's fine, it's all healed. Zhao Che casually waved his hand, dismissing the concern. Be more careful in the future. If it comes to it, I can arrange for a few bodyguards for you, Zhao Huilin advised, her concern evident. Before Zhao Che could respond, Li Yalan, who was chatting with Zhao Shi, suddenly interjected, as if a switch had been flipped. You got into a fight? Serves you right. And you still wander off to bars? If not you, then who? I warned you against mingling in the chaos of the metropolis, and look where that led you. Not only did you end up in a bar, but you also got into a brawl. How embarrassing. Li Yalan scolded him, her tone dripping with disapproval. Mom, I just went out with friends for a stroll and had a drink. I didn't expect it to escalate, Zhao Che mumbled in defense. Friends? What kind of respectable friend takes you to a bar? At your age, drinking is hardly appropriate. Those places are rife with trouble. If you drink, who else will be targeted but you? Li Yalan's frustration escalated as Zhao Che attempted to retort. Exasperated, Zhao Che felt overwhelmed by her barrage of words. Wishing he could somehow mute her. Mom, I'm sorry, I was wrong, he quickly conceded, realizing the futility of his protests. You're always in the wrong, always apologizing. Yet you never change your ways. If you dare to misbehave again, you won't need anyone else to discipline you. I'll break your legs myself, Li Yalan declared vehemently, her anger finally subsiding after a lengthy tirade. Zhao Che longed for the ability to block out her incessant lecturing. After a while, more family members began to arrive, including Zhao Huilong and Zhao Huiyao, along with Zhao Shi's mother, Gao Yi. Zhao Che's grandparents were the last to arrive. Having traveled back from Kyoto, although the Mid-Autumn Festival was officially tomorrow, the entire family had gathered the day before to celebrate. Dinner that evening was lavish, with everyone thoroughly enjoying the feast. Zhao Che nestled close to his grandparents, relishing the warmth of familial bonds. His grandmother consistently served him and Zhao Shi, perhaps believing they hadn't eaten enough. The family retired early that night, tired from their travels. Zhao Che returned to his room, lying on the soft bed and reflecting on the comforts of home. Later, he checked the online responses to Jin Shang, and as expected, the excitement was palpable. The comments section was abuzz with speculation about the next location for a dedicated store. Han Rui messaged him, reporting that the high-priced items they had bought back were selling out quickly, even with a 50% markup, and inquiring how to proceed. This unexpected situation caught Zhao Che off guard. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, let us stick to the original plan. Since there are still buyers at the markup, let us raise it to 50% again, effectively doubling it. We should cease the discounts at the dedicated store. We need to leave an impression that we are a high-end brand, not one that slashes prices casually. Perhaps Han Rui was left pondering whether they were operating a legitimate store or merely acting as scalpers. Chapter 38. Mid-Autumn Love. The next morning, on the occasion of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Zhao Che rose leisurely. In the villa's living room, a lively group was seated on the sofa, engaged in cheerful conversation. Perhaps this encapsulates the essence of the festival. Upon seeing Zhao Che awake, his grandmother promptly beckoned him to join for a bite to eat. As noon approached, Aunt Sun left to celebrate the holiday at her own home, leaving the family to prepare their own meals. Zhao Che naturally lent a hand. They prepared a simple array of dishes for lunch, as the main feast awaited them in the evening. The Mid-Autumn Festival coincides with the blooming of osmanthus flowers, making osmanthus cake a seasonal delicacy. In the villa's courtyard stood several osmanthus trees, their fragrance wafting through the air. After lunch, the family gathered in the yard to pick osmanthus flowers, a cherished tradition, as their grandmother always made osmanthus cake for them, a beloved treat. Meanwhile, they had also prepared numerous Yangqing Lake hairy crabs, as the Mid-Autumn Festival was the perfect time to savor these delicacies at their prime. Throughout the afternoon, the family busied themselves, yet fatigue was nowhere to be found. Smiles adorned every face, perhaps symbolizing the life many aspire to lead. After a productive afternoon, a feast of delectable dishes was laid out on the table, this time not in the dining room, but in the villa's courtyard. The lights illuminated the garden as the family gathered around the table, gazing at the moon, savoring their meal, and engaging in lively conversation, creating a vibrant atmosphere. In the end, they took out a camera, capturing a family portrait under the moonlight, an annual tradition that would preserve their memories for years to come. After finishing their meal, Zhao Shi turned to Zhao Che and said, Little Che, shall we take a stroll at the Confucius Temple? I heard there's a lantern festival tonight. Zhao Shi spoke with a hint of excitement. What is the point of the lantern festival? That place is always so crowded and chaotic. What fun can there be? Zhao Che casually replied. You're just being lazy and don't want to go. Zhao Che shot him a glance. Grandma, who was nearby, chimed in. Oh, little Che, why don't you go out and have some fun? Your grandfather and I first met at a lantern festival, she said with a smile. Zhao Hanlin, upon hearing this, grumbled. What is the point of telling him these things? Yet, Zhao Che remained unmotivated. He believed that after a satisfying meal, it was time for a good rest. Seeing Zhao Che's disinterest, Zhao Che decided, fine, then I won't let Xiao Shui go either. Zhao Che paused, surprised, and asked, what does it matter to me whether she goes or not? Shortly after, he stood up and said, let us go. Where to? Zhao Che teased. Aren't you the one who wanted to enjoy the Lantern Festival? Let us go, Zhao Che replied. Thus, the two set off in the Range Rover towards the Lantern Festival. Meanwhile, back in the villa, a group of people was left in a state of confusion. Who is Xiao Shui? Someone asked, puzzled. I don't know. I've never heard little Che mention her, another responded. Neither have I, came another voice. Never mind, let the young ones handle their affairs. It's south not yet our place to intervene, Zhao Hanlin concluded. On the way, Zhao Che, driving, turned to Zhao Shi and asked, Sister, what is really going on? What do you mean? Zhao Shi replied nonchalantly, I just want to stroll around the Lantern Festival. And Xiao Shui? Zhao Che pressed. How would I know? You're the one who knows her. Zhao Shi retorted. Zhao Che was left speechless. So what did you mean when you said not to let Xiao Shui go? I was just teasing you, Zhao Shi declared with conviction. Sister, I'm really at a loss for words with you, Zhao Che complained. Tell me the truth. Do you like her? Zhao Shi began to pry. Zhao Che shot her a glance. Sister, what on earth are you thinking about all day? Zhao Che was tight-lipped. And Zhao Shi knew she wouldn't get an answer from him. However, she could discern from his expression that he indeed had feelings for Chen Shui. Before long, they arrived at the Confucius Temple, where the Lantern Festival was in full swing, bustling with an overwhelming crowd. Zhao Che found no parking available and simply stopped by the roadside, muttering to himself about receiving a parking ticket. After alighting from the car, they entered the temple, which was brilliantly illuminated and adorned with colorful lights. It's quite beautiful, the Lantern Festival, Zhao Shi remarked. Zhao Che dismissed her comment. Bars look like this every day. With a slap on his head, Zhao Shi retorted, how can you compare such a splendid Lantern Festival to a bar? Zhao Che chose not to respond. As they wandered about, Zhao Che suddenly spotted a familiar figure, Chen Shui. He quickly greeted her. Zhao Shi, standing beside him, remarked, I didn't deceive you, did I? The three of them strolled together, as it was Chen Shui who had asked Zhao Shi to bring Zhao Che out. After a while, Zhao Shi found an excuse to leave, believing her presence would hinder the development between the two. Zhao Che and Chen Shui bought some snacks and continued to explore, even taking a boat ride to admire the lanterns. The scene matched the beauty of an ancient poem. The mist shrouds the cold waters, the moon veils the sands. Moored at Qinhuai near the tavern, walking along the banks of the Qinhuai River, both felt their hearts racing. Suddenly, Chen Shui stopped and, with a serious demeanor, asked Zhao Che, do you like me? Taken aback, Zhao Che stammered, attempting a jest, of course I like you. However, Chen Shui was earnest and dissatisfied with his light-hearted tone. She insisted, I'm serious. I've liked you since middle school, for 7 years now. Can I pursue you? Zhao Che was overwhelmed with emotions, surprised and elated, but he struggled to compose himself and shook his head. At that moment, Chen Shui's eyes dimmed as if all light had been extinguished, her heart feeling hollow. Yet in the next instant, Zhao Che stepped forward and embraced her. You've liked me for 7 years. I've liked you for even longer, he whispered in her ear. Really? Is that true? Chen Shui asked hesitantly. Absolutely. I've liked you since elementary school, Zhao Che affirmed. Tears welled up in Chen Shui's eyes once more, her voice quivering, but you just shook your head. I thought you didn't like me. That's because I didn't need you to pursue me. As long as you want, I'll always be here. It should be me pursuing you, Zhao Che said, gently wiping away her tears. They exchanged glances and broke into laughter. Chapter 39, The Investment Conference. Their confessions marked a poignant chapter in their youthful naivety. Chen Shui, still dabbing her tears, smiled and asked, so now I'm your girlfriend? Zhao Che did not hesitate, replying, of course. Who else would you want to be your boyfriend? They spent a long, tender evening together. And it was only in the early hours that Zhao Che finally escorted Chen Shui home. He hadn't forgotten his beloved sister, only to find that she had already returned home. Zhao Che couldn't help but marvel at her perceptiveness. Driving home alone, he found that the lingering sweetness of the night hadn't faded, and they chatted on their phones for quite some time before falling asleep. The next day, Zhao Che slept until lunchtime. Li Yalan looked at him with an inscrutable expression, wondering what he was thinking. Everyone noticed that Zhao Che wore a faint, elusive smile throughout the day. After lunch, everyone departed. Grandparents returned to Kyoto. Zhao Huilong and Li Yalan were busy with work. Zhao Huiyao went back to Jiangxi. And Zhao Shi's mother, Gao Yi had numerous tasks to attend to as well. In an instant, only Zhao Che and Zhao Shi remained at home. Zhao Che remained silent until Zhao Shi broke the ice. Have you thought about how to thank me? Sister, I've suddenly realized you're the best. If you need anything, just say the word, and your brother will accompany you through fire and water, Zhao Che declared, thumping his chest. All right, enough of that. Aunt Sun isn't back yet. You should wash the dishes first. Zhao Shi waved her hand dismissively. At that moment, Zhao Che noticed that everyone had left. Yet the dishes remained untouched on the table. Sister, after promising to accompany you through fire and water, you're asking me to wash the dishes? Zhao Che protested indignantly. Wash them or not? If you don't, do you believe I want to make you regret it? Zhao Shi replied in a flat tone. Reluctantly, Zhao Che gathered the dishes and headed to the kitchen, washing them one by one. It appeared that his sister remained the same as ever, he muttered to himself. In the afternoon, Zhao Che stealthily ventured out alone for a date, leaving Zhao Shi at home by herself. It was not until evening that Zhao Che returned, only to find Zhao Shi seated on the sofa, engrossed in watching television. Without glancing at him, Zhao Shi coolly remarked, "You're back?" Zhao Che, feeling a sense of awkwardness, nodded and replied, "Yes, I'm back." However, sensing the atmosphere was amiss, Zhao Shi took the initiative to ask, "Sister, have you eaten?" Ignoring Zhao Che, she continued, "Sister, after all I've done for you, is this how you repay me? You leave me alone at home, go out without a word, and return empty-handed without bringing me anything to eat?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Che realized that Zhao Shi might be feeling uncomfortable seeing others in relationships while she was still single. Thus, he adopted a tone of gentle persuasion. "Sister, you are not getting any younger. It's time you found someone too, or else. Sister, please don't hit me. I was wrong, truly wrong. It hurts. It hurts. I won't dare do it again." That night, the villa echoed with Zhao Che's cries, and fortunately, it was just the two of them. Otherwise, anyone else might have thought a ghost was haunting the place. Yet, after receiving a thrashing, Zhao Che still had to wear a smile while accompanying Zhao Shi out for dinner. Who could he possibly complain to about this? The following day, Zhao Che obediently sought Zhao Shi's approval before daring to go out on a date, and upon his return, he brought back a generous amount of food for her. As time passed, the seventh day arrived, the day of the Pingqing Technology Investment Conference, where numerous tech enterprises and investment firms gathered. Naturally, Guo Xiong represented Zhu Xing at the event. Although Zhu Xing had been established for a short time, it had already garnered significant recognition within the industry. After all, their initial registered capital had reached a staggering 5 billion. And recently they had made two substantial investments, one of $200 million in Zhiahongsha Technology Company and another of $300 million in Pinduoduo Technology Company. Both transactions concluded in a remarkably short time. Thus, insiders regarded Zhu Xing as financially robust, while others considered it a naive spender. Having poured over 3 billion into two relatively obscure companies, many had taken the time to learn about Zhu Xing, only to discover that the recently popular brands, Chayu Xuanxiang, Mantangxiang, and the nationally trending Jingxiang, were all investments by Zhu Xing. This revelation led many to reassess their perception of this newly established company. Soon, Guo Xiong arrived at the venue, and as his information was readily available online, several people recognized him. A reporter approached, inquiring, "Hello, are you Mr. Guo Xiong, the general manager of Zhu Xing Group?" Guo Xiong greeted the reporter with a nod, stating, "I am Guo Xiong, the current general manager of Zhu Xing Group," displaying no signs of trepidation. "Hello, Mr. Guo. May we ask you a few questions?" The reporter continued. "Please go ahead," Guo Xiong responded with poise. "We've heard that the owner of Zhu Xing Group is Zhao Che. Will he be attending our technology investment conference today?" The reporter asked, several microphones thrust toward him in anticipation of his answer. "Mr. Zhao is not in Pingqing today, but my presence here is arranged by him," Guo Xiong said, looking directly into the camera. "Many of us are curious about what kind of person Mr. Zhao is, yet he seems to have never appeared online. Could you describe him for us?" The reporter inquired once more. Guo Xiong pondered for a moment before responding, "Mr. Zhao gives me the impression of someone who approaches everything with confidence and assurance. He is also very approachable, providing ample space for our development. As for his absence from the online scene, I can only say that you might have seen him without realizing he is the Zhao of Zhu Xing." Guo Xiong concluded with a subtle smile toward the camera. "Ah, is that so? We will have to keep an eye out for him online," the reporter joked. The reporter then posed another question. "Next, many viewers are eager to know about the brands Chayu Xuanxiang, Mantangxiang, and Jingxiang. Are they all under Zhu Xing?" "Yes. They are all wholly owned by Zhu Xing, and they are all projects initiated by Mr. Zhao," Guo Xiong answered with confidence. "Haha, your Mr. Zhao must be quite an extraordinary individual. We hope to have the opportunity to interview him in the future." In response to another inquiry about when these brands would reach various cities, Guo Xiong replied, "I'm not sure where all the viewers are located, but Chayu Xuanxiang and Mantangxiang should expand beyond the Magic City after the new year. As for Jingxiang, we are preparing stores in several cities around the Magic City, including Jinling, Gusu, Linen, and Kyoto. We anticipate opening soon. However, Jingxiang's products are currently priced quite high, leading to many resellers. We are working on addressing this issue, so we kindly ask everyone to be patient. Guoxiong concluded his remarks with a slight bow to the camera. Thank you, Mr. Guo, for addressing our questions. We won't take up more of your time and will let you proceed to the Technology Investment Conference, the reporter said as he bid farewell and departed. Guoxiong then entered the venue, where he received a substantial stack of project proposals from various companies. Given that the development of tech companies in the Great Xia was not particularly promising, and that the land of the beautiful nation was a paradise for these firms, Great Xia's tech companies could only cast a wide net in hopes of securing an investment. Quickly, Guoxiong began snapping photos of the proposals to send to Zhao Che. Naturally, he focused on those involving larger investments, as photographing each one would be too time-consuming. Many individuals approached Guoxiong for conversations, and he engaged with each of them amicably. Meanwhile, Zhao Che and Jinling received the project proposals sent by Guoxiong. He meticulously reviewed them, noting a total of around 17 or 18. Two proposals particularly caught his attention, one from JD.com and another from ByteDance. From the memories provided by the system, Zhao Che recognized both companies as significant entities. Even now, they were not considered small players. JD.com had gained a certain level of fame, but was likely struggling under the pressure from Taobao, while ByteDance boasted applications like Tuxio and Douyin, which were currently facing competition from Kuaishou and Weishi, leaving both platforms in desperate need of funding to overcome their current predicaments. Thus, Zhao Che promptly called Guoxiong, expressing, "We can negotiate with JD.com and ByteDance. It would be best to secure a deal." Guoxiong, without a hint of doubt, readily agreed. Meanwhile, Zhao Che and his companions had returned to the Magic City. Zhao She had already returned to the apartment she shared with her roommate, while Chen Shui remained with Zhao Che, the two seeming inseparable. "Zhao Shui, how about I buy you a car? It would make it easier for you to come to see me," Zhao Che suggested, gazing at Chen Shui across the table. "No need. As long as you can come see me, that's enough," Chen Shui replied. "Why not? Don't you want to miss me?" Zhao Che asked. "If I miss you, I'll just have you come to find me," Chen Shui replied with a smile. Zhao Che jokingly frowned. "That will be quite tiring for me." "Really, Zhao Che? You're already complaining about being tired?" Chen Shui teased. "It is inconceivable that I would ever tire of being with my beloved Xiao Xue." Zhao Che has also embraced Chen Shui. In turn, Chen Shui bestowed a gentle kiss upon Zhao Che's cheek. The Technology Investment Conference in Pingcheng has now commenced. Guoxiong is seated below, as one company after another presents their business proposals on stage. However, only a scant few proposals manage to pique the interest of the audience below. Even if there are a couple of individuals intrigued, it does not guarantee an investment. Soon, a heavyweight enterprise took the stage, JD.com, represented by its leader, Lu Xiangdong. Currently, JD.com stands as a substantial enterprise, initially valued at over $30 billion. Yet, due to the pressure from Taobao, a third of its market value has vanished into thin air. With the rise of other shopping platforms such as Tmall, Suning, VIP Shop, Mogu Street, and Pinduoduo, JD.com continues to experience a downward trend, with its valuation now resting at a mere $18.5 billion. Nevertheless, even in this diminished state, JD.com is still considered a large enterprise. Lu Xiangdong approaches with a mindset of cautious optimism, as they seek $2 billion, a sum not easily procured by an ordinary investment firm. Even the current Juxing investment has only a little over $1 billion at its disposal, yet it still qualifies as a significant enterprise. Moreover, the crowd does not hold favorable views of JD.com, given that Taobao and Tmall are backed by the colossal Alibaba. Many believe that JD.com cannot withstand their competition. As Lu Xiangdong surveys the audience, sensing their skepticism, he lets out a long sigh. Just as he prepares to exit the stage, Guoxiong raises the Juxing sign. This gesture signifies an interest in their enterprise, indicating a willingness to converse further. Upon seeing the raised sign, Lu Xiangdong's somber heart is momentarily ignited with excitement, as it at least affirms that his efforts have not been in vain. He then descends to engage with Guoxiong. Despite the excitement, he harbors doubts about whether Juxing can truly muster such a considerable investment. After all, $2 billion is not a trifling sum, equating to approximately 13 billion yuan, not something just any enterprise can manage. "Hello, Mr. Guo," Lu Xiangdong greets promptly. Guoxiong responds with a smile and a handshake. Lu Xiangdong takes a seat, preparing to further introduce himself. However, Guoxiong waves his hand and smiles, saying, "Director Lu, there's no need for introductions. I am merely an employee. It is our director Zhao who is interested in your company." He has asked me to discuss this with you, as I believe he may already be familiar with JD.com. Therefore, we need only to negotiate the price and equity. Lu Xiangdong nods in acknowledgement and contemplates before stating, $2 billion for 15 equity. We are willing to offer a concession. Guo Xiong, upon hearing this, ponders briefly and replies, if your market value stabilizes. Acquiring such a stake would indeed represent a concession. However, your market value continues to decline, making 15 seem somewhat inadequate. Our director Zhao is assuming considerable risk in choosing your company. Lu Xiangdong's expression falters, for he knows Guo Xiong speaks the truth. After a moment of reflection, he asks, what does Mr. Guo find appropriate? With a smile, Guo Xiong responds, 25. Mr. Guo, is this how you conduct business at Juxing? Lu Xiangdong replies, his face darkening. At Juxing, we naturally engage in negotiations. If you find my offer excessive, you are welcome to counter, allowing both parties the opportunity to bargain, Guo Xiong states confidently. I will not hide it from you, Mr. Guo. I cannot authorize anything above 17. If you believe 17 is negotiable, we can continue our discussions, Lu Xiangdong counters. Offering a low figure, though the authenticity of this low offer remains uncertain. The Jinshang flagship store could surely establish itself on the JD platform. Given its current popularity, it should sustain JD.com for a while. However, if 17 is indeed the best you can offer, I fear our director Zhao would find a $2 billion investment unwise, Guo Xiong asserts directly. Chapter 41, ByteDance. Lu Xiangdong contemplates Guo Xiong's words, hesitating before stating, allow me to return to my company for further discussion. Guo Xiong, upon hearing this, smiles and shakes Lu Xiangdong's hand, saying, I look forward to our potential collaboration. I look forward to it as well, Lu Xiangdong replies, though his smile lacks the brilliance of Guo Xiong's. At this moment, on the stage of the investment conference, Zhang Yiming of ByteDance is fervently introducing his company's new product, Douyin. Although ByteDance currently does not surpass JD.com, their product, Tuxio, is already quite popular. However, they face fierce competition from Kuaishou above and Weishi below, along with Bilibili and other platforms lurking nearby. Thus, they too require a substantial investment to withstand the competition. After concluding his presentation, Zhang Yiming looks toward the audience, at which point Guo Xiong again raises the Juxing sign. Observing this, Zhang Yiming promptly descends to engage in conversation with Guo Xiong. Lu Xiangdong, still seated, feels a twinge of anxiety upon witnessing Guo Xiong's interest in ByteDance. Both Lu Xiangdong and Zhang Yiming share the same doubt. Can Juxing truly provide such large sums of capital? After exchanging the usual pleasantries, Guo Xiong directly states, Mr. Zhang, we at Juxing are willing to invest $2 billion. How much equity would you be willing to offer? Taken aback by Guo Xiong's straightforwardness, Zhang Yiming hesitates before responding. I can offer you 21 equity, but all of the hosts from your subsidiary, Shuangwang Media, must conduct their live broadcast exclusively on our Douyin platform. Mr. Zhang, while we would be satisfied with the equity you propose, do you not think that requirement is a bit unreasonable? If we were to comply, we would alienate several other platforms. Guo Xiong expresses his concern. I can assure you that we will promote them, providing more traffic than they would receive on other platforms. I believe this could create a mutually beneficial situation, Zhang Yiming insists. Meanwhile, Lu Xiangdong silently listens, internally repeating, do not agree, do not agree. He fears that if Juxing invests all $2 billion in ByteDance, it would jeopardize JD.com's future. Guo Xiong, feeling a shift in his resolve, apologizes to Zhang Yiming, saying, I cannot make this decision unilaterally. I must consult with our director Zhao. Zhang Yiming nods in agreement. Subsequently, Guo Xiong calls Zhao Che right in front of Zhang Yiming. Hello, Director Zhao. At that moment, Zhao Che is leisurely wandering outside with Chen Shui. Hello, what is it? Zhao Che answers the call. Guo Xiong relays the details of his discussion with Zhang Yiming. Upon hearing this, Zhao Che understands the situation and instructs. Please hand the phone to him. I will speak with him directly. Guo Xiong complies, passing the phone to Zhang Yiming. Hello, Director Zhao, Zhang Yiming greets. Director Zhang. Zhao Che responds politely. However, within Zhang Yiming's mind, a storm brews, for Zhao Che's voice is remarkably youthful, reminiscent of a mere boy. Yet, he quickly calms himself, thinking, no matter his age, as long as he can provide investment, that is what matters. Zhang Dong, I have just spoken with General Manager Guo, who conveyed to me your recent conversation. However, it seems rather impractical to expect all the influencers from Shuangwang Media to exclusively settle on Douyin. Not only would this offend many, but each influencer possesses their own account, which has been cultivated over a considerable period to achieve their current success. The notion of starting afresh is evidently unattainable, particularly for those with millions of followers. Therefore, what I can assure is that all influencers from Shuangwang Media will establish accounts on Douyin. Any work published on other platforms will also be simultaneously released on Douyin. As for live streaming, we are capable of broadcasting on both platforms concurrently. but I can guarantee that there will be over 150 minutes of dedicated live streaming on Douyin each month. Zhao Che articulated this in one breath. Zhang Yiming, upon hearing this, promptly agreed, stating, "All right, we shall proceed as Director Zhao has suggested." Zhao Che smiled and expressed his hope for a pleasant collaboration. Subsequently, the two ended the call, during which Zhang Yiming noted the phone number's origin, Jinling. The Zhao family of Jinling, capable of presenting over 10 billion in investments, is unmatched. He felt he had deduced the identity of the other party. In truth, Zhao Che had no intention of concealing his identity. He would readily share if asked. After hanging up, Zhang Yiming approached Guoxiong once more, shaking his hand and wishing for a fruitful collaboration. Guoxiong, grasping the implication of his words, already understood that an agreement had been reached. A pleasant collaboration, he echoed with a smile. They then scheduled a time to discuss further at Juxing. Following this, the technology investment conference concluded, and Guoxiong, having finished his discussion with Zhang Yiming, exited early, eager to return to the Magic City that evening. Thus, after the conference ended, Zhang Yiming and Lu Xiangdong walked out together. Lu Xiangdong tentatively remarked, "It seems we at Jingdong will not secure this funding. I did not anticipate that it would be intercepted by you at ByteDance. Director Lu, are you attempting to gauge my position?" Zhang Yiming retorted directly. Lu Xiangdong responded with a wry smile. "Then could Zhang Dong share some insights with me?" Zhang Yiming, having no intention of withholding information, replied, "We will certainly pursue this investment from Juxing, as it not only provides financial support to ByteDance, but also brings a plethora of influencers who could attract at least 50 million users to Douyin, or even potentially 100 million. Lu Xiangdong's expression, initially troubled, grew even more so. "Had I known, I would have agreed sooner, thus avoiding your interception. Director Lu, one must not speak carelessly. What do you mean by being intercepted? If you wish to secure this funding, you must at least convey a stance to Juxing, whether you want it or intend to seek alternative investments. If you do not express this, how would they understand your intentions?" Zhang Yiming kindly advised. "Zhang Dong, what do you mean by that? Is it possible that Juxing possesses more than $2 billion? Lu Xiangdong inquired, astonished. Zhang Yiming paused momentarily before responding, "I am unaware of their total funds." He then leaned closer to Lu Xiangdong and whispered, "However, when I communicated with Director Zhao using General Guo's phone, the number's origin was Jinling, and the voice sounded exceptionally youthful, perhaps no more than 22 or 23. Lu Xiangdong immediately thought of the Zhao family from Jinling, the Huatian group. Zhang Yiming then looked at Lu Xiangdong and remarked, "For their family, is $4 billion a significant amount? If it is indeed them, then $4 billion is hardly noteworthy." Lu Xiangdong concurred. Chapter 42. Without shame or restraint in the Magic City, Zhao Che and Chen Shui had spent the day enjoying themselves. In the evening, they purchased some ingredients to prepare a meal at Tang Chenyi Pin, a notion undoubtedly conceived by Zhao Che. After all, what excuse would he have to bring a young lady home? Zhao Che and Chen Shui busied themselves in the kitchen, with Zhao Che's culinary skills only extending to the point where he could eat his own creations. Whether others could tolerate them was uncertain. Hence, the primary responsibility of cooking naturally fell to Chen Shui, whose cooking was merely acceptable, not significantly better than Zhao Che's. After laboring in the kitchen for quite some time, they managed to transform over 1,000 yuan worth of ingredients into a dish worth merely a few dozen. Yet, both shared a sense of accomplishment in their eyes. "Zhao Che, come quickly and taste, is it good?" Chen Shui eagerly beckoned him to sample the meal. Having watched the dish come together, he had a fair idea of its palatability. He picked up a piece of braised beef with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. Zhao Che initially thought it might just be aesthetically unpleasing but still palatable. However, upon tasting it, he realized he had misjudged. Both its appearance and flavor left much to be desired. Nevertheless, he met Chen Shui's slightly expectant gaze, as if seeking praise, and after some consideration, he commented, "The timing may have been slightly off, and perhaps a tad too much seasoning, but overall, it's quite good." His observations were not entirely inaccurate, as some of the noodles had indeed burned, and excessive salt had been used. Chen Shui nodded in agreement. "Well then, since the meal is prepared, let us eat." All right, Zhao Che responded, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. However, during their meal, they shared a tacit understanding, refraining from mentioning the food's shortcomings. Perhaps the effort of cooking made them more forgiving of their own dishes. After finishing their meal, Chen Shui looked at Zhao Che, somewhat sheepishly, and said, "I will make sure to learn how to cook better in the future." Taken aback, Zhao Che smiled and replied, "No worries, we can simply dine out every day. I wouldn't want my little Shui to tire herself." "Oh, so you don't want to eat my cooking? I was merely testing you. And you immediately suggest dining out every day?" Chen Shui playfully feigned seriousness. "I did not mean that. I just think cooking can be quite laborious." Zhao Che quickly defended himself. They then engaged in playful banter. As the night wore on, it gradually became late, and before they knew it, it was nearly 11 o'clock. At which point Chen Shui noticed the time. Oh no, she murmured anxiously. What's wrong? Zhao Che asked, perplexed. We stayed out too late. The dormitory is locked now? She replied, visibly distressed. Then don't go back. After all, classes don't resume until the day after tomorrow, Zhao Che said nonchalantly. Humph. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting, Chen Shui retorted, annoyed. Zhao Che playfully asked, what do you think I am plotting? Chen Shui shot him a disapproving glance and chose not to respond. Instead, she walked into an empty room and declared, I will sleep here tonight. If you dare come in, I will make you pay. Zhao Che felt a sense of helplessness. Having such an alert partner was not always advantageous. He returned to his own room, showered, and prepared for bed. However, lying in bed, he felt the urge to tease Chen Shui. So he took out his phone and messaged her, Shui, what should I do if I'm afraid of the dark? Chen Shui replied, then just sleep with the lights on. But I can't sleep with the lights on, Zhao Che responded. Then don't sleep, Chen Shui retorted directly. Then stay with me, Zhao Che insisted stubbornly. Ultimately, after a relentless barrage of persuasion from Zhao Che, Chen Shui relented. He made his way to her room, only to find that the door was unlocked. Zhao Che entered without hesitation. What are you doing? Chen Shui inquired. I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep. So I came to keep you company, Zhao Che explained. I can sleep just fine. You don't need to accompany me, Chen Shui replied, countering his statement. Then you should sleep. Once you do, I'll leave, Zhao Che said, shamelessly persistent. Chen Shui, amused yet exasperated, shifted further into the bed and patted the empty space beside her, saying, come on over. Naturally, Zhao Che did not refuse. However, as slumber enveloped them, the two drew increasingly closer, their proximity a mystery as to who initiated it. The following day, around 10 o'clock, Zhao Che awoke feeling invigorated, while Chen Shui remained blissfully asleep. He had the property manager deliver 2 meals to their room. Just as Zhao Che finished his breakfast, Chen Shui emerged, limping slightly. Zhao Che couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Chen Shui's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, how can you laugh? This is all your fault. At that moment, he had no intention of bantering with her and quickly urged, come eat something. Given Chen Shui's leg discomfort, they spent the day at the luxurious residence. In the afternoon, Zhao Che received a call from Han Rue. Director Zhao, it has been a week. Shall we release the goods? Zhao Che pondered for a moment before replying. Sell as much as you can tomorrow. In the last 4 or 5 hours before closing tonight, say we are releasing the goods. And then continue with a small quantity over the next 3 or 4 days. After that, we can sell normally. Han Rue was uncertain of Zhao Che's intentions, but agreed to follow through. Zhao Che's strategy was deliberate. Envision a scenario where many individuals acquire the goods, while others do not. Those fortunate enough to secure them would inevitably boast online, inadvertently promoting Jinshang. The power of grassroots advertisement far surpasses that of celebrity endorsements. That evening, within the lavish residence, Zhao Che and Chen Shui found themselves once again nestled on the same bed. Be gentle. I have class tomorrow, Chen Shui cautioned. Don't worry. I'll be careful, Zhao Che assured her. Thus, they resumed their uninhibited escapades. The next morning, both arose early. Chen Shui's legs still bore a slight limp upon closer inspection, though it was hardly noticeable at a glance. Zhao Che handed her the keys to the Lamborghini. The red one looks stunning, he remarked. Chen Shui expressed her concern. But this car is too expensive. I fear I might damage it. Just drive cautiously. As long as you're safe, the car can be repaired. Zhao Che waved his hand dismissively. Forget the car. To me, you are far more precious than anything else, he comforted her. But there are so many cars on the road. What if I collide with someone? She stammered again. Zhao Che chuckled, rest assured. Anyone who sees you driving this car will steer clear. They won't dare come too close. The two then drove off to their respective schools. As time flew by, Zhao Che reluctantly attended his classes. In the afternoon, he received a call from Guoxiong regarding funding matters. Consequently, Zhao Che texted Li Xin to request a leave of absence and headed to the company. They were looking to invest in ByteDance and JD.com, but Zhuxing's account lacked sufficient funds. Thus, Zhao Che, Guoxiong, and a cadre of financial personnel headed directly to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, where Zhao Che raised the capital by a staggering 10 billion. With that, along with the previous 5 billion renminbi, Zhuxing's paid-in capital reached approximately 70 billion. The industry buzzed with speculation. How did Zhuxing manage to amass such a sum of cash in one go? The elusive Zhao Che became the subject of rampant speculation. Some imagined him as a domineering CEO, others as a middle-aged man, and still others envisioned him as an elderly gentleman. A week later, Zhao Che arrived at the company and promptly convened a meeting. He sought updates on Chai Yusun Xiang and Xiang Mantang, which had exceeded 400 locations in the bustling metropolis. The popularity of Jinshang remained consistently high. Originally, they planned to expand into Kyoto, Nanjing, Suzhou, and Linen. But it was evident that this was insufficient. Hence, they added Shenzhen, Guangzhou, Chongqing, and Jiangxing to their expansion plans. Qianyun had already provided costumes for numerous film crews and photography studios, while Shuangguang Media's roster of signed streamers had surpassed 300, with no revenue share and guaranteed salaries. Along with assistance in securing advertisements, signing with Shuangguang Media had become a coveted goal for many influencers. However, securing a contract had grown increasingly competitive, no longer merely requiring a fan base, but undergoing rigorous scrutiny. After gathering the necessary information, Zhao Che advised, since Chai Yusun Xiang and Xiang Mantang have already established over 400 stores in the metropolis, they are certain to reach 500 before New Year's. We can now extend these two brands to surrounding cities, particularly first-tier ones. Don't hesitate to invest. We will open for franchising next year. Franchising? Li Guangyuan inquired, puzzled. Zhao Che nodded. How much profit can we make just selling these products? The most lucrative venture is enabling others to start their own businesses, he replied with a smile. Qianyun and Shuangguang should maintain their current momentum. As for Jinshang, allocate an additional 1 billion. But before New Year's, I want to see establishments in those cities you just mentioned, with no fewer than 10 Jinshang stores in each. Han Rui was taken aback by Zhao Che's generous investment. Although Jinshang was thriving, it had yet to break even, and this additional infusion was significant. Nevertheless, Han Rui quickly acquiesced. Rest assured, Director Zhao, you will soon post on the official website, announcing that Jinshang has secured a 1 billion investment to establish a presence in 8 selected cities nationwide. Do not disclose the city names. Let the excitement build, as we need that buzz, Zhao Che instructed. Afterward, he turned his attention to Guoxiong. What's the status with JD? Common ByteDance. Guoxiong thought for a moment before responding. The business teams from ByteDance have already engaged us 3 times. And the contract has been signed. We are now awaiting payment and the transfer of equity. As for JD, our negotiations are ongoing. They are only willing to part with 18 of their shares, but I am asking for 22. I believe they will come around, as no one else is likely to invest at this critical juncture. Zhao Che considered this before stating, let us not let it get too tense. Offer them 20. And let it be known that it was my suggestion. If they remain unwilling, then so be it. Guoxiong nodded in agreement. Just as Zhao Che exited the company, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was his father, Zhao Huilong, calling. Hello, Dad, what's up? Zhao Che answered. There was a long pause on the other end before his father finally spoke. Zhao Che, is Juxing you're doing? Zhao Che knew he could not conceal this from his family, so he replied candidly. Yes, I'm the one managing Juxing, he stated with a hint of pride. Where did you acquire such funds? We certainly did not provide you with that much money, Zhao Huilong queried, puzzled. Zhao Che hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Should he claim he had won the lottery? But even that wouldn't yield over $1 billion. Finally, he said, Dad, I'm not sure how to explain this. It's not that I sought out the funds. Rather, the funds sought me. Zhao Huilong was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend Zhao Che's words. All right then. If you don't want to tell your father, then don't. Zhao Che was about to clarify the situation, but before he could utter a word, the other party interjected, suggesting that if funds were an issue, he should simply speak to his family, as there was no need to seek alternative sources. His father would gladly invest in him. Jinshang, Chaiyushuanxiang, and Shuangguang have all performed admirably, Zhao Huilong praised. Zhao Che chuckled at the remark. Indeed, I single-handedly nurtured their growth. But has my mother been informed about this? Can you guess whether she knows? She currently believes that the money is from me and has been grumbling for quite a while, Zhao Huilong retorted with mild irritation. Let us just regard this money as your gift to me, and I'll owe you a favor. Just let me know when you need something, Zhao Che replied. Get lost, Zhao Huilong said before abruptly hanging up. It was Saturday, naturally a day for romantic rendezvous, so after leaving the office, Zhao Che headed straight to meet Chen Shui. Days turned into weeks, autumn transitioned into winter, and soon New Year's Day would arrive. Zhao Che gradually shifted from attending every class to going daily, and eventually to weekly visits. His presence at school diminished significantly, as did the time spent there. During this period, he had signed several contracts, primarily in currencies, amassing a fortune of approximately 10 billion. Meanwhile, the enterprises Zhao Che had cultivated had flourished tremendously. The total number of Chaiyushuanxiang and Xiangmantang stores had surpassed 1,000, exceeding their initial target by over 50%. Jinshang had risen to become the premier clothing brand in the country, boasting over 300 directly operated stores, albeit concentrated in first-tier cities, leaving a gap compared to established brands. Nevertheless, in the eyes of consumers, Jinshang was now regarded as a top-tier global brand. Qianyun and Shuangguang Media were also progressing steadily. Although not as fervently as the aforementioned brands, they remained formidable entities within their niche. On another note, the stake in JD.com had been secured, significantly boosting the platform's popularity due to Jinshang's presence. Outside of first-tier cities, there were no dedicated Jinxiang stores, compelling consumers to purchase online, where scalpers charged exorbitant prices, leaving JD.com as their only viable option. The occasional subsidies from JD.com further enhanced their appeal, leading to a continuous rise in valuation. Conversely, Jinxiang had opted not to enter Pinduoduo, as doing so would undermine its brand prestige. Despite Pinduoduo's low price advantages and its notorious cutthroat promotions attracting a substantial user base, consumers often criticized the platform while still utilizing it, resulting in a valuation that could only be described as skyrocketing. Xiaohongshu thrived on reliable recommendations and customer sharing, amassing a loyal clientele. Meanwhile, ByteDance had successfully attracted numerous influencers and bloggers, siphoning off a significant number of users from competing brands. This morning, Zhao Che rose early, as he intended to visit the company ahead of the impending New Year's holiday to convene a meeting. The first order of business upon awakening was to check in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a 15% equity stake in Wanda Group. Zhao Che was taken aback by the magnitude of this acquisition. Wanda represented a colossal entity in the domestic industry, making this 15% stake a considerable asset, arguably the most valuable in his portfolio. However, rather than merely astonishment, he felt a surge of delight. System, after such a long absence, you return with such a grand gift, Zhao Che mused. His phone rang shortly thereafter. Zhao Che answered. Hello, is this Zhao Che? Haha, it's old Wang, came the cheerful voice on the other end. Zhao, I want to express my gratitude for the financial assistance you provided to Wanda 2 years ago, which helped us navigate our crisis. You requested that I manage it for another 2 years, and now that time has come. It's time to transfer the equity to you. The voice continued, filled with warmth. Recognizing the speaker as Wang Lin, the chairman of Wanda Group, Zhao Che feigned realization. Mr. Wang, my apologies for the inconvenience over these past 2 years. No trouble at all. If it weren't for your investment, Wanda would have collapsed long ago. I owe you my thanks, Wang Lin responded with a smile. The two continued to converse like old friends, ultimately arranging for the transfer of the equity to Juxing's name. After concluding the call, Zhao Che indeed found the Wanda Equity Management Agreement and investment documents in the system space. However, he felt too lazy to ponder over them and drove directly to the company. Upon arrival, he held a brief meeting, as his role primarily involved capital allocation, a significant advantage of being in the investment sector. After the meeting, he briefed Guoxiong on the Wanda equity matter and handed over the relevant documents from the system for him to process. Guoxiong was astonished, unable to fathom that Zhao Che had managed to acquire stakes in Wanda. Director Zhao, there's an investment promotion meeting in Shanghai on New Year's Day. The organizers have sent us an invitation. Shall we attend? Guoxiong inquired. Zhao Che pondered for a moment before responding. Let us go take a look. I've never been to one. Guoxiong nodded in agreement. All right, I'll make the arrangements. After attending to company matters, Zhao Che visited the school. Just as he was about to attend a class, he encountered Li Xian. It had been quite some time since he last saw this instructor. Although they had been in contact frequently due to his numerous requests for leave, Zhao Che greeted her with a friendly smile, but Li Xian had grown indifferent towards him. She was at a loss for words regarding a student who could take 4 days off each week. Not only had he taken leave, but he had also received approval for it, as the dean, Wang Yihai, had specifically instructed Li Xian to grant Zhao Che's requests without hesitation. So she refrained from further comment. Yet, upon seeing Zhao Che, her irritation flared anew. With the holiday approaching, you still come to class? Li Xian chided. Teacher, your statement is quite inaccurate. A class is still a class. Are your expectations for students truly so low that they need not attend class just because a holiday is near? Zhao Che retorted. Am I lowering my standards for students? I'm merely lowering my expectations for you. Li Xian nearly shouted in frustration. You should know very well whom I have high expectations for, she added with annoyance. Teacher, I've just been a bit busy lately. It's not that I don't want to attend class, Zhao Che attempted to explain. Zhao Che, I understand your family is quite wealthy and you have substantial enterprises, but it's even more imperative for you to excel in finance. Only then can you learn to manage such a large company and understand how capital operates. Do you comprehend? Li Xian earnestly advised him. Zhao Che recognized the underlying concern in her words, but felt no anger. After all, she was merely offering guidance from her perspective. Observing Li Xian, Zhao Che remarked, Teacher, that outfit you're wearing is from Jinxiang, I assent it? Yes, Li Xian responded, momentarily perplexed by the connection. Teacher, if you ever find yourself in need of clothing, come to me. You can choose anything. Jinxiang is my creation, Zhao Che proclaimed with pride. What? Jinxiang is your brainchild? Li Xian was momentarily speechless, unable to process the revelation that her student was behind such a prominent brand. Li Xian found it momentarily difficult to accept the situation. Zhao Che nodded and continued. There's also Chayu Xuanxiang, Xiangmantang, and now platforms like Douyin, Pinduoduo, Xiaohongshu, and JD, all of which are related to me. You tell me, am I busy? Besides, I have to frequently return for classes. It truly is a hardship for me. Zhao Che lamented, tears streaming down his face. Is this true, or are you merely jesting with me? Li Xian was momentarily uncertain about the veracity of Zhao Che's claims. Zhao Che, with a heavy heart, pleaded, Teacher, do you truly perceive me as merely a deceiver? No, I didn't mean that. Li Xian hurriedly defended herself. I just can't believe this is real, she admitted. I understand that you may have some misconceptions about me, but I bear no ill will, for your intentions are rooted in concern for my well-being. Zhao Che explained to Li Xian. Yes, it's not that I have any misunderstandings. Li Xian was driven to exasperation by Zhao Che's words and found herself at a loss for explanation. Teacher, you need not say more. I comprehend it all. However, I truly have not deceived you. You can verify it online with Jushin Group, Zhao Che stated before turning away and heading back to class. As he walked, Zhao Che muttered to himself, this counselor is so foolish. Can they truly guide students well? He shook his head in disbelief. Meanwhile, Li Xian followed Zhao Che's suggestion and searched for Jushin Group that evening. To her astonishment, she found Zhao Che's name listed there, confirming he was the sole owner. How could I have been so blind? Zhao Che is merely an 18-year-old child managing such a vast enterprise, all while attending classes weekly. I cannot believe I harbored misunderstandings about him. I am truly unworthy, Li Xian thought to herself. Her mind was consumed with the challenges Zhao Che must face managing the company, staying awake until the early hours of the morning, only to rise again by dawn. The more she pondered, the more she felt pity for Zhao Che, leading her imagination to concoct the most dire scenarios. Chapter 45, Zhao Che's Interview. In truth, Zhao Che had not anticipated that Li Xian would overthink the situation. He merely intended to brush her off. Soon, he arrived in class, where the teacher was still lecturing. After some consideration, he decided to enter through the back door. He took a seat at the back, effectively freeing up space for others. Upon his entrance, Zhao Che immediately attracted numerous glances, and the teacher, noticing him, pointed and called out, You, come and answer this question. Me? What question? Zhao Che felt momentarily bewildered. He glanced around, hesitating to ask what the question was. While Lin Momo and Zhou Zhengsong were engaged in discussions filled with terminologies Zhao Che couldn't comprehend. He finally asked the teacher directly, What is the question? The teacher frowned and replied, What is the primary reason behind the rapid development of our newly emerged milk tea shop, Chayu Xuanxiang, here in Modu? Realizing that the lesson was about market economics and that Chayu Xuanxiang served as a case study, Zhao Che suddenly understood and confidently stated, It's because they have substantial financial backing. Their initial investment was 500 million. By capitalizing on customer preferences and trends, alongside effective marketing strategies, it's quite easy to succeed, particularly by aligning with market demands. Zhao Che spoke with unshakable confidence, almost inviting praise. However, instead of accolades, the teacher retorted angrily. You think it's that simple? If I gave you 500 million, could you establish Chayu Xuanxiang in such a short time? Zhao Che scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and replied, Teacher, Chayu Xuanxiang is actually my venture, flashing a grin. The teacher, who was about to reprimand Zhao Che further, widened his eyes in disbelief upon hearing this, while the other students stared at Zhao Che in astonishment. What is your name? The teacher inquired, his voice trembling. I am Zhao Che, he replied confidently. Is Jushin Group your creation? The teacher asked again. Zhao Che nodded affirmatively. Truly, you are my student. Such abilities at such a young age. You surely attend my classes regularly, don't you? Yes, Zhao Che replied, somewhat dismissively, granting the teacher some courtesy. Some say I cannot produce good students. Next time, I'll show those old geezers what a good student truly is. The teacher beamed with pride. Your recent answer was quite commendable, very pertinent to society. I take pride in having students like you. The teacher's face radiated joy. And thus, the class concluded. Old Zhao, is it true? Did you really establish Chayu Xuanxiang? Zhou Zhengsong asked incredulously. The others gathered around, eager to hear Zhao Che's response. Just a small business. Merely trying to earn a little cash. Zhao Che waved his hand dismissively. After attending 2 more classes, as Zhao Che prepared to head home, a throng of school leaders approached him, accompanied by journalists. The previous teacher stepped in, beckoning Zhao Che, come here for an interview. Zhao Che was taken aback, but complied. A journalist approached him. Hello, are you the esteemed Chairman Zhao of Jushin Group? Zhao Che awkwardly smiled and nodded. Yes, I am Zhao Che. It's astounding. Such a young tycoon, the owner of Jushin Group, is merely a freshman at Moda University. It's truly hard to believe. The journalist remarked with a smile. May we conduct a series of interviews with you? Another journalist inquired. Of course, Zhao Che replied, feeling somewhat resigned. They had already come this far, so denying them would be futile. How would you prefer to be addressed, Chairman Zhao or Student Zhao? The journalist asked. Just call me by my name, Zhao Che responded. Very well, our first question. Is Juxing Group solely owned by you? Zhao Che simply nodded, indicating affirmation, then looked expectantly at the journalist, as if urging them to continue with their inquiries. The journalist, feeling somewhat awkward, continued, could you share a bit about your family background? Zhao Che pondered briefly before replying, I suppose we are quite affluent. Haha, what industry does your family engage in? The journalist pressed. My family's business is diverse. We do a bit of everything, even sectors I'm unaware of, Zhao Che replied candidly, as it was the truth. Since the establishment of Juxing, various projects have been immensely profitable, some even yielding exponential returns. Given this, many online are confident in your vision. Could you share what industries you plan to invest in next, or which sectors you believe hold the most potential? The journalist asked again. Zhao Che contemplated for a moment before stating, in recent years, the development of internet technology has been remarkably rapid. I personally lean towards investing in that sector. After 2 hours of rather unproductive questioning, Zhao Che felt mentally exhausted. By the time he returned home, night had fallen. The segment of the interview was edited and released shortly thereafter, causing a sensation online. 18-year-old investment mogul, Zhao Che, a freshman from Moda University's finance department. Chairman Zhao of Juxing Group, a student from Moda University. Zhao Che expresses optimism about internet technology. Zhao Che is so handsome. Moda University's finance department produces an 18-year-old business titan. Since the release of Zhao Che's interview video, it has remained a hot topic, with interest showing no signs of waning. However, what is this in the comments section? This person looks somewhat familiar. I feel like I have seen them somewhere before. The person who was mentioned in Qin's Weibo post about being attacked is indeed him. Goodness, has Zhao Dong from Juxing been attacked? Who would dare to harm my husband? It suddenly came to me that during an interview in Pingcheng, General Manager Guo from Juxing mentioned that some individuals should have been seen online. And this must be the photo of the attacked person. Haha, who would have thought that someone so wealthy could fall victim to such an incident? My husband is so handsome. Why doesn't he pursue a career as a celebrity? What a foolish thought. Does anyone truly desire to earn a meager salary as a star? Zhao Che noticed that chaos had erupted online, with some people even leaving comments on the official websites of Juxing, Chaiyushuanxiang, and Jinsha. Zhao Dong, let me assess your capabilities. Is Zhao Dong engaging in online romance? I have a lowly voice. Zhao Che, I want to bear your children. The company's online department had already called Guoxiong, lamenting that the official website had transformed into a platform for leaving messages for Zhao Che. Guoxiong promptly contacted Zhao Che, who was equally taken aback by the situation. Thus, he had no choice but to lock the official website temporarily. Chapter 46, General Manager Lei of Xiaomi. The following day, Zhao Che did not rise until past 10 o'clock. The first thing he did upon waking was, of course, to check in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 million yen. Zhao Che had grown accustomed to this, and a simple exclamation sufficed to express his feelings. With the New Year's Day approaching, it was indeed a holiday. Zhao Che naturally sought out Chen Shui, and the two casually chose a restaurant for their meal. After dining, they embarked on a day tour of the magical city. In the evening, they returned to Tangshan Yiping, indulging in carefree days. Zhao Shui, there is an investment promotion meeting on New Year's Day. Would you accompany me? Zhao Che inquired. Chen Shui shook her head, responding, you can go by yourself. What do you need me for? You'll be busy discussing matters, and I would be bored alone. Besides, I have something to attend to on New Year's Day. What is it? Zhao Che asked, puzzled. It's a holiday, and one of my roommates happens to be celebrating her birthday. She invited me to join her for dinner. And I have already promised her, Chen Shui explained. Should I accompany you then? Zhao Che asked with concern. What do you need to accompany me for? To meet some young ladies? Chen Shui teased. If you have matters to attend to, go ahead and don't worry about me, she replied. Zhao Che nodded in agreement. All right then, but you mustn't drink. Even if you do, you cannot drive. After pondering, he added, if it's too much, just don't drive. I'll come to pick you up after dinner. Oh, really? I'm fine. Don't worry about it, Chen Shui assured him. The two spent the next 2 days in Tangshan Yiping without going out, both quite content to stay indoors. On the morning of New Year's Day, Zhao Che drove himself to the company, where Guoxiong and the others had already arrived. Today, Zhao Che had chosen to drive a Cullinan, as a sports car would be unsuitable for such an investment meeting. However, given the nature of the occasion, it was inappropriate for Zhao Che to drive himself. So Guoxiong had arranged for a driver well in advance. Only Zhao Che and Guoxiong attended the meeting from the company, with a Cullinan leading the way, followed by several A8s, which were the company vehicles, housing security personnel. Thus, the motorcade, headed by the Cullinan, set off towards the venue of the investment promotion meeting. After approximately 40 minutes, they arrived. The scale of this investment meeting was evidently far larger than that of the previous one in Pengcheng. The earlier event had been focused solely on the technology sector, while this one encompassed all industries. Zhao Che did not don a suit or anything formal, as he had never been fond of such attire. Instead, he wore casual clothing from Jinshan. Upon disembarking, he immediately attracted the attention of numerous attendees, who flocked to greet him. Adhering to the principle of not striking those who come with a smile, Zhao Che politely returned their greetings. He and Guoxiong swiftly entered the exhibition hall, where they were handed the project proposals of the enterprises seeking investment. Zhao Che began to peruse them one by one, though he mostly skimmed through them, only giving a cursory glance. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached them. A distinguished figure known for his adept investment acumen, the founder of Xiaomi Group, Lei Jun. Mr. Zhao, I did not expect to see you at this investment meeting. Lei Jun greeted warmly. Upon noticing Lei Jun's approach, Zhao Che promptly stood up to shake his hand, saying, Mr. Lei, it is an honor to finally meet you. Haha. I genuinely did not imagine Zhao Dong to be so youthful. Even after watching your interview online a couple of days ago, I thought it must have been a trick of the camera. Lei Jun chuckled. Please just call me Zhao Che. I am indeed rather inexperienced compared to you esteemed predecessors. Zhao Che replied, self-deprecatingly. I certainly do not perceive you as inexperienced with the projects you have invested in. Even I feel your discerning eye is rather seasoned. None of us can compare, Lei Jun concluded with a shake of his head and a sigh. I could never compare to you. The projects you invest in must far exceed the proposals I have reviewed, Zhao Che countered. However, Zhao Che spoke the truth. He had indeed seen very few proposals, while Xiaomi Group had made numerous investments. Lei Jun felt pleased to hear this, yet responded, I only invest for fun, a few million or tens of millions here and there. It is nothing like your minimum investment of 500 million. We simply do not have that kind of audacity. Every little bit counts as a style. Moreover, Xiaomi is a brand that has become a household name, Zhao Che praised. I heard you are currently optimistic about the internet technology sector? Lei Jun inquired, shifting to a more familiar tone by addressing Zhao Che as little brother, clearly attempting to build rapport. Zhao Che did not mind this approach. In fact, he found this manner of conversation far more comfortable than the formal address of Mr. Zhao. He nodded, saying, What? Could it be that your Xiaomi Group would allow me to invest a little? Zhao Che jested, aware that Xiaomi was not lacking in funds and that Lei Jun would likely decline, but one could always hope for a positive response. Haha. Do you hold Xiaomi in such high regard? Lei Jun asked. Certainly. Whenever you need investment, I suspect you wouldn't even need to seek it out. People would come to you, Zhao Che bantered. Haha. While I appreciate your confidence, I must disappoint you today. We currently do not require any funding, Lei Jun replied earnestly. Ah, I understand. If one is not in need of funds, who would willingly sell their equity? Zhao Che nodded in agreement. By the way, is there any enterprise you are particularly interested in today? Lei Jun inquired. Zhao Che then selected a proposal from a nearby stack and handed it to Lei Jun, saying, I think this one is quite promising. Lei Jun took it and looked at Mate Wan. Zhao Che nodded, asking, Do you think it's not viable? After a moment of consideration, Lei Jun replied, To be honest, little brother, I have more faith in Baidu YMI and ELE. Me. Both have Baidu and Alibaba backing them. Although Mate Wan has received Tencent's investment, it's uncertain if Tencent will support it as they do their own company. Zhao Che acknowledged this, saying, however, neither of those two require our funding. If I want to have a share in the takeaway segment, I can only choose Mate Wan, Zhao Che stated straightforwardly. You wish to have a stake in various industries? Lei Jun asked, puzzled. Zhao Che did not shy away from the matter, directly nodding in affirmation. So, you wish to partake in the mobile phone sector as well? Lei Jun inquired once more. Zhao Che, naturally, revealed his thoughts candidly, stating that he indeed harbored such intentions. However, he was unwilling to partake in a minuscule share, nor did he wish to pursue a substantial one, as there were only a handful of brands involved. Zhao Che shook his head. Lei Jun chuckled in response, acknowledging the reality. Indeed, this is a veritable treasure trove. One cannot jeopardize their own sustenance. In Chapter 47, the LaFerrari collides with the Cullinan. Zhao Che and Lei Jun engaged in conversation for quite some time, finding the discourse rather enjoyable. It can be said that those who have reached such heights in their endeavors are far from simple individuals. Soon, the investment conference commenced, during which Zhao Che encountered two unexpected companies, Mango and Aichi, both of which were present. Upon reflection, it was only logical, given that Tencent Video currently reigns supreme. Zhao Che subsequently instructed Guoxiong to engage in discussions with them. At this juncture, Zhao Che was conversing with Wang Xing. Their negotiations progressed smoothly, $20 billion for a 20 equity stake, to which Wang Xing readily acquiesced. As for the subsequent matters, Zhao Che need only leave them to Guoxiong. How are the discussions progressing over there? Zhao Che inquired. Mango requires $500 million, ultimately settling on a 29 stake. While Aichi seeks $600 million for a 22 stake, Guoxiong reported to Zhao Che. Nodding in agreement, Zhao Che replied, proceed with both investments. For mate 1. It's $20 billion for a 20 stake. Please reach out to them shortly, Zhao Che instructed, knowing full well that they would appreciate the value. He pondered why one would hesitate. Finally, after the investment conference concluded, Zhao Che took his leave. As he departed, he greeted individuals one by one. A task he found quite disagreeable, silently vowing never to return. By the time Zhao Che emerged, it was already past 8 in the evening, prompting him to call Chen Shui. Hello, Xiao Shui, where are you? Shall I come to pick you up? Zhao Che inquired over the phone. I drove myself. So no need. I'll return shortly, Chen Shui replied. Zhao Che acknowledged her response, and the two exchanged sweet words before hanging up. At that moment, Zhao Che felt a pang of hunger and called out to Guoxiong as the two prepared to find a place for dinner. Meanwhile, Chen Shui had just finished her meal. Was that your boyfriend who just called? Someone at the table asked. Chen Shui sweetly nodded yes. Is your boyfriend handsome? When will you bring him out for us to meet? One of her roommates queried. Another classmate curiously asked. Is that car of yours your boyfriend's? Yes, Chen Shui confirmed. Oh my goodness, that's a LaFerrari, worth over several million, and he lets you drive it? A boy at the table remarked. The table consisted of around 10 classmates. 6 girls and 4 boys. I've never even been in a car worth several million, someone sighed. Forget several million. I'd be content with a car worth over 100,000. Another shook his head. Indeed, the group nodded in agreement. Chen Shui, can we take a look at your several million-dollar vehicle? A girl asked. That might not be appropriate. It's not actually mine, Chen Shui instinctively declined. Oh, don't worry, we just want to take a peek. We won't damage it, another chimed in, with the rest joining in agreement. Unsure of how to respond, Chen Shui felt helpless and eventually acquiesced. The group then proceeded to the LaFerrari. This car worth over 60 million doesn't seem particularly special. It's just a bit flashy, someone commented. What do you know? This is a sports car, do you understand? Another retorted. Chen Shui, please open the car door so we can take a look, someone urged. Chen Shui obliged and opened the door. Let me try? Someone quickly climbed inside. This sports car needs to be driven to be appreciated, another remarked. Can I take it for a spin? Someone asked. Initially hesitant, Chen Shui ultimately consented after much coaxing from the group. Each person took turns to drive, although not venturing far, merely circling the block for about 2 kilometers. Wow. No wonder it costs millions. The acceleration is astonishing. It took me by surprise. Someone exclaimed. I finally understand the joy of the wealthy, another added. Soon, a boy rushed to the driver's seat, eagerly pressing the accelerator as the car surged forward. Meanwhile, Zhao Che and Guoxiong happened to be passing by, searching for a place to dine. Suddenly, they noticed a LaFerrari speeding towards them. Is Xiao Shui driving that aggressively? Zhao Che thought, slightly astonished. Recognizing his own car, he assumed Chen Shui was at the wheel. Zhao Che reduced his speed, contemplating whether to greet her and suggest they grab a bite together. However, in the next moment, Zhao Che sensed something amiss, as the LaFerrari did not decelerate but barreled forward. The boy driving, believing Zhao Che slowed down to make a turn, failed to reduce his speed, eager to savor the thrill of the sports car. Yet, Zhao Che had not turned. Panicking, the boy slammed on the brakes. With a thunderous crash, the inevitable collision occurred. In that instant, Zhao Che, seated in his Cullinan, was enveloped by the airbags. He slapped his forehead, muttering, "This is bad," his tone tinged with resignation. Zhao Che and Guoxiong exited the vehicle, finding themselves unscathed. The luxury car's safety features had proven adequate. Zhao Che was anxious to ascertain Chen Shui's condition and whether she had sustained any injuries. Meanwhile, the boy in the LaFerrari was in a state of panic, having crashed a LaFerrari into a Cullinan, neither of which he could afford to compensate for. Rushing to the LaFerrari, Zhao Che sought to check on Chen Shui. The front half of the LaFerrari was crumpled, the hood deformed from the impact. Zhao Che knocked on the door of the LaFerrari and called out, "Are you all right?" A trembling voice responded, "I'm fine." However, upon hearing that voice, Zhao Che's expression darkened. "Get out," he commanded coldly. The boy inside, terrified, scrambled out, stammering, "Bro, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." Zhao Che ignored him, maintaining his icy demeanor. Where did the car come from? Guoxiong stood by, not daring to speak. He had never witnessed Zhao Che in such a fury. The boy, trembling, replied, "It's my friend's car." "All right, have her come here," Zhao Che instructed. Without hesitation, the boy picked up his phone and called, "Hello? Du Su, you've had the car for quite some time. Why haven't you returned yet?" The person on the other end of the line was indeed Du Su. I accidentally crashed someone else's car," Du Su's voice trembled, revealing a hint of distress. As the boy's phone was on speaker, everyone present froze in shock. Over 60 million for a luxury vehicle. And you managed to collide it without a hint of caution? The crowd was instantly thrown into a frenzy, and Chen Shui was no exception. She regretted her decision to agree to them. At that moment, tears were nearly spilling from her eyes. Consequently, a group hurriedly made their way to the scene of the accident. Chapter 48. Unable to comprehend why. Zhao Che had been waiting in place for about 10 minutes. At this juncture, the three of them remained silently awaiting news, exchanging not a single word. After approximately 10 minutes, the crowd finally arrived at the accident site. And Qin Shui, among them, immediately spotted Zhao Che. She was taken aback to encounter him there. Zhao Che's mood had improved slightly. He realized he wasn't being cheated on. Yet he still felt a surge of anger and refrained from speaking to Qin Shui. It was the first time she had seen him so aloof. Nevertheless, she took the initiative to step forward and apologized. Zhao Che glanced at her and replied, "It's fine," though his tone remained rather frigid. However, when Du Su heard Zhao Che utter that it was fine, he felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, thank you." Zhao Che shot him a cold glare and replied, "I said she's fine, not that you are. What are you thanking me for?" Zhao Che then instructed Guoxiong to call both the Ferrari and Rolls-Royce dealerships to assess the damage. "Let us wait for the dealership representatives to arrive. Only then will we ascertain the specifics of the compensation," Zhao Che stated. The crowd was momentarily bewildered. While it was normal to call the Rolls-Royce dealership for compensation, what could possibly be the reason for contacting the Ferrari dealership? Qin Shui hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Zhao Che, perhaps we should just let it go." She looked at him, sensing that Du Su's family likely wouldn't be able to afford such a hefty sum. The others were astonished that the two of them were acquainted. Zhao Che, upon hearing Qin Shui's words, felt a mix of anger and amusement. After a brief pause, he replied, "Shui, you are my girlfriend. Shouldn't you be on my side?" The crowd felt as if struck by lightning at the realization. Both vehicles belonged to him, and his girlfriend had lent the car to someone else, resulting in the collision. Qin Shui stammered, "They're my classmates, and I doubt they can come up with this kind of money." Zhao Che retorted, "Shouldn't I be the one to cover this expense?" Qin Shui hurriedly clarified, "No, that's not what I meant," but she was at a loss for words. The group stood in silence, each person absorbed in their own thoughts. After about 20 minutes, the representative from the Rolls-Royce dealership arrived first, followed by the Ferrari dealership a few minutes later. Both parties began inspecting their respective vehicles. "Mr. Zhao, the Cullinan shows no internal damage. Only the rear requires repairs," stated the Rolls-Royce representative. Zhao Che nodded and inquired, "How much will it cost?" "Approximately 500,000. The representative answered candidly. "What about depreciation?" Zhao Che asked again. "Around 800,000, replied the Rolls-Royce employee. Zhao Che nodded again, instructing, "Please print an invoice with the prices and give it to me," while pointing at Du Su. Du Su felt a wave of numbness wash over him. 1,300,000. His family would have to sell everything they owned just to cover it. Meanwhile, the Ferrari dealership representatives approached. Zhao Che directly stated, "Just tell me the total cost." The Ferrari representative replied, "The return fee plus repair costs will amount to 12 million. Many carbon fiber options were damaged and must be replaced at full price." Zhao Che interrupted, "What is the depreciation?" "Around 10 million, the Ferrari employee responded honestly. Zhao Che nodded and ordered, "Please prepare an invoice with the prices," again indicating Du Su. Du Su nearly fainted at this price. The Cullinan only required 1,300,000, yet the LaFerrari demanded a staggering 22 million. While he might manage to scrape together 1,300,000, there was no way he could come up with 22 million. Zhao Che looked at Du Su coldly and asked, "Are we settling this publicly or privately?" Du Su stammered, "I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to." Zhao Che frowned, repeating, "Are we settling this publicly or privately?" Seeing that pleading with Zhao Che was futile, Du Su quickly turned to Qin Shui. "Qin Shui, can you please help me? I'm really begging you. Otherwise, even if we sold our house, we couldn't come up with this money." Zhao Che, growing impatient, instructed Guoxiong, "Let us call the traffic police to handle this. Call the police as well." Guoxiong, upon hearing this, took out his phone, preparing to make the call. At that moment, Qin Shui spoke up once more, "Zhao Che, why don't we just let this go? They surely can't afford this much money." Qin Shui was also growing weary of Du Su's pleas, and with others urging her to intervene, she felt compelled to speak again. Guoxiong was uncertain whether to proceed with the call, feeling conflicted. Zhao Che took a deep breath and stated, "You are my girlfriend. You should stand by my side," though his voice betrayed a sense of helplessness. "I know, but I also agreed to let him drive," Qin Shui said, her voice noticeably softer. "So should I be the one to pay this amount?" Zhao Che countered. Caught in the middle, Qin Shui found herself in a difficult position. Zhao Che remained angry, leaving her unsure of how to proceed. After a moment of hesitation, she cautiously suggested, "If it comes to it, I can reimburse you." Zhao Che was taken aback, a mix of disbelief and amusement on his face. He looked at Qin Shui and said, "You don't owe me any money. If you want to help him, just give him the money directly." He pointed at Du Su. "I never wanted such an expensive car. You insisted I take it. Chen Shui defended herself, feeling wronged. The car was for you to drive, not for you to lend to others. Zhao Che retorted. But you said I was more important than the car. Even though I didn't crash it. I did lend it to him. Does that mean I can't even lend it to someone else? Chen Shui replied, tears brimming in her eyes. Zhao Che, witnessing her distress, felt a headache coming on but still said, I let you drive the car because you are the closest person to me. Even if it gets damaged, I would cover it. But why should I have to pay for another man? Zhao Che said angrily. Both felt deeply aggrieved, struggling to articulate their feelings. The onlookers remained silent, hesitant to intervene. After a while, the patrolling traffic police arrived and immediately assessed the situation. What happened? Has it been resolved? The officer inquired. Guo Xiong explained the circumstances, clarifying that Du Su was entirely at fault. The officer regarded Du Su with a hint of sympathy. Ultimately, the group went to the traffic management office to sign a contract for compensation to be settled within 6 months. As Zhao Che prepared to leave, he glanced at Chen Shui and calmly asked, shall we head back together? Chen Shui shook her head, saying, I'm going back to school. Zhao Che did not press further. He felt a sense of injustice, unable to understand why Chen Shui would lend her car to another man. Why? Despite being the one at a loss, she stood opposed to him. And why? As his girlfriend, she did not support him. Chapter 49, A Love Pursuit. Once all matters were concluded, Zhao Che lost his appetite and took a taxi back to Tangshaniping. Guo Xiong found himself utterly at a loss. He wished to utter something, yet he remained uncertain of how to address Zhao Che. Ultimately, he returned home alone. Meanwhile, Chen Shui, accompanied by a few roommates, also made her way back to the university. At that moment, Chen Shui felt a profound sense of dejection, even perceiving Zhao Che's demeanor as somewhat foreign. The Zhao Che of yore would never have spoken to her with such solemnity. I'm sorry, Chen Shui. It's all my fault for expressing a desire to see the car. One of her roommates offered an earnest apology. Chen Shui merely shook her head in silence. However, it seems your boyfriend is genuinely upset, her roommate reminded her once more. Chen Shui's voice wavered as she replied, I am upset too. But he hasn't even attempted to soothe me, she lamented. But your partner is also quite angry. You not only failed to comfort him, but even sided with someone else. Imagine if you gifted your boyfriend something, only for him to lend it to another girl, who then damages it right in front of you. When you confront him, he sides with her. Wouldn't that make you furious? Her roommate advised earnestly. And considering how handsome and affluent he is, even after colliding with 2 cars, he is yet to raise his voice at you. His patience is remarkable. If you truly don't want him anymore, introduce him to me, she added, attempting to lighten the mood. Not a chance, Shenqing. Don't even think about it. Chen Shui quickly retorted. Shenqing was indeed the name of this roommate. At that moment, Chen Shui pondered deeply, questioning whether she was truly at fault. By the way, Chen Shui, what is your boyfriend's name? I feel like I've heard it somewhere, Shenqing mused. Zhao Che, as in clear, Chen Shui replied. Clear? That does have a nice ring to it with my name. Shenqing joked, sensing Chen Shui's distress. I remember now. There was an interview online a couple of days ago about Zhao Che from Jushin Group. Shenqing exclaimed. She promptly opened her browser, typing in Jushin Group, Zhao Che, and hit search. Zhao Che, 18 years old, a native of Jinling, chairman and founder of Jushin Group, founder of Jinshang, founder of Chaiyu Xuanxiang, founder of Mantangxiang, founder of Shuangguang Media, founder of Qianyun, chairman of Onshao International Security, and an investor in brands such as Zaihongshu, Pingvo, JD.com, and ByteDance. An entrepreneur at merely 18 years of age. Zhao Che was attacked. Zhao Che, Qin Fun, and Zhu Yunfei were all assaulted. Zhao Che, a freshman at Magic City University. Zhao Che, possessing assets worth billions at 18. Zhao Che, allegedly the heir of the Zhao family from Jinling and the Tianhua Group. As Shenqing browsed, a plethora of information about Zhao Che materialized before her eyes. Wow, Chen Shui, how on earth did you manage to catch someone like him? The information she stumbled upon was already enough to leave anyone astounded. Stop it. I've known him since elementary school, Chen Shui replied, somewhat exasperated. So, he truly is a member of the Zhao family from Jinling? Shenqing began to indulge her curiosity. He bears the surname Zhao and is from Jinling. So he must be from the Zhao family, Chen Shui asserted. No, but is he the Zhao from the Tianhua Group? Isn't it said that anyone with the surname Zhao from Jinling belongs to that family? Shenqing inquired further. I wouldn't know. I've never asked. Chen Shui shook her head again. Just when they thought the revelations were sufficiently shocking, another piece of news broke online. Wanda Group's stock changes. Zhao Che acquires a 15% stake in Wanda Group. Jushin successfully secures a 15% stake in Wanda Group. Zhao Che becomes a director at Wanda Group. A flurry of news spread across the internet like a swarm of locusts. Wanda Group stands as a colossal entity within the nation. So any shift in its shares quickly reverberated through the online realm. Because Shenqing had just searched for information on Zhao Che, Her browser naturally suggested this news to her. Upon seeing the news, Qin was momentarily dumbfounded. Qin Shui, you absolutely cannot let this one slip away. She urged Qin Shui hastily. Qin Shui felt perplexed. Although Qin had previously offered advice, it had been merely that, advice. Now, however, it felt like a firm directive. Yet, Qin Shui did not dwell on it too much. She had always held deep affection for Zhao Che and was utterly enamored with him, naturally unwilling to let go. She nodded in agreement. Then, she picked up her phone, typed a message to Zhao Che saying, "I'm sorry," but hesitated before sending it. Ultimately, she stood up, determined to seek out Zhao Che. "Qin Shui, where are you going?" Qin queried, puzzled. "He is upset, and I need to be there for him," Qin Shui replied. "But the dormitory is already locked," Qin reminded her. Qin Shui, undeterred, called the dormitory supervisor awake and, through persistent persuasion, managed to have the door opened. She then exited the school, hailed a cab, and made her way to Tang Chunyi Pin. After approximately 30 minutes, she arrived, nearing midnight. As for the entrance to Tang Chunyi Pin, Qin Shui had no trouble accessing it. Zhao Che had previously registered her fingerprint. She proceeded directly to Zhao Che's floor and rang the doorbell. At that moment, Zhao Che was still awake in bed, feeling a bit hungry after skipping lunch. Yet his anger from earlier left him unable to eat. Just then, the doorbell rang, and he wondered who it could be. Is it the property management? Why are they bothering me at this hour? Frustrated by the disturbance, Zhao Che, despite his generally good temperament, felt an urge to vent his irritation. Thus, he donned his pajamas and stormed to the door. As he opened it, he was met with the sight of Qin Shui standing there. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him, almost as if clinging to him. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Che's previous ire dissipated, and he looked at Qin Shui, now draped over him, with a hint of exasperation. "Didn't you have a key? Why ring the bell?" he asked. "I was afraid you wouldn't want to see me," Qin Shui replied, sounding somewhat aggrieved. Zhao Che, hearing her, felt a mixture of resignation and affection. "How could I not want to see you?" he responded. "But are you still angry?" Qin Shui asked, her voice tinged with apprehension. Zhao Che nodded, affirming, "Yes. I am angry. Very angry." Qin Shui lowered her gaze and began to explain. "At the time, they insisted on seeing the car. I initially refused, but they all clamored for it. I was worried they'd think me stingy, so I acquiesced. Then they insisted on experiencing the speed of a sports car. I initially resisted, yet one by one they pleaded with me, leaving me no choice but to agree, which led to that situation." Zhao Che listened intently as Qin Shui continued. "I hadn't intended to speak up for him, but seeing him so pitiful and pleading, I felt compelled to intervene. Then I sensed you were angry with me, and I felt wronged myself. Perhaps it was because you had been so good to me previously, which made the sudden shift feel overwhelming, leading to our quarrel. Yet, I failed to consider your feelings. I'm truly sorry," Qin Shui expressed, her apology sincere and heartfelt. "Do you now realize where you went wrong?" Zhao Che cast a glance towards Qin Shui, tinged with a hint of reproach. Qin Shui nodded thoughtfully, replying, "I should not have lent the things you gave me to others, especially to males, and I ought to have firmly stood by your side," she stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Che finally broke into a smile and said, "All right, I forgive you." Qin Shui, delighted by his words, then inquired, "So you were jealous, weren't you?" Zhao Che retorted, "I was not jealous at all." "You were indeed jealous," Qin Shui asserted confidently. After Qin Shui apologized, Zhao Che's mood lightened considerably. The storm of anger dissipated, and naturally, hunger set in. "Come, let's go out for a meal," Zhao Che suggested. "Isn't it quite late to go out for dinner?" Qin Shui asked, puzzled. "I haven't eaten anything since this afternoon," Zhao Che replied, somewhat irritable. The two then ventured out for a simple meal. Later that evening, in their room at the Tang Chunyi Pin, Zhao Che took the opportunity to give Qin Shui a thorough lecture. The following morning, they awoke around 10:30. "Oh no," Qin Shui exclaimed as she sat up. Zhao Che, confused, asked, "What is the matter?" "It's already 10:30. We have class today," Qin Shui explained anxiously. Zhao Che scratched his head. "Ah, right, I almost forgot." "Almost forgot? It's already too late," Qin Shui exclaimed. Zhao Che, unhurried, took out his phone, opened WeChat, found Li Xin, and typed, requesting a day off, sending it with a swift tap, just those 4 simple words. After sending it, he lightly tapped his head. "What a memory, I almost forgot." Qin Shui, standing nearby, was left bewildered, asking, "Is it really that convenient to request a day off at your school? Just send a message? No need to call or write a leave note." Zhao Che, equally perplexed, replied, "What leave note? I've never seen one. Nor have I ever needed to find a reason to request leave." He shook his head. "No need. That's just how we do it at our school. Hand me your phone. I'll help you request a day off too," Qin Shui said, passing it over. She then located her counselor's WeChat and typed, requesting a day off. Chen Shui expected Zhao Che to help her craft a reason, but in the next moment, Zhao Che simply hit send. Chen Shui was taken aback. She genuinely felt like crying at that moment. Don't we need to provide a reason for the leave? She asked Zhao Che. He pondered for a moment and nodded. It is rather hasty. Then he typed 2 words, cold, and sent it off. Chen Shui felt utterly exasperated. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a lengthy message came back from her counselor, essentially summarizing that a medical certificate from the hospital was required. Zhao Che frowned at the counselor's obstinacy and typed, Teacher, I've heard our school is currently facing some financial constraints. I would like to personally donate 10 million to the school. Could you please provide the school's account details for the transfer? At that moment, Chen Shui's counselor was left flabbergasted and immediately initiated a video call. Chen Shui, panicking, shot a glare at Zhao Che and said, Look at what you've done. Zhao Che handed the phone to her, saying, Answer it, but don't mention the leave. Just discuss the donation. Chen Shui hesitated but eventually connected the call. Hello, teacher. She said hurriedly. Chen Shui, where are you right now? The counselor inquired directly. Where am I? I'm at the hospital, Chen Shui stammered. Oh, and what was this about a donation? The teacher pressed. At a loss for words, Chen Shui glanced at Zhao Che. Seeing her predicament, Zhao Che took the phone and spoke. Hello, teacher. Who are you? The teacher asked, puzzled. I am Zhao Che, Chen Shui's boyfriend. She has a cold, and I accompanied her to the hospital. I am a student at Modi University. He introduced himself. Oh, do you have something to discuss? The teacher inquired. I heard from Xiao Xue that our university is currently facing financial difficulties, and she wishes to contribute. So she intends to donate 10 million to show her support for the school. Zhao Che fabricated convincingly. Good student. I knew from the moment I met her that this child is grateful. The counselor responded approvingly. Zhao Che nodded and added, Teacher, you can discuss this with the school and, once settled, just send over the card number or account details. As for how the school allocates it, that's entirely up to you. The counselor nodded repeatedly. All right, please thank Xiao Xue for me. Zhao Che nodded and then ended the call. Chen Shui gazed at Zhao Che in astonishment, exclaiming, You really have a way with words. You won't deceive me like that, will you? Of course not. Zhao Che waved his hand dismissively. But are we really going to donate 10 million to the school? Chen Shui asked, a hint of doubt in her voice. In her mind, 10 million seemed like an enormous sum. However, Zhao Che replied nonchalantly, We're going to donate anyway. Who we donate to makes no difference. And it can also be tax deductible. Zhao Che, though studying finance, was not particularly versed in such matters. He had only attended a few classes, and the company's finance team had informed him thus. At noon, the couple shared a meal together. In the afternoon, they visited a Rolls-Royce dealership, where Zhao Che purchased another Cullinan, feeling that the Phantom was rather antiquated. He then turned to Chen Shui and said, Xiao Xue, let us get you another car as well. Your LaFerrari is in for repairs and won't be back for 3 to 4 months. Chen Shui, not one to be coy, smiled and nodded. All right. What car do you want to buy? Zhao Che inquired. Chen Shui pondered for a moment. Anything is fine. They then visited a Porsche dealership and purchased a Panamera. It wasn't that Zhao Che was unwilling to spend money. It was just that some limited edition sports cars were not readily available. Moreover, Chen Shui was not comfortable driving too fast, making a sports car more of a constraint than a thrill. Afterward, the two enjoyed their time out until late before returning home. The university soon sent over the account details, and Zhao Che arranged for Juxing to make the 10 million donation. Chapter 51, Final Exams. Time passed, and over a month had slipped by. Investments in iQIYI, Mango TV, and Matewan had all come to fruition. Zhao Che had undeniably become a prominent figure in the business world. However, despite his success, he was feeling quite distressed today. For it was the day of final exams. Zhao Che was completely unprepared, and although he had requested leave, Li Xian insisted that he show up to go through the motions. Thus, Zhao Che rose early that morning. Attendance. He silently recited to himself as he got out of bed. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a Gulfstream G650 private jet. Zhao Che was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, thinking, well, that's a decent start to the day. The Gulfstream G650 has a domestic price tag of around 500 million. After washing up and having a light meal, Zhao Che made his way to school. Each time he arrived at school, he drew substantial attention, and today was no exception. However, he had grown accustomed to it, and paid no mind as he headed to class. Hey, you all better let me copy your answers later, Zhao Che announced to those around him as he entered the classroom. Haha, don't worry. Old Zhao, we've got your back, Zhou Zhongsong assured him with conviction. Zhao Che merely glanced at him, non-committal. Lin Momo cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Zhongsong and said, You can just forget about it. Zhao Che, you need not worry. I shall assist you, Lin Momo assured Zhao Che with a glance. Observing the situation, Zhao Che nodded in acknowledgement. The thought of everything potentially being posted online was indeed mortifying. Soon after, The examination commenced, and the test papers were distributed one by one. Zhao Che stared at his paper, feeling overwhelmed. He understood the meaning of each individual character, yet when combined, they eluded him. Frowning in concentration, he glanced around. Lin Mo was diligently writing, while Zhou Song wore a similar expression of confusion, also casting sidelong glances. Suddenly, their eyes met, and Zhou Song, noticing Zhao Che's gaze, broke into a wide grin, revealing his pearly whites. Zhao Che returned a helpless smile. However, Zhou Song seemed to receive some unspoken signal and whispered, "Old Zhao, if you finish first, let me copy your answers." Zhao Che had thought Zhou Song would honor his word, but instead, he retorted, "Get lost." Subsequently, Zhao Che slumped over his desk, his expression one of utter desolation. Yet, it wasn't long before Lin Mo completed her paper, and Zhao Che seized the opportunity to copy from her. It remained unclear whether the teacher at the front had genuinely failed to notice or was simply feigning ignorance, as she remained silent. Zhao Che swiftly finished copying and returned the paper to Lin Mo. But Zhou Song was restless, urgently whispering, "Old Zhao, let me copy as well." Growing impatient, Zhao Che handed him the paper. Zhou Song accepted it with a beaming smile. However, in the next moment, the teacher's gaze fell upon them, her expression akin to that of a vengeful spirit, causing Zhou Song to silently return the paper. Zhao Che, bewildered, wondered what had transpired. He soon noticed the teacher directing a warning glare at Zhou Song, as if to say, the school received a 10 million donation from him, hence he can copy. "What have you contributed?" After several rounds of examinations, Zhao Che realized that no matter how brazenly he copied, the teacher would not cast an eye in his direction, as if he were invisible. Yet, any slight movement from others would elicit her deadly gaze. It seemed that Teacher Li was indeed adept at orchestrating such arrangements. Zhao Che mused. Following 3 consecutive days of examinations, it was evident that Lin Mo's performance was outstanding, excelling in every subject, which led Zhao Che to believe his own results would also be satisfactory. As for Zhou Song, well, that was a different story altogether. Once the final exams concluded, some emerged feeling refreshed, while others appeared utterly drained, with only Zhou Song looking like a scapegoat. "Zhao Che, how do you intend to thank me?" Lin Mo inquired, looking at him. "Huh, is thanks necessary? Had I known, I wouldn't have copied," Zhao Che joked. Subsequently, he treated a few classmates to a meal. Zhao Che was aware of Lin Mo's affections for him, yet he felt content with Chen Shui and despised being the object of romantic entanglements. Thus, he maintained a respectful distance from her. After the meal, Zhao Che settled the bill and left promptly. While the Magic City University had already commenced its winter break, the Shuangdan University had yet to do so. They still had 2 or 3 days before their holiday. Consequently, Zhao Che found himself rather bored, as he could no longer engage in casual conversations at school. Thus, he sought the company of his 2 friends, Qin Fun and Zhu Yunfei. "Wow, old Zhao, impressive. You managed to secure shares in Wanda from Wang Xiaocong's family?" Both Qin Fun and Zhu Yunfei expressed in astonishment. "Old Zhao, today I'm taking you to a fantastic place," Qin Fun declared, pulling Zhao Che along. With a mischievous grin, Zhu Yunfei added, "I guarantee you will be satisfied." Zhao Che, however, was left bewildered. "Where are we going?" "You'll find out once we arrive," they replied mysteriously. Soon, they arrived at what appeared to be a manor, with a sign reading Mystery Club Manor at the entrance. As they stepped inside, a throng of people greeted them enthusiastically. Qin Fun waved his hand dismissively, same as usual. Before long, the trio took a shower and entered a private room. There were 3 tables, and the 2 expertly climbed onto one. Zhao Che, seeing this, followed suit. A large number of female attendants soon flooded in. Qin Fun and Zhu Yunfei each selected one. Zhao Che chose a petite, demure-looking attendant, who appeared to be in her early 20s. The massage commenced, and Zhao Che couldn't help but marvel at the lifestyle of the affluent. This was indeed the life that wealthy individuals led. A few friends chatting, beautiful attendants providing massages, and an abundance of snacks and fruits at their disposal. While enjoying the experience, Qin Fun turned to Zhao Che and asked, "How's this, old Zhao? Not bad, right?" Zhao Che, relishing the moment, replied, "Indeed, it's quite enjoyable." "Absolutely. I wish I could reside here every day," Zhu Yunfei chimed in. They continued their light-hearted banter. After approximately an hour of massage, they were treated to foot kneading, and the 3 reveled in the pleasure. After a series of indulgent treatments, they found themselves hungry and decided to dine at the on-site restaurant, with the attendants accompanying them throughout the meal. Once they finished eating, Qin Fun and Zhu Yunfei looked at Zhao Che and asked, "Aren't you going to rest in a room?" Zhu Yunfei was the first to suggest, "I'll head to rest now," and without a backward glance, he left with the female attendant. Zhao Che realized that the establishment was rather questionable. Qin Fun leaned in with a teasing smirk, whispering to Zhao Che, "Don't worry, It's all first-timers. Those who have been selected will be sent to other establishments. Zhao Che, upon hearing this, reflected on the extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy. Having come this far, he felt compelled to experience the unique offerings of this place. He then took the attendant he had just chosen into a room. Chapter 52, the 10 million year-end bonus. Upon entering the room, Zhao Che inquired of the attendant, "Why do you do this?" The young woman, a bit nervous, began to explain. In summary, she revealed, "My father gambles, my mother is ill, and my brother is studying. My siblings rely solely on me." Zhao Che felt a wave of sympathy wash over him. Her situation was indeed dire, and he felt compelled to assist her. Ultimately, he succumbed to temptation, and they shared an intimate encounter. Afterward, Zhao Che gazed at the beautiful woman lying on the bed and thought to himself, "Zhao Che, you have fallen." After taking a moment to rest, he asked for her bank card number. The attendant hesitated for a moment but quickly provided it. Zhao Che transferred 200,000 directly into her account and said, "If possible, please refrain from this line of work in the future." However, he did not pursue the matter further. Having taken her first experience, he deemed the 200,000 as compensation, with no further obligation on his part. Afterward, he exited the room, while the attendant had hoped to leave together with him, but she found herself too exhausted to move. Once outside, he discovered that Qin Fun and Zhu Yunfei were already waiting for him. "You two are hopeless," Zhao Che remarked disdainfully. Qin Fun retorted, "Old Zhao, you didn't resort to pills for the sake of your pride, did you? Need any?" Zhao Che snapped back, "Don't be ridiculous." Subsequently, Qin Fun cast a beaming glance at Zhao Che and jovially remarked, "Old Zhao, isn't this place quite delightful?" To which Zhao Che, standing at the pinnacle of moral high ground, replied, "Honestly, I never anticipated you would bring me to such a locale." Qin Fun, with a hint of sarcasm, retorted, "Come on, you emerged just now with a face glowing like a ripe apple." The four pillars of life, sharing the burden of gunfire, enduring together through the trials of life, and dividing the spoils, echoed in their camaraderie. The three soon departed from that place. As night approached, the trio found themselves once again at the bar, though this time, the events did not mirror those of their previous visit. Following a day of activities, the bar arranged a designated driver to escort them home. Upon returning to the luxurious Thompson Riviera, Zhao Che, having indulged a bit too freely in libations, collapsed into a deep slumber. The next morning, around 10, he was rudely awakened by the incessant ringing of his phone. It was news of his Gulfstream G650's arrival at the airport in the bustling metropolis. Zhao Che, however, was unfazed. Having a private jet was a matter of course for his family, and he had no inclination to pilot it himself. He instructed Guoxiong to take charge of the situation, as the aircraft would ultimately be registered under the company's name. Yet, Zhao Che had not forgotten the need for a pilot. He had someone in mind who was unequivocally superior, one who had even flown fighter jets. Thus, he dialed the number of Li Yong from Inchao Security. "Hello, old Li." Zhao Che initiated the conversation. "Mr. Zhao, how may I assist you?" Li Yong responded promptly. "I've purchased an aircraft, but I currently lack a pilot. Do you have anyone available?" Zhao Che inquired directly. "Mr. Zhao, don't worry. Our personnel can operate fighter jets," Li Yong assured him. "All right, please arrange this for me, but ensure they possess a valid pilot's license. Otherwise, it won't suffice." Zhao Che emphasized. "Huh, they need that?" Li Yong asked, slightly puzzled. "Indeed, while it may not be necessary in Africa, it's a requirement for Daxia and on the international stage. Without it, how can I approve flight routes?" Zhao Che replied with exasperation. "Understood, Mr. Zhao. I'll inquire on your behalf. By the way, do you require a bodyguard?" Li Yong asked once more. "A bodyguard?" Zhao Che echoed. "Yes. Our bodyguards are not mere showpieces. They've emerged from the depths of peril. Without 7 or 8 of them, normal folks cannot approach," Li Yong stated with pride. This mention irked Zhao Che, who recalled how a simple incident involving a shattered bottle had escalated, thanks to Qin Fan's social media post, leading to an online narrative of Zhao Che's supposed injuries, even with surveillance footage from the bar being leaked. Thus, Zhao Che found Li Yong's proposal appealing and agreed. "All right, I want someone with real skills. Mr. Zhao, rest assured, you can rely on me," Li Yong declared confidently. Zhao Che mumbled a hopeful acknowledgement before ending the call. Later that afternoon, Li Yong reached out again. "Mr. Zhao, everything is arranged. They have flights to Daxia tomorrow." Zhao Che nodded, acknowledging the efficiency. "What about the pilot? Do they possess a license?" he probed. Li Yong paused before responding. "Well, they won't have a Daxia license, but they do have an FAA-issued international license." Zhao Che could only nod in agreement, recognizing that an international license would facilitate domestic applications. He then forwarded the flight details to Guoxiong, instructing him to arrange for their reception. That evening, Zhao Che undoubtedly ventured out once more with Qin Fun and Zhu Yunfei, returning only in the early hours of the morning. The following day, Zhao Che made his way to the office and promptly convened a meeting. The table was no longer occupied by a mere 8 individuals. Approximately 15 were present, most of whom Zhao Che did not recognize. Having been promoted after his initial establishment of the company, once he confirmed that everyone had arrived, he commenced, "This meeting is not directly related to our projects. With the year-end approaching, I wish to discuss matters concerning the upcoming holiday." He continued, "Year-end bonuses are essential, yet our company has only been operational for about 5 months. So we cannot calculate bonuses based on a full year. Therefore, I have decided that every employee, whether a general manager or a regular staff member, will receive a bonus equivalent to 20 of their total salary for this year. For those who have been with us for less than a month, we will calculate it as if they had worked for a month," Zhao Che added. The assembly nodded in agreement. The same applies to the store employees. Their bonuses will also be calculated at 20 of their total salary, with the same stipulation for those who have worked less than a month. Having concluded, Zhao Che gestured for everyone to disperse, save for a few of the original members from when Zhu Xing was first founded. He turned to them with a smile and inquired, "How has your salary been this year?" Confused glances were exchanged until Han Rui, with a hint of pride, responded, "It's been quite substantial." "Substantial? How much is that?" Zhao Che inquired with an amused smile. "After taxes, it's roughly around 130,000 per month," Han Rui replied. In reality, this salary was exceptionally high within the industry, as Zhao Che had set their monthly compensation at 200,000. "Have you all purchased homes in the metropolis?" Zhao Che asked. Some nodded, while others shook their heads. Zhao Che smiled again. "Though you've only been with Zhu Xing for a few months, you are already considered veterans. I was contemplating gifting you a property in the metropolis as a year-end bonus, but seeing mixed reactions, I believe cash might be more practical." He then turned to Guoxiong, saying, "Please inform the finance department to deposit 10 million into each of your accounts." Guoxiong nodded in acknowledgement. After a while, the group departed, leaving Zhao Che and Guoxiong alone. Chapter 53, The Arrival of the Bodyguards. Guoxiong addressed Zhao Che, "Mr. Zhao, I cannot accept this money. This is your rightful due. As the general manager of Zhu Xing, you should have financial authority. If you refuse this, how will the others perceive it?" Zhao Che reminded him. Only then did Guoxiong consent to accept the funds. Zhao Che then inquired, "When will the personnel from Chao arrive?" "They are expected to arrive around 11 p.m., Guoxiong estimated. "Please arrange hotel accommodations for them tonight, and have them come to the company tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. It will give them a chance to rest," Zhao Che instructed. "Understood," Guoxiong replied affirmatively. Later, Zhao Che returned home, where he found Chen Shui had already begun her holiday and had come over. "Zhao Che, when are we heading back to Jinling?" Chen Shui asked. "Perhaps in a couple of days. I still have some matters to attend to," Zhao Che explained. Chen Shui, not in a hurry to return, decided to stay and accompany Zhao Che. At that moment, Zhao Che also received a call from Zhao Shi. "Hello, sister, what is the matter?" Zhao Che asked. "Is Zhu Xing still hiring?" Zhao Shi inquired. "Just tell me what you want to do," Zhao Che replied, slightly irked. Zhao Shi, adopting a more serious tone, asked, "Can Zhu Xing issue an internship certificate? What kind of request is that? Do you want me to provide you with a 10-year internship certificate?" Zhao Che retorted dismissively. "Oh, wait, I can't issue a 10-year one, but I can give you a 5-month certificate," Zhao Che finally conceded. "I was speaking seriously here," Zhao Shi responded, exasperated on the other end of the line. "Of course, if you desire, I can provide you with internship certificates for positions such as chairman, general manager, president, or CEO, all of which carry significant weight," Zhao Che confidently declared. "Zhao Che, I'm speaking seriously here," Zhao Shi exclaimed in frustration over the phone. "Isn't this serious?" "Sister, I'm genuinely offering," Zhao Che retorted. He sincerely believed he could issue any internship certificate desired. As an intern, how could I possibly present myself as chairman, general manager, president, or CEO at my school? Would they genuinely believe that? Zhao Shi replied, exasperated. "Oh, I see. Why not just go to Mingyang or Huatian? Or perhaps even your aunt's place?" Zhao Che inquired. "If I actually went there, I would be exhausted beyond measure." Zhao Shi snapped back. "It's merely a matter of issuing an internship certificate. There's no need for you to actually go to work," Zhao Che replied, puzzled. "Do you think I'm like you? Am I the kind of person who takes shortcuts?" Zhao Shi shot back. "Am I not a shortcut?" Zhao Che questioned in return. "I have 3 people here. Just let me know if you can arrange it," Zhao Shi stated directly. "Sister, the way you phrase it, you can choose any position you desire. You could even push me aside without issue," Zhao Che assured her. "All right, understood." With that, Zhao Shi ended the call. How absurd. She doesn't want to take shortcuts. She simply wants to avoid work and is looking to me for an escape, Zhao Che muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Zhao Shi was with her 2 roommates, Gao Ying and Su Qian, who were eagerly awaiting her news. "I've already made inquiries. Zhu Xing isn't hiring interns," Su Qian remarked. "But didn't she say she could find a way in?" Gowing responded. I heard that candidates are lining up for several days just to interview at Juxing. I doubt they'll hire interns, Su Qian pondered. Don't worry, let's wait and see. If Juxing doesn't work out, we can look at other companies, Gowing said, equally resigned. Just then, Zhao Che returned from her call. The two quickly asked her what the outcome was. I can handle any problem that arises. I can choose any department. As for positions, we'll see later, Zhao Che replied nonchalantly. What? You can choose any department? And positions too? Su Qian and Gowing exclaimed in astonishment. Zhao Che nodded. Yes. Wow, Shishi, your connections are extraordinary. Su Qian exclaimed in disbelief. It's just a small matter. Zhao Che waved her hand dismissively. When can we go? Today? They asked eagerly. There's no need to rush. Let's go after the new year, Zhao Che suggested thoughtfully. No way. Will there still be that many positions available after the new year? I think it's best to sign the contract today. That would be more secure, Gowing reasoned. Don't worry, if there are no positions, they'll have to create a separate department for me, Zhao Che reassured them. Shishi, just what kind of connections do you have? This is impressive. They pressed her again. Haha, Juxing is run by my younger brother, Zhao Che said proudly. Your brother is Zhao Che? They were taken aback once more. Yes, Zhao Che replied, almost boasting. Then why hasn't your brother come to see you? They questioned, puzzled. Zhao Che was momentarily silenced by the inquiry. Her expression darkening as she replied, perhaps he's just too busy. That little rascal is either flirting or out gallivanting. He wouldn't think of me, Zhao Che thought to herself. Rest assured, Juxing isn't going anywhere, Zhao Che comforted them. At that moment, Zhao Che was working out with Chen Shui. Around 11 o'clock that night, an international flight landed at the airport in the bustling metropolis. Naturally, it was the bodyguards and pilots arranged by An Chao. Guoxiong had also sent someone to pick them up. A total of 3 men and 1 woman disembarked, with only one of the men having an Asian appearance. The others were all Caucasian. The person responsible for the pickup quickly led them to the hotel for accommodation. So this is the magical metropolis of Daxia? One person exclaimed in surprise. The metropolis is far better than my hometown, another remarked. Quickly, rest up, we need to meet the big boss tomorrow, someone urged. Subsequently, they all returned to their rooms to rest, as they had tasks to attend to the next day and did not wish to experience the city's splendor. The next day, when Zhao Che awakened, it was nearly 11 o'clock. He promptly requested the property manager to bring up 2 lunches. After eating, the two watched a movie together. By the time they finished, it was nearly 2 o'clock, and he headed to the company. Upon arriving, he entered his office, and shortly thereafter, Guoxiong brought in the newcomers from the previous day. Zhao Che glanced at the 3 men and 1 woman, silently cursing Li Yong in his mind. The 3 men looked quite capable, but the woman was a different story, slender arms and legs, standing about 170 centimeters tall. She appeared fresh and cute. Zhao Che felt he could easily make her cry with a single punch. Clearly, she was sent to seduce him, and he couldn't believe they only sent one of her. Did they think he couldn't afford more? Chapter 54, The 4 Simpletons. Despite his grievances, Zhao Che initiated the conversation, asking, how did you all rest last night? However, the next moment, he was taken aback when all 4 bowed and exclaimed in unison, good day, boss. The grand display startled Zhao Che so much that he nearly dropped his phone onto the desk. Oh, you don't need to do that. Let's just communicate normally. Zhao Che steadied himself. This unexpected display was overwhelming for him. He feared he might be sent away at any moment. He then stood from his chair, approached the sofa, and gestured for them to sit. Only then did they cautiously take their seats. Do you all speak Chinese? He inquired. They all nodded. Good, then please introduce yourselves. Zhao Che said, first looking at the Asian man. The Asian man stepped forward to introduce himself. My name is Li Guantong, from South Vietnam, 33 years old. I joined in Chao in 2011. He spoke in somewhat awkward Chinese and glanced at Zhao Che with apprehension. Zhao Che gave a slight nod. Not bad. He then turned to the next person, who was obviously a Western man. Boss, I am Nikolai Petrovich, from the Goose Country, 32 years old. I joined in Chao in 2010. You can call me Nikolai, he said, also in clumsy Chinese, looking expectantly at Zhao Che. Zhao Che thought this man had a rather simple demeanor. Nevertheless, he nodded. Nikolai, I will remember that. He then turned to the next individual. Seeing Zhao Che acknowledge him, Nikolai eagerly nodded in excitement. My name is Ivan Alexandrovich, from the Goose Country, 38 years old. I joined in Chao in 2006. You can call me Ivan. He introduced himself, his Chinese significantly better than the previous 2. Finally, Zhao Che addressed the female member of the group. Boss, my name is Katerina. From the White Goose Country, 22 years old. I joined in Chao in 2009. She introduced herself. This time, Zhao Che was taken aback. 22 years old. And you joined in Chao in 2009? That means you were only 14 when you started? He couldn't help but ask, did you join in Chao at 14? But Katerina shook her head. I was 13. It is a curious fact that foreigners age a year upon the conclusion of January 1st. while the people of Daxia only add a year to their age after the festivities of the Spring Festival. Thus, according to Daxia's customs, Katerina is indeed 21 years old. Why did you join the Dark Tide at such an early age? Zhao Che inquired with a hint of curiosity. When I was 13, I accompanied my parents on a business trip there, only to be caught in the turmoil that ensued. Tragically, they perished during the chaos. And it was the Dark Tide that took me in, Katerina elucidated. Do you not wish to return to your homeland? Why remain with the Dark Tide? Zhao Che pressed further. The Dark Tide saved my life. It is my home, Katerina affirmed resolutely. Have you undergone training? There seems to be quite a disparity in physique between you and them, Zhao Che observed. Katerina explained, Boss, I have indeed received training and have participated in numerous skirmishes and conflicts. I have assassinated the leaders of 2 private militias and am proficient in firearms. I have even served as an instructor in martial arts within the Dark Tide. My skills in hand-to-hand combat and grappling are also well honed. Boss Li has specifically assigned me to protect you closely. Upon hearing this, Zhao Che felt a chill run down his neck. Wow, she is quite the fierce one. He mused, reflecting on the stark contrast between Katerina's demeanor and her formidable past. Nodding thoughtfully, Zhao Che remarked, You are quite impressive. But you should also have a life of your own. Thank you, boss, Katerina replied graciously. Zhao Che then turned to the others. Which of you can pilot an aircraft? He asked, prompting them to introduce themselves. However, the 4 seemed to have merely mirrored the template set by the first speaker, failing to convey their individual capabilities. Upon Zhao Che's inquiry, they all nodded, affirming, I can. You all can. Zhao Che expressed his surprise. In unison, they nodded again. Do you have pilot licenses? Zhao Che probed further. Katerina replied, Boss, those licenses are inconsequential. I have flown fighter jets and am quite adept at it. Nicola chimed in with confidence. Yes, boss. Pilot licenses are unnecessary. We have all piloted fighter jets. Zhao Che explained, in Daxia, it matters not how skilled you are. It matters whether you possess a license. Without one, no matter how proficient you are, you cannot fly. I hold an FAA International Pilot License, but not one from Daxia, Ivan interjected. Not to worry. Tomorrow, I will arrange for you to apply for one. With an FAA license, you can easily obtain a Daxia license, Zhao Che assured them. How much do you earn per month in the Dark Tide? Zhao Che inquired. 1,300, 1,200, the 4 responded, revealing their varying salaries. Zhao Che felt this was rather meager, considering their risk-laden roles and flight capabilities. He proposed, I will offer you 100,000 RMB a month, which is approximately 15,000 USD. Do you find that acceptable? Boss, we cannot accept your salary. Our lives are indebted to you. We only require that amount, Ivan replied, and the others nodded in agreement. Zhao Che found himself pondering. Am I truly so noble? Nevertheless, he insisted, you are now my bodyguards. Whatever salary I provide is yours to keep. It is what you rightfully deserve. Ivan, you are now their leader and will also serve as a pilot. I will assign you 150,000 RMB a month. Your duty is to lead them well, understood? Zhao Che stated firmly. Yes, boss, Ivan responded loudly, bowing slightly. Unable to endure such formality, Zhao Che instructed, in the future, there is no need for bows. Simply respond in a normal tone. The 3 nodded in agreement. Yes, boss, Nicola began to bow, but remembered Zhao Che's instruction midway, quickly straightening up and responding affirmatively. Pleased with their reaction, Zhao Che called in Guoxiong, who presented 4 contracts. He instructed the 4 to review the contracts before signing. Yet they signed without even glancing at them. Zhao Che couldn't help but marvel at their audacity, reflecting that if the contract had given him a headache, it would surely baffle them, especially given their likely limited English proficiency. After signing, Zhao Che had Guoxiong assist them in obtaining domestic bank cards, each funded with 1 million as an allowance. As he prepared to take them back to Tangchini Pin, he recalled Chen Shui's presence there, pondering how to explain Katerina's presence, whom he felt did not quite fit the bodyguard image. Chapter 55, The Incompetent Cook. Thus, Zhao Che decided to bring them to Huazhou Junting, intending for them to stay there temporarily. However, upon his suggestion, they were unwilling. Boss, we can sleep in the car. A qualified bodyguard must be ready to protect their employer at all times, they insisted in unison. Zhao Che, feeling exasperated, responded, You may stay in the car. But what about Katerina? Will she also sleep in the car with you? Yet Katerina shook her head, stating, Boss Li has assigned me to protect you closely. Wherever you are, I must be. Thus, I cannot sleep in the car. Zhao Che was at a loss for words, having grasped the implication of close protection. However, Katerina seemed unaware, and he doubted whether he had the audacity to handle such a fierce protector, especially given her history of assassinating militia leaders. Inwardly cursing Li Yong for sending him a thorny rose, Zhao Che ultimately decided to take them back to Tangchini Pin. Upon arriving, They found Chen Shui in the living room engrossed in a movie. The sight of the towering figures startled her, and had Zhao Che not been present, she might have dialed the authorities. This is my girlfriend, Zhao Che introduced, as the four greeted her. Hello, ma'am. Who are they? Chen Shui asked, bewildered. They are bodyguards and pilots from the Dark Tide headquarters, Zhao Che explained, emphasizing Katarina's impressive skills to assuage her disbelief. All right, there are 3 rooms available. Choose your accommodations, she said, somewhat begrudgingly. The group nodded, with the 3 men sharing a room, while Katarina took one for herself. Each suite was nearly 100 square meters, equipped with various smaller rooms, such as studies and living areas, sufficient for their needs. Wow, so now you require a beautiful bodyguard? Chen Shui remarked with a hint of annoyance. This wasn't my choice. I swear, I merely asked him to send a few bodyguards, and Katarina was among them. I had no option but to accept. I couldn't just send her back alone, Zhao Che explained. Will you still love me? Chen Shui pondered aloud. How could I? Little Shui, what are you thinking? Zhao Che comforted her. Don't think I'm unaware. You've been frequenting bars lately, always accompanied by numerous women, she lamented, her tone growing more defensive. Little Shui, I assure you, I love you the most, Zhao Che continued to reassure her. Liar, Chen Shui retorted, still miffed. Thus, Zhao Che resolutely decided to take Chen Shui back to his room for a lesson. After this thorough reprimand, Chen Shui fell into a deep slumber. Following a few days in the bustling metropolis, he prepared to return to Jinling, for the new year was a time for family reunions. Zhao Che informed Ivan and the others, I will be heading back to my hometown. During this time, I can grant you a leave of absence. If you have families, you may return to visit, Zhao Che stated earnestly. However, the 4 of them replied that the Dark Tide was their true home. Zhao Che understood. They all shared similar fates, having lost their homes, which explained their choices to live on the edge of danger, a life that no one from a stable family would willingly choose. Then let us return to Jinling together for the new year. We are family, Zhao Che said with a smile. The 4 nodded in agreement. Soon, they arrived at the high-speed train station, where the 1-hour journey made a private jet unnecessary, as it would be overly cumbersome. Zhao Shi and Chen Shui naturally returned together. The train swiftly reached Jinling, and as previously arranged, Zhao Che's trusted driver was there to meet them. Zhao Che instructed the driver to take Chen Shui home, first before returning to his own residence. This was Zhao Che's first extended absence from home, and to claim he felt no longing would be a falsehood. However, upon returning home, there was little to occupy his time, with only Zhao Che, Zhao Shi, Ivan, and the other hired help around. At that moment, Zhao Che was engaged in a game of King of Glory with Ivan and the others. He relished the experience of being a master player. They were mere bronze players, whereas he was golden. In bronze matches, he dominated, which bolstered his confidence. However, after a few rounds, he noticed an unsettling change. Their skills had inexplicably improved. Wukong, come to the bottom lane, quick. Help me out. No, who is this Wukong? Such a burden, exclaimed Katarina, seated on the sofa, engrossed in the game. Jungle, save me. I'm about to be killed, cried Li Guangtong. Monkey, go for the capture. I've weakened 2 of them. My heavens, the monkey got countered. Ivan chimed in, mirroring the chaos of the game. Oh, this monster killed me, muttered Nicola silently. There was no doubt, they were losing this match, and Zhao Che was playing as the monkey. After the match concluded, Zhao Che cleared his throat and remarked, Ahem, I wasn't properly developed. The network was a bit laggy. No worries, let's continue. After a few more rounds, Zhao Che realized that he and Nicola were the least skilled players. No, Nicola was worse. At least he wouldn't get killed by the Baron. Ahem, I'm done. The network keeps lagging. It's meaningless, Zhao Che declared, rising to leave. However, the 4 were thoroughly engrossed in their game, and he chose not to interfere. He went upstairs to find Zhao Shi, seeking a one-on-one in King of Glory to regain his sense of accomplishment, as Zhao Shi was less skilled than he. After 3 consecutive tower dives where Zhao Che utterly dominated Zhao Shi, the room erupted with his piercing cries. Yet, the 4 bodyguards seemed to be oblivious to his distress. What could they do? Could they possibly beat up his sister? Initially, Zhao Che had intended to find Chen Shui during these days. But since her family wasn't in Jinling, she had returned home to celebrate the new year with her parents. Over these days, Zhao Che had spent his time playing games with the 4 bumbling bodyguards, wandering about, as they were quite curious about everything in the Great Xia. One day, when Zhao Che approached them again to play, he discovered that they could no longer queue for ranked matches together. They had already reached diamond rank while he remained at gold. What on earth is going on? You've even dragged Nicola up to diamond. Why not me? Zhao Che exclaimed in confusion. Boss, Nicola's support skills are exceptional, the 3 replied. Nicola grinned. Hee, I'm quite good. This prompted Zhao Che to uninstall the game. What a trash game. If Nicola can reach diamond, how come I can't? He muttered in anger. You all continue. As a businessman, I cannot afford to be lost in games all day, Zhao Che stated, leaving without a backward glance. Indeed, he is the big boss. While we are immersed in gaming, the big boss remains steadfast, Ivan remarked with a hint of admiration. Katerina nodded. The way the boss acted just now was truly impressive. He is someone who refuses to be consumed by games. Li Guangtong also nodded in agreement. However, Nicola interjected. Could it be that he is unable to compete with others in the game, which is why he stopped playing? Do you think the boss is deceiving us? The other three glared at Nicola with suspicion. No, Nicola hurriedly denied. Chapter 56. Bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. As days passed, more family members began to gather at home. In the Great Xia, it is a tradition that during the new year, regardless of where one may be, they will return home to celebrate. This period serves as a rare respite for those who have labored throughout the year. Previously, Zhao Che had cherished this time, as it meant receiving a considerable amount of red envelopes. Although he now possessed ample wealth, he still looked forward to red envelopes, as their significance is undeniable. Who wouldn't he want more money? After so many days, those who needed to return for the new year had all come back, given that it was the festive season. The household staff had been granted leave, leaving Zhao Che particularly busy during these days. He had taken on the role of driver. The four bumbling bodyguards, despite being adept drivers, lacked domestic licenses, as they believed that any form of certification was unnecessary. Zhao Che, feeling helpless, had to encourage them to take the test. Thus, he had them memorize the exam questions, to which they exclaimed was more exhausting than combat. Meanwhile, Zhao Che would often accompany his grandfather in a game of chess. However, as he was inept at the game, he resorted to showcasing the prowess of AI on his phone, which likely caused his grandfather to lose a fair amount of hair over the past couple of days. Meanwhile, as others were busy cooking in the kitchen, Zhao Che was also roped into helping out. Perhaps this is the essence of the new year. The day of the New Year's Eve arrived, and Zhao Che was busy chasing after everyone for red envelopes, believing that 1 or 2 were insufficient, and 3 or 4 would be even better. Old Deng, he called out, hearing a voice from the living room. You little rascal, are you trying to cause trouble? Zhao Huilong replied. Zhao Che stared at him with wide eyes. You old Deng, return my red envelopes. Just moments before, Zhao Huilong had concealed the red envelopes Zhao Che had just collected, of course, merely to tease him. Don't speak nonsense. When did I take your red envelopes? Zhao Huilong retorted with a serious expression. Zhao Che had grown accustomed to calling him Old Deng. He would use Dad when there was a matter at hand, and Old Deng for casual banter. Who else could it be? Are you suggesting that my grandfather would hide his eldest grandson's red envelopes? Zhao Che said, glancing toward Zhao Hanlin. Seeing Zhao Che's gaze, Zhao Hanlin replied, Indeed. How could I possibly hide my eldest grandson's red envelopes? Zhao Che proudly lifted his head to look at Zhao Huilong. Oh, since it's neither you nor Grandpa. Could it be Grandma? Zhao Che provocatively inquired. What could Zhao Huilong say? It was just the 3 of them. Could he accuse the other 2? Little rascal. Here you go, Zhao Huilong said, pulling several red envelopes from his clothing and tossing them onto the table. The red envelopes, in truth, do not contain a considerable amount of money, typically amounting to 888, which holds a significant connotation. This tradition has persisted over the years. Zhao Che has taken these envelopes back to his room, where they now serve merely as mementos, for he has no immediate use for them. The daytime passed in a lively din, and in the evening, they gathered to partake in a reunion dinner. However, the custom of staying up to welcome the new year was not observed. After the meal, Zhao Che, along with Zhao Shi and the 4 bumbling bodyguards, ventured out. Zhao Che purchased a plethora of fireworks, a first for him, as he had never been able to afford such luxuries before. The group quickly found a park suitable for setting off the fireworks, which was currently alive with colorful displays, transforming the dark night sky into a vibrant tapestry. Wow, this is truly magnificent, exclaimed the 4 bumbling guards. Zhao Che beckoned. Why not join in the fun? They all nodded enthusiastically. Boss, can we aim these at people? Suddenly inquired Nicola. Zhao Che swiftly waved his hand, saying, Absolutely not. They are only to be launched into the sky. He found Nicola's reasoning puzzling. The 6 of them set off an array of fireworks, each more splendid than the last, drawing the attention of onlookers. They continued their revelry until the early hours of the morning, only returning home around 2 or 3 o'clock. Despite their late return, they rose early to enjoy a bowl of tang yuan, symbolizing completeness and unity. Time passed swiftly in its tranquility, and another new year slipped by, with children growing a year older and the elderly aging likewise. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. On this day, Chen Shui returned to Jinling, and Zhao Che undoubtedly sought her out for some quality time. The 2 spent the day enjoying each other's company, and in the evening, Zhao Che escorted Chen Shui back to her home. As he parked beneath her building, they were spotted by Chen's parents, who were returning from a shopping trip. After disembarking, the couple indulged in their usual affection, much to the chagrin of Chun's parents, who wore stern expressions as if witnessing their prized cabbage being devoured by pigs. After a prolonged display of affection, Chen Shui ascended the stairs to her apartment, while Zhao Che prepared to drive home, oblivious to the presence of her parents. Upon entering her home, Chen Shui noticed the absence of her parents but dismissed it, assuming they were out having fun. Meanwhile, Chen's parents returned home with displeased expressions. "Mom, Dad, you're back." Chen Shui greeted them. They nodded curtly in acknowledgement. After a moment's contemplation, her father broke the silence. "Shui, have you been seeing someone?" he asked directly. "Huh, why do you ask?" Chen Shui instinctively retorted. "Shui, we're not opposed to you dating, but you must choose wisely. If you have a partner, you should inform us immediately so we can ensure he is suitable," her mother advised earnestly. Chen's father added, "Though it may be a bit early for you to be dating, as long as you like him and he treats you well, we are not against it." Chen Shui, unaware of her parents' recent encounter with her and Zhao Che, assumed they were merely offering advice. Thus, she responded dismissively. "You needn't worry, I will definitely tell you if I start dating someone," she asserted confidently. Her parents exchanged glances, thinking, "It seems our daughter has indeed been led astray by that rascal. She has begun to lie without a hint of embarrassment." At that moment, her father adopted a serious tone. "Shui, who brought you home just now?" "Huh." Chen Shui felt a twinge of panic, fearing she might have been discovered. Nevertheless, she stubbornly replied, "Just a friend." "A boyfriend, perhaps?" Her father pressed further. Chen Shui's face flushed as she hesitated before giving a slight nod. "How long have you been together?" Her father inquired again. "About 5 months, I suppose," she murmured softly. 5 months? You've been dating for 5 months, and haven't you mentioned it to us?" her father exclaimed, visibly agitated. Chapter 57. Meeting the future father-in-law. "Oh no. 5 months have passed. What stage have you reached in your relationship?" Her father continued to probe, though Chen Shui had no words to offer. Her cheeks reddened further, and she remained silent. Seeing her state, her parents understood all too well, their thoughts echoing, "That rascal is truly incorrigible. You need to call him tomorrow and have him come over. We need to have a word with him," her father insisted, despite his inner turmoil. "Dad, isn't it a bit too soon? We haven't even graduated yet," Chen Shui murmured. "Too soon? It's already been 5 months." Her father replied, exasperated. "Yes, Shui. Have him over tomorrow, even if it's just for a meal," her mother chimed in. "But he is very busy," Chen Shui countered. "Busy doing what? Spending all day picking you up and dropping you off?" her father retorted. "All right, fine, I'll ask him to come." Chen Shui relented, then hurried to her room. "Look at Shui. She is already siding with that rascal," her father complained to her mother, gesturing at Chen Shui's retreating figure. "Oh, let it be. When my father found out I was with you, he was just like you are now," her mother shot back. "But it's not the same. You know how I worry that Shui might be deceived by that scoundrel," her father explained. Meanwhile, in her room, Chen Shui texted Zhao Che, "This is all your fault. My parents saw you drop me off today." Zhao Che, taken aback by the message, replied, "What did your parents say?" "They want you to come over for dinner tomorrow." "But my dad looked quite displeased," Chen Shui texted back, contemplating the situation. Without a second thought, Zhao Che agreed, "I'll be there tomorrow. It's not a big deal." He then pondered what gift would be appropriate. "What should I bring? What price range?" he mused, feeling torn, unable to decide. He ultimately chose to put it out of his mind and went to bed. The following day, Zhao Che rose early and made his way to a collection room in his home. "I'll just bring some wine and tea. That should suffice. No, wait. I should also bring something for her mother, perhaps a bracelet," he contemplated. He retrieved 2 bottles of 1978 Romanicani and a selection of De Hong Pao tea, along with a bracelet, and stealthily left the house. The items in the collection room were not ordinary. They were mostly auction pieces that served no purpose in his home. So Zhao Che decided to clear out some inventory. Soon, Zhao Che drove his Range Rover toward Chen Shui's residence. "Shui, when is your boyfriend arriving?" her father asked. "Why the hurry? He'll be here soon," Chen Shui replied, somewhat exasperated. "By the way, what is his name?" Her father suddenly remembered he didn't know. "His name is Zhao Che. Please be polite so you don't scare him," Chen Shui cautioned. All right. What young man could be scared?" her father grumbled. "What does Zhao's family do? What is their background?" he continued to inquire persistently. He mentioned that his family business was quite diverse, yet they were affluent. Chen Shui continued to respond. Chen's father, however, seemed unconcerned, pondering to himself, if they were truly wealthy, they would have the means to purchase a property in the bustling metropolis outright. Before long, Zhao Che arrived downstairs, and naturally, Chen Shui received a message from him. She hurried down to greet Zhao Che, and upon his arrival, she enveloped him in a warm embrace. All right, let us not let your parents see this. It would make my day rather uncomfortable," Zhao Che teased. Upon hearing this, Chen Shui ended the embrace and cautioned, "Be careful. My dad doesn't he seem too fond of you? Zhao Che replied playfully, don't worry, I've weathered storms far greater than this. Zhao Che then ascended the stairs with the items he had brought from home, entering Chun Shue's residence. As soon as he stepped inside, he greeted, hello, uncle and aunt. Following the customary pleasantries, Chen's father remarked, what's this? You brought something along. Oh, little Zhao, please have a seat, he said casually. Zhao Che nodded and walked over. He distinctly remembered how warmly they welcomed him during his childhood visits, yet today felt markedly different. Sitting there, Zhao Che noticed Chen's father silently watching television. While Chen's mother busied herself in the kitchen, he felt an urge to strike up a conversation but found himself at a loss for words. Exchanging glances with Chun Shui instead, though he contemplated pulling out his phone to pass the time, he deemed it impolite, so he opted to watch television instead. Engrossed in the program. This lad has quite the patience, Chen's father thought as he cast a side glance at Zhao Che, who was also fixated on the screen. Without hesitation, he changed the channel, and Zhao Che simply exchanged a resigned look with Chun Shui. Fortunately, after a while, Chen's mother called them for dinner, alleviating the awkwardness. During the meal, Chen's father inquired, little Zhao, are you attending the same university as Zhao Shui? Zhao Che shook his head and replied, uncle, I'm at Magic City University, but it's not far from where Zhao Shui studies. Oh, Magic City University, is it a 985 school? Chen's father asked, seemingly unaware. Magic City University is a 211, not a 985, Zhao Che politely clarified. I see, our Zhao Shui is from a 985, Chen's father said with a hint of pride. Dad, it's the major that matters, not the school, Chun Shui interjected, slightly annoyed. Oh, little Zhao, what's your major? Chen's father asked again. Zhao Che courteously replied. Finance. Chen's father nodded. Finance is a good field. You can tell it's lucrative just by the name. What's the typical starting salary for graduates in your field? He continued. Zhao Che honestly admitted, I'm not sure about that, as it's not something I need to focus on. At this, Chen's father's expression soured. Haven't you thought about your future? Perhaps your family is wealthy now, but will that wealth last? Zhao Che pondered for a moment before responding. Uncle, I understand your concerns. The reason I haven't looked into salaries is that I have already started my own company, so my primary focus is to ensure its success. Zhao Che smiled as he spoke. Chapter 58, Returning to Magic City. At this point, Chen's father and mother were taken aback. You started your own company? Chen's father asked in surprise. Yes, in Magic City. It just launched this year, Zhao Che confirmed with a smile. Chun Shui appeared quite proud at his revelation. Well, if you're running your own company, it must be more profitable than a regular job. What kind of business are you involved in? Chen's father asked with newfound seriousness. It's quite varied. Milk tea, fried chicken, clothing, and some online platform projects, Zhao Che explained. Little Zhao, I'm not criticizing, but your business scope seems too broad. That's not a good approach, Chen's father advised earnestly. His intentions were undoubtedly good, though he was unaware of Zhao Che's financial backing. Zhao Che nodded, recognizing it wasn't necessary to engage in a debate with his future father-in-law. Dad, what do you know? Zhao Che's business is thriving, Chun Shui retorted, shooting a glance at her father, disapproving of his condescending tone towards Zhao Che. Oh, how is the company performing? Chen's father asked pointedly, clearly skeptical of the potential profitability of milk tea, fried chicken, and clothing combined with online ventures. Zhao Che thought for a moment before saying, my company started in September, and we haven't been operational long enough to determine the final results, but excluding asset appreciation, our cash profit should be around 10 billion. 10 billion? Huh, 10 billion? Chen's father was left dumbfounded, and Chen's mother was equally astonished. Even Chun Shui, who was well aware of the figures, was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Little Zhao, did you just say 10 billion? Chen's father reiterated, incredulous. Zhao Che nodded affirmatively. At this moment, their hearts were racing. 10 billion in just 5 months of starting up. Their initial reaction was disbelief. Chun Shui chimed in, Mom and Dad, what Zhao Che said is true. He has shares in companies like Jinxiang, Chayu and even JD, which you frequently shop from online, as well as Pinduoduo, where we often get our deals. He invested in them because he believes in their potential. At this, Chen's parents were visibly unsettled. They had never imagined Zhao Che's wealth reached such heights. After a brief hesitation, Chen's mother anxiously asked, Little Zhao, with your considerable wealth, why would you be interested in our Zhao Shui? They naturally assumed someone of Zhao Che's means would not be inclined towards a girl from an ordinary family. Mom, what do you mean by that? Why wouldn't Zhao Che be interested in me? Chun Shui replied, somewhat annoyed. Auntie, Zhao Shui and I have been classmates since elementary school, and I even dined at your home several times back then. Surely you remember? Zhao Che explained with a smile. Oh, now I recall. It's you. Chen's mother exclaimed with a smile. I always thought you were a handsome child, and you've grown even more so. She added, pleasantly surprised. You see, Zhao Shui never mentioned you were the same boy, which caused us unnecessary worry, Chen's mother remarked. Last night, seeing you both so upset. Who would dare to say anything? Chen Shui muttered under her breath. Once they realized that Zhao Che was indeed the boy Chen Shui had brought home for meals during their childhood, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Little Zhao, your family business is quite varied. What exactly do they do? Chen's father asked. Oh, that's my father's business. Huatian Group, which encompasses heavy and light industries, electronics, military industry, and research initiatives. They have a bit of everything, some of which I'm not even aware, Zhao Che explained. Huatian Group. Your father is Zhao Huilong? Chen's father asked, astonished. The Huatian Group was a household name throughout Daxiao, especially in Jinling. Zhao Che acknowledged this without reservation, having no intention of keeping it hidden. Ah, that explains how you became such a remarkable individual, Chen's father praised. Zhao Che could only smile wryly in response. After dinner, Zhao Che stayed for a while longer before taking his leave. How do you feel? Surely there is no one in the world more exemplary than Zhao Che. Chen Shui remarked with a smile. Xiao Xue, do you admire him for his character or his wealth? Chen Ba inquired with a knowing look. Dad, what do you take me for? Chen Shui retorted, casting an aggrieved glance at her father. Chen Ba explained. It's precisely because this young man is so remarkable, wealthy and handsome, that I find myself uneasy. Even if he remains faithful, the allure of others will undoubtedly gravitate towards him. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, but I trust him. Chen Shui, however, thought to herself, as long as she holds a place in his heart, that is sufficient. Well, do as you wish. Nevertheless, this young man does indeed possess a commendable disposition and is quite courteous, Chen Ba sighed. Having departed from Chen Shui's home, Zhao Che felt as if an immense burden had been lifted from his shoulders, exhaling deeply in relief. With the Spring Festival now behind them, family members had gradually returned to their respective workplaces, as everyone was indeed quite busy. A couple of days later, Zhao Che, accompanied by his 4 somewhat Navi bodyguards, and Zhao Shi, embarked on the high-speed train back to Shanghai. With the company's holiday concluded, and Zhao Shi insistent on interning at Juxing, they returned to the metropolis ahead of schedule. Chen Shui, on the other hand, did not accompany Zhao Che back to Shanghai, as she had no pressing matters there and could wait until closer to the start of school, which was not far off. Upon returning to Shanghai, Zhao Che arranged for his 4 somewhat Navi bodyguards to obtain their driver's licenses. Although they lacked domestic licenses, they possessed international ones. So Zhao Che promptly facilitated their application for domestic licenses, ensuring they were well-versed in local traffic regulations. After a thorough review of practice questions, they easily passed the tests and received their licenses. Once they were licensed, Zhao Che also procured 2 top-tier Mercedes G63s for them, as appearances matter. That morning, Zhao Che rose early for his daily ritual of signing in. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have signed in and received the Star River International Building in Shanghai. Wow, system. You're really coming through today? Zhao Che exclaimed in astonishment. He then perused the details of the building. The Star River International Building, located in Shanghai's outer district, stands 75 stories tall above ground and 5 below, covering an area of 1,310 square meters. Construction commenced in March 2013 and was completed in December 2017. With a total cost of 7.2 billion renminbi. It's conveniently nearby the current company and is newly constructed. Excellent. We won't have to pay rent anymore. Zhao Che mused with delight. After completing his sign-in, Zhao Che prepared to head to the office. Rather than driving a sports car, he opted for a Cullinan. As Katerina was responsible for his personal protection, hence the driving fell to her. The 2 G63s followed closely behind, not due to space constraints, but rather to enhance their presence. Zhao Che even contemplated having 2 Hongqi cars lead the way, followed by a procession of a dozen G-Wagons, to truly make an impression. Katerina's driving skills proved to be quite commendable. Zhao Che had initially feared that their journey would be punctuated by drifts and sudden stops, but such antics did not occur. In no time, they arrived at the company's building, where Zhao Che spotted the newly acquired building from a distance, its square, solid structure exuding reliability. However, his purpose for visiting was not to admire the building, so he entered the company without lingering. Upon arrival, a group of company executives awaited him in the conference room. Ivan and others stood at the door as Zhao Che entered, with Katerina following closely behind. Zhao Che, well aware that she posed no threat to company secrets, Juxing had little of that nature, simply proceeded. As he approached, the group immediately rose to greet him. Hello, Chairman Zhao. Zhao Che nodded slightly and replied, please, take your seats. Only then did everyone settle down. Zhao Che took his place at the head of the table, while Katerina stood attentively behind him. Feeling somewhat out of place, Zhao Che gestured to a nearby seat, saying, you should sit as well. Katerina remained silent and complied, believing the conference room to be a serious environment where every word was akin to a command. So, have last year's reports been finalized? Zhao Che inquired. Looking at the others, Guo Xiong promptly responded. The reports from Dan Chao and Wanda have yet to arrive. The rest of the post-tax total profit is 11.45 billion renminbi. Zhao Che realized he had overestimated, originally anticipating around 13 billion. He turned to Guo Xiong and asked for the breakdown. Guo Xiong produced a document and stated, Cha Yusun Xiong, 3. 2 billion, Mantang Xiong, 2. 4 billion, Xian Yun, 600 million, Jin Shang, 2. 2 billion, Xian Guang, 3. 2 billion, Pinduduo, 1. 4 billion, Zia Hongshu, 4. 6 billion, Jingdong, 2. 7 billion, ByteDance, 1. 1 billion, Aichi, 2. 4 billion, Mango, 1. 8 billion, Meituan, 2 billion, and other smaller investment projects totaling a profit of 2. 3 billion. After listening to the report, Zhao Che nodded. And how much have we invested in total? Guo Xiong considered for a moment before responding. Since the company's inception, total investment has been around 59.2 billion. That's about right, Zhao Che confirmed. Therefore, my goal this year is to recoup last year's total investment, Zhao Che declared earnestly, looking at the group. However, the expressions on their faces turned grim. Don't be disheartened. Perhaps we will succeed, Zhao Che jested. This year, apart from needing investments, Juxing has two significant responsibilities. First, preparing for Jinshang's IPO, and second, opening up franchises for Cha Yusun Xiong and Xiong Mantang. Are you referring to something akin to KFC? Someone from the audience asked. Zhao Che shook his head. We are strictly focusing on franchising. Without appointing agents, we must maintain control. Not a single agent will be permitted. Zhao Che asserted confidently. The best way to earn money is to teach others to earn it. We charge a franchise fee of 150,000. Our equipment costs around 30,000, which we can sell for 60,000. The renovation costs approximately 60,000, yielding about 20,000 in profit. By wholesaling the ingredients, we can earn a pure profit of 10, and we will take a 25 cut from the store's profits. How much can we earn from a single store? In essence, for every store someone opens, we earn 200,000. Each time they make a profit of 100, we claim 35 of that. If each store sells 200 cups daily, at an average price of 13, that amounts to a daily revenue of 2,600, leading to 78,000 over 30 days. Our profit margin is 75, equating to 58,500. Even if rent is around 10,000, with 3 employees earning 12,000 in total, and other expenses at 2,000, the profit remains at 34,500. Our 35 share would net us around 12,000, while the franchisee would still earn 22,500. If they assist in the store, they could earn an additional 4,000 in wages. Moreover, rent typically doesn't exceed 10,000. Even in cities like Jinling and Suzhou, a monthly rent of 7,000 to 8,000 is considered favorable. Thus, a store can break even in about a year, and by the second year, it can turn a profit. Additionally, when they open, we can earn a substantial 200,000, followed by an annual commission of around 140,000 from each store. Otherwise, how much can one earn just from selling milk tea throughout the year? Zhao Che also took the opportunity to introduce himself to everyone. Director Zhao, I understand. The people below responded in succession. However, what I just mentioned pertains to selling 200 cups in a day. There will certainly be instances where sales fall short. So I believe it would be more prudent to adopt a tiered commission structure. No commission for fewer than a certain number of cups sold, and specific percentages for 200 cups, 300 cups, etc. You can customize this as you see fit. We mustn't allow merchants to manipulate the quantity, Zhao Che reiterated with emphasis. Those familiar with the Cha Yusun Xiong and Xiong Mantang projects nodded in agreement. Then came Jinshang. We will not open franchising for Jinshang, nor will we wholesale loose products. It is imperative that all customers understand that aside from our flagship direct stores and the JD online shop, any Jinshang products found elsewhere are counterfeit. Only our stores offer the authentic goods, Zhao Che stated. Currently, what Jinshang needs to do is to comprehensively expand its market, pushing into second and third tier cities. With the aim of going public, he continued. Han Rue also nodded in acknowledgement. All right, that concludes today's discussion. You may proceed with the arrangements for the company's relocation. We shall change our venue, Zhao Che remarked. Only then recalling the matter. Where are we moving to? A chorus of astonished voices arose. To the neighboring Xinghe International Building. No, it should be called Juxing International Building from now on, Zhao Che mused before correcting himself. The crowd looked utterly bewildered. Subsequently, Zhao Che produced a hefty stack of documents and handed them to Guo Xiong, which included contracts and information regarding Xinghe International Building provided by the system. Once you hand these over to Guixiong, the building will be ready for occupancy. It has already been renovated and is in use. We'll reserve the top few floors for ourselves and lease the lower floors starting from the 60th floor downward. If those are fully leased, we can then consider the upper floors. Who knows, I might want to pursue other projects one day. Zhao Che instructed Guixiong. Understood, Guixiong replied affirmatively. By the way, I dislike the name Xinghe International. Change it to Juxing International, Zhao Che expressed with evident disdain. Guixiong readily agreed. All right. You all start contacting major websites to publish franchise advertisements. It's also time to find the telemarketing team and the business team, Zhao Che concluded, waving his hand as everyone departed. Chapter 60, the Online Promotion Department. After the meeting, Zhao Che left. Katerina drove the Cullinan, bringing Zhao Che back to the Tangchini Pin. At this moment, Zhao Che pondered what other business ventures he could pursue. Lacking any brilliant ideas, he decided to let it be for now. He was a rather laid-back individual and saw no need to impose pressure upon himself. Meanwhile, Guixiong was acting with remarkable speed. 3 days later, Xinghe International Building was swiftly rebranded as Juxing International Building, with the name prominently displayed, reflecting his keen understanding of Zhao Che's inner thoughts. Although Juxing Building had undergone interior renovations prior to completion, it would appear rather hasty for the company to move in directly. So Guixiong enlisted a construction team to carry out some simple renovations and decorations on the floors they were set to occupy, though no one had yet moved in. The building appeared significantly more upscale than their current office. On another front, Zhao Xi and her 2 roommates attended an interview at Juxing, where the interviewer was naturally Guixiong. Zhao Che had personally informed him, so he was well aware that Zhao Xi was Zhao Che's sister. The interview was initiated at Zhao Xi's request, as she asserted that they were not inclined to take a back seat. Zhao Che, feeling somewhat helpless, had no choice but to trouble Guixiong. As the 3 entered, Guixiong immediately stood up to greet them. Hello, Mr. Gua, we are here for an interview. Zhao Xi said with natural ease. Director Zhao has already briefed me. Which department are you interested in? Guixiong inquired. Zhao Xi pondered before asking. What departments do you have available? Since they were all business administration majors from Shuangdan University, they were unsure which department to choose. Our director Zhao mentioned you could select any department. If one doesn't exist, he will create one for you. Guixiong replied with a smile. Wow, this is the advantage of having an incredibly wealthy younger brother. Huh? Zhao Xi's roommates, Gao Ying and Su Qian, marveled internally. Which department do you wish to join? Zhao Xi asked her companions. Can I become a secretary? Gao Ying contemplated aloud. Secretary? I want to be a secretary too, Su Qian chimed in. Could you two aspire to something more ambitious? Zhao Xi retorted, exasperated. I'm sorry, but our director Zhao did not mention hiring secretaries, and frankly, he doesn't need one. He rarely comes to the office. Guixiong awkwardly interjected. Oh, is that so? The 2 responded, nodding in understanding. So, which departments are currently in need of personnel? Zhao Xi pressed. Guixiong considered briefly before stating, the telemarketing department is in need of staff. However, it's quite demanding and monotonous, which may not be suitable for you. Moreover, you all are high achievers, and placing you in telemarketing would be a waste of talent. He said candidly. After some deliberation, they acknowledged his point. Guixiong then suggested, the Human Resources Department, Finance Department, and Procurement Department are all relatively relaxed. You might want to consider those. Guixiong stated earnestly. Sorry, we need to think it over. You carry on with your work. Don't mind us, Zhao Xi replied. Guixiong nodded, offering an awkward smile. No problem. I think the HR department sounds quite appealing. Being an HR professional seems comfortable, Gao Ying mused. Su Qian, however, firmly stated, but HR carries a lot of pressure. Just look at how many people interview at Juxing every day. Personnel changes are bound to occur, and it can easily offend people. It's better to go to the finance department. Upon hearing this, Gao Ying nodded but remarked, the finance department might not be easy either. Just think of the daily transaction details at Juxing. What about the procurement department? I feel that could work, Zhao Xi suggested. The procurement department is even more troublesome. It's far too chaotic. Both girls simultaneously shook their heads. How about we go to the telemarketing department instead? It's just making calls and chatting, Su Qian proposed. Gao Ying and Zhao Xi frowned slightly, then considered it and nodded in agreement. Indeed. Just making calls and chatting shouldn't be too exhausting. Mr. Gua, we'd like to join the telemarketing department, Zhao Xi addressed Guixiong. Guixiong was taken aback. Among so many desirable positions, they chose to go to telemarketing. Truly, people from prominent families understood the importance of starting from the most arduous and tedious roles. Guixiong reasoned internally. All right, that's no problem, he readily agreed. The telemarketing department offered a base salary of 4,500 with a full attendance bonus of 1,000, totaling 5,500, with commission calculated separately, Guixiong explained. An internship with a salary of 5,500 is fantastic. Gao Ying and Su Qian exclaimed in surprise. What's the commission structure? They eagerly inquired. Our franchise fee is 150,000 for 3 orders or less. The commission is 1. For 10 orders or less, it's 2. For 11 orders or more, it's 3. For 20 orders or more, it's 5. As long as you complete 3 orders in a month, combined with the base salary, you'll earn over 10,000, and our brand is currently quite popular, so finding franchisees shouldn't be too difficult, Guoxiong explained with a smile. Wonderful. We'll join the telemarketing department, the two chorused. However, the salary held little allure for Zhao Che. Her primary goal was merely to secure an internship certificate and accompany her 2 roommates. In no time, the 3 completed their onboarding procedures and were escorted to the telemarketing department by the HR team for training and calls. Indeed, they had just settled in that morning when, by afternoon, Zhao Che received a distressing phone call from Zhao Che. Zhao Che, your sister is on the brink of collapse. I've been on the phone so much that my voice is nearly gone, and they've been berating me. Zhao Che lamented in a hoarse voice on the other end of the line. Sister, what is going on? Zhao Che responded, equally perplexed. Zhao Che proceeded to share with him her recent foray into the telemarketing department. Upon receiving her tearful call, Zhao Che hastened to the company, arriving shortly thereafter. He sought out Zhao Che and her colleagues without delay. Sister, I told you to choose freely. Why did you end up here? Zhao Che remarked helplessly. I thought making a few calls wouldn't be too taxing. Who knew it would leave me voiceless? And those people were so rude. Zhao Che replied, her tone filled with grievance. Hello, Chairman Zhao. Gao Ying and Su Qian greeted him. You can just call me Zhao Che, he replied with a smile. Observing Zhao Che's unusual vulnerability was a rarity, as she typically exuded strength. Yet, being his sister, Zhao Che felt a pang of sympathy. All right, sister. I'll help you find something better, he consoled her. He then led the 3 of them to Lu Jinhua. Chairman Zhao, who are they? Lu Jinhua inquired. This is my sister, and these 2 are her friends, Zhao Che introduced them. He then asked, is there a network promotion department established yet? No, previously. All promotions were handled by Zhuang Wang, Lu Jinhua replied candidly. All right, you can now establish a network promotion department and have these 3 oversee it, Zhao Che instructed. Lu Jinhua was momentarily taken aback. We have such a great platform with Zhuang Wang. Why establish a new network promotion department? Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her thoughts further. What the boss said was law, and it was her duty to execute it. You'll be responsible for managing the company's accounts on major online platforms. Feel free to shoot some interesting videos from within the company to post online, as well as promote any noteworthy internal matters. Just refrain from sharing anything that could be detrimental. Zhao Che advised them. Zhao Che nodded in agreement. All right, sister, from now on, you will be the head of the network promotion department, Zhao Che said with a smile. Zhao Che's eyes lit up with surprise, appreciating the title. Who do we contact for the accounts? The 3 asked in unison. Contact Guoxiong or Lu Jinhua. If that doesn't work, you can always create a few accounts yourselves, Zhao Che replied nonchalantly. The trio appeared bewildered. Chapter 61. Investment in Haidaleo. After ensuring their arrangements, Zhao Che naturally sought out Guoxiong. How is the construction of the Juxing International Building progressing? Zhao Che inquired. Guoxiong pondered for a moment before responding. The construction team will need about 2 more days, and we've just procured office supplies, which will take a few more days to set up. We should be able to move in about a week. All right.
Let us convert the lower 5 floors into a shopping mall and hire a property management company to oversee it. For security, we'll engage a domestic firm, Anchao.
Zhao Che suggested after a moment's thought. Guoxiong nodded in agreement. How much money do we have in the company account? Zhao Che asked again. Wanda and Anchao have both transferred their annual dividends, amounting to 2 billion and 5 billion, respectively. Originally, we had 7 billion in the account. So we now have a total of 39 billion, Guoxiong summarized after a quick calculation. We can't let this 39 billion just sit idle in the company account. Have any enterprises approached us for investment recently? Zhao Che directly queried. There are many companies seeking small investments, but not many for large sums, Guoxiong replied. Show me the proposals for the larger investments, Zhao Che instructed decisively. Shortly, Guoxiong returned with several proposals from other companies. Zhao Che perused them and soon noticed a proposal from Haidaleo. Have you spoken with them? He asked Guoxiong. We did have a conversation. They're requesting $300 million for a 15% stake as they plan to go public this year, Guoxiong recalled. 15% is too little. Offer them $500 million for 28 equity. If they agree, great. If not, we'll pass. Otherwise, once they go public, the equity will be further diluted, and we won't have much left, Zhao Che instructed, sounding somewhat frugal. Guoxiong nodded in understanding. After discussing the Haidaleo proposal, Zhao Che resumed examining the other company's proposals, but none piqued his interest, as the system had not provided him with any information about those enterprises. Let us proceed with this investment for now. If no one approaches us, we should proactively reach out to some large technology companies, especially in the fields of internet and electronics, as their market potential will only grow, Zhao Che advised Guixiong. After concluding, he took his leave. With only 2 days left until the start of school, Chen Shui had naturally arrived in the bustling metropolis. Zhao Che spent the next couple of days reveling in carefree moments with Chen Shui. Time passed swiftly, and the day of school arrived, necessitating Zhao Che's presence. Naturally, he wasn't driving a sports car. Those were vehicles for the privileged elite. As a renowned entrepreneur, Zhao Che needed to maintain his status. Thus, today, it was Katrin who served as his driver, accompanied by 2 imposing G-class vehicles, heading straight for the school. Such is the life of a big boss. Even with wealth, he still feels the need to attend school, Katrin mused. Zhao Che, however, appeared indifferent. After all, he needed to make an appearance. He couldn't let people say he didn't graduate from university. Before long, the trio arrived at the school entrance. Ivan and the others chose not to enter, while Katrin accompanied Zhao Che inside. 3 burly men strolling through campus would indeed be intimidating, but Katrin, a quintessential Western beauty, blended seamlessly into the university environment, where many foreign students were present. Soon, Zhao Che led Katrin towards his classroom. Katrin, he began, intending to say something. What is it? Boss. Katrin responded, looking puzzled. I can go to class alone. You don't need to accompany me. If you're bored, feel free to explore the campus or go meet Nikolai and the others, Zhao Che suggested. Boss, it's my duty to protect you. As your personal bodyguard, I must be by your side at all times to ensure your safety, Katrin insisted. All right, Zhao Che conceded, feeling somewhat exasperated. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhengsong noticed Zhao Che's arrival and hid around the corner of the staircase, planning to startle him. His plan was successful. As Zhao Che approached the staircase corner, Katrin stayed close by his side. Zhou Zhengsong leapt out as Zhao Che passed, causing him to jump in surprise. What the Zhao Che instinctively exclaimed. However, the next moment, Zhou Zhengsong was dumbfounded as he witnessed the adorable Western girl beside Zhao Che take action. Katrin swiftly stepped forward, executing a precise arm strike aimed at Zhou Zhengsong's neck. He was no match for her prowess and was immediately knocked off balance. Before he could hit the ground, Katrin delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling 3 to 4 meters away. With a thud, Zhou Zhengsong finally landed on the ground. Ouch, damn it. He groaned weakly. Lying there. Boss, are you alright? Katerina then glanced at Zhao Che. Zhao Che, momentarily taken aback, thought to himself, this woman is incredibly fierce. How does such a petite figure possess such strength? I'm fine. He might not be, Zhao Che replied, shaking his head as he pointed at Zhou Zhengsong. Katerina cast a glance at Zhou Zhengsong and then addressed Zhao Che. Should we handle him ourselves, or turn him over to the police? She said with a serious expression. Yes, my friend. That was just a joke, Zhao Che awkwardly explained. Huh. Katerina was instantly flustered. Zhao Che hurried to assist Zhou Zhengsong. Don't move. Don't move. Zhou Zhengsong grimaced, clutching his stomach and curling up on the ground. The onlookers were astonished. Had the girl really incapacitated him with just a couple of moves? Although Katerina was somewhat disoriented, she remained steadfastly beside Zhao Che. After a few minutes, Zhou Zhengsong managed to stand up with great difficulty. Old Zhou, you should go to the infirmary, Zhao Che suggested. No need. I'm fine, Zhou Zhengsong replied, one hand on his belly and the other rubbing his neck. Old Zhao, who is she? Zhou Zhengsong asked, casting a fearful glance at Katerina before turning to Zhao Che. Zhao Che chuckled awkwardly. My bodyguard, Katerina. Oh, a bodyguard. No wonder, Zhou Zhengsong remarked. Zhao Che still took him to the infirmary, where fortunately, there were no major issues, just several minor injuries including soft tissue bruising in the neck, chest contusions, and a lung bruise. Thankfully, it wasn't anything serious. In the past, Katerina would have struck directly at the Adam's apple, but today she had actually held back. Chapter 62, The Charity Auction. Zhao Che felt quite embarrassed about the incident and transferred 1 million to Zhou Zhengsong. I wouldn't give it to anyone else, but I can't not give it to you. Damn, old Zhao. How about you let her hit me a few more times? Zhou Zhengsong remarked as he looked at the notification of the transferred funds. Zhao Che leaned in and whispered sternly. She was a mercenary in Africa, can pilot a fighter jet, and is proficient with firearms. The number of people who have perished at her hands is not trivial. Do you still want to test her? She was holding back just now. Zhao Che's gaze inquired whether Zhou Zhengsong wished to take that risk. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhengsong's face turned pale. He couldn't believe that such a seemingly adorable girl could be so ruthless, yet recent events left him no choice but to accept the truth. He shook his head repeatedly, jokingly surrendering, forget it, forget it. They then returned to their classroom together. By this time, the news of Zhou Zhengsong being struck by a girl had already spread throughout the class. Many had heard about it. When they saw Zhou Zhengsong entering with a crooked neck and clutching his stomach, they realized the rumors were anything but exaggerated. Zhou Zhengsong, did that girl hit you? Someone inquired. Get lost. I fell, Zhou Zhengsong retorted irritably. To be beaten by a girl to this extent, if word got out, his chances of dating during his 4 years of college would likely be ruined. The others occasionally cast glances at Katerina, but secretly speculated, it can't be true. How could such a cute girl possibly be violent? Naturally, Zhao Che wouldn't bother explaining. He sat at his desk with Katerina standing beside him, feeling somewhat uneasy, and pointed to an empty seat. Katerina, why don't you sit there for now? Katerina nodded in acknowledgement. There wasn't much happening that day. Just fee payments and some words from the teacher, which Zhao Che didn't pay much attention to. By noon, Zhao Che prepared to leave. As soon as they exited the school, Katerina hastily apologized. Boss, I'm sorry. I didn't know that person was your friend. It's all right. Sometimes danger comes unexpectedly. So you can't be blamed for today's incident. In fact, you did quite well, and your reaction time was impressive. Zhao Che reassured her with a wave of his hand and a compliment. Hearing Zhao Che didn't hold her accountable made Katerina quite happy, and the praise only added to her joy. They then returned to Tangshan Yiping. In the afternoon, Zhao Che, Qin Fun, and Zhu Yunfei went out to have some fun. Meanwhile, at Juxing, the online publicity department established by Zhao Shi and her companions swiftly found its footing. They registered official accounts on mainstream platforms like Weibo, Douyin, and Kuaishou, where they filmed videos documenting various happenings within the company, showcasing a day in the life of Juxing employees and some amusing internal anecdotes. It was quite relaxed. They could film when they wanted and skip when they didn't, without affecting Juxing's normal operations. Due to the lack of tasks in the publicity department, they initiated a live stream, which quickly went viral. After viewers witnessed their daily work, many were perplexed about the department's purpose, questioning, is it really this idle? Consequently, discussions about how to join the Juxing online publicity department surged to trending topics. Recently, a multitude of candidates coming for interviews at Juxing specifically requested positions in the publicity department, causing the HR staff to grow frustrated. Does anyone think they can just waltz into the online publicity department? You need connections to get in. On another day, as the three of them found themselves with little to do, they opened another Douyin live stream. Please like and follow us. No need for any gifts. They said in front of the camera. A group of viewers inquired about how to join the Juxing online publicity department. Our department is currently full. We're not hiring at the moment. They quickly concocted an excuse. Just quit your jobs and let me take over the live stream. One viewer joked. Other departments at Juxing are quite good too. Business, telemarketing, or commerce. You can try those. The trio firmly replied. Thus began their day of work, chatting in the live stream. They weren't bound by the constraints of signed streamers. They could broadcast whenever they wanted, and even if there were some violations, it was of no consequence. As Juxing was a shareholder of ByteDance, their live streams did help increase Juxing's visibility, attracting more small enterprises looking to invest than ever before. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chayu Xuanxiang and Xiang Mantang were equally busy, with numerous franchisees arriving daily to sign contracts. Within just 5 days of opening for franchises, Chayu Xuanxiang had attracted around 300 franchisees, while Mantang Xiang had signed over 200. Jinxiang was also rapidly expanding into second and third-tier cities. As for the investment from Heidaleo, Guoxiong successfully negotiated it, and everything was progressing smoothly. 2 months swiftly passed. Zhao Che was still in bed when he received a phone call from Guoxiong. Sleepily, he answered, "Hello? Mr. Zhao. There's a charity auction in Shanghai in 3 days. We at Juxing have received an invitation. Will you attend?" Guoxiong inquired from the other end of the line. A charity auction? What scale are we talking about? Zhao Che asked. Guoxiong pondered for a moment and replied, it's quite grand. With live broadcasts on television and online platforms, it presents a fantastic promotional opportunity for businesses. All right, I will go to Zhao Che at that time as well. After Zhao Che finished the call, he found himself unable to sleep. He took to the internet to learn about the charity auction, and to his astonishment, he discovered that his elder, Old Deng, was participating in it. What? Old Deng is also attending? Zhao Che mused in disbelief. He was well aware of how busy Old Deng was, yet he still chose to partake in the auction. It wasn't just Old Deng either. His mother, aunt, and Zhao Shi's mother, his aunt Gao Yi, all seemed to be there. It certainly wasn't limited to just their family. Prominent figures such as Tencent's Ma, Hangzhou's Ma, Wanda's Wang Lin, and Xiaomi's Lei Jun were all in attendance, along with countless popular celebrities. Even Zhao Che couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of the event. Could it be that this charity auction featured something truly remarkable, prompting such a gathering of influential individuals? Zhao Che felt a tinge of confusion but decided not to dwell on it, opting instead for a more laid-back approach. What Zhao Che was unaware of, however, was that this charity auction occurred every 3 years, organized by the Daxia government, which undoubtedly commanded respect from all attendees. as everyone still had to navigate their way within Daxia. Chapter 63. The Zhao family arrives. 3 days passed swiftly, and Zhao Che made his way to the venue. Once again with Katerina as his driver, accompanied by 2 large G-class vehicles. Upon arrival, Zhao Che's presence quickly drew the attention of many, as journalists had already gathered outside the venue. As soon as he stepped out of the car, a swarm of reporters rushed towards him. "Hello, Mr. Zhao Che." A sparse chorus of greetings echoed. Zhao Che acknowledged them, but was somewhat overwhelmed by the throng of reporters. Fortunately, Ivan, Nikolai, and Li Guang soon descended from the G-class, surrounding Zhao Che and dispersing the journalists. The 3 imposing figures, robust and tall, were quite intimidating, prompting the reporters to back off willingly. While they might be bold with celebrities, they knew better than to provoke true magnates and tycoons. Offending such individuals could spell disaster for their careers and even their platforms. Zhao Che entered the venue under the protection of his 4 bodyguards, while Ivan and the others remained at the entrance, and Katerina accompanied Zhao Che inside. Inside the venue, numerous attendees had already gathered, and Zhao Che quickly spotted a familiar face, Lei Jun from Xiaomi. "You made it, brother," Lei Jun greeted with enthusiasm. "If my older brother is here, how could I not be?" Zhao Che replied with a smile. Since the auction had yet to commence, everyone was simply seated, engaging in casual conversation. The venue was equipped with numerous cameras broadcasting live, including those from CCTV, Shanghai TV, and various other regional stations, as well as numerous online platforms like Douyin, Weibo, and Kuaishou. The live stream had already begun. "I want to see my Zhao Che." Switch the camera to him. "Where's my Zhao Che? Has my husband arrived? Why isn't the camera focused on my Zhao Che? Do they think he can't afford to pay?" Comments flooded in from various online live chat rooms. In truth, Zhao Che was unaware of his immense popularity. At that moment, he was seated with Lei Jun, Lu Xiangdong, Zhang Ming, and several other familiar faces, engaged in lighthearted banter. "Brother, I told you last year that investing in Meituan was a wise choice, right? Currently, it's indisputably the leader among the 3 major platforms," Zhao Che remarked with a smile. "If I had known, I would have invested as well," Lei Jun lamented. "Mr. Zhao, with so many investments, which one has ever incurred a loss?" "In your eyes, anything that doesn't T-double is a loss," Zhang Ming jested. "Haha, Zhang. Your Douyin is flourishing, while Kuaishou has struggled for years to reach its current status. Douyin has only been around for a short time, yet its user base is likely comparable to theirs," Lu Xiangdong chimed in. The group continued their jovial exchange. Before long, another person arrived, Wang Lin. Naturally, Wang Lin was aware of Zhao Che's presence and hurried over. "Mr. Zhao, I see you're all here," Wang Lin greeted. Although Zhao Che had never met Wang Lin, the latter had seen Zhao Che before and was aware of the substantial investment Zhao Che had made in Wanda. Nevertheless, it was no issue. Zhao Che recognized Wang Lin from online interactions and stood to shake his hand. "Mr. Wang, I haven't properly expressed my gratitude to you for all this time, Mr. Zhao. I feel quite ashamed," Wang Lin said. "You speak as if I owe you something. I should be thanking you for managing my shares for so long." Zhao Che waved his hand dismissively. As they continued their conversation, the atmosphere in the venue suddenly hushed. Zhao Che noticed immediately. It was the arrival of several members of the Zhao family. Despite their small number, their collective assets, not counting Zhao Che's holdings, likely exceeded 35 trillion, and it was even possible they approached 40 trillion. After all, Huatian Heavy Industries, while not an investment firm, had invested in numerous enterprises, and they individually held stakes in other companies as well. Additionally, Huatian Group had military-industrial interests, the value of which had never been disclosed. Thus, when they entered, an instant silence enveloped the venue. Mom, Dad, Aunt, and Aunt-in-law, Zhao Che quickly approached to greet them. "What brings you here?" Lialan asked in surprise. "I noticed you were all here, so I thought I would come too," Zhao Che replied nonchalantly. "You're always such a handful," Lialan rolled her eyes at him. "I am the owner of Juxing. After all, they surely sent me an invitation." Zhao Che defended himself, adopting a more serious tone. At that moment, the live stream erupted with excitement. The Jinling Zhao family, Huatian Group. Zhao Che is indeed a member of the Jinling Zhao family. What? At first, I couldn't believe it. But it's true. The patriarch of the Jinling Zhao family seems to wield significant influence over Daxia's judicial and prosecutorial systems. His name is Zhao Huilong. Doesn't that imply Huatian Group is his as well? Not necessarily. How do you know Zhao Che doesn't have brothers or sisters? The chat room erupted into chaos. Many attendees approached Zhao Huilong to greet him, and he reciprocated each greeting, as some were quite familiar with him. Naturally, Zhao Che found a spot to sit with his family. "Zhao Che, how much did Juxing earn last year?" Zhao Huilin inquired, looking at Zhao Che. Zhao Che pondered for a moment, glancing at the multitude of cameras. "It wouldn't be wise to disclose that," he replied discreetly. "Then tell your aunt in secret," Zhao Huilin urged. Zhao Che leaned in close and whispered to Zhao Huilin, 114 million. Wow, even Zhao Huilin expressed surprise. However, Zhao Che refrained from mentioning the investments in Chao and Wanda. After speaking, he wore a proud expression. What? Keeping secrets from us? My husband won't tell me how much he earned? Came the playful jibe from the audience. It must be a substantial amount. Everyone is astonished. The chat room buzzed with lively discussions. Kid, how much did you earn? Why are you hiding it? Zhao Huilong teased. Enough, Zhao Che simply replied. See, you're still giving him money to run a company, and he wants to even tell you how much he is making, Li Yalan added. In Li Yalan's heart, she firmly believed that the money Zhao Che possessed must have originated from Zhao Huilong. Consequently, Zhao Che had no choice but to let Zhao Huilong take the blame. For he had no plausible explanation otherwise. Zhao Huilong neither confirmed nor refuted Li Yalan's assertions, merely casting a glance at Zhao Che. That fleeting gaze made Zhao Che feel somewhat guilty, prompting him to hastily declare, if my father isn't giving me money, then who else would he? Surely he wouldn't have another son out there, would he? Zhao Che was also adept at shifting the focus. Cough, cough, are you courting trouble? Zhao Huilong remarked with a look of melancholy directed at Zhao Che. Chapter 64. A star in the way after a wait of approximately 10 minutes. The charity auction finally commenced. Naturally, it began with performances by various celebrities, which held little interest for Zhao Che, unless a particularly captivating female star graced the stage. As he found such sights pleasing to the eye, the auction soon transitioned into its formal proceedings. Honorable guests, on behalf of the charity auction in the Magic City, I sincerely thank you all for your presence. The host refrained from any self-introduction, as the attendees had no need to know his name. He then announced the first item up for charity auction, an investment in the medicinal herb base in the city of Ba, Sichuan province. Zhao Che was momentarily taken aback. Puzzled by the meaning behind this, he glanced around, his expression reflecting confusion, rather than a mere auction. This gathering serves as an investment conference aimed at supporting pillar enterprises in impoverished regions of Daxia, as well as some philanthropic projects, Li Yalan elucidated to Zhao Che. He nodded, somewhat understanding. Bids began to emerge. 1 million, 1 million, 1 million, 2 million, 2 million. It was not merely a matter of who could shout the highest figure. Each bid had to be backed by actual investment. Moreover, those who contributed did not receive any shares in return. The proceeds would be distributed among local impoverished households. Zhao Che grasped the concept and raised his paddle, declaring 5 million. Zhao Huilong and the others followed suit, each also bidding 5 million. This amount became the highest bid of the evening, with many others echoing the same figure. Subsequently, over 20 similar auction items appeared, with Zhao Che and Zhao Huilong bidding 5 million for each. The total expenditure for each individual soon surpassed 100 million. On behalf of the people from these regions, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. The host on stage bowed in appreciation. At that moment, Zhao Che realized the extent of poverty still prevalent in Daxia. The host continued, we will now proceed to the second segment, philanthropic projects. Our next initiative is for an orphanage, and we encourage everyone to contribute generously. 5 million, 10 million. Observing the proceedings, Zhao Che raised his paddle once more, declaring a staggering 100 million. A hush fell over the crowd, astonished by his willingness to contribute such a colossal sum. Kid, just how much money do you have? You seem quite confident now, Zhao Huilong remarked, gazing at Zhao Che. Zhao Che simply smiled awkwardly in response, choosing not to comment. Soon, Zhao Huilong and the others also pledged 100 million. As Zhao Che had set the precedent, those reluctant to admit their enterprises were inferior to Zhu Xing began to chime in with bids of 100 million as well. What an impressive display. What seems like an unreachable sum to us is merely a number in their world, someone in the live stream remarked. This initiative for the orphanage successfully raised an unprecedented amount of funds. Quickly, new initiatives emerged, programs for elderly care, medical assistance for impoverished families, and disaster relief. Zhao Che, however, refrained from making any further exorbitant bids and settled for 30 million, realizing the intricate social dynamics at play. Before long, the philanthropic segment concluded, with the highest contributors collectively spending over 300 million. Even in the end, there were no tangible items auctioned off. If it was merely a donation, why label it a charity auction? Zhao Che found himself at a loss for words. Are you all leaving tonight? Zhao Che inquired of the group. Yes. Unless you're planning to treat us to dinner? Gao Yi teased. Sure, dinner is dinner. How much can it cost? Zhao Che chuckled in response. However, the group had little time to spare and departed soon after the charity auction concluded. Am I the only one left with nothing to do? Zhao Che mused as he stood alone. Gradually, groups of people approached him, exchanged greetings, and soon left. As the charity auction drew to a close, the venue saw a departure of 2/3 of its attendees, primarily business moguls. Shall we take our leave as well? Zhao Che suggested to Katerina. She nodded obediently. Just as Zhao Che prepared to exit, a celebrity intercepted him. "Is there something I can help you with?" Zhao Che inquired. "Which company are you with? Would you be interested in signing with my agency? I can cover your contract breach fees." The star smiled at Zhao Che and Katerina. Huh. Zhao Che was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that he and Katerina were mistaken for newly signed artists from another agency, as Zhao Che was not dressed formally and appeared quite youthful, leading to this misunderstanding. "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested," Zhao Che replied, turning to leave with Katerina. Wait. Don't rush off. We can negotiate terms, and I can guarantee you at least supporting roles within a year. How about it? Give it some thought." The actress continued. "Are there any kissing scenes with beautiful female stars? If so, I might reconsider," Zhao Che joked with a smile. "That's not my decision to make. It depends on the screenwriter and director," the actress replied with a hint of exasperation. "How about we exchange WeChat for now? If you decide to join our agency later, just contact me," she proposed casually. Zhao Che felt somewhat speechless, but decided to add her WeChat nonetheless, noting her name, Yangmi. "By the way, which company are you with? What's its name? I need to make a note," Yangmi inquired. "Zhu Xing," Zhao Che replied succinctly. "Oh, Zhu Xing." Yangmi was inputting her notes when suddenly a realization struck her. Zhu Xing isn't an agency for stars, is it? Zhao Che is actually the owner of Zhu Xing. "Mr. Zhao, my sincerest apologies. I mistook you for a newly signed artist because of your handsome looks. I truly apologize," Yangmi stammered, flustered. "Not a problem. Just remember to reach out if there are any kissing scenes with beautiful stars," Zhao Che quipped, chuckling as he departed with Katerina. "Oh dear, what have I done?" Yangmi lamented. Once outside, it was already quite late. Katerina drove Zhao Che back to Tangshaniping. Meanwhile, the events of the evening began to gain traction online. Zhao Che's connection to the Jinling Zhao family and the Zhu Xing Group, a subsidiary of their enterprise, became a hot topic. Speculation arose about how much profit Zhao Che generated for Zhu Xing in a year. At that moment, Zhao Che found himself crowned the new national heartthrob. Chapter 65. Arrival in Siam. Zhao Che remained indifferent to the online buzz surrounding him. On that day, Zhao Che was attending a class when his phone rang, revealing that the caller was none other than Li Yong. Director Zhao, it's urgent," Li Yong exclaimed as soon as the connection was made. Zhao Che stepped out of the classroom and, sensing Li Yong's anxious tone, replied, "What happened? Speak slowly." "Director Zhao, the senior executives of our Inchao International Security Company in Siam have been apprehended," Li Yong explained urgently. "What is going on? Why were they arrested?" Zhao Che responded. Feeling somewhat puzzled, Li Yong proceeded to elucidate. A senior official in Siam, who operates a security company, has been struggling due to the inferior quality of personnel compared to ours. Recently, they accused us of stealing national secrets, and as a result, all involved personnel have been detained for 2 months. "I had no choice but to call you," Li Yong lamented. Zhao Che found the situation somewhat amusing. He could believe the accusation of stealing from a beautiful nation or even a cherry blossom country, but what could Siam possibly have that was worth stealing? Perhaps secrets about gender reassignment surgeries? "All right, don't worry. I will handle this," Zhao Che replied with determination, feeling a sense of indignation towards Siam. Contemplating the matter, he thought it might be a good opportunity for a trip abroad, having heard that Phuket in Siam was quite delightful. He turned to Katerina and instructed, "Have Juxing apply for a flight route. We are going to Siam." "Understood," Katerina responded with a nod. Shortly thereafter, the flight route was successfully secured for 2 days later. Zhao Che eagerly anticipated the summer holidays, hoping to travel with Chen Shui, but she was unable to join as she still had classes. 2 days later, Zhao Che awoke early and completed his daily check-in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have mastered 9 languages: English, Russian, Japanese, German, French, Italian, Korean, Arabic, and Spanish. Suddenly, Zhao Che felt an overwhelming influx of linguistic knowledge surge through his mind, causing a slight pressure. "Goodness, am I going to have my brain overloaded?" Zhao Che muttered. He soon realized he could effortlessly switch between 10 languages. "What is this? Level 4? Level 6? They are nothing." Zhao Che scoffed, appreciating the reliability of the system. After completing his morning routine, he joined his 4 rather simple-minded bodyguards for breakfast. Once they finished, the group headed to Magic City Airport. Upon arrival, they proceeded through the private jet terminal, where a dedicated vehicle awaited to escort them directly to Zhao Che's Gulfstream G650. This was Zhao Che's first glimpse of his G650, having previously seen a similar model at home. They quickly boarded, and Zhao Che noted the interior was newly decorated compared to the slightly aged version at his residence. He casually took a seat and fastened his seatbelt. The aircraft was piloted by Ivan, with Li Guangtong assisting. The takeoff was swift. The private jet, being smaller than a commercial airliner, provided a more intense sensation during ascent, but soon stabilized at cruising altitude. "Boss, would you like something to drink?" Katerina inquired, taking on the role of cabin crew with enthusiasm. Zhao Che pondered for a moment before responding. Juice will suffice. Katerina promptly returned with a glass of orange juice. The Gulfstream G650 was well-equipped, featuring a bar, kitchen, and even a bedroom. After finishing his juice, Zhao Che retreated to the bedroom for a brief rest, yearning to indulge in the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the skies. Though he reconsidered, knowing Katerina's skills might lead to unforeseen consequences, the flight was remarkably swift, landing in less than 3 hours. Zhao Che returned to his seat and refastened his seatbelt as the plane made a smooth landing. The group swiftly disembarked and was greeted by a waiting vehicle. Given that Siam offered visa on arrival, they had not yet processed their visas. They were ushered into a spacious room designed specifically for private jet passengers, avoiding the queues faced by those arriving on commercial flights. The visa officer was exceedingly courteous, and despite Zhao Che communicating solely in Chinese, the officer remained unperturbed, efficiently processing their visas. However, Zhao Che's arrival did not go unnoticed by certain high-ranking officials in Siam, as he was the actual controller of Inchao International Security, and the detention of their executives was a blatant affront. Zhao Che was unconcerned. His presence would inevitably stir interest in any country, especially a small nation like Siam that had dared to offend him. Soon, the group departed the airport and rented 2 vehicles, heading straight for the most luxurious hotel in the capital of Siam. Upon arrival at the Culture Oriental Hotel, Zhao Che requested the largest presidential suite, costing approximately 50,000 RMB per day, and paid for a week up front, an amount insignificant to him. Siam is not stringent about firearms. We should procure some for self-defense, as we cannot rely solely on others, Zhao Che stated to his companions in the presidential suite. The 4 nodded in agreement. Boss, I can handle that. I am quite familiar with it, Li Guangtong offered. Have you been here before? Zhao Che inquired, raising an eyebrow. I am from Southeast Asia and have had considerable interactions here, Li Guangtong replied. Zhao Che nodded approvingly. Good. Ivan, accompany him and proceed with caution. Ivan nodded in agreement and left with Li Guangtong. All right, let us explore a bit. We can't only focus on business during this trip, Zhao Che said with a smile, inviting Katerina and Nikolai to join him. The trio ventured out, with Zhao Che mainly observing the scenery, finding little else of interest. Perhaps I could also experience a traditional Thai massage, he mused. As Zhao Che, Nikolai, and Katerina strolled about, they found that conversing in Mandarin was quite feasible in Siam, as many locals understood the language. However, their exploration was brief, lacking any noteworthy discoveries, as their minds remained focused on unresolved matters. Meanwhile, Ivan and Li Guangtong swiftly acquired firearms through the black market, proving that even without permits, money could procure anything. Zhao Che harbored no apprehension that the Siamese government would take action against him due to this matter, for he was backed by the Great Xia. As long as he remained in Siam, they were obliged to ensure his safety. Should any misfortune befall Zhao Che during his stay, it would indeed provoke the ire of Great Xia. Not to mention, Zhao Che was not only a renowned entrepreneur and investor within Great Xia, but his grandfather also held a prestigious position as a deputy national leader. Any mishandling of Zhao Che's affairs could potentially impact international relations. As for Great Xia's stance towards Siam, their indifference remained unchanged. However, Siam's economic trade was still reliant on Great Xia. Upon returning to his hotel, Zhao Che noticed the firearms brought back by Ivan and Li Guang, piquing his interest. What young boy could resist such a lure? Even for someone like Zhao Che? Born into the illustrious Zhao family of Jinling, his experience with firearms was limited to shooting ranges, as opportunities to encounter them outside were scant due to stringent regulations in Great Xia. Observing the guns laid upon the table with a puzzled expression, Zhao Che remarked, "Not bad, quite efficient," and subsequently inquired, "Isn't the M4 carbine a military-grade firearm that is not sold to civilians? How did you procure these?" His curiosity was evident. Ivan chuckled and explained, "We acquired them on the black market. These weapons were confiscated from the American military on various battlefields and subsequently dispersed into the black markets of several nations. After all, the price of one of these guns is equivalent to that of many others." Zhao Che nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that military-grade equipment was undoubtedly superior. As for the cost, he mused that it could not be prohibitive. "Very well, let's stow the rifle in a long case and keep the handgun on our person. Carrying the rifle openly might incite panic," Zhao Che advised, to which the 4 nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, the landline in Zhao Che's presidential suite rang. He gestured for Katerina to answer. "Mr. Zhao, good day. A gentleman named Gasipolin is seeking your presence," Katerina relayed as she answered the call. The speaker's voice was audible to Zhao Che since the phone was on speaker. "Gasipolin? I am unfamiliar with him. If he seeks me, let him come," Zhao Che replied. Glancing at Katerina, she nodded affirmatively, stating, "Very well, let him come," before promptly ending the call. The 4 swiftly packed the scattered rifles into their cases. each slinging one over their shoulders while securing their handguns to their waistbands. Some matters may be inferred, yet cannot be brought to light, much like these long cases. If Siam's officials were to see them, they would undoubtedly suspect the contents to be firearms and ammunition, yet they would refrain from voicing such suspicions, let alone conducting any inspections. Before long, the gentleman named Gasipolin arrived at the door of Zhao Che's presidential suite, escorted by a server, and knocked. Zhao Che signaled to Nikolai to open the door while he took a seat at a conference table. Upon opening the door, Nikolai was met by a middle-aged man, likely in his 50s, accompanied by two security personnel who did not enter alongside him. "Mr. Zhao, greetings. I have long admired your reputation." Gasipolin began with a smile as he entered. "Hello, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Zhao Che responded with a smile. "Haha. I merely wished to meet Mr. Zhao. I must say, you are even younger than I had anticipated. A true prodigy," Gasipolin flattered. "And you are?" Zhao Che inquired, bemused. "Ah, forgive my manners. I am Gasipolin, temporarily serving as the Minister of Foreign Affairs for Siam," he introduced with a smile. "The Minister of Foreign Affairs? What business do you have with me?" Zhao Che's demeanor cooled upon recognizing him as a member of the Siamese government. Gasipolin, sensing the shift in Zhao Che's tone, responded. "You have journeyed across great distances from Great Xia to our Siam. It is only fitting that we extend our hospitality. I am merely a businessman. It hardly warrants a reception from your government," Zhao Che jested. "Haha, Mr. Zhao, you are being too modest," Gasipolin waved dismissively. "I assure you, I am not being humble. I hold no position within Great Xia and am still a student. There is no need for a minister to personally attend to me," Zhao Che replied with indifference. Yet, it was evident to all that Gasipolin's visit was motivated by the Zhao family's influence within Great Xia and the high-ranking status of Zhao Che's grandfather, which they could not afford to offend. In truth, Gasipolin was reluctant to come, but his superiors insisted, as it would be unwise to disregard the concerns of a prominent figure in the business realm. "You are too kind. As a distinguished entrepreneur of Great Xia, it is only right for us to show you the respect you deserve." Gasipolin maintained his cordial facade. "Haha, I was startled when you arrived. I thought the Siamese police had come to arrest me for stealing your national secrets, as I am the mastermind behind such endeavors," Zhao Che quipped with a grin. Gasipolin was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Che's candor. "Haha, Mr. Zhao, you jest. We have the utmost confidence in your character," he replied after a brief pause. Zhao Che smirked inwardly, recognizing the cunning nature of Gasipolin, who sought to avoid conflict yet was reluctant to release the detained individuals, all while maintaining a facade of cordiality. "That truly is a surprising compliment. I wonder which aspect of your national secrets our dark tide has purportedly pilfered?" Zhao Che inquired with a smile. "Well, Mr. Zhao, I must confess, I am but a diplomat and not privy to the specifics of any sensitive information." Gasipolin shook his head in response. Upon hearing this, Zhao Che felt a wave of amusement. Not even the Prime Minister was likely aware of such matters, he thought. "Shouldn't your authorities interrogate the upper echelons of our dark tide? They might yield some valuable insights," Zhao Che suggested, casting a casual glance at Gasipolin. Gasipolin's expression darkened. Zhao Che's assertiveness was indeed formidable. "Mr. Zhao, we in Siam have complete faith in you. Hence an interrogation is unnecessary," he replied. "Very well. I have no time to engage in idle chatter. If you in Siam wish to extend me courtesy, I shall reciprocate. However, should you choose to disregard my request, do not blame me for the consequences," Zhao Che stated coldly. Gasipolin's countenance darkened instantly as he retorted, "This is not Great Xia. This is Siam." "Oh, should I interpret that as a threat?" Zhao Che inquired, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he fixed his gaze upon Gasipolin. The four bodyguards behind Zhao Che glared icily at Gasipolin. "Of course not. Merely a reminder for Mr. Zhao to trust in our goodwill," Gasipolin managed to squeeze out. Zhao Che, indifferent to Gasipolin's reassurances, continued, "Siam's tourism industry accounts for 30% of the economy, and 75% of tourists visiting Siam are from Great Xia. This means that visitors from Great Xia contribute approximately 21% to your national economy. Would you not agree?" Zhao Che probed, locking eyes with Gasipolin. In an instant, Pilong's gaze became somewhat evasive, yet he still spoke, proclaiming that this was indeed evidence of the amicable relations between our Siam and your Great Xia. Since Zhao Che was well informed, there was naturally no need for him to conceal anything. Seeing that Pilong did not deny it, Zhao Che nodded and continued. "You should be aware that I have invested significantly in numerous internet enterprises within Great Xia. As for publicity, I navigated adeptly. If you Siamese grant me some courtesy, we can certainly coexist peacefully. However, should you force me to lose face in Siam this time, it would undoubtedly mar this journey for me. I may resort to publicizing some of the unfavorable aspects I have encountered during my time here in Siam." Zhao Che's words were already quite clear. "If you do not show me respect, I will unabashedly disseminate the less favorable sides of your Siam on the domestic internet, inciting disdain among my compatriots towards you, which could potentially lead to a decline in your annual economic returns by a percentage, if not 20, then at least 10. Haha, Mr. Zhao is jesting. We Siamese are certainly willing to extend you the courtesy you deserve, as we are indeed good friends with Great Xia, and it is only fitting for friends to show deference to one another. Pilong managed to force a smile. That is excellent. Otherwise, I might consider investing further in trade with nations like Nanyue, Zhao Che replied, shaking his head with a smile. Pilong, wearing a dark expression yet maintaining a forced smile, remarked, Mr. Zhao, you are indeed a promising young man. The implication of Zhao Che's words was clear. Should you fail to show me respect, not only will I publicize the negative aspects of your Siam, but I will also sever your business connections with Great Xia. Your specialties are not exclusive to you. Other Southeast Asian countries possess them as well. If you do not grant me respect, I will source goods from those nations instead. If you earn 1 unit, I will earn 6/10. If you earn 6/10, I will sell at the original price, ensuring that your Siamese products do not enter Great Xia. I would be subsidizing our interactions, and if profits elude me, I will see if anyone else dares to remain in this industry. Zhao Che spoke with conviction, fully capable of executing such a strategy, known as low-cost market occupation. If others cannot profit, they will willingly withdraw. Well, I have conveyed my thoughts. Whether or not you show me respect is now in your hands, Zhao Che said with a smile, signaling the end of the meeting. Pilong, with a face full of helplessness, could only choose to depart. He had not anticipated Zhao Che's forthrightness. As he exited, Pilong muttered under his breath, damn it. In the words of Great Xia, he is merely a reckless youth. If I had maintained my temperament from 20 years ago, would he even dare to consider returning to his homeland? In truth, the Siamese government found itself in a precarious position. To refuse would mean facing the pressure exerted by Zhao Che, while conceding would likely reduce them to a laughingstock. Should they release him, the international community would surely proclaim, you accused Great Xia's enterprises of stealing your national secrets and even apprehended individuals, yet when the boss arrives, you dare not even interrogate him and promptly release him. What was the point of your actions? Thus, they found themselves in a quandary. Meanwhile, Pilong returned promptly to report on the situation to his superior, Prime Minister Buyu Aoka of Siam. Pilong relayed the details of his conversation with Zhao Che. With each word, Aoka's expression grew increasingly grim, and he slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, Danmin Shilua is a fool. We VE apprehended someone, and now what are we to do? Aoka's fury was palpable. Danmin Shilua was indeed the high-ranking official in Siam who had established a security company, hence his animosity towards the Dark Tide. Fetch Shilua for me. Aoka commanded an aide standing nearby. The aide nodded and promptly made a call. Shortly thereafter, Shilua arrived. Shilua, look at the predicament you've created. What are we to do now? Aoka recounted the dialogue between Pilong and Zhao Che, then raised his voice in inquiry. Prime Minister, why don't we seize this opportunity to detain Zhao Che? Shilua suggested after a moment's contemplation. Detain him? What purpose would that serve? Can we withstand the wrath of Great Xia? He is not only an entrepreneur from Huaxia, but also the grandson of a high-ranking official. Are we truly willing to offend Huaxia over such a trivial matter? What tangible benefits would it yield us? I believe you have truly lost your senses. Aoka scolded, his frustration evident. Shilua, chastised, found himself at a loss for a retort. What do you believe we should do then? He asked Aoka. I think we should release him. After all, keeping him detained brings us no benefits and could provoke economic sanctions from Great Xia. Releasing him, on the other hand, would incur no substantial losses, perhaps merely a slight dent in our pride, Aoka mused after some reflection. However, Shilua understood that while this sounded straightforward, actually releasing Zhao Che would imply that he, Shilua, had orchestrated the operation. Would he still be able to retain his position in the cabinet? He was acutely aware that if this matter were to come to light, it would certainly lead to his dismissal. Prime Minister, I believe we cannot afford to release him. Our position in the international arena is already precarious. If we appear to bow to a private individual, our standing will plummet further. Shilua voiced his concerns with trepidation. Humph. You dare to speak? If we suffer humiliation this time, it will be at your expense. Aoka retorted indignantly. Chapter 68, The Guard's Pursuit. Following a heated discussion, Shilua and Aoka parted ways in discontent. Aoka prioritized Siam's interests, as this incident did not directly threaten his own. Conversely, Shilua placed his interests above all else. Damn it. Your dark tide has spread across so many corners of the globe. Why must you encroach upon my business in Siam? Shilua seethed internally. After leaving Aoka, Shilua headed straight to the Eagle Security Company, which he had founded. The arrival of Dark Tide had substantially encroached upon his business, and he was determined to prevent their continued presence. Boss, have we resolved the Dark Tide situation? Inquired a towering figure who turned to Shiluo. Shiluo, displaying his displeasure, replied, "That fool Aoka wants to release the upper ranks of Dark Tide. Has he not considered how other nations would perceive Siam?" He stated with righteous indignation. "Boss, what should we do then?" The imposing figure continued to probe. Shiluo hesitated for a moment, then with a fierce glint in his eye, proposed, "Vis. What do you think about eliminating that Zhao Che from Great Xia?" Vis, the towering figure, considered the proposition before responding, "Boss, if we truly eliminate Zhao Che, our actions would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of Great Xia. Just ensure they do not trace it back to me. We can attribute it to the beautiful nation or the land of the cherry blossoms. As long as we have evidence that it wasn't us, we will be fine." Shiluo declared with a ruthless tone. Vis paused, then cautioned, "But if our plan is exposed, we might end up offending two major powers at once." Shiluo, irritated by Vis's caution, slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "Are you also going to lecture me like that fool Aoka? What alternative do you propose?" He pointed an accusing finger at Vis. Feeling the heat of Shiluo's ire, Vis lowered his head but suddenly raised it again, exclaiming, "Then let us hire other forces to take action." "Other forces?" Shiluo inquired, intrigued. "Indeed, we shall merely provide the funds without disclosing our identities, ensuring that even if the investigation leads to a conclusion, it will not trace back to us." Weistau. "Very well, I shall leave this matter to you to resolve." Hero pondered for a moment and deemed it feasible, thus he acquiesced. Upon hearing this, Weiss immediately stepped out to contact a faction from the neighboring country of Biao. The other party, seeing the opportunity for easy profit, promptly agreed and dispatched 10 individuals to covertly assassinate Zhao Che within Siam. Meanwhile, Zhao Che remained oblivious to the unfolding events. He had just received communication from Pilong, who indicated their willingness to release several high-ranking members of the Dark Tide in Thailand, albeit requiring a few days for international explanations to concoct a suitable rationale, sparing them some embarrassment. Zhao Che did not voice any objections. After all, Siam was a sovereign nation, and one must not pressure them too hastily, allowing them some dignity. Consequently, for the next 2 to 3 days, Zhao Che enjoyed leisurely outings with his 4 somewhat naive bodyguards, and on this particular day, they ventured to the Dawn Temple located in the capital of Siam. In truth, Zhao Che did not harbor any belief in such matters, nor did he possess a fondness for them. Yet being in Siam, he felt compelled to visit these temples. However, he was taken aback by the sheer throngs of people at the Dawn Temple, as if they awaited the arrival of someone significant. Zhao Che then sent Ivan to inquire further, discovering that the Siamese royal family was on an outing, with the Dawn Temple being their destination. What a grand spectacle! Zhao Che shook his head in amazement. Uninterested in such affairs, Zhao Che and his companions proceeded directly inside. "Boss, if you were to visit, our Dark Tide would surely have such a display," Nicola remarked. Zhao Che, somewhat skeptical, responded, "Really? Indeed. Your standing among our Dark Tide surpasses that of the Siamese king among his subjects," Nicola replied with an air of pride. "Well then, perhaps I shall have the opportunity to experience it." Zhao Che smiled in response. "Haha, when I was chosen by Boss Li to come here, others were envious beyond measure." Nicola laughed. Zhao Che, amused, thought it surprising that the stout-faced Nicola could engage in flattery, but unbeknownst to him, Nicola spoke truths that would only become apparent upon Zhao Che's own experience. The group spent over 2 hours exploring the Dawn Temple, concluding that the architecture was indeed commendable. As they prepared to exit, they noticed that the crowd gathered at the entrance had not dispersed, still awaiting the royal family's arrival. Does the Siamese royal family hold such esteem among the populace? Zhao Che pondered in astonishment. Just as he was about to lead his 4 naive bodyguards away, a contingent of royal guards suddenly surged forward, being the advance guard for the royal procession. The leader of the guards immediately took notice of Zhao Che's group. For each of Ivan's companions carried a long package on their backs, which the leader instinctively suspected contained firearms. He quickly signaled his men to encircle Zhao Che and his entourage. Approaching, the guard leader inquired, "What is contained within your bags?" Unperturbed by the situation, Zhao Che felt no fear. Had it been Siam's private militia surrounding him, he might have needed to devise an escape, but with government troops, he felt no such trepidation. Zhao Che remained silent, gesturing for Ivan to engage in dialogue. "Firearms," Ivan stated candidly, without attempt at concealment. The guard leader's expression darkened at the mention of weapons. "Why are you armed?" he demanded. "To protect our boss," Ivan replied truthfully. "Well, I shall not concern myself with your reasons." The guard leader instructed his men, "Seize them." The guards immediately complied, preparing to apprehend Zhao Che and his 4 companions. However, Ivan and his team were not inclined to remain passive. They swiftly drew their 1911 handguns, aiming them at the guards, causing them to halt. "We mean no harm. If you believe we are a disturbance, we can leave at once," Ivan addressed the guard leader. Yet, the guard leader could not allow Zhao Che and his group to depart. That would be deemed a dereliction of duty. Sensing that the royal convoy was approaching rapidly, he coldly declared, "Disarm, or I shall execute you on the spot." Zhao Che, though headstrong, was not foolish. He understood that continued threats might indeed lead to violence. He signaled for his companions to lower their weapons. Turning to the guard leader, Zhao Che introduced himself. "I am Zhao Che, from Daxia. You may inquire with your king before deciding whether to detain me." Despite maintaining a calm demeanor, Zhao Che felt a flicker of anxiety upon hearing the guard leader's ultimatum. Noticing his four somewhat naive bodyguards were even more obstinate than himself, Zhao Che observed the guard leader promptly retrieve a walkie-talkie to report the situation. Meanwhile, within the royal carriage, a report was made to the Siamese king. "Daxia's Zhao Che, instruct the guards to refrain from provoking trouble and treat him with courtesy." Perfect timing. "I wish to speak with Zhao Che," the Siamese king commanded. Although matters were generally overseen by the prime minister, the king held the authority to intervene, making decisive calls on certain issues. Soon, the guard leader received instructions via the walkie-talkie, and he instantly realized that this remarkably young man held an extraordinary status, one he could not afford to antagonize. He immediately gestured for his men to disperse. "Mr. Zhao, my sincerest apologies. It is my duty. Please do not hold it against me," the guard leader offered in contrition. Zhao Che, naturally, bore no ill will and simply acknowledged with a nod, preparing to depart. However, the guard leader pursued him, stating, "Mr. Zhao, my king requests that you wait a moment. He wishes to discuss some matters with you." "Discuss?" Zhao Che replied, perplexed. He contemplated what the Siamese king could possibly wish to discuss, considering that the matters concerning the dark tide had seemingly been resolved. "Yes, it is a specific request from my king," the guard leader reiterated. Zhao Che acquiesced, though uncertain of the nature of the conversation. He deemed it appropriate to grant an audience to a head of state. Before long, after 2 or 3 minutes, a procession of vehicles began to emerge. The crowd, initially captivated by the situation involving Zhao Che, turned their attention to the approaching royal convoy. As the vehicles came to a halt, the citizens promptly knelt in reverence to welcome the Siamese king and the royal family. Zhao Che found the scene somewhat awkward, choosing to remain quietly aside. Yet he couldn't help but recall a phrase from Liu Bang, the founder of the Han dynasty. As the vehicles came to a stop, one royal member after another disembarked, none of whom Zhao Che recognized. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman, appearing as youthful as a middle-aged man, emerged from the foremost vehicle. He was none other than the Siamese king. Upon stepping out, the king immediately greeted the assembled populace before directing his gaze toward Zhao Che's group, who stood conspicuously apart. Upon noticing the king of Siam's gaze upon him, Zhao Che merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from kneeling or bowing, offering only a slight inclination of his head. Zhao Che, of course, was not accustomed to such gestures of reverence. He had never bowed to his own parents or grandparents, so why should he bow to the king? The onlookers, including members of the royal family, were quite displeased by this display. They initially assumed the king of Siam would share their sentiments, but their assumptions proved incorrect. As the king reciprocated with a nod towards Zhao Che, in the Great Xia, nodding is a common form of greeting among acquaintances encountered on the streets. Thus, the crowd's confusion was palpable, particularly as they remained unaware of Zhao Che's true identity. Subsequently, the captain of the guards escorted Zhao Che towards the king of Siam, who stepped forward a few paces to greet him. He even extended his hand for a handshake, which Zhao Che, recognizing the importance of courtesy, accepted. Indeed, a promising young man, the king of Siam remarked during their handshake. "I have long admired your majesty," Zhao Che replied politely. The sight of Zhao Che engaging with the king ignited a wave of speculation among the others. Who exactly was this young man? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhao Che inquired, "May I ask what business your majesty wishes to discuss with me?" The king of Siam cheerfully invited Zhao Che to explore the Dawn Temple together. However, Zhao Che had already perused the temple and was not particularly inclined to revisit it. Sensing Zhao Che's reluctance, the king queried, "Have you already toured it?" Zhao Che, feeling slightly embarrassed, nodded and replied, "I just came from there." The king laughed and suggested, "In that case, let us share a meal together." Zhao Che agreed with a nod. Soon, a guard led them to a nearby restaurant, where everyone gathered at a single table, including royals such as the king, princes, and princesses, though the ambience could not compare to that of the palace. "Mr. Zhao, how do you find your journey in Siam?" the king of Siam inquired. "Quite pleasant. With beautiful scenery and charming, ancient architecture," Zhao Che responded. "Does Mr. Zhao have any intentions of developing business in Siam? Your Great Xia boasts a highly developed internet, albeit with firewall restrictions that hinder the growth of your tech enterprises. To ascend to greater heights, it would be essential to establish a world-class internet company. If your Zhao family or Juxing wishes to pursue this, we in Siam would welcome you," the king of Siam stated with a smile. "Your Majesty jest," Zhao Che replied. It is precisely due to the firewall that so many tech companies have emerged in Great Xia. If we lacked such protections, our internet market would have long been dominated by the West. He shook his head with a smile. Is Mr. Zhao lacking in confidence? As a young man, I believe you should possess the ambition to pursue such ventures, the king responded. Perhaps I do have the ambition, but undertaking such a project would require substantial investment. Necessitating careful consideration, Zhao Che remarked lightly. He understood the king's intentions. He sought individuals to help develop Siam's economy, and he likely viewed the Zhao family as a prime candidate. In essence, it was a call for investment. However, Zhao Che was not inclined to acquiesce. Even with aspirations of global expansion, Siam was not on his agenda. Should he make a significant investment in Siam, it would appear to those at home as if the Zhao family were engaging in asset relocation. While ordinary citizens might think little of it, persistent rumors, even if unfounded, could take on a life of their own. Should the higher echelons of Huaxia come to believe such things, even Zhao Hanlin would struggle to withstand the pressure. What then would he do? He would either face demise or be compelled to genuinely relocate to Siam. Upon hearing Zhao Che's response, the king of Siam realized that he had not ensnared Zhao Che in his scheme. He had hoped that Zhao Che, being so youthful, would be flattered by a few compliments and readily acquiesce. Yet, reality had not unfolded as he had anticipated. Truly, the renowned entrepreneur of Great Xia, investing in numerous enterprises with their values multiplying continuously, is indeed someone who considers matters so thoroughly, the king of Siam remarked with a smile. Your Majesty is too kind. It is merely a stroke of luck on my part. Zhao Che waved his hand dismissively. May I pose a question? Can you speak candidly? The king of Siam suddenly inquired with a serious demeanor. Please, go ahead, Zhao Che replied, having no intention of concealing anything. Does Juxing or Huatian have plans for expansion beyond Great Xia? The king asked earnestly. Zhao Che smiled slightly and replied, I cannot speak for Huatian, as I have never held any position there. They do not disclose their developmental intentions to me. However, as for Juxing, or rather myself, we do indeed have aspirations of expanding our business internationally. The king of Siam nodded and inquired, could you prioritize us in Siam for this expansion? If we were to expand, we would naturally focus on neighboring countries, with Siam certainly among them, Zhao Che replied with a smile. Then might we entrust the Southeast Asian market to the royal family of Siam? The king suggested, either intentionally or unintentionally. At this moment, Zhao Che comprehended the king's motives. He was eyeing brands such as Jinxiang, Chayu Xuanxiang, and Xiangmantang for their market potential in Southeast Asia. Your Majesty, are you attempting to carve a piece from my interests? Zhao Che thought, feeling a twinge of concern. Haha, it is merely a matter of mutual benefit. To elevate your brand, you cannot focus solely on Great Xia. We in Siam are more than willing to assist, the king of Siam chuckled. In truth, these brands had already gained considerable popularity in Southeast Asia, largely due to the inadvertent promotion by visitors from Great Xia. What exactly does your Majesty envision for this collaboration? Zhao Che inquired earnestly. After some contemplation, the king of Siam proposed, how about a sum of 50 billion Thai baht for acquiring your 3 brands markets in Southeast Asia? Are you aware of the profitability of these 3 brands in Great Xia? Zhao Che asked with a wry smile. Oh, please enlighten me. The king responded with curiosity. In the past 3 months alone, we have established 700 franchise stores for Chayu Xuanxiang and 200 for Xiangmantang in Great Xia. Each franchise brings me a profit of 200,000 RMB, plus ongoing royalties. Your Majesty can see just how much these 2 brands have earned me in these 3 months. Zhao Che said with a smile. You are robbing me blind. Even the king of Siam exclaimed in astonishment. Your Majesty exaggerates. What I mean is, even with just these 900 franchise stores, the profits for this year from these 2 brands have already exceeded 1 billion RMB. Zhao Che waved his hand dismissively. Since you are dissatisfied with my offer, feel free to propose your own, the king of Siam suggested. I believe it would be best to adhere to the publicly disclosed figures from the company, Zhao Che replied. Haha, very well. The king of Siam conceded with a resigned smile. Zhao Che's stance was evidently clear. He was unwilling to relinquish the Southeast Asian market. Soon, Zhao Che prepared to take his leave. It was hardly conducive to enjoy a meal in this atmosphere. Your Majesty, I must take my leave for the time being. I have some matters to attend to, Zhao Che said with a smile as he bid farewell. Very well, I wish you a pleasant journey in Siam. The king of Siam responded with a smile, appearing unfazed by Zhao Che's refusal. However, once Zhao Che departed, the king's expression turned grave, causing those around him to feel a sense of trepidation. Zhao Che remained indifferent, having already preserved his dignity. After all, the Siamese would not dare to act against him. Just as he exited the restaurant, the Siamese king and numerous royal members followed suit. Ivan, driving, was prepared to escort everyone back to the hotel when suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Instantly, Every hair on Zhao Che's body stood on end, for the bullet had grazed just a few centimeters from his face. What the hell? Zhao Che exclaimed in shock. Beside him, Katerina promptly tackled him to the ground. More gunfire erupted in rapid succession. Ivan hastily maneuvered the car to shield the group. Damn it, how could I have missed? One of the assassins lamented. Humph, I should have taken the shot myself, scoffed another bystander. Enough chatter, let us eliminate the target, commanded a figure who seemed to lead the group. The sound of gunfire sent the pedestrians on the street into a panic, scattering in haste. The commotion naturally alerted the Siamese king, who thought to himself, this is bad. Quickly, we must rescue Zhao Che. He bellowed at the captain of his guards. Should Zhao Che perish in Siam, regardless of who dealt the blow, Siam would have to pay a significant price. Thus, in the eyes of the Siamese king, Zhao Che could not die, not in Siam, at least. The guards, receiving their orders, rushed towards the source of the gunfire. Damn, this is ruthless, Zhao Che muttered, his heart racing. Boss, are you alright? Katerina inquired with genuine concern. I'm fine, Zhao Che replied, shaking his head. Boss, it's unsafe behind the car. We need to find cover, Ivan stated earnestly. Zhao Che nodded vigorously. He had never encountered such a situation before and felt utterly bewildered. The four bodyguards swiftly unzipped their gear bags, retrieving M4 carbines, engaging the safeties, and loading bullets with practiced efficiency. Gunfire erupted again, with bullets raining down on the car that shielded them. At that moment, Zhao Che was truly terrified, his heart pounding as he thought, I have money. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. However, this gunfire also revealed the positions of the assassins to Ivan and the others. Katerina, take the boss to that cover behind the wall. We'll suppress their fire, Ivan instructed, pointing to a nearby wall. Katerina nodded in agreement. At that moment, Ivan Nikolai and Li Guangtong, armed with M4 carbines, readied themselves to find an opportunity to suppress the enemy's fire. Just as the assassins finished their volley, Nikolai seized the chance and opened fire on their position, with Ivan and Li Guangtong following suit. Two assassins were struck down, their chests punctured by several bullets. This can't be. How do they have guns? One of the assassins exclaimed in disbelief. Didn't they just meet with the Siamese king? How could they possibly be armed? Another questioned, astonished. I misjudged. I thought they wouldn't be carrying weapons after their meeting, someone else lamented. Damn it. The assassins cursed in frustration. The assassins were armed with outdated weaponry, unable to compete with the superior arms of the military, and were quickly suppressed. Katerina seized the moment, dragging Zhao Che towards the corner of the wall. Although Ivan and his team had managed to suppress the assassins' fire, stray bullets still flew towards Zhao Che, sparking against the ground. Witnessing this, Zhao Che felt his heart leap into his throat, terrified that an errant bullet might strike him. Yet, Katerina remained focused, pulling Zhao Che forward without concern for the bullets. She knew that worrying about incoming fire was futile. Reaching safety was the priority, as even a fraction of a second without cover could spell disaster. After a few frantic seconds, they successfully reached the corner of the wall. To Zhao Che, those moments felt like an eternity, more exhausting than running a kilometer. Phew, Zhao Che gasped for breath. Boss, are you alright? Katerina asked again. I'm fine, Zhao Che replied, still panting. Katerina finally felt a sense of relief, as they had found shelter, ensuring their safety. She then began firing her M4 towards the assassins. Realizing that Katerina had taken Zhao Che behind the wall, the assassins contemplated retreating, fearing that their targets might escape through another route. Let us pull back, we'll find another opportunity. Unless we charge through their fire, we won't take them today, the leader of the assassins declared. The others nodded in agreement. They had already lost 3 men to Ivan's suppression. Alright, let us withdraw. However, just as they prepared to flee, the Siamese royal guard arrived, numbering 20 to 30 strong. Drop your weapons, or we will shoot on sight, the captain shouted. The assassins, undeterred, opened fire on the guards, instantly hitting 4 or 5 of them. These guards, typically responsible for maintaining order, were caught off guard. They had forgotten that these individuals were desperate criminals willing to act violently. Upon witnessing the assassins firing first, the guards quickly sought cover. Open fire, the captain ordered. The rapid gunfire intensified. What do we do? The guards are here. An assassin asked the leader. What else can we do? Fire at will, the leader commanded. The assassins complied. But in the chaos, the leader of the assassins attempted to make a swift escape. Turning on his heel, he ran, only to be struck in the thigh by a guard's bullet, causing him to collapse to the ground and roll back behind cover. His fellow assassins witnessed this with fury. Damn it, he's trying to abandon us. One shouted angrily. How outrageous. Another exclaimed. Caught between two forces, the assassins had no means of resistance. The gunfire from their side began to diminish, while the guards steadily reinforced their numbers. Damn it, I'm out of ammo. What now? An assassin lamented. I shouldn't have come for this assassination, another regretted. The guards, sensing the lull in the assassin's fire, started to advance cautiously, shields raised, closing in on the assassins for a potential encirclement. Suddenly, a killer emerged, hands clasped atop his head, pleading for surrender. We yield, he cried repeatedly. 1, 2. 3 more followed suit, hands raised, then crouched down. At that moment, the leader of the assassins crawled forth, using one leg in both hands. Also with his hands on his head. A total of 10 assassins had arrived, for clumsy bodyguards had dispatched 3 of them, and just as the guards arrived, they eliminated another 3, leaving only 4 remaining. The guards promptly advanced and subdued these 4 individuals. Boss, it's resolved, spoke Katerina, who had been watching from a corner. Is it true? Zhao Che sought further confirmation, concerned that he might have misheard, and stepping out like this could lead to dire consequences. Katerina nodded in affirmation. Thank goodness. It's finally over, Zhao Che sighed in relief. Ivan and his companions quickly approached Zhao Che, expressing their concern. Boss, are you all right? They inquired earnestly. I'm fine. Truly, Zhao Che managed a strained smile. He then led the 4 captives towards the guards. Mr. Zhao, the guard captain greeted him promptly. Zhao Che nodded, his expression serious. What exactly transpired? Who are these individuals? He demanded. Mr. Zhao, we are still investigating. We sincerely apologize for today's incident, the captain replied, bowing his head. No need for apologies. I require an explanation. I must know who they are, Zhao Che insisted, his demeanor grave. Understood, Mr. Zhao. We will inform you immediately upon uncovering any useful information, the captain assured him. Subsequently, Zhao Che and his companions returned to the hotel. Meanwhile, the king of Siam received news of the incident. A descendant of a prominent Xia entrepreneur and high-ranking officials was assassinated on the streets of Siam, resulting in 6 civilian deaths, 5 injured, 9 royal guards dead, and 6 wounded. 6 assassins were killed, and 4 captured, the report stated. The king of Siam was furious, feeling as though their nation's dignity was being trampled. What official or wealthy individual would dare visit Siam after such an incident? He fumed. The king then called Oka, berating him and demanding a thorough investigation without leniency. Oka, meanwhile, suspected that Hilo might be behind the assassination attempt and shared his suspicions with the king. The king responded coolly. Zhao Che has made it clear that he demands an explanation. We must provide him with one, as well as a justification to the international community. From this moment forward, we will hold Hilo accountable, whether or not he is truly guilty. He has motives, and we shall present him as the scapegoat. Furthermore, once the high-ranking members of the Dark Tide are released, he will bear the responsibility. Do you understand? The king instructed. Oka nodded in agreement. Understood. Good. Then I leave it to you to handle, the king concluded. Chapter 72. 2 new projects. Oka quickly mobilized the Siamese police to apprehend Hilo. The official statement from Siam to the international community was as follows. The gunfight in the capital was orchestrated by Siamese cabinet member Hilo, who solicited the assistance of an underground organization to carry out the assassination of the renowned Xia entrepreneur Zhao Che. Hilo believed that the Dark Tide International Security Company had encroached upon his business and accused them of stealing state secrets. However, after an investigation, the Siamese government determined these accusations to be baseless, resulting in the exoneration of the Dark Tide International Security Company's executives. Hilo has been dismissed and awaits court proceedings. And we will not show leniency. At that moment, Hilo was already in custody, having not been interrogated yet. He was filled with anxiety, wondering if the plot to hire assassins had been exposed. Hilo couldn't comprehend why no one had come to question him. Of course, with Hilo's arrest, this was also apprehended, and it turned out they were indeed involved. Siam promptly released several high-ranking members of the Dark Tide. Zhao Che had no intention of visiting them. He genuinely wished to remain indoors, as the outside world felt perilous. It's much safer in Xia, Zhao Che reflected. Initially, he had planned a trip to Phuket, but given the current circumstances, he dared not venture out. Who knew how many assassination attempts there might be? Thus, Zhao Che quickly instructed Ivan to book a flight back to Xia. Meanwhile, news of the chaos in Siam spread across domestic social media. Is Siam really in such disarray? Could it be? A gunfight in broad daylight. Oh no, is my husband all right? Why isn't there any update on my husband? This news caused quite a stir domestically. Zhao Che immediately received a flurry of concerned calls, and he painstakingly reassured each caller of his safety. Finally, the next day, the application for the flight was approved swiftly. Zhao Che and his companions hurried to the airport, eager to leave. He felt an overwhelming urge to distance himself from the chaos. Perhaps only when bullets whizzed by mere centimeters from one's face could one truly appreciate such feelings. Once on the plane, Zhao Che finally managed to catch some sleep, having been unable to rest the previous night, haunted by memories of stray bullets. Siam offered little sense of security. After approximately 3 hours of flight, The Gulfstream G650 landed at the Magic City Airport once more. Their vehicle had been parked there, so they drove directly back to the Thompson Riviera. Upon arrival, instead of taking a nap, Zhao Che called Li Yong. "Hello, Chairman Zhao, you did well. Just a trip resolved everything," Li Yong cheerfully remarked. Zhao Che retorted, "What do you mean well? If it weren't for a few centimeters, I wouldn't have returned at all. Come now, Chairman Zhao, let us not speak negatively. Just tell me what you need," Li Yong urged. "Arrange for me 5 bodyguards. They need to be formidable, capable of counter-tracking, adept at stealth and concealment," Zhao Che specified with several demands. "Rest assured, Chairman Zhao, I will ensure they are top-notch," Li Yong confidently replied. "I hope so," Zhao Che said. "All right, I'll get started on it," Li Yong said, preparing to end the call. "Wait a moment," Zhao Che interjected. "What is it, Chairman Zhao?" Li Yong asked, puzzled. After a pause, Zhao Che asked, "Are you selecting male or female guards this time?" Li Yong hesitated before responding. "What would you prefer, Chairman Zhao?" This was followed by a suggestive chuckle. "Enough, enough, just the males will suffice," Zhao Che said. "What is wrong? Is there something wrong with females? What about Katerina? She's our military flower," Li Yong inquired. "She's great, but just stick to my request," Zhao Che replied impatiently. "Understood," Li Yong acknowledged. Zhao Che then indulged in a well-deserved rest. To be honest, even now, recalling that scene sent shivers down his spine. He ended up sleeping soundly until the early hours of the morning. The following day, Zhao Che arrived at the company, knowing that a meeting awaited him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered. Everyone was accustomed to this routine. Ahem, how many franchises and directly operated stores does Cha Yusun Xiang currently have? Zhao Che inquired directly upon entering the meeting. "Chairman Zhao, currently there are 400 direct-operated Cha Yusun Xiang stores and 100 franchise stores, totaling 500. Li Guangyuan also reported this directly. "What about Mantang Xiang?" Zhao Che inquired again. "Mantang Xiang has 100 direct-operated stores and 400 franchise stores, making a total of 500, Yu Xingqing recounted eloquently. "And what of Jinshang, General Han?" Zhao Che turned to Han Rui. "Currently, Jinshang has 610 stores nationwide and is still expanding its market, aiming to surpass 1,000 before July," Han Rui replied. "Good, you are all doing quite well. However, the funds in our company account are truly excessive and difficult to allocate. Therefore, I wish to establish 2 additional brands, one focusing on luxury goods and the other on cosmetics. Both are highly profitable ventures. What do you think?" Zhao Che asked, surveying the group. "Chairman Zhao, cosmetics are certainly viable, as the market demand is substantial. However, I am curious about the nature of the luxury goods you intend to pursue," someone promptly inquired. Zhao Che pondered for a moment before responding, "Luxury goods with a price point in the tens of thousands. But Chairman, will customers truly embrace such an expensive new brand?" A voice of skepticism arose. "Are you familiar with diamonds?" Zhao Che retorted with a question rather than addressing their concern. The group nodded knowingly. They were indeed aware of diamonds. "Diamonds are forever. A single stone transcends time," he quoted a popular advertisement. "But do you genuinely believe they are worth such a price? Their value is intrinsically linked to love, which is why they command such high prices. Our luxury goods won't require excessive promotion. We will simply associate them with love, and customers will naturally be inclined to purchase. For instance, we could offer couples rings, where men can only buy women's rings with their ID, and vice versa, with each ID limited to a single purchase. This would certainly generate buzz," Zhao Che suggested, a smile gracing his face. "Chairman Zhao, you are a true visionary," someone internally marveled. "And how should we promote the cosmetics?" Another inquired. "Goodness, are you all expecting me to handle the company's marketing?" Zhao Che jested. "We could initiate an online poll. For example, regarding lipsticks. We can allow users to vote on their desired colors, and then we could produce and sell the top choices. Of course, we must acknowledge that not every popular color will sell well, as personal preferences vary. What we need is merely a promotional gimmick. We want the public to recognize our brand," Zhao Che elaborated, still smiling as he shared his ideas. "All right, select 2 individuals to lead these new brands, and I will leave the final decision to General Gua," Zhao Che stated directly. The group nodded in agreement. "Chairman Zhao, what will be the investment for this venture?" Someone questioned, puzzled. "The company account is overflowing, and we are struggling to find suitable expenditures. Let us allocate 10 billion for each project." Zhao Che waved his hand dismissively. The crowd was left speechless at Zhao Che's proclamation. What did he mean by having too much money? They collectively felt the urge to label him as overly affluent. Nevertheless, someone smiled and suggested, "Then please, Chairman Zhao, bestow names upon these 2 brands." Upon hearing this, Zhao Che contemplated briefly before announcing, "The luxury goods brand shall be named Yu Fan, while the cosmetics brand will be called Chun Yan." The group nodded in approval, finding the names commendable. "Very well. All materials for our luxury products must be of the highest quality, and the cosmetics should ideally be free of safety concerns, utilizing hypoallergenic components whenever possible. Our projects must operate independently. We cannot allow ourselves to be constrained by other manufacturers. Do you understand? Zhao Che addressed the crowd earnestly. Understood, they replied in unison. All right. Each of you may propose a list of candidates for brand leadership, which I will submit to General Guo for selection, Zhao Che reiterated before taking his leave. The efficiency of Zhu Xing was remarkable. Almost immediately after the meeting, numerous individuals presented their lists. Guo Xiong reviewed them with great care and ultimately decided on 2 candidates. Wu Chuan from Jinshang, recommended by Han Rui, would lead Yu Fan, while Yuan Jianing from Xianguang, nominated by Fan Wenxuan, would head Chunyan. Both were senior figures within their respective companies and assumed their roles without delay, as the infrastructure for the company was already established. The Juxing International Building still had more than 5 floors available, having only utilized less than 3 thus far, and additional staff willingly transitioned to these projects, allowing operations to commence without delay. On Zhao Che's end, he initially intended to leave the company, but as he descended the stairs, he was intercepted by Zhao Shi and her companions, who he realized were still live-streaming. Wait a moment, Zhao Shi halted him. Everyone, let us get those followers up. With 5 million fans, I'll bring our boss out for a chat. How about that? She addressed the live stream. Zhao Che was taken aback. What is this? Did you arrange this for me? Don't boast, streamer. The comments flooded in. How could a streamer find their boss? Someone questioned. What do you mean, streamer? I am the minister of the network promotion department at Juxing. Do you understand what that entails? Zhao Shi retorted. Network promotion department? There are only 3 of you. The audience shot back. Zhao Shi, feeling frustrated by the comments, turned to Zhao Che and urged, Zhao Che, tell them I'm indeed the minister of the network promotion department. Yes, absolutely, Zhao Che affirmed without hesitation. You must say it directly to the camera. Zhao Shi insisted, immediately handing him the live-streaming phone. Zhao Che took the phone and looked at the screen. Oh wow, he exclaimed, as the audience reacted with astonishment. Oh, it's really my husband. The comments erupted into chaos. Zhao Che managed to smile and said, hello everyone. Tell them I'm the minister of the network promotion department. Zhao Shi urged once more. Ah, yes, she is indeed the minister of the network promotion department, Zhao Che confirmed, addressing the screen. Hubby, is our network promotion department still hiring? How can one join? The comments were inundated with such inquiries. Zhao Che looked on incredulously and replied, well, joining the network promotion department isn't as simple as one might think. What are the requirements? The audience pressed. Zhao Che pondered momentarily and replied, you must have a substantial backing, you understand? He joked. What does that mean? The viewers were left confused. Subsequently, Zhao Che was pulled into the office of the network promotion department by Zhao Shi and her friends, where they began conversing. I heard you were nearly assassinated in Siam. Is that true? The audience was curious. Zhao Che nodded in acknowledgement. Oh wow, was the situation that perilous? Zhao Che felt a wave of grievance wash over him and unloaded his experiences. You have no idea. The first bullet whizzed right past my face, and I distinctly heard the sound of it cutting through the air. I was utterly stunned. During the ensuing gunfire, I rushed for cover, and the bullets were raining down, each one striking the ground with a shower of sparks. I was terrified. I couldn't even sleep that night in Siam. I only caught up on my rest yesterday. If I hadn't had my bodyguard with me, you truly wouldn't have seen me here today, Zhao Che lamented in the live stream. Instantly, others felt his plight deeply. All right, but you're safe now, Zhao Shi comforted as she observed Zhao Che's emotional outpouring during the live stream. Sister, I nearly lost my dear brother. You would have never seen me again, Zhao Che lamented, feeling quite aggrieved as he continued to confide in Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi instinctively reached out to gently pat Zhao Che's head, a gesture she had grown accustomed to since childhood when she would console him in this manner. However, the live stream was suddenly ablaze with excitement. Employees touching their boss's head? This was unprecedented. Wait, did Zhao Che just call her sister? Oh. It dawned on them that the streamer was indeed Zhao Che's sister. The viewers began to flood the chat with comments, grasping the significance of Zhao Che's earlier remark about having a powerful background. Enough, stop patting my head, Zhao Che protested, shooting an annoyed glance at Zhao Shi and halting her hand. Humph, a dog biting Lu Dongbin, Zhao Shi retorted, not letting Zhao Che's action go unchallenged. After engaging in the live stream for a while longer, Zhao Che prepared to take her leave. Yet, after just a few steps, she turned back to address the screen. Our Juxing has launched 2 new brands. Please remember to support us. Zhao Che had returned merely to promote her brands. 2 new brands. The viewers were puzzled. And even Zhao Shi and her companions wore expressions of confusion. What new brands? They collectively inquired. Zhao Che simply replied that it was a secret. Her intention to tease the audience with this mystery was to ignite curiosity which, over time, would transform into anticipation. As the head of the online publicity department, how could I not know about this? Zhao Che complained, casting a discontented glance at Zhao Che. Zhao Che was about to retort, questioning the usefulness of such knowledge, when she leaned closer to Zhao Che and whispered, "One brand is a luxury goods line called Yufan, and the other is a cosmetics brand called Chunyan." "Oh." Zhao Che nodded in understanding. "You better take me along. I want to invest." She quickly exclaimed, "All right, how much do you want to invest?" Zhao Che inquired directly. "How much are you putting in?" Zhao Che asked in return. 10 billion for each brand. Zhao Che answered candidly. "Zhao Che, are you out of your mind? 10 billion for a startup brand?" Zhao Che couldn't help but scold. "Sister, this is still a live stream. Have some consideration for my reputation." Zhao Che glanced at the phone still broadcasting and reproached Zhao Che. Zhao Che noted the ongoing live stream, so she refrained from further comments. "I'll invest 2 billion in each brand. Is that acceptable?" Zhao Che proposed. "Where will you get the money?" Zhao Che questioned, perplexed. "I'll ask my mom." Zhao Che replied matter-of-factly. "Forget it, you don't need to. Just promote them well, and I'll give you a 30% stake in each brand." Zhao Che waved her hand dismissively. "No way. Zhao Che, have never accepted handouts." Zhao Che declared with righteous indignation. "What kind of act are you putting on with me?" Zhao Che responded, exasperated. With that, Zhao Che exited. Chapter 74. Zhu Xing cruise. After leaving Zhu Xing, Zhao Che prepared to relocate, as 5 bodyguards were set to arrive, making it impossible to stay at the Tangchun Yipin residence. Thus, Zhao Che decided to move to Hua Zhoujunting. Although it was slightly farther from the company and school, Zhao Che was unconcerned. He could attend school whenever he wished, and even if he were late or skipped class without notice, it would not matter. As for the company, who would dare to accuse him of tardiness? In truth, Zhao Che's so-called relocation involved little more than a formality, as he scarcely had possessions to move. Everything he needed was already there. That evening, Chen Shui arrived. It had been a long time since she had seen Zhao Che, and she immediately leapt into his arms. "All right, Xiao Shui, come down," Zhao Che said, looking affectionately at the girl who clung to him. "I saw online that you were attacked in Siam. It scared me to death." Chen Shui's eyes glistened with tears. "But look, I'm fine now," Zhao Che comforted her. Their comforting session inevitably led them to the bedroom, where a passionate encounter ensued. The next morning, Zhao Che awoke, while Chen Shui remained asleep, likely exhausted from the previous night. Zhao Che began his routine check-in. "Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have received a cruise ship." "A cruise ship? Not bad," Zhao Che mused to himself. He then opened the system to review the details of the cruise ship. 365 meters long, 68 meters wide, with 5 luxury cabins, 30 first-class cabins, 500 second-class cabins, 2,300 third-class cabins, 500 staff cabins, featuring 8 bars, 5 theaters, 15 swimming pools, 2 commercial streets, 3 amusement parks, 1 park, 26 restaurants, and numerous other amenities, capable of accommodating 4,000 passengers and 6,500 crew members, with a maximum capacity of 9,000 and a top speed of 65 kilometers per hour, all at a cost of 8.5 billion yuan. Wow. Zhao Che marveled at the specifications, realizing this was no mere ship, but a mobile island. Just as he was absorbing this revelation, a call from Gallia interrupted him. He answered immediately. On the other end, a clumsy voice speaking Mandarin greeted him. "Mr. Zhao, your cruise ship ordered from our company has been completed. Would you prefer to pick it up yourself, or shall we arrange for someone to deliver it to you?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Che understood it pertained to the cruise ship he had just acquired through the system. "Please have it brought to the Magic City port in Disya," he instructed. "Understood, Mr. Zhao. As the distance from Gallia to Disya is considerable, it will take approximately 7 to 10 days. Is that acceptable?" The voice replied. Zhao Che had no objections and agreed. "You can also name your cruise ship now," the voice continued. Without hesitation, Zhao Che declared, "Ocean Zhu Xing." The voice on the other end acknowledged this. At that moment, Chen Shui stirred awake. "Who was on the phone?" she asked, looking at Zhao Che. "I just bought a cruise ship, and it's arriving soon. I'll take you along for a fun trip," Zhao Che said with a smile. "A cruise ship? Why did you buy that?" Chen Shui questioned, puzzled. "I thought it would be fun to take you on an adventure," Zhao Che replied with playful banter. Chen Shui, naturally skeptical, chose not to press further. Feeling a pang of hunger, Zhao Che contemplated calling the property management for some food, but remembered that he was in Hua Zhoujunting, where the management did not provide meals. Indeed, it was reasonable to assume that those who resided in Hua Zhoujunting would have several servants, something Zhao Che had yet to arrange. "Xiao Shui, shall we dine out?" he asked. "My leg hurts. I don't want to go out," Chen Shui flatly refused. Zhao Che scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Perhaps he had exerted himself too much the previous day. He promptly instructed Nikolai to fetch some takeout. In the afternoon, after finishing lunch, Zhao Che called Guoxiong. In about 7 to 10 days, a cruise ship will arrive. Please take care of the reception, Zhao Che instructed. A cruise ship? Chairman Zhao, are you planning to enter the cruise tourism business? Guo Xiong inquired, puzzled by Zhao Che's acquisition. Zhao Che suddenly realized something and asked, yes. What do you think about the international tourism project? Mr. Zhao, you may not be aware, but that venture is quite lucrative. For those cruise ships accommodating 2,000 to 3,000 guests, the overnight lodging fee per person is a staggering 1,000 yuan. Over the course of a week, that amounts to 7,000 yuan per individual, which is already considered inexpensive. With a capacity of 500 passengers per week, the total lodging revenue reaches a staggering 17 million yuan. The profit margin should ideally be around 70%, which would yield a profit of over 12 million yuan. Furthermore, with additional expenditures on the cruise, one could still manage to earn 20 million yuan weekly. If we conduct 40 voyages in a year, the estimated profit could be around 800 million yuan. Mr. Guo passionately recounted the potential annual income. Mr. Zhao listened, somewhat bewildered by the figures in the tens of millions and billions. Mr. Zhao, may I inquire as to the size of the cruise ship you have purchased? Mr. Guo asked, equally perplexed. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Che replied, it should accommodate a maximum of 500 passengers. Mr. Guo on the other end of the line paused for a moment before responding, Mr. Zhao, is it not a tad too large for a cruise ship? Mr. Guo was uncertain how to proceed with such unexpected information. Well, since we have a cruise ship now, let us arrange the necessary logistics. We should appoint someone to oversee this endeavor and initially utilize the Juxing license to establish a travel company, which we shall call Exploring the Stars. I will allocate 10 billion yuan as the registered capital, and I expect you to do the same. It would be rather embarrassing for a travel company to operate with merely one cruise ship, Zhao Che remarked casually, feeling that a company with only one vessel was rather undignified. In truth, Zhao Che was not particularly keen on venturing into this business, as he believed the return on investment would be painfully slow. A cruise ship accommodating 2,000 to 3,000 guests would cost at least 2 to 3 billion yuan. Yet the annual earnings would only amount to 800 million yuan, necessitating 3 to 4 years to break even. Thus, Zhao Che was not eager to pursue this business. However, given that the system had provided him with a cruise ship, he could not simply let it sit idle. It would have to be utilized for tourism. Yet, the notion of a travel company operating with just one cruise ship was rather unappealing to him, leading Zhao Che to contemplate investing further to acquire additional vessels. Currently, there remained approximately 34 billion yuan in the Juxing account, and Zhao Che had no intention of withdrawing it, as doing so would incur a 20% tax. After diligently signing in for a considerable duration, he now possessed over 10 billion yuan. Thus, Zhao Che found himself at a loss for how to spend his wealth, allowing it to languish in the bank while the financial institutions reaped the benefits, prompting him to consider that spending it might be more prudent. This encapsulated Zhao Che's most genuine thoughts. Mr. Guo promptly agreed but pondered, Mr. Zhao, given the magnitude of this investment, do you not think it prudent to convene a company meeting to determine the operational strategy? Mr. Guo earnestly suggested. Upon hearing this, Zhao Che felt overwhelmed, having just visited the company the previous day and now needing to return. Very well, you may handle the affairs, and I shall visit tomorrow, Zhao Che replied, recognizing his responsibility. Chapter 75, Exploring the Stars Tourism. After concluding the call with Mr. Guo, Zhao Che did not remain idle, despite having the funds. Procuring large cruise ships was a challenging endeavor. He naturally thought of his father, as the Huatian Group owned a company named Huatian Shipbuilding Company, Limited, which undoubtedly dealt with such vessels. Therefore, Zhao Che decided to make a phone call for inquiries. Hello, Dad, Zhao Che began as soon as the call connected. On the other end, Zhao Huilong was taken aback. It was unusual for his son to reach out of the blue. His first thought was that Zhao Che must be seeking financial assistance. Yes, what is it? Zhao Huilong inquired. Is there still any cruise ship available at Huatian Shipbuilding? I need a large one, and I also require several Yangtze River cruise ships, Zhao Che directly asked. After some contemplation, Zhao Huilong responded. There are no Yangtze River cruise ships. Too many companies produce them, and they are not profitable. However, we should still have some large cruise ships available. What do you need them for? Zhao Che then proceeded to explain his intentions to establish a cruise tourism company. You must be quite bored to pursue such a business. The return on investment is exceedingly slow, Zhao Huilong remarked with a disapproving expression. Enough of that. Please check if there are any available. And I would like to clear out the inventory, Zhao Che urged, eager to avoid further admonishments. All right, I'll inquire, Zhao Huilong replied before promptly hanging up. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, Zhao Huilong called back. I've checked. We have 2 ships that accommodate 500 passengers and 3 that accommodate 200. Would you like them? Zhao Huilong quickly relayed the information after consulting with his subordinates. Yes, please sell them all to me. Just let me know the price. Zhao Che agreed. The 4, 500-passenger ships are priced at 4 billion each, and the 3, 200-passenger ships at 3 billion each. For the 5 ships, it totals 17 billion. Zhao Huilong stated directly. Dad, surely you are not trying to profit off your own son? Zhao Che asked, pondering the absurdity of the situation. How could you say such a thing? Zhao Huilong firmly rejected the notion. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Che suggested, how about 16 billion? I'll let you make a little profit, but you can't take advantage of me. Zhao Huilong, knowing he had little choice, agreed. All right, 16 billion it is. Zhao Che then contacted the shipbuilding company from Gaul that had previously reached out to him. After a brief wait, the call connected. Hello, Zhao Che greeted. The voice on the other end spoke in broken Chinese. Mr. Zhao, is there something else you need? Zhao Che wasted no time and directly inquired. Do you have any other large cruise ships available? I would also like to procure some for inland river travel. Mr. Zhao, we have one ship that accommodates 200 passengers, which was ordered by a cruise company from the beautiful country. It was due for delivery in March, but since they failed to pay the final installment, we still have it available. If you are interested, I can offer it to you for 5.5 billion, the hesitant voice proposed. Zhao Che readily accepted, recognizing that larger ships commanded higher prices due to their superior amenities and luxury, as well as the exponentially greater complexity of their construction. What about the inland river cruise ships? Zhao Che inquired again. The voice on the other end seemed somewhat awkward as they explained, Mr. Zhao. We do have inland river cruise ships, but they cannot be delivered to Daxia. Inland river vessels differ from ocean-going ships. They are not built to withstand oceanic conditions and are restricted from operating beyond 300 meters from the coastline, as per regulations in Daxia, the Gaulish representative awkwardly clarified. Oh, I see, Zhao Che acknowledged, feeling a bit embarrassed. That's fine. Just send me those 2 ships, and I will transfer the funds to you in the coming days. The other one shall be named Ocean Explorer, Zhao Che hastily instructed before concluding the call. Extravagant, indeed. What else could one do but sail on the sea? Zhao Che muttered after hanging up, adopting a defiant attitude. As for the inland river cruise ships, he was not overly concerned about their availability. After all, Old Deng had mentioned that Daxia had numerous manufacturers of such vessels. The following day, Zhao Che arrived at the company early, where a large group had gathered for a meeting. Mr. Guo appointed an individual named Zheng Bin as the project leader, a person Zhao Che did not recognize. But he did not mind, as he believed anyone could follow his directives. In the meeting, Zhao Che briefly introduced the project, naming the company Exploring the Stars, which would operate both domestic inland river routes and ocean routes. The pricing would adhere to standard rates, although the return on investment might take longer. It nonetheless promised a relatively stable income. The vessel accommodating 500 passengers is named the Ocean Star, while the one hosting 200 is referred to as the Ocean Explorer. Among the 4 500-passenger ships, one is designated as the Ocean Splendor and the other as the Ocean Radiance. The vessels catering to 200 guests are named the Ocean Silken Cloud, the Ocean Prosperity, and the Ocean Pure Elegance. In total, there are 7 cruise ships operating on international maritime routes, all named after the parent company and its subsidiaries. As for the names Tea Fragrance and Fragrant Abode, Zhao Che refrains from using them because he believes that naming a cruise ship after them would evoke aromas of milk tea and fried chicken, leading one to mistakenly think that the ship is merely a dining venue. Zhao Che takes the time to introduce this to everyone. Chairman Zhao, what about the inland waterways? Inquired Zheng Bin, the head of the Explorer. The domestic routes will just be from the bustling metropolis along the Yangtze River to the mountain city. 3 ships will suffice. We will purchase the largest cruise vessels permissible for navigation on the Yangtze, as there are no other viable routes, Zhao Che responded casually. Zheng Bin diligently noted this down in his notebook while nodding in agreement. All right, coordinate with General Guo and General Liu on this matter. This project is a stable source of income. Expecting a sudden surge in profits is unrealistic, as each ship can only accommodate a limited number of passengers. Zhao Che advised Zheng Bin. Zheng Bin nodded in understanding. Transfer 16 billion to Huaxianxi Shipping and another 5 billion to Gallia SDX Shipbuilding, Zhao Che instructed Guoxiong. Chairman Zhao, isn't the total 20 billion? Guoxiong suddenly felt something was amiss with the calculations. No worries. Just use the Juxing account to reinvest in the Tanxing project. It's easy to overspend, Zhao Che remarked nonchalantly. In any case, there's no issue. The profits from last year remain unspent, and the dividends for the first half of this year will be arriving shortly. How much can one truly exhaust? Guoxiong could only nod in agreement, as Zhao Che was indeed the boss. Chapter 76. 9 Bodyguards. Zhao Che merely provided a brief overview of the project. He was uncertain what more could be said, as it was not something that could blossom into anything grand. It was fundamentally about service and promotion. His presence at the company was merely to lend them some face. Although Zhu Xing was a one-man show under Zhao Che's direction, it was still a company. And such a substantial investment warranted a personal explanation regarding its purpose and rationale. The brands of Yufan and Chun Yin were only just beginning, having recently acquired their licenses, and Zhao Che did not rush them, understanding that sourcing, design, and product development require time. Given that such a short time had passed, the factories may still not be operational, so he refrained from inquiring further. Thus, the meeting concluded swiftly. In the afternoon, the new bodyguards arranged by Li Yong arrived, and Zhao Che instructed Ivan and Nikolai to receive them directly. They drove 2 large SUVs straight to the airport, where they quickly awaited the arrival of the group. Having established rapport with them during their time in Dark Tide, the 5 individuals included 2 of Asian descent and 3 of Western appearance. Upon seeing them, Ivan called out, "Hey, old pals, over here." "Ivan, what brings you here?" the 5 expressed in surprise. "The big boss sent Nikolai and me to pick you up," Ivan replied candidly. "Oh my goodness, I am finally going to meet the big boss." Delight was evident on the faces of the 5. "Ivan, Nikolai, what is the big boss like?" one of them inquired. Ivan and Nikolai exchanged knowing smiles, responding, "The big boss is truly remarkable. He is the most extraordinary person we have ever met, and he treats us exceptionally well. When Boss Lee selected us for this assignment, it made the others green with envy," one teased. "Haha, when we arrived. Weren't your eyes also filled with envy?" Nikolai shot back. "Nikolai, are you looking for a fight again?" One of the 5, of similar stature to Nikolai, retorted angrily. "Come on, do you think I fear you?" Nikolai, ever bold, replied without hesitation. All right, stop bickering. Let's head back and meet the big boss," Ivan interjected. The others nodded in agreement. Ivan and Nikolai led them to the SUVs. One of the group remarked, "The big boss is truly considerate. He even arranged for a Mercedes G63 to pick us up. That vehicle must cost around $400,000 to $500,000. Ivan and Nikolai exchanged bemused glances. "Who do you think you are? Did the big boss really arrange a car just for you?" They thought to themselves. "You guessed it. This is the car we usually drive," Nikolai stated directly. "What? This car was specifically purchased for you?" The 5 expressed their astonishment. Nikolai calmly nodded. "Oh my heavens. This vehicle could buy 1,000 mortars." Someone lamented, smacking their forehead in disbelief. "How can you do this? With that kind of money, you could buy 1,000 mortars. And yet you dare let the big boss buy you such an expensive car?" Another voiced their disapproval. "All right, enough already. The big boss said this is the standard configuration." Ivan and Nikolai responded. Subsequently, everyone boarded the vehicles. "The metropolis is truly bustling," someone marveled. "Zhu Kai, aren't you from the Great Xia? Haven't you seen it before?" Someone questioned. "Although I hail from the Great Xia, I have never been to the metropolis, and my hometown pales in comparison. It has been many years since I returned." Zhu Kai replied. "Then you could say you are returning to your roots," Ivan remarked as he drove. Throughout the journey, they expressed their admiration for the metropolis's vibrancy, reminiscent of Ivan and Nikolai's first impressions upon their arrival. Before long, the 2 SUVs arrived at an opulent villa, the Huazhou Junting, where Zhao Che resided. Upon their return, Ivan and Nikolai promptly escorted the 5 to meet Zhao Che. At that moment, Zhao Che was reclining on the living room sofa, engrossed in his phone. He did not notice their entrance, but as the 5 stepped into the living room and bowed while exclaiming, "Good day, boss," Zhao Che was startled, causing his phone to slip from his grasp and strike his face. "Whoa," Zhao Che instinctively exclaimed. It was only then that he realized Ivan and Nikolai had returned with the group. "Hello, you need not bow and greet so formally," Zhao Che said with an awkward smile. Having just been struck by his phone, he felt a twinge of discomfort. If he were to be startled like this frequently, he wondered if he would even make it to 30. The 5 responded in unison. At this moment, Ivan and Nikolai recalled their own initial encounter with Zhao Che, sharing a similar sense of awe. "In the future, you can speak casually with me, just like chatting," Zhao Che reassured them, gesturing for them to relax. "Come, have a seat," he invited, motioning for them to take a seat. The 5, albeit a bit hesitantly, approached the sofa, while Ivan and Nikolai immediately found their places to sit. This was something Zhao Che had conveyed to them, that when they were alone, they could act as if they were at home, without the need for formality. Otherwise, they would always feel the pressure of having several people standing rigidly behind him, which made Zhao Che quite uncomfortable. Now comfortably seated on the sofa, the 5 fixed their gazes on Zhao Che. "Do not be anxious. You may now introduce yourselves," Zhao Che encouraged with a gentle smile, mirroring the process with Ivan and the others from before. Zhao Che turned his gaze towards the individual with an Asian visage and inquired, "Given your manner of speaking, you must be from the Great Xia, correct? Please, introduce yourself." "Certainly, esteemed leader. I am Zhu Kai, hailing from Sichuan province, age 34, and I joined the Dark Tide in 2010. I possess expertise in firearms, hand-to-hand combat, tracking, counter-tracking, and stealth," Zhu Kai replied directly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Che nodded in approval, smiling as he remarked, "Excellent. We are in need of talents like you." He then turned his attention to the next person and asked, "And you?" "Boss, I am of Goryeo descent. My name is Jean Myongtae. I am 35 years old. And I also joined the Dark Tide in 2010. I am proficient in sniper firearms, Muay Thai combat, and stealth." Jean Myongtae introduced himself. "Very good." Zhao Che praised with a smile, before shifting his gaze to the next individual. The next three were all from the Goose Country, introducing themselves as Alexander, Ogal, and Andre. Li Yong had selected them according to Zhao Che's specifications. All were well-versed in firearms, combat, and stealth, with Ogal also skilled in tracking and counter-tracking. "Well, you all appear to be quite capable. I sincerely appreciate your presence," Zhao Che expressed, reminding them to remain composed and not to be overly startled. He then instructed Nicola to summon Li Guangtong and Katarina. "Zhu Kai, you will be paired with Alexander, maintaining a position at the rear of the convoy to deter any potential followers. Li Guangtong, you shall team up with Ogal. Ivan, you will be with Jean Myongtae. And Nicola, you and Andre will form a pair, closely following me. With your imposing physiques, I doubt anyone would dare to provoke you." Zhao Che organized the teams methodically. Of course, Katarina was designated to accompany Zhao Che as the driver, as having a woman beside him was decidedly more pleasant than being flanked by a burly man. The group nodded in agreement. However, Nicola and Andre seemed somewhat dissatisfied with this arrangement. Zhao Che noted their discomfort, sensing a dynamic of love-hate between them. "All right, Ivan, lead them to Zhu Xing to complete their onboarding. Their salary will be the same as yours, and also arrange for a Great Xiaobank card. Afterward, take them to purchase 2 vehicles, preferably G-Class. A convoy of G-Class vehicles certainly commands respect," Zhao Che instructed. Ivan nodded in acquiescence. Upon hearing Zhao Che's directive, Andre could no longer contain himself. "Boss, we need not such extravagant vehicles. Ordinary ones will suffice," he stated earnestly. Zhao Che, puzzled, responded, "Why is that? Is there something wrong with the G-Class?" "Boss, the cost of a single G-Class could procure 1,000 mortars. It would be far more prudent to invest in additional weaponry." Andre replied with a straightforward demeanor. "Is there currently a shortage of weapons within the Dark Tide?" Zhao Che inquired, looking at Andre. Andre shook his head, "Not at all. The Dark Tide is currently the most formidable in the region, boasting over 30,000 personnel, including 8,000 mercenaries, 10 fighter jets, 22 tanks, 40 armored vehicles, 15 rocket artillery launchers, 2,000 rockets, 300 mortars, 30,000 mortar shells, 300 rocket launchers, 3,000 rockets, 320 grenade launchers, and 50,000 rounds of grenades," Andre declared confidently, unable to cease his enthusiastic enumeration. Zhao Che's astonishment grew with each revelation. Previously, Li Yong had only briefed him on the numbers of fighter jets, tanks, and armored vehicles. He was taken aback by the sheer volume of weaponry, feeling as though he might soon find himself before a military tribunal. Meanwhile, Katarina, Ivan, Nicola, and Li Guangtong listened with eyes wide in surprise. "Wow, has the Dark Tide truly become this formidable?" Nicola exclaimed, filled with excitement. "Of course," Andre boasted. However, they all understood that their fighter jets and tanks were unlikely to be the latest military models, predominantly consisting of older variants. How else could they have acquired them? Zhao Che began to worry about the possibility of conflict erupting between the Dark Tide and another faction in the future. Would he be summoned before a military tribunal? He felt a shiver of trepidation, realizing that if Li Yong remained in his position for a few more years, Zhao Che might very well ascend to the presidency. "Since the Dark Tide is so capable now, why are you still trying to save me money?" Zhao Che queried Andre. "Boss, Li Yong has stated that your funds are hard-earned, and we cannot afford to spend excessively," Andre replied. "You need not worry. A single G-Class is of little consequence to me, hardly a significant expenditure," Zhao Che jested lightly. Ultimately, after much persuasion from Nicola and the others, they agreed to procure the G-Class vehicles. Ivan, Nicola, and the others then proceeded to Zhu Xing to finalize their employment, open bank accounts, and purchase vehicles. Meanwhile, Zhao Che dialed Li Yong once more. "Hello, Director Zhao, have they arrived?" Li Yong initiated the conversation. "Yes, they have arrived and seem quite capable," Zhao Che replied. Zhao Che had intended to inquire whether they might face war crimes should conflict arise, but refrained, instead managing to ask, "Are you in need of funds?" Li Yong paused, then responded, "Director Zhao, we are currently not in need of money. Acquiring weaponry is quite challenging. Even with funds, it may not be obtainable," he explained. Zhao Che understood, adding, "For the Dark Tide to reach its current standing, it must have a protectorate, thus enabling the procurement of additional weapons. Without seeking such protection, other factions may view us as a thorn in their side," Zhao Che analyzed. Zhao Che was certainly inclined for the dark tide to affiliate with the Great Xia. This way, should conflict arise, he would not risk being called before a military tribunal. Even in the event of a United Nations military tribunal, he felt confident, as the dark tide would have the backing of the Great Xia, a permanent member of the Security Council. Li Yong, upon hearing Zhao Che's conviction, pondered and then stated, "Director Zhao, as a citizen of the Great Xia, I too wish to align with them. But will they accept us?" Zhao Che contemplated briefly before assuring, "They certainly will. And they will extend considerable support." Zhao Che believed that while the dark tide may not yet rival the nation, its ability to establish a foothold amidst the chaos of Africa places it among the elite of private military forces, especially with a Great Xia national at the helm. It could serve as a strategic base for Great Xia in Africa and might even evolve into an independent nation, given the continent's abundant resources that no nation could afford to overlook. Moreover, given that the Great Xia frequently invests heavily in Africa, it would be more beneficial to support their own citizens, which Zhao Che believed would be a compelling reason for the Great Xia to agree to this arrangement. Seeing Zhao Che's unwavering confidence, Li Yong replied, "Very well, Director Zhao, I will attempt to reach out to the Great Xia." With that, the two concluded their call. Meanwhile, Ivan had arrived at Ju Xing with the others. "Wow, is this entire building owned by the boss?" Andre exclaimed in awe. "Look at you, acting as if you've never seen anything like this," Nicola retorted with a roll of his eyes. Andre, known for his fiery temperament, could not tolerate such provocation. "Nicola, I challenge you to a duel." "Nonsense, you are no match for me," Nicola dismissed, unfazed. The two engaged in a verbal sparring match, neither willing to back down, clearly showcasing their prowess in banter. However, given Nicola's longer time spent in the Great Xia, his repertoire of insults surpassed Andre's, ultimately leading to Andre's defeat. "What are we here for?" Alexander inquired. "To complete your onboarding, so we can issue your salaries," Ivan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Alexander grew agitated. "No, that cannot be. It is our duty to protect the boss. How can we demand payment?" He insisted with a grave expression. "Indeed, we cannot accept the salary from the big boss. The remuneration provided by Chao is already sufficient," several individuals echoed. "Rest assured, the big boss is not concerned about your trifling amount," Nikolai remarked as he observed them. "No, our lives are given by the big boss. We cannot accept a salary," they all repeatedly declined. "This is the big boss's command. You must accept the salary," Ivan also stated. In this moment, the group found themselves at a loss for words, for the decree of Chao was absolute, leaving no room for negotiation. "How much is the salary?" someone inquired. 100,000 yuan, Ivan replied. 100,000 yuan. How much is that? This group of roughnecks had no understanding of exchange rates and directly asked. Ivan pondered for a moment and said, "Approximately 15,000 US dollars. My heavens, 15,000 US dollars? You must be out of your minds. How could we possibly receive such a salary?" The few of them insisted that Chao's wages were already sufficient. "Do not worry, you will still receive Chao's salary. This salary is a reward from the big boss, and you must accept it," Ivan continued. After much deliberation, they finally acquiesced. Subsequently, Ivan and Nikolai took them to pick up two Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles. Conveniently, Ivan, Nikolai, Li Tongguang, and Zhu Kai were all licensed drivers, ensuring that each group had someone capable of driving. After securing the vehicles, they returned to Huazhou Junting to rest, as they had just arrived from Africa and had yet to recuperate properly. Chapter 78. The Scoundrel Zhao Che. On this day, Zhao Che was attending classes at school, drowsily dozing off for much of the period. After class, his counselor, Li Xian, approached him. "Zhao Che, there is something I would like to discuss with you," Li Xian said, looking at the groggy Zhao Che who had just awakened. She felt a twinge of sympathy for him. At such a young age, he was burdened with managing such a vast enterprise. It must be exhausting, especially if he was so fatigued that he fell asleep in class. "Ah, teacher Li. What is it?" Zhao Che asked, rubbing his eyes. "Zhao Che, the day after tomorrow, there will be a university entrepreneurship and investment exchange conference in Kyoto, organized collectively by universities across the nation to support student entrepreneurship. The school has decided to send you to participate, and you can take the opportunity to rest." Li Xian smiled as she spoke to Zhao Che. "A university entrepreneurship and investment exchange conference? Why should I attend?" Zhao Che replied, perplexed. "You absolutely must go. You are the pride of our Modi University. Your attendance could elevate our finance department's domestic ranking by 2 or 3 places. And surely our international standing would soar as well," Li Xian explained to Zhao Che. Upon hearing this, Zhao Che became intrigued, thinking to himself, "So, they want me to show off? Teacher Li, I don't think it's appropriate for me to go," Zhao Che contemplated. "Oh, there's nothing wrong with it. Just go as a favor to the school," Li Xian implored, her eyes pleading. Sigh, fine, I do enjoy showing off. Exchanging ideas. Zhao Che reluctantly agreed. Great. Pack your things. We will depart tomorrow. The school has booked first-class tickets. Li Xian beamed. Zhao Che nodded, saying, I have quite a few people with me, totaling 10. Zhao Che stated plainly. What? Why are you bringing so many people? Li Xian inquired, bewildered. Well, after the assassination attempt in Siam, I felt it prudent to bring additional bodyguards. Zhao Che waved his hand dismissively. I need to consult with the dean to see if we can arrange extra tickets, Li Xian said, somewhat troubled. No need, I can manage on my own. Zhao Che replied. After all, he owned a private jet. Why bother with first class? Li Xian nodded, saying, All right then, but you must not be late. She cautioned. Zhao Che assured her, Teacher Li, you need not worry. Katerina, please have Ivan book a flight to Kyoto for tomorrow. Zhao Che instructed Katerina, who was sitting behind him. Katerina, having been caught off guard, lifted her head, looking dazed. Yes, boss. She had been resting her head on the desk for quite some time. It seems the hypnotic effect of the lecture works on people from all countries. Zhao Che had no choice but to repeat his request. Katerina promptly notified Ivan. Li Xian observed the two and sighed, noting that not only was the boss exhausted, but even the bodyguards were worn out. Yet, she couldn't help but marvel at Zhao Che's wealth, booking a flight and taking a private jet. After concluding their discussion, Zhao Che prepared to leave. And as he descended the stairs, he unexpectedly encountered Lin Momo. Zhao Che, Lin Momo called out. Hearing his name, Zhao Che turned to see what was the matter. Zhao Che, do you have time to watch a movie together tonight? Lin Momo hesitated before approaching him. Zhao Che's heart sank. He regarded Lin Momo as a good friend and did not wish to lead her astray. He felt that he might marry someday. But his intended could only be Qin Shui. If he were to become involved with Lin Momo, it would be unfair to her, as he couldn't offer her any formal acknowledgement. Their familiarity made it difficult for him to take that step. I have other commitments today, so I cannot go to the movies, Zhao Che gently declined. Lin Momo pouted, accusing, You're lying. Every time I ask you, you say you have something to do. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Noticing her distress, Zhao Che gestured for Katerina to leave first, as he felt it would be awkward for someone else to witness this exchange. Katerina understood Zhao Che's intention and made her exit. Zhao Che then turned to Lin Momo, hesitating before saying, You know I have a girlfriend. Lin Momo looked at him, saying, But when I first confessed to you, you didn't have one, and you didn't accept me. Lin Momo said, somewhat aggrieved. Zhao Che recalled that during the first-class introductions, Lin Momo had mentioned her fondness for him, which had caught his attention. He had thought her quite charming, like a delicate porcelain doll, though perhaps a bit too casual. Over time, he discovered that she was not as he had initially perceived. Zhao Che chuckled and shared his thoughts with Lin Momo. Listening to Zhao Che, Lin Momo found the situation rather awkward. After hearing him out, she asked, If the me from back then were the same as the me you know now, would you have accepted me? Lin Momo inquired anxiously. This time, it was Zhao Che who fell silent. Had Qin Shui not been part of his university life, would he have pursued a relationship with Lin Momo? Zhao Che quickly arrived at an answer. Who could refuse someone who consistently cares for you, checks in on you daily, and chats with you during dull classes, especially if that person is such a beautiful young lady? The familiarity that developed over time made it even more complicated. If it were Katerina, had she just arrived, he might have already taken advantage of the situation. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Che replied, Yes. Lin Momo's eyes lit up with joy at his response, as it indicated that he still held her in regard. She continued, Then why can't it happen now? Zhao Che responded earnestly, Because I consider you a friend, and I cannot provide what you desire. As he said this, his tone was serious. But all I want is for you to hold a place for me in your heart. That is enough, Lin Momo said, her large eyes fixed intently on Zhao Che. Zhao Che felt utterly bewildered. Was this what they referred to as a love-struck mind? Yet, he had a partner. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Che finally managed to utter a few words. I don't care. I'm simply enamored with you, Lin Mo bravely declared. Zhao Che was well aware of Lin Mo's affections. She had known for quite some time that he was in a relationship. Nevertheless, she had not given up, continuing to hope that Zhao Che might glance back at her. As time passed, an inexplicable bond blossomed, and even Zhao Che himself was uncertain of his feelings towards Lin Mo. Following her confession, he instinctively stepped forward to embrace her. Lin Mo buried her face in his chest, her voice quivering slightly as she fought back tears. Zhao Che quickly wiped her tears away, unsure of how to comfort her, feeling a sigh escape his lips as he recognized he had become the very person he despised. All right, don't cry. From now on, I shall also be a scoundrel, Zhao Che jested while assisting Lin Mo in drying her tears. You were always a scoundrel. This is all your fault for enticing me, Lin Mo retorted, her voice still choked with emotion. Chapter 79, Arrival in Kyoto. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Che could only manage an awkward smile. What else could he say? Truly, he was a scoundrel. After Zhao Che's comforting words, Lin Mo felt significantly better. Let us go watch a movie, Zhao Che suggested. Lin Mo eagerly nodded in agreement. This time, it was just the two of them at the cinema, while Katerina and Ivan waited outside the mall. Oh no, the boss has been seduced, Katerina remarked to the others. How could the boss possibly be seduced? It's certainly the boss who has done the seducing, Nikolai countered. This isn't right. How could the boss behave like this? Katerina complained. Why not? Boss Lee has 12 wives, Andre chimed in. The group soon found themselves in a lively debate, ultimately resulting in Katerina being outnumbered 8-1. You're all terrible. The boss has clearly been led astray by your thoughts, Katerina declared to the group of 8. Meanwhile, Zhao Che and Lin Mo sat quietly in the cinema. Although they were ostensibly there to watch a movie, Lin Mo kept stealing glances at Zhao Che. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Zhao Che asked in confusion. Upon realizing she had been caught, Lin Mo quickly turned her gaze back to the screen, her cheeks flushing crimson, though the dim lighting concealed her embarrassment. No, I was just looking around, she quickly replied. Zhao Che merely smiled and resumed watching the film. However, Lin Mo felt as if her movie ticket had been a waste, her heart racing with anticipation, though she was uncertain of what she was hoping for. Zhao Che noticed her discomfort and couldn't help but chuckle. He took her small hand in his and softly urged, let us enjoy the movie, otherwise, your ticket will be wasted. Instantly, Lin Mo felt a surge of anxiety. With Zhao Che holding her hand, she dared not move, and gradually her heart calmed. She realized this feeling was rather delightful. In that dim space, hand in hand, they silently absorbed the film, wishing that this moment could stretch into eternity. If it were possible, she would wish to keep Zhao Che all to herself. Alas, all beautiful moments are fleeting, and the film soon came to an end. Initially, Zhao Che had been holding Lin Mo's hand, but now it was she who grasped his, not letting go even as the credits rolled. Afterward, they found a restaurant where they dined and strolled through the mall, during which Zhao Che generously purchased several items for Lin Mo, before eventually escorting her back to school. That night, Zhao Che returned to Huazhou Junting and fell asleep early. The following morning, he awoke and instinctively checked in. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have received 10 million rubles. Seeing no surprises, Zhao Che couldn't even muster an exclamation. After washing up, he emerged to find breakfast had been prepared, courtesy of the bumbling bodyguards taking turns to fetch food. Zhao Che had a light meal, and afterward remarked, when I return, I should hire a cook. It's quite bothersome to go out every day. Boss, no need to hire a cook. I can cook, Andre replied confidently. Oh really? Zhao Che questioned skeptically. Andre patted his chest proudly. Absolutely. I was in charge of cooking for a while during the undercurrents. Zhao Che turned to Nikolai, inquiring, is that true? Nikolai, seemingly reluctant to discuss that period, replied, yes, boss, Andre is indeed telling the truth, but he was cooking for those who made mistakes. Boss Lee said that after eating Andre's cooking, no one ever made mistakes again. Zhao Che chuckled. Who would have thought? Andre, you possess such culinary skills. However, he soon realized something felt off. Cooking for those who erred, only for them to never wish to eat again, seemed counterproductive. Don't worry. I'll personally handle the cooking from now on, Andre declared, taking on the role with gusto. Ahem, that won't be necessary. You're a bodyguard. Let the chef do the cooking and the nanny do the housekeeping. We must place them in their rightful roles, Zhao Che remarked nonchalantly. Andre quickly understood. You make a valid point, boss. After breakfast, the group set off for the airport. The flight from Magic City to Kyoto was swift, landing in less than 2 hours. Upon arrival at Kyoto Airport, arrangements had been made for Zhao Che's pickup. After all, ByteDance, JD, and Matewan were based in Kyoto, and Zhao Che was their employer. However, Zhao Che had only requested a few vehicles rather than a formal reception. 9 bodyguards surrounded him, warding off any unfamiliar faces. Before long, Zhao Che encountered those sent to greet him, and the cars were ready, just like in Magic City, for G-Class vehicles and 1 Cullinan. The 10 of them formed a convoy identical to the one in Magic City as they headed toward the most luxurious hotel in Kyoto. Zhao Che had visited Kyoto a couple of times, so he was somewhat familiar with the area. Naturally, he intended to pay a visit to his grandparents, who were unaware of his arrival. He purchased a few gifts and set off. Katerina drove the car, with the 4 G-Class vehicles closely trailing behind, presenting an imposing sight. Since his grandparents lived in a military compound, these vehicles could not enter, and the extravagant convoy drew attention. Zhao Che instructed the 4 vehicles to halt at the roadside, while only one proceeded toward the military compound. At the entrance of the military compound, several soldiers were stationed to stand guard. Zhao Che and Katerina exited the vehicle. Hello, may I ask whom you're looking for? One of the soldiers inquired. Zhao Che smiled gently. Hello, I am here to see my grandfather, Zhao Hanlin. My name is Zhao Che. He offered a brief introduction. The soldier replied, please hold on a moment, before heading to the security office to make a phone call. At this moment, Zhao Hanlin was certainly not at home, leaving only Zhao Che's grandmother present. Upon answering the phone, Zhao Che's grandmother was pleasantly surprised to hear that Zhao Che had arrived, which naturally put her mind at ease. The soldier promptly opened the gates of the military compound, allowing Zhao Che and his companion to enter without delay. Soon, a vehicle approached, and the two of them immediately boarded. Given the vast expanse of the military compound, where many high-ranking officials of the Great Xia resided, walking would be quite exhausting. Thus, a dedicated vehicle was provided for transportation within the premises. Chapter 80. Undercurrents of Affiliation. The ride lasted merely a few minutes, swift by car. Though it would have taken a considerable time on foot, the vehicle delivered Zhao Che to the entrance of a courtyard, where he expressed his gratitude before disembarking. Having visited this place numerous times before, Zhao Che proceeded directly to knock on the door. The crisp sound of knocking reverberated through the air. Upon receiving Zhao Che's call, his grandmother hurriedly prepared a room for him, completely forgetting to open the door. While she was tidying the bedding, the sound of knocking startled her, prompting her to mutter in mild annoyance about her forgetfulness. She quickly made her way to the entrance. Zhao Che, patiently waiting at the door, certainly did not think that his grandparents were unwelcoming. His grandmother soon rushed to open the door, her eyes filled with affection as she looked at Zhao Che. Grandma. Zhao Che greeted warmly. Little Che, you must be hungry. Let me get you something to eat, she said, leading him aside. Zhao Che did not decline, as it had become a customary routine during his visits. Grandma, I would like to drink this, Zhao Che remarked, pointing to an unopened carton of milk nearby. His grandmother glanced in the direction he indicated and playfully chastised. You silly child, there are others available, yet you insist on this entire carton. Despite her words, she walked over and opened the carton. Zhao Che had always relished this particular milk, which was unavailable for purchase elsewhere, as it was exclusively distributed by the Great Xia government to high-ranking officials, known for its health benefits. Another reason Zhao Che preferred this milk was that his grandparents were aware of his fondness for it, and they would always set some aside for him, knowing he would only consume it once opened. His grandmother swiftly opened the carton and handed a bottle to Zhao Che, then offered another to Katerina, while she herself refrained from taking one. Grandma, you should have some too, Zhao Che insisted, extending a bottle towards her. He understood that she wished to reserve the milk for him. Accepting the bottle from Zhao Che, his grandmother set it back on the table without drinking from it. Little Che, how long will you be staying in Kyoto? She inquired. Zhao Che contemplated for a moment, uncertain of the duration, but suspected it might extend for several days. Haha, then you shall stay here. I have prepared your room just as before, she said, taking Zhao Che's hand and guiding him toward the room. Zhao Che naturally did not refuse and agreed. After touring the room, his grandmother declared, Today, I shall prepare some delicious dishes for you. Zhao Che smiled and named a few of his favorite dishes. Katerina, you and Ivan should head back for now. Just come to pick me up tomorrow morning. Zhao Che instructed Katerina. Boss, I cannot be away for too long, Katerina replied, seemingly hesitant. Zhao Che chuckled at her response, saying, Do you know where this is? There is no danger here. In fact, it is one of the safest places in the Great Xia. After a moment of thought, Katerina acquiesced. All right. I will come to pick you up tomorrow morning. During lunchtime, only Zhao Che and his grandmother were present, as his grandfather would not return until the evening. After their meal, Zhao Che spent time chatting with his grandmother, followed by a leisurely stroll outside. Everything was tranquil and serene. In the evening, Zhao Hanlin returned home, visibly weary. Upon seeing his grandfather, Zhao Che greeted him swiftly. Ah, little Che, what brings you here? Zhao Hanlin inquired, his expression shifting from surprise to joy. I simply missed you both and wanted to pay a visit, Zhao Che replied. Haha, you little rascal, coming all this way to see us. I figured you would prefer to stay in bed all day, Zhao Hanlin said, though he recognized Zhao Che's jest and was nonetheless delighted. All right, old man, stop rambling. If you don't eat, little Che still needs to have his meal, his grandmother urged, prompting them to dine. In truth, residents of the military compound rarely cooked for themselves, as there was a dining hall that provided meals at designated times, with chefs of a caliber fit for state banquets. However, due to Zhao Che's visit, they opted for a home-cooked meal prepared by his grandmother. Although it lacked the exquisite taste of the dining hall, it bore the comforting essence of home. Little Che, is Inchao International Security related to Inchao Private Armed Forces? After dinner, Zhao Hanlin sat at the table and turned to Zhao Che with a question. Zhao Che, not surprised by the inquiry, understood that Inchao's desire to connect with the Great Xia would inevitably involve Zhao Hanlin, given his position as a state counselor. He nodded affirmatively, stating, Inchao International Security is indeed a company founded by Inchao Private Armed Forces. Then, is Inchao's wish to affiliate with the Great Xia your idea? Zhao Hanlin asked. Zhao Che answered succinctly, yes. Zhao Hanlin nodded, expressing relief, since it's yours. We can rest assured. Initially, both the Prime Minister and I thought that this and Chao private armed forces might be a trap set by those nations allied with the beautiful country, as it would seem more advantageous for them to affiliate with those nations rather than with us. Consequently, our great Xia can only support a few small nations in Africa, leading to minimal resource acquisition, often interfered with by armed organizations aligned with the beautiful country. This, in turn, diminishes the resources available to us. However, if we could establish an armed organization in Africa, the resources we could obtain would multiply, Zhao Hanlin elaborated. Zhao Che understood well that while it was framed as acquisition, it was, in essence, theft. Nations could not engage in outright pillaging due to the potential for sanctions, but private armed organizations could, as they merely needed to align with one nation, being too small to face significant repercussions. If one were to deploy regular troops and modern forces against them, they would likely scatter before any engagement, unless one intended to uproot an entire continent in search of them. Such was the reality in many regions of Africa, a situation that could not be avoided. Zhao Che looked at Zhao Hanlin and remarked, they are all unfortunate souls. I hope they do not have to live in turmoil every day. All right, my grandson understands. We will not allow them to recklessly squander their lives. Our great Xia does not consume the blood of innocents, Zhao Hanlin replied with a smile, reassuring Zhao Che. Chapter 81. Arrival at the venue, watching the monkeys. The two continued their conversation for a while longer until Zhao Che's grandmother knocked and entered the room. You old man, still lingering around little Che at this hour? If you do not sleep, little Che needs his rest. As soon as grandma entered, she cast a disapproving glance at Zhao Hanlin. Haha, indeed, it is not too late, she remarked. Zhao Che, your grandfather has work tomorrow, so you should rest early. If you have any matters in Kyoto, just give your grandfather a call. After saying this, Zhao Hanlin stood up and headed towards the room. Zhao Che, come, grandma will take you to your room to rest, she beckoned. Naturally, Zhao Che smiled and followed her to the room. The space was neither large nor luxurious, yet it was impeccably tidy, a testament to grandma's care. Grandma, you should also return to rest early, Zhao Che suggested. All right, grandma is not in a hurry. What time will you get up tomorrow? What do you wish to eat in the morning? Grandma's concern for Zhao Che was unwavering. I'll probably get up around 8. I'm fine with anything for breakfast. Zhao Che replied with a resigned smile. Grandma took note of his words. That night, Zhao Che slept exceptionally soundly. Perhaps the warmth of family made time spent together so delightful. When he was in Jinling, Zhao Huilong and Li Yalin would only return home after long intervals, making them difficult to reach. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, Zhao Che arose punctually. It had been ages since he had maintained such a routine. However, given that Grandma had inquired about his breakfast preferences the previous day, he anticipated that she had prepared something special for him. As expected, upon entering the living room, he saw Grandma approaching with a plate of buns and a cup of soy milk. Zhao Che, hurry and eat. Grandma just had her meal. Your grandfather received a call from the State Council and left around 4, she explained. Zhao Che felt that despite his grandfather's high status, his work was undoubtedly demanding. Naturally, he could not refuse the breakfast Grandma had prepared. After making a phone call to Katrina and the others to arrange for a pickup, he savored his meal with delight. Grandma, I'm leaving now. I might return only in the evening, Zhao Che said with a smile after finishing. All right, be careful out there, Grandma cautioned with a benevolent expression. After stepping outside, a vehicle from the military district arrived to escort him directly to the gate. Katrina was already waiting at the entrance. Boss, she greeted him. Zhao Che nodded in acknowledgement. Let us head to that entrepreneurship exchange conference for college students, he instructed. And Katrina nodded in agreement as she drove the Cullinan towards the venue. As they turned out of the corner, 4 G-class vehicles appeared, trailing behind the Cullinan. This convoy, consisting of 1 Cullinan followed by 4 G-class cars, drew the attention of numerous passers-by. Who is this big boss? They whispered among themselves, envious of such grandeur. I can't even afford a G-class, let alone a Cullinan, they lamented. The journey was not long. They arrived at the destination in just over 40 minutes. Outside the venue, a crowd had already gathered, comprised of students from the nation's top universities, with Magic City University being among the less prestigious. Zhao Che scanned the surroundings and spotted renowned institutions such as Qingbei University, Kyoto University, Shuangdan University, Magic Transportation University, Zhejiang University, Jinling University, and Wushu University. All were esteemed 985 and 211 universities, while the latter seemed to lack prominence. After searching thoroughly, Zhao Che finally noticed the name of Magic City University tucked away in a corner. Li Xian was standing there, her expression anxious as she awaited Zhao Che's arrival. Just then, Zhao Che alighted from the vehicle, with Katrina dutifully following, while the towering figures of Nikolai and Andre accompanied him. given the large crowd. Zhao Che saw no reason to intervene. Their presence provided him with a sense of security. Even in moments of pretense and interaction, he felt an added confidence. "Li teacher, what troubles you? You seem restless. Is there something urgent?" Zhao Che inquired with feigned curiosity. Upon seeing Zhao Che, Li Xin's anxiety dissipated. "Zhao Che," she began. But as she noticed the imposing bodyguards flanking him, her words caught in her throat. She hesitated, fearing that if these large figures misunderstood her words as a reprimand toward their employer, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Zhao Che, noticing Li Xin's unusual demeanor, recognized the intimidating presence of his companions. "Nikolai, Andre, you two should return to the car for now," he instructed. "Understood, boss," they replied. Their demeanor remarkably respectful despite their stature, resembling docile chicks in Zhao Che's presence. Onlookers were taken aback. Is Zhao Che not concerned that his bodyguards might strike him? Zhao Che was indifferent to their murmurs. The delegation from Magic City University was sizable, with over a dozen participants, all of whom had commenced entrepreneurial ventures during their university years. "Li teacher, when can we enter? This exchange conference seems excessively grand," Zhao Che grumbled. "When I was in Siam, even the foreign ministry came to seek me out. Meeting the king, they would invite me to dine. In Daxia, I was treated to home-cooked meals by the wives of standing committee members. Yet here I am, stuck outside this venue." Zhao Che lamented inwardly. "Calm down. Let us wait a bit longer," Li Xin urged, concerned that Zhao Che might simply walk away. With a pout of discontent, Zhao Che found a spot to sit down. Nearby, other schools waiting in the vicinity seemed to overhear the discussions and looked on with curiosity. "Wow, Zhao Che is really Zhao Che. The Zhao Che from Magic City University has actually arrived. What? My husband is here?" The news spread rapidly as if it had sprouted legs. Noticing the attention directed towards him, Zhao Che responded with a smile. However, as the crowd swelled, he suddenly felt like a spectacle, akin to a monkey on display.